What if a cop carried the soul of an assassin? For years, Bai Guang was nothing more than a killing machine for a shadowy organization. Mission after mission, blood after blood, until the weight of it all drove him to want out. But when he begged for one final job before retiring, the organization betrayed him, shot down by the very people he served. He died with rage burning in his veins. Yet fate had other plans. Bai Guang opened his eyes again, not as a ghost, but reborn inside the body of a police officer, now with law on one side and his thirst for vengeance on the other. He's a predator unleashed. How far will his blood-stained path of justice go? Let's begin this brutal tale of revenge. Whenever a citizen witnesses something bad they cannot solve, the first thing they do is go to the police. Like this girl here, after discovering a gang of thugs bullying a girl near an alley, she immediately reported it. And that policeman gave a very friendly smile, saying he already knew about the case. The reporting girl nodded and left, but inside she could not help but feel worried. Indeed, her worry was not wrong, because the one she had just reported to was also police, but moldy, rotten cops of the people. The smile disappeared. He looked ahead coldly and said, "Well then, time to clock out." The female officer next to him was shocked, pointing at the small alley right in front of them. At the alley, a group of thugs was surrounding a weak girl. Wasn't that exactly what the girl reported just now? "Let's go in right now," the female cop urged. But the rotten guy pouted and asked, "Go in for what? Don't you see how many of them there are? Even if the two of us go in, we can't do anything." The female officer still didn't give up. She hesitantly suggested, "Then let's call for backup." The moldy guy shrugged as if it had nothing to do with him. "Those punks will leave once they get bored. Stuff like this happens here all the time, wasting energy for nothing." Suddenly, a male voice cut into their conversation. In front of them was another policeman, standing against the gang and demanding they let go of the girl. The thug who got interrupted turned his attention to the young officer who had just arrived. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's this?" The officer glared at him, slightly impatient, repeating himself, "I told you to take your hand off." The thug tossed the girl aside for now and stepped toward the officer. He puffed smoke from his cigarette right into his face and mockingly asked, "What if I don't feel like it?" The officer didn't waste words. He directly used force, a single strike smashing the thug's teeth together, blood filling his mouth, pain shooting straight up to his brain like a bad Wi-Fi signal. The burning cigarette in the thug's hand dropped to the ground. The officer coldly watched the thug rolling on the ground, holding his mouth after just one blow. His own expression didn't change at all, like he'd just swatted a fly. The two cops in the car gaped in shock. A cop beating a thug this fast, so fast no one could even react, record-breaking service speed. The officer rubbed his hand calmly and said, "If you don't like it, then you gotta take a beating, what else?" The gang had numbers, so they always thought everyone should fear them, and they didn't take this officer seriously either. Cracking knuckles and cursing, they all rushed at him, led by the boss who had temporarily forgotten his pain. But forgetting pain only made him remember again, as the officer's fist slammed straight into his face. His face twisted out of shape, his head snapping backward like a broken spring. And the officer, calm as ever, his sharp eyes steady, looked at them as if none of them were even worth noticing. The two cops sitting in the car were even more shocked, mouths wide, eyes round, staring at him. Even their breathing became light. In just a few short moves, that officer completely floored the thugs, but the boss truly lived up to being the boss. Even now, he barely kept consciousness, but his face and mouth were covered in blood. One tooth was broken. He clenched his jaw and cursed, "Damn you mutt, today I'll kill you." And sure enough, when someone reaches into their shirt, they always pull out either a gun or a knife, and a regular thug will surely have a folding knife hidden. The officer heard that and sneered, "Kill her, have you ever killed anyone before?" The thug roared, "Fine, today I will." "Nonsense, you've never killed anyone, your eyes give you away." The officer showed no fear. He grabbed the hand holding the knife and spoke softly like a devil whispering in the thug's ear. The thug gritted his teeth, eyes bloodshot. "Can't kill, what do you mean?" He said, "Then kill me." The officer pulled the thug's hand straight toward his own heart. "I told you to kill me." The thug trembled, clearly too scared. The officer glared, each word like a hammer striking the thug's weak soul. "If you can't kill me, then you will die." The thug was so terrified he almost fainted. Cold sweat drenched his face. The dagger in his hand fell to the ground with a sharp metallic clang. Trembling, he backed away, staring at the officer in front of him, and asked, "Who the hell are you?" The officer calmly reached out and grabbed his shoulder. The two cops outside the car didn't even blink, too stunned to remember they should intervene. The officer clenched harder, veins bulging on his hand, crushing down on the thug's shoulder. Even the fabric wrinkled under the pressure. "Who am I? I'm the one who catches and interrogates trash like you. I am a police officer," he said with a grin as the thug screamed in pain. About a week earlier at Incheon Port, it was late afternoon, so the place was empty. A shadow appeared in front of a closed blue container. Without hesitation, he reached out and opened it. Inside the container was a group of people holding all kinds of sharp weapons. Unlike that clumsy thug, these looked like genuine killers. The newcomer coldly remarked, "Quite the crowd." This man was an assassin. His alias was Bai Guang. The leader of the group was also an assassin named Maple Leaf. He wiped his sword while looking at Bai Guang and said, "A bit late, aren't you?" This time it was the final mission, and they had been waiting so long their necks grew long. Bai Guang stepped inside and coldly said, "Just a little late, don't exaggerate." He looked at the assassins. Clearly they had no goodwill toward him. What kind of mission was this anyway? "Buddha told me to work with you." Behind him, someone who had been hiding silently attacked from the back. Both hands held the ends of an iron chain, aiming to loop it around his neck. As the words ended, the chain dropped right in front of Bai Guang. Instinctively, he reached out and stopped the chain before it could tighten around his neck. Reacting swiftly, he spun his body around. He grabbed the chain tight and followed through with a sharp elbow strike straight into the attacker's neck. The attacker was instantly knocked out, collapsing onto the ground like a sack of potatoes. The iron chain in his hand slipped and now belonged to Bai Guang. He gripped the chain firmly and growled, "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" Maple Leaf stood up, walked toward him, his slit eyes narrowing. He laughed. "Doing what? I'm working." The assassins behind him also slowly advanced toward Bai Guang with fierce faces. "Working?" Bai Guang was surprised, not yet understanding. Maple Leaf sneered, the creepy smile like a villain ready to meet his ancestors. "This is your dismissal ceremony, Bai Guang." As soon as the words dropped, the thugs all rushed in. But their mistake was letting Bai Guang have a weapon. His bare hands were already dangerous enough. Now they had gifted him a stage to show off even more. One charged in first. Bai Guang held both ends of the chain and quickly wrapped it around the enemy's neck. Using the enemy as leverage, Bai Guang jumped up with his knee, smashing it into the middle of the thug's ugly face. Right behind that guy, another rushed with an axe, aiming to chop Bai Guang's head. The blade was only about 3 centimeters away, but he didn't even bother to blink. He simply leaned back, using his right leg as a pivot. His left leg kicked hard into the axeman's neck, snapping his head sideways. Yet another rushed in. This gang was really only good at being numerous, like leeches at a free buffet. With smooth flowing movements, Bai Guang tossed one end of the chain, wrapping it around the knife-wielding attacker. At the same time, he slipped under the arm that had just stabbed at him, circling to the back, grabbing the other end of the chain while the thug was already being strangled by it. He pulled with force, the chain snapped, the thug's skin turned pale and fresh blood poured out. The 2 broken ends of the chain were still in Bai Guang's hands. Seeing this, the smile on Maple Leaf's face vanished. It didn't take long for him to completely knock down that bunch of amateurs, aiming at their heads until they bled. He grabbed one guy, coughing blood from his nose, mouth, and head. He tossed him onto the ground with a thud, then looked at Maple Leaf and coldly asked, "Planning to eat me with just this weak prep?" "Fuck." Dongfang sighed, cursed, and reached into his shirt, and like I said before, when someone does that, a gun is about to make its entrance. Sure enough, when Dongfang pulled his hand out, he was holding a pistol. He said, "I hate using guns. Bai Guang, this is Buddha's order. I'll give you a complete corpse, and you know a gun is the tool to finish things." Bai Guang gritted his teeth and asked again about Buddha's order. His eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted with rage. Clearly the man had promised this was the final mission. After this, he would regain his freedom. "Why?" "Ask that in hell." "Goodbye." Maple Leaf squeezed the trigger. Bai Guang charged at him like a madman with all his hatred. The gunshot rang out, blood sprayed across the ground. Smoke blurred the golden Buddha statue. The scene shifted to a grand ancient temple. An old monk sat in front of the Buddha statue. Before him were 4 incense sticks still burning. Below the incense sticks was a tablet with Bai Guang's name. The old monk stared at his phone as a message tone rang out. "Is it finished?" He asked. "Yes, it's all done." The voice on the other side surprised him, because it wasn't supposed to be that voice. On the other side, the one who should have answered, Maple Leaf, was lying dead, blood soaking the ground. Bai Guang held Maple Leaf's phone in his hand, glaring and cursing at the bastard on the line. "You son of a bitch!" The old monk glanced at his phone, his tone still calm like Buddhist compassion. He looked at the Bai Guang tablet in the incense bowl and said, "I was just preparing the 49th day ritual. How did you know your own memorial and decide to call?" "Are you at the temple now?" Buddha sneered. "Of course, monks belong in temples, where else but Bai Guang. You can come here." The old man meant there was a group of assassins waiting at Ha Kwuk Temple to deal with him. But Bai Guang just coldly said, "Open the door. I'm already standing in front of the temple." If you don't come out, then I'll come in. He threw the phone to the ground and tightened his grip on the dagger. Facing and talking, he completely ignored the assassins in front of him. A man bigger than him stepped forward, foolishly blocking Bai Guang. Buddha was inside preparing the ritual. Bai Guang sneered. Buddha, the bastard who kidnapped children and turned them into killing machines. Killing people for money, that's Buddha, huh? The man stayed silent, veins bulging on his hand, gripping the axe. He roared, raising the axe high and swinging it down. Bai Guang gave him a cold glance, dagger flicked, his body slid forward, slicing across the thug's waist. Out of the way, idiots, your turn. Bai Guang roared, blood smeared across his clothes, his face twisted like a man straining for his last fight. He had been raised from childhood to be a weapon. That damn Buddha stole everything from me. My body, he grabbed a boy's wrist, the dagger stabbing into the guy's stomach. My life, the dagger slashed across another neck, blood spraying everywhere. And my family, his body stiffened, fresh blood gushed out. He turned his head, the dagger was stuck in his own back, and the woman who stabbed him froze, fear flashing in her eyes. Bai Guang roared and charged at her, eyes blood-red, ferocious like a beast. And now he even wants to steal my life. Bai Guang gasped. The assassins were all dead, but his body was full of wounds, and in front of him was Buddha's cold gun barrel. You promised me. Bai Guang fell to the ground, gritting his teeth. You promised me a life like a human. As long as I finished this mission, I'd be free. You promised me, he roared, blood filling his eyes. Buddha said coldly, yes, that's why now I'm giving you a human life. Bai Guang, the old man leaned close, smiling. The end of human life is death. That is the life of a human, so then. Bai Guang burst out laughing, as if cursing everything that had ever happened to him, even cursing that bald monk. Behind the old man stood the majestic Hoa Kwok temple. A monk in robes pressed a gun to his head chanting, Namo Amitabha. Behind Bai Guang lay countless bloody corpses. The gunshot rang, blood flowed everywhere. Bai Guang slowly closed his eyes, swearing he would take revenge even from hell. Who knows how much time passed? A dim light slipped into his eyes, shadows slowly became clearer. In front of him were 3 young police officers staring at him with worried eyes. He sat up, looking at them with confusion, making them just as confused. What's with this guy? The doctor said he has temporary amnesia. The only female officer panicked. Hey Kim Kyung-soo, calm down. Bai Guang asked blankly, who is Kim Kyung-soo? The female officer quickly said, it's you of course. Another brought him a mirror and Kim Kyung-soo's police ID. He took the police ID from Ilsan Station. It said Kim Kyung-soo, a police officer. But the one inside that police body was the blood-soaked assassin, the legendary killer Bai Guang. He looked at his face in the mirror, then at the police ID, trembling. What the hell? Dead, but awake. His face paled, stammering, I am a police officer. Yes, the legendary assassin Bai Guang, betrayed by his own organization. He was reborn as a cop, thinking he'd be busy plotting revenge. But right now, he was being slapped across the face with pain instead. The ones provoking him were 2 other cops from the station, their nasty faces making him itch to snap. On the floor, the female officer trembled, while the 2 acted like full-blown thugs. Why was he stuck like this? We have to go back to the moment he first woke up. Looking at his face in the mirror, hearing the story from the 3 officers, Bai Guang couldn't believe it. This idiot, no, me, tried to kill myself? The female officer shouted, exactly, how could you do that? You're lucky the rope snapped, you've been unconscious a whole week. Listen, you fool, you think writing those bastards' names in a suicide note solves everything. Bai Guang frowned, what the hell are you talking about? She replied, you wrote the names of the senior officers who bullied us in your note. As a cop, I'm suspicious, especially Hwang Chialman and Hwang Yungchen, those damn scumbags. And that's why he ended up in this mess the moment he came back to work. Hwang Chialman stepped up, poked his chest and snarled, hey Kim Kyung-soo, your parents committed suicide after their crimes, right? Why are you trying to follow their path? From behind, Hwang Yungchen chimed in, a criminal's son becoming a cop. If you want to die, then do it quietly. Why did you write our names in your suicide note? He raised his hand again, falling back to his bullying habits. But he didn't know that inside this body was no longer Kim Kyung-soo's soul, but Bai Guang. He stared into Kim Kyung-soo's face. What is this, you crazy? Bai Guang calmly raised his hand and gripped Hwang Chialman's wrist tightly. He growled, you dare block me. He looked down at the female officer bowing her head on the ground and loudly called, hey Jo Jeonghee. Jo Jeonghee trembled with fear but still had to answer reluctantly, yes. Hwang Chialman asked, this counts as rebellion, right? Jo Jeonghee squinted her eyes, shaking, I'm down here, I can't see anything. Oh really? Hwang Yungchen stepped closer, reaching out to touch her orange hair. He sneered. Then I'll help you myself. His action stopped because of Bai Guang's curse. He turned his head toward him. Bai Guang frowned and exhaled, so this place is also a damn mess, huh? What did you say? Huang Qiaoman frowned, his face twisting in anger. But Bai Guang was done joking. He squeezed tighter, making Huang Qiaoman's arm feel like it was breaking off, his face red like blood drained from his brain. He screamed in agony, his whole body shaking, trying to free his arm, but once Bai Guang grabbed you, there was no escape. What the hell? Every cop present was shocked, Kim Kyung-soo resisting like this. Huang Qiaoman writhed in pain, gritting his teeth trying to pull Bai Guang's hand away but couldn't, only managing to threaten through the pain, "Let go of me right now." Bai Guang couldn't be bothered. He jabbed 2 fingers straight into the weak spot on his opponent's neck. His eyes rolled white, pupils shrinking from sudden pain. With just one simple move, Huang Qiaoman was down faster than the eye could follow. Huang Yongchen stared dumbfounded at Huang Qiaoman, stammering, "Brother, just now was." His vision was suddenly blocked by Bai Guang. "What the hell?" Bai Guang lifted his leg, aiming at Huang Yongchen's face. But no, he gently lowered it right into the guy's crotch. That kick hurt even more than what Huang Qiaoman just suffered. Huang Yongchen cried tears, his face red, screaming with snot and spit everywhere. Even bystanders outside felt pain just watching. Bai Guang really went savage with that move. In an instant, both senior cops were floored by Bai Guang. The 3 rookie officers were stunned. "What is this? You're rebelling against your superiors." Facing Zhou Zhonghe's question, he only looked back coldly. The 2 senior cops, after being beaten so badly, immediately ran to senior officer Chu Junha to complain. The old man slammed the desk, scolding Bai Guang furiously. Huang Qiaoman, not knowing his limits, still tried to rush him, but another cop stopped him. Choi Junha slammed the desk again, shouting, "Get out! A cop fighting and you even hit your seniors. You think being a cop means you can't be fired? I'll make sure you never wear that uniform again. Now get out of my office." When Bai Guang stepped outside, the sky was already golden. He took off his cap and muttered curses. Seriously, how can cops be this trashy? Sitting in the park, he stood out. A mother leading her child pointed and laughed. "Look, a policeman." The kid looked at him with eyes full of admiration. But he had no time to care about that, because his mind was already elsewhere. After the fight, Zhou Zhonghe rushed over with the other 2 and questioned him. "Bai Guang, are you crazy?" He coldly replied, "So what, just go home." "Did you forget that senior's father is the Deputy Assistant Commissioner?" Bai Guang asked. "Deputy Assistant Commissioner?" "Yes, Deputy Assistant Commissioner. He even has a Tiguk Manhwa. So please get home safe, we'll miss you." The 3 of them all stepped back without needing to be told, truly quick on their feet. He sat on the wooden bench, looked up at the sky and muttered, "That's why they can never catch people like me. They're rotting from the inside already. His father has a Tiguk Manhwa. That's like a general's star in the army, right? At least I should have been reborn as some high-ranking cop." But since I wasn't whispering, the kid walking with her mom heard it and asked, "Mom, what's a cop?" "Oh man, and I'm even an outsider in this organization too." He sighed and stared at the police cap in his hand. But even so, some unpleasant memories returned to him. Back then he was just a child, no parents, ragged clothes, tiny from malnutrition. Buto appeared and reached out a hand to him, asking, "Hello kid, do you want to come with me?" That child had no idea that choice would push him into a life he would later loathe. Assassin Bai Guang, his hands stained with blood. He saw countless people die under his blade. And then one fine day, Buto came to him, aiming a gun straight at him, a big smile on his lips. He said, "May the merciful Buddha save us." The gunshot rang out. At the same time, Bai Guang hung himself with a rope to end his life. Bai Guang stared at the tie, knotted like a noose in his hand. He looked at the photo on the table of that young man's house. Kim Kyung-soo had been abandoned by his parents and by the organization, left to face death. Well, at least he and I share one thing in common. He looked outside the door, wondering if he should leave right now. At Gyeonggi Province, west of the police headquarters. In his office, senior police officer Hong Jun stared at the file in his hand. Cleansing Uchwaguk Temple, but that plan had already been stamped rejected in red. Suddenly a voice rose behind him. "Long time no see, still doing well I hope." Hong Jun froze, instinctively turning around to see who had just broken into his office. But the sharp tip of a ballpoint pen was pressed against his neck, forcing him to sit still. The man coldly asked, "Shall we have a little talk?" Hong Jun looked at the pen against his neck, swallowed hard and asked, "Who are you?" The man calmly replied, "I am Bai Guang." The silence was so deep you could hear a fly buzz, if there really were flies in a senior officer's office. After a while Hong Jun muttered, "Ah." Then of course it turned into a calm one-on-one conversation. Hong Jun stared at the man in front of him, raising an eyebrow. "Impossible. You are Bai Guang's, you died and now you've been reborn as a cop. If you were me, would you believe what you're saying right now?" Bai Guang calmly said, "I'm not asking you to believe me. I'm threatening you, he smiled. Hong Jun clicked his tongue, this damned brat. Bai Guang leaned forward slightly and whispered a suggestion. Mr. Hong, I will help you with your purge operation against Hwaguk Temple. Hong Jun froze, staring at Bai Guang in disbelief. He looked at him coldly, as if waiting for an answer. Hong Jun's face grew uglier by the second. He asked, who exactly are you? Bai Guang frowned. I told you already, I am Bai Guang. Meanwhile, under the desk, Hong Jun fumbled with the button to call someone in, outwardly keeping calm to continue talking. This isn't the right place to discuss Hwaguk Temple. But the only response to his call was silence. No one answered. Hong Jun stared in shock at his radio, while across from him Bai Guang let his killing intent flood the office. Mr. Hong, I already told you. I'm not asking you for anything. With the style of assassin Bai Guang, silently sneaking into your office is impossible. Instead, he'd choose the most violent method, knocking out every cop in the lobby until none remain. He put his hand on the desk, leaning toward Hong Jun. Staring at him, he said, this is a warning. As expected, this move left Hong Jun no choice but to reassess him. But he still couldn't bring himself to fully believe. He repeated his question, who are you? Bai Guang grew impatient. I am Bai Guang. Hong Jun shot up, slamming the desk, shouting, ridiculous. Bai Guang cut him off. 3 years ago, you made me a promise. 3 years ago, on a day of heavy rain, Hong Jun was the chief chasing Buddha at Hwaguk Temple, but got injured. In front of him stood an assassin of Hwaguk Temple, wearing the organization's signature mask. He held an umbrella, slowly walked toward Hong Jun and said, I am Bai Guang. Bai Guang looked at him and asked, could it be Hwaguk Temple? Bai Guang interrupted, I heard you're chasing Buddha. You're the first man to get this close to him. Pass on my regards. He spoke, then pressed a hidden button on the umbrella handle. The tip revealed a sharp needle. Pointing the needle straight at Hong Jun's face, he said, he told me he doesn't like old men. Though not holding much hope at that time, Hong Jun still begged, please save me. Bai Guang coldly asked back, do you want to live? Mr. Hong reached out and took off his own mask. Then promise me I will save you. In return, within 3 years you must catch that bastard. I will give everything to protect that fool. Hong Jun asked in shock, why, aren't you from the same organization? Do you like monks? He asked, then put his mask back on. I hate people without hair. Back to the present, after reminding him of that promise, Bai Guang took off his cap and coat and said clearly, you promised me that. But you didn't keep your word, did you? HMPH. His eyes fell on the 2 flowers on Hong Jun's uniform, 2 large hibiscus blooms. In 3 years you climbed rank pretty fast, huh? You didn't keep your word, just focused on promotion. You didn't keep your word, just focused on promotion. That won't do. He pulled a ballpoint pen from his pocket and said coldly, then you must die. In that moment, Hong Jun truly felt like he was facing the real Bai Guang. A chill ran down his back. He stumbled backwards, quickly protesting, it's not that I didn't keep my word, I couldn't. Do you know why I climbed to this position? The higher you go, the easier it is to gather intel. With that kind of information, it's not like I never reported to my superiors about Hwaguk Temple, the assassination organization, even Buddha. So Monk Buddha is the boss of the organization. Hong Jun pointed at the files he had collected, nodding firmly, yes, that's right. Most of the cops here outranked him. When they heard him say that, they only laughed. Ha ha, Hong, you've been reading too many comics. Hwaguk Temple is our cultural heritage. Hong Jun quickly said, according to the results of our team's investigation. The highest-ranking person in the room coldly cut off Chief Hong. If you do that, then heaven will punish you. Hong Jun couldn't even remember what he felt then, probably fear. The room was silent, only the police chief's voice echoed. Religion is not something you can just meddle with. In other words, there were others standing in the way. Bai Guang frowned, watching Hong Jun return to his desk to fetch documents. He placed the files he had gathered in front of Bai Guang. Read this, our team worked hard to collect it. Bai Guang opened the file to take a look. After a while, he tossed both files onto the desk and leaned back with a sigh. Investigations this sloppy will only be shut down by higher-ups. Still, you did your duty. So for now, I'll let you live. Hong Jun instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. His nerves had been killing him. But suddenly Bai Guang's face darkened. He glared and threatened him. What the hell are you relaxing for? I said for now. 1 second threatening, the next flashing a bright smile. Then from now on I'll help so you don't die. I'll count on your help, Mr. Hong. Bai Guang smiled brightly and even gave a military salute. Mr. Chief. The next day, another fine morning began. At Ilsan Police Station. As usual, the rookies started their busy work at their computers. The door slammed open violently, shattering the peaceful office scene. Zhou Jionghe and Wang Hejun shot up, staring toward the door. Bai Guang walked in, same arrogant face greeting them. Good morning, he said. Zhou Jionghe and Wang Hejun approached nervously. What's going on? Kim Kyung-soo, weren't you fired? The noise outside stirred the captain of this tiny station. He kicked the door open and shouted, "What the hell, damn it, what's going on?" He stormed up, pointed in Kim Kyung-soo's face. "You punk, I told you not to come back." Kim Kyung-soo calmly asked, "Senior, haven't you heard?" "Heard what, you idiot?" He gritted his teeth. "Get lost." Before the words were finished, a calm figure entered behind Kim Kyung-soo. The three people present all froze on the spot. Especially the captain's face turned pale like he just swallowed chili. He stammered, staring at the two hibiscus flowers on Hong Jun's uniform. He blurted, "CHCH, Chief." Judge Young-ha and Wang Hejun instinctively saluted, while the cop bullying Bai Guang turned white with fear, caught red-handed doing wrong in front of the boss. Hong Jun coughed lightly. He put an arm around Bai Guang and forced a smile. "Our Kim Kyung-soo is here to work, but what exactly was that earlier?" The man trembled all over, finally managing to say, "What's the relationship between Patrol Officer Kim Kyung-soo and the chief? What's with this our Kim Kyung-soo stuff? That sounds way too friendly." Hong Jun awkwardly patted Bai Guang's head and he obediently smiled like a puppy. The old man nervously said, "Patrol Officer Kim Kyung-soo is my lifesaver, isn't that right? So please take care of my Kim Kyung-soo." The little captain quickly saluted. Bai Guang smirked and casually saluted back like nothing had happened. A while later, he was sitting in the park with Hong Jun. Leaning back on the bench, Bai Guang looked up at the sky and cheerfully muttered, "Connections sure feel nice, huh?" Hong Jun puffed on his cigarette and asked, "So, is that enough?" Bai Guang said, "One last thing. I need you to do me another favor." That night was a perfect full moon at Hwaguk Temple. Evenings here were always as quiet as they appeared. In the main hall, Buddha sat on a cushion knocking wooden fish, the steady sound echoing. In front of him was an incense burner with Bai Guang's spirit tablet placed on it. The knocking slowed. Buddha turned his head to the lone doorway, staring at a shadow standing there. In a low voice he asked, "Who is it?" The figure stepped inside, speaking as he walked, "What am I? I'm someone who can't forget his hatred and has lost his reason." Buddha's face darkened. He glared at the newcomer like he couldn't believe his eyes. Yes, that figure was none other than Bai Guang with his mask, stepping inside and coldly saying, "I am the ghost of Bai Guang." Buddha decided instantly, spinning around and pulling out 4 incense sticks from the burner. He turned 180 degrees and swung his hand. The 4 sharp incense sticks shot toward Bai Guang. Seeing the sharpened sticks, Bai Guang stayed perfectly calm. He tilted his head slightly, letting the burning sticks stab deep into the wooden pillar behind him. 3 sticks embedded deeply, smoke still curling from their ends. He plucked the 3 sticks out and tossed them to the ground. "A monk shouldn't stain the Buddha's dwelling with blood," he said. Buddha asked, "Then who are you?" Bai Guang answered, "Didn't I already say, I am the ghost of Bai Guang?" The ghost of Bai Guang. The old man snapped his fingers. From behind wooden cabinets, a group of men appeared. Obviously, the assassins Buddha always kept hidden in the temple. "Then you must reach enlightenment." Once again at Hwaguk Temple, Bai Guang faced a crowd of assassins, but this time it was nothing like before. Each assassin glared with murderous intent. They charged at Bai Guang. Buddha only stared at him as if probing, who knew what he was thinking. One assassin slashed at his throat, but Bai Guang casually raised his hand. He punched him hard in the stomach and slapped his face so hard his head buzzed. The knife dropped, the man flew backward, blood from nose and mouth spraying like a rainbow. But the knife didn't fall to the ground, it landed right into the hand of a master, someone who used blades just like Bai Guang. With a blade in his hand, no matter what hot weapons the assassins carried, they were useless against him. One thug swung an axe. Bai Guang calmly reached out, stopping the arm mid-swing. His knife sliced in a smooth curve from back to front. It cut straight into the carotid artery. In the blink of an eye, blood stained the Buddha's hall. The assassins couldn't even touch a single hair on him. Bai Guang moved with deadly grace. A few more henchmen fell lifeless, leaving only a few trembling in front of Buddha, their faces pale with fear. On Buddha's face appeared a rare look of surprise, because in that moment he truly believed. He had seen Bai Guang. Could it really be the ghost of Bai Guang? Seeing the assassins about to charge in and die, Buddha shouted, "Stop." The hall went silent. 2 assassins slowly backed away, still glaring with caution at him. Bai Guang stared back just as he expected. The jamming signal at Hwaguk Temple disabled his camera. Before this, he had asked Hong Jun to make him a micro camera hidden in his mask, hoping to record secretly. But with this interference, it was impossible. He wasn't stupid. Bai Guang decided today was just a greeting. He said, "Sorry to trouble you, now you have more souls to enlighten," meaning the assassins he had just killed. Raising his blade, his aura and killing intent spread coldly. "Do it quickly, or they'll become vengeful spirits like me." The remaining assassins were about to rush, but Buddha waved his hand, ordering them back. "Which patron sent such a wicked soul like you here in that mask?" Then he changed tone. Come here, my child, let me see your face. He smiled and reached out. Bai Guang instinctively shivered, disgust and loathing rising from his soul. He blanked for a second, then snapped back. Forget it, today I came only to greet you. When the time is right, you'll know who I am. Be patient and wait. He frowned slightly, knowing he still needed time to train. This body was far from matching his abilities. That bald monk was sly, saying one thing but suddenly lunging to rip off his mask. Of course, Bai Guang had foreseen this. The moment the old man lunged, he pulled out his toy and triggered the explosion. Smoke and dust filled the grand hall. The surviving assassins hurriedly covered their mouths and noses. The thing he just threw was a tear gas grenade. Buddha, are you all right? One of them instinctively called out toward the temple doors. Buddha inside the smoke also used his monk's robe sleeve to cover his nose, holding a mask in his hand, muffling, I'm fine. It's just that the rat who broke into Uchwaguk temple has already vanished. In front of him was only the door leading out into the pitch-black night. He clenched the mask of Bai Guang in his hand, crushing it into fragments, and of course Bai Guang had planned this, putting a camera inside it. Pieces of the broken mask fell to the floor. Buddha stood among corpses, turning to the incense burner with Bai Guang's tablet, where one stick was still burning. In his eyes flickered the glow of the small flame. The spirit tablet remained there, he muttered, a vengeful soul. The next morning, in the fresh green park, people strolled, enjoying the clean morning air. Yet among them was one haggard man, as if he had stayed up all night or just rolled out of bed half asleep, and that man was none other than Chief Hung Jun. Bai Guang eyed him judgmentally. Only one day apart, and you already look 10 years older. Hung Jun grumbled, because of you, do you even know how much trouble you caused me? Cleaning up your break-in at the station, then smuggling out that tear gas grenade for you. I had to work overtime to cover it all up. Bai Guang dug at his ear and said like it had nothing to do with him. If you'd caught that bastard back then, you wouldn't have had to suffer like this. Hung Jun groaned in annoyance. You say that like it's easy. First you need evidence, then work with the prosecutors. Bai Guang frowned. Just to catch one criminal, it's that complicated. Hung Jun fought the urge to explode as he explained. A guy who only runs around killing recklessly like you wouldn't understand. Bai Guang squinted one eye, raised his hand as if squeezing a throat. I don't kill recklessly, I only kill those who need killing. And you're the living proof of that, right? Hung Jun frowned and said, listen you, my Bai Guang. No one in this world has the right to kill, even if that person doesn't deserve to live. Everyone must be brought to court to be judged under the law our society recognizes. So was that bastard ever brought to court for judgment under the law? Bai Guang tilted his chin and asked. Facing this question, Hung Jun was surprisingly calm. He said, even if we catch 10 criminals, we must presume them innocent until proven guilty. That's why we need solid evidence to arrest them. Bai Guang loudly cut him off in impatience. Stop with the we need evidence crap, it's nonsense. Good grief, Bai Guang sighed bitterly. He held his head in his hand, wondering if he should just create his own team. Hung Jun blinked in shock. What did you say? You're just a rookie barely starting, you can't do that. Bai Guang pouted. But I'm the strongest, aren't I? Hung Jun cursed angrily. Damn brat. Bai Guang asked, why not? Hung Jun frowned. In the police force, rank decides everything. What rank do I need to reach before I can form my own team? Hung Jun answered, at the very least you need a manhua. Right now I have a tuguk manhua. Bai Guang cracked his knuckles and grinned. Is that so? Fine then, I'll get promoted fast and get appointed. Seriously? Hung Jun folded his arms and lectured. You damned brat, stop running around causing chaos, just be patient and wait, then I will. But when he opened his eyes, the kid was already gone. His speed was ridiculous. That night at Ilsan police station, as soon as his shift began, Bai Guang went straight to Zhou Jionghe to ask how to get promoted. Zhou Jionghe said he had to take the promotion exam. Bai Guang asked, an exam? Behind them, Wang Qijun was struggling with a drunk woman and asked if Bai Guang could keep an eye on her for him. Then he left and the drunk woman staggered over, hanging onto Bai Guang. He ignored her, focusing only on Zhou Jionghe, asking, so when's the exam? Zhou Jionghe frowned. Didn't you already remember that? Why are you asking again? You need at least 1 year of experience first. An entire year? Bai Guang was clearly displeased. The woman screamed in his ear, bring me more booze, with her breath stinking of alcohol. Out of patience, Bai Guang chopped her on the neck, knocking her out cold, then continued his questioning. So, no faster way to get promoted? While she was out, he even thoughtfully covered her with a blanket, his eyes still fixed on Zhou Jionghe. Zhou Jionghe asked, why do you need to know so badly? Do you desperately need a manhua badge? That would be nice, he replied. Zhou Jionghe raised both hands and bluntly said, dream on, for a rookie cop to earn a manhua badge takes at least 10 years. Bai Guang fell silent, his face dark, frowning as he asked, even with a chief inspector backing me. The corner of Zhou Jionghe's mouth twitched. She sighed and muttered, "Damn it, I'm jealous of you, but the truth is you still have to take the promotion exam to move up." "So there's really no other way," Zhou Jionghe said. "There is one way. If you rack up a lot of arrests, you might get a special promotion. That's the only thing you can do. But rookies like us don't have experience, so we just do what the higher-ups tell us and handle civilian complaints." No sooner had she said this than Zhou Jionghe got called away to deal with a civilian complaint, and when she came back ready to continue the talk, the guy had already run off, just as fast as when Hong Jun was lecturing him about promotions. After hearing this oh-so-effective method from Zhou Jionghe, Bai Guang immediately left. Naturally, his destination was a bustling nightlife street. Prostitutes and thugs were brawling near an alley. He stopped looking at the street, and even passers-by stopped to look at him. Because he left the station still wearing his uniform, couples fooling around quickly pulled apart in shock. Even the thugs froze. Bai Guang reflected as if enlightened. That's right, cops don't need to study, just arrest the bad guys and toss them in jail. From now on I'll work hard catching criminals to earn that special promotion, and what better place than this street. Realizing he stood out too much in uniform, Bai Guang grabbed a big coat to cover up and headed into a flashy nightclub. His eyes landed on a table with one man and two women chatting nearby. It wasn't random that he chose them, because one of the three Koreans sitting there had a criminal record. Of course, the record might be something minor, but that didn't change the fact that 1 in 3 wasn't a bad statistic. And among all criminals, the one he was after now definitely wasn't some small-time crook that wouldn't get him promoted. He was hunting for a dangerous criminal, someone who could boost his career. The kind of crime he himself had once committed in his past life. He glared, shifting his gaze to the side. A shady deal was happening. Staring at the strange patch-like item, Bai Guang sneered, "Found you." He had never seen the dealer before, but he definitely recognized what was in the man's hand. This one was a heavy criminal. Someone was about to die tonight. The club pulsed as lively as ever, bodies dancing on the floor. Suddenly the DJ cut the music. The dancers groaned, mood ruined. The DJ looked at them and shouted, "What's with the stiff faces? Shake those hips. Or did you all overdo it last night because I can't take it anymore?" At that moment a girl with a junky look suggested, "Champagne if you bring champagne we'll have more fun." The others twitched like addicts waiting for a fix. The DJ squinted his eyes. Grinning, he asked, "You girls want that?" They all nodded eagerly. He said, "Then open your mouths, ladies." The 3 girls up front all obeyed. He pulled out 3 patches and laughed. "Gentlemen got back pain. Want some pain relief patches?" The men were just as excited. He grabbed 2 bottles of champagne already opened. A rain of champagne and patches filled the air, humans turning feral. The DJ shouted with glee, "Right now let's party like there's no tomorrow." "No tomorrow my ass," Bai Guang coldly cut in. Every head turned toward the man who had just spoken. The atmosphere froze. Holding up a patch, Bai Guang said flatly, "More like you'll be in jail by tomorrow morning." The DJ frowned, annoyed but forced a smile. "Hey bro, you just mad because you couldn't find a girl, right? Here, take one of these and you can party all nights," Bai Guang said coldly. "I don't need this crap to party, and besides, these are hallucinogens, aren't they?" The crowd froze. Panic spread as they stared at the patches in their hands, realizing they had no clue they'd been using banned hallucinogens. The DJ glared at him. "Hey you, what the hell are you saying? Who the hell are you?" His words stank worse than his breath. Bai Guang slowly pulled down the zipper of his coat. "Me. You're asking who I am?" He pulled off the coat, revealing his police uniform. The DJ's eyes went wide, turning to his lackey in shock. "Hey, why the hell is there a cop in here? What are the security guys outside even doing?" The guard had just muttered, "I don't know," when a bottle smashed straight into his face, twisting his features completely. Bai Guang looked at them coldly and said, "You can continue your little chat inside prison." "Damn it," the DJ cursed and bolted. Things were going south fast. The guards also rushed after him, while Bai Guang slipped through the crowd, heading to the stage to chase. The DJ shouted loudly while running, warning everyone at the back of the bar. "Hey, there's a cop here, pack up and scram." The receptionist was pushing a cart full of goodies when a guard was kicked flying into him. The DJ tried to flee, but the receptionist barely finished swearing before a shoe smashed into his face. He dropped instantly beside the drug cart. Up ahead, the others were already scrambling for their lives. Watching the guard fumbling with the lock, the DJ grew so impatient he could barely describe it. He barked, "What the hell are you waiting for? Open the damn door." The guard wanted to, but for some reason the door wouldn't budge. Truth was, Bai Guang wasn't stupid. He had planned this from the start. Before barging in, he'd already taken down a bunch of guards and neatly wedged a chair against the door. Before the door could open fully, Bai Guang approached, speaking slowly like the Grim Reaper himself. "So you bastards trying to play cops and robbers with me?" The DJ froze, shouting, "W8, are you here alone?" Bai Guang calmly asked, "And if I am?" The DJ shook with rage, gritting his teeth. "Shit, I panicked and ran just because of one damn cop. I thought this was a whole raid." The two guards behind him nodded in sudden realization. Bai Guang narrowed his eyes slightly. The guards pulled out red patches from their inside pockets and slapped them onto their necks in unison. Instantly, the stimulant surged through their bodies, veins bulging dark and nasty across their throats. They howled like maniacs high on drugs, minds unstable and hyper. Bai Guang actually admired the sight. It was eye-opening indeed. Instant transformation mode unlocked. Standing behind his drugged-up guards, the DJ sneered, "You damned cop, now you're finished. You don't even know who's gonna eat who." Bai Guang didn't waste words. He dashed forward and smashed his fist into the nearest guard's face. Even juiced up, the guy was knocked out cold. His huge body flew back and skidded across the floor. Bai Guang said flatly, "You guys really shouldn't scream like that." On the ground, the guard who had just been disciplined by Bai Guang clutched his teeth, blood pouring endlessly from his mouth, mixed with nosebleed and his agonized screams. Bai Guang clenched his fist tighter and declared, "That's the kind of screaming you should be making, out of pain." What followed was a gory scene, bare hands smashing that gang into a bloody mess, beaten till they cried for their parents. Their only choice left was to scream. Meanwhile, the DJ was scared out of his wits, his legs so weak he could barely stand. His face went pale. At this point, he probably didn't even know what nonsense was coming out of his mouth anymore. Officer, let's settle this with words. You want something, right? I'll give you whatever you want, so just. You'll give me whatever I want, really?" The DJ nodded frantically, sweat dripping all over his face. He stammered, "Why, yes, really. What do you want? Drugs, girls, money, I'll give you anything." Bai Guang cut him off coldly. "Special promotion," leaving the DJ dumbstruck. Bai Guang reached out toward him like a lunatic desperate for that special promotion. The next day, news broke of a raid, busting an illegal drug use and trafficking ring at 20 clubs across Ilsan. Hong Jun tapped his phone screen to stop the news broadcast. He put the phone down, smiling at the man in front of him, and said, "Well done. You did great." Senior Officer Kim Kyung-soo, Bai Guang, now in the uniform of a senior officer, held a briefcase and put on the most unconvincing smile ever, saying, "I only did what a policeman should do, but thank you, sir." Hong Jun rapped the table and grumbled, "Thank you? What rookie dares abandon the duty assigned?" And Bai Guang, as always, cut him off directly. "I'm no longer a rookie, am I?" Hong Jun retorted, "And the way you caught them was really just." Bai Guang rummaged in his briefcase, pulled out a packet and slid it across to Hong Jun. "Stop and take a look at this." Hong Jun eyed the neatly folded leaf on the table and asked curiously, "What's this?" Bai Guang lowered his voice. "This packet was hidden in a safe at the crime scene." Hong Jun nearly jumped, panicking. "You stole evidence from the crime scene." "Phoenix leaf," Bai Guang said, then unfolded it to reveal a pile of green stuff inside. "Sound familiar?" "This is phoenix grass, the main ingredient in those hallucinogenic patches." At the same time, at a certain criminal hideout, a burly man in a full-body chicken mask held a patch in his hand. He pressed it against a naked man kneeling on the ground. The poor guy already had 2 patches stuck on him and looked absolutely miserable. In front of him stood a woman. The old man hurriedly tried to explain to her, "I'm the head of Ilsan, but just one of the brats under me." Sadly, she had no intention of listening. Instead, she raised her voice to her lackeys. "What are you waiting for? Stick on another one." The man panicked and screamed, "Miss Phoenix, please," but the patch was still slapped onto him. His body suddenly swelled up as if about to explode, trembling, skin stretched tight, his cheeks puffing like balloons. Then it burst, blood spraying all over the ground. His body collapsed, revealing the woman opposite, lounging with legs crossed on a chair, dressed flamboyantly with countless patches covering her. She muttered, "Bai Guang is dead and Maple Leaf has been caught. I don't want to get caught." She glanced at her phone, a distinctive assassin mask from Hwaguk Temple still on her face. On the phone screen was the information of that policeman, Kim Kyung-soo. So she said she needed to get rid of that damned guy quickly. In Hong Jun's office, another assassin from Hwaguk Temple was revealed, November Phoenix Leaf, codename Shitnix, a filthy drug peddler. Before dawn, Bai Guang was already drenched in sweat, exercising lightly as part of his routine. Living in this body for a while, the only thing he could feel was, this body had been trained really well. Muscle strength, endurance, flexibility, and reflexes, all nicely balanced. But for him to overturn Hwaguk Temple and all those cops in the law enforcement corps, his fingers slipped on the floor. His body crashed hard onto the ground. He sprawled on the floor, staring up at the ceiling, panting heavily, sweat pouring all over him. Clearly this body still hadn't reached the level needed to achieve his goal. He needed more time. After training, the moment he arrived at the station, he saw the 3 old colleagues of this body rushing over, smiling brightly at him. Their attitude had flipped 180 degrees. "Senior Officer Kim Kyung-soo, could you spare us a bit of time?" Bai Guang turned his chair, his face bored, almost as if this place never valued anyone anyway. Still, he followed the 3 of them outside for a private chat. Sitting on a chair, he looked at the 3 standing in front of him and asked bluntly, "So what you guys mean is you all want a promotion too?" "Yes," the 3 of them answered excitedly, eyes sparkling like stars. Bai Guang frowned and asked, "But why are you telling me this?" "Zhou Jionghe blurted out, "Because you've got the backing of the senior officer." This woman was blunt to the core. Wang Heejun panicked, quickly covering Zhou Jionghe's mouth and said, "No, it's because you were just promoted. We're always here ready to support you if you need help." Lee Sahungun thumped his chest enthusiastically. "We're willing to be your workhorses." Bai Guang looked at the 3 in front of him, 2 excited and 1 awkward, and felt even more confused. "Why would I need you guys to help me?" Zhou Jionghe puffed her chest and shot back, "Don't you remember how well we treated you before?" "Not a bit," Bai Guang nodded. "Yeah, I've got short-term memory, so I remember nothing." As if injected with caffeine, Zhou Jionghe's mouth rattled like a machine gun. "We were scolded together by the supervisor. We even visited you in the hospital. See, we treated you well, didn't we?" Lee Sehengyan coughed once, then stepped up and put a hand on Bai Guang's shoulder. He smiled and asked, "And besides, we're colleagues, right?" Bai Guang froze, jaw dropping. "Colleagues." Old memories returned. That was a rainy day, casting Hwaguk Temple in a gloomy gray. Bai Guang stood outside holding his familiar black umbrella, standing guard as usual, his Bai Guang mask on his face. A voice came from behind him, "So you're Bai Guang, the assassin who decides who deserves to die and who doesn't." Bai Guang frowned, his sharp eyes turning toward the one who spoke. Another man appeared, his build almost the same as the first. They stood together under one umbrella, looking at Bai Guang and saying, "Are you kidding me? A guy like you is supposed to be the best among us. We don't buy it." Bai Guang silently watched them. He knew these 2 but had no intention of chatting with them. Then another voice, this time female November Phoenix. She approached 2 muscular men holding umbrellas for her from behind. She said, "Master Buddha gave Bai Guang special treatment. And it's really annoying." She reached up and removed her mask. Bai Guang stood still watching her, staring at a face etched with drug marks glaring back at him. "Then why don't you just die?" "Colleagues," Bai Guang muttered again, while the 3 in front of him still gazed at him with warmth and enthusiasm, completely ignoring the look of disgust in his eyes. Bai Guang bared his teeth and snapped, "Colleague my ass, don't bother me until you get promoted. You've only got 2 stars while I've got 3, why the hell would I be colleagues with you?" Zhou Jionghe ground her teeth, wanting to rush in for a fight but was held back by Wang Heejun, so she could only struggle and curse, "You pathetic loser, fight me if you dare, to hell with ranks and stars." Oh my god, rebelling in front of a senior officer, huh? 4 cops missing from the station meant of course the station chief had to come out looking for them. And a group gathering like this was pretty eye-catching, so naturally he saw it and stormed over, eyes glaring as he scolded, "What's going on here? Why are you all loitering around?" The 3 quickly stood up straight and saluted. Meanwhile, Bai Guang stayed seated on the bench, but at least raised his hand in salute. The station chief frowned and asked, "Have you finished your assignments?" Zhe Jionghe awkwardly replied, "We were just taking a little break." "You kids, I've got no words left to describe you. What a disgrace." Of course, the old man walked straight over to Bai Guang sitting on the bench, his attitude doing a complete 180, patting his shoulder and beaming. "But of course, Officer Kim Kyung-soo is an exception." "Ah, the lucky charm of our station. Are you hurt anywhere?" Bai Guang honestly said, "My shoulder's a little sore." The station chief immediately stepped up to massage his shoulder. "Don't overwork yourself, all right?" The 3 others gaped at the scene with their jaws hanging. This old chief had completely changed his tune once promotions started flowing thanks to Kim Kyung-soo. Meanwhile, Zhe Jionghe was lost in thought, wondering what those 2 were plotting. She meant the 2 senior officers. They held a huge grudge against Kim Kyung-soo, even wanting to beat him up on the spot. Especially Uchweng Yongchen, who had to take a long sick leave because Bai Guang had stomped straight into his family jewels. The guy stormed off angrily with Hwang Chialman following beside him. Hwang Chialman put a hand on his shoulder and quietly advised, "Bro, calm down. If you get this worked up your blood pressure will spike and you know what happens then, right?" "You think I can calm down?" He gritted his teeth, face turning red. He's got the backing of a senior officer, can you believe that nonsense? And he even got a special promotion too. Chwang Chialman sighed, our whole station is revolving around him now. Chwang Yongchen growled, I won't believe it until I see it with my own eyes. Chwang Chpolman helplessly sighed, I'm telling the truth. Just then, a woman carrying a big bag, who knows what inside, called out to them. Excuse me, officers, could I ask for some help? I'm looking for the way to. Already in a foul mood, Chwang Yongchen snapped, we can't help you and we don't know the way either, just use your phone. But Chwang Chialman quickly patted his shoulder, turn around and look properly. As soon as they saw her, their faces flushed red, clearly she was a beauty. A long-legged goddess that could make anyone swoon, but if Bai Guang saw her he'd smack her right away because she was none other than Phoenix. Phoenix smiled, tucked her hair behind her ear and said, my phone's dead. Chwang Yongchen stammered, sorry for being rude earlier. Chwang Chialman forced a smile. Hey man, don't get too excited, you'll end up back in the hospital. Phoenix stepped closer, smiling as she asked, could you two help me? Of course, seeing that face up close made them both nearly faint from excitement. Chwang Yongchen blurted, of course, where are you headed? Phoenix said, I'm going to the Ilsan police station. Oh, what a coincidence, that's our station, we can go together. Really, thank you so much, she smiled sweetly. Since you're officers at Ilsan station, then you must know Officer Kim Kyung-soo, right? Their smiles froze instantly, the air went awkward. Chwang Chialman said, oh, him? Yeah, we know him, he's my junior. Chwang Yongchen frowned, what business do you have with Kim Kyung-soo? Phoenix sighed, he's holding onto something that belongs to me, and my father will kill me if I don't get it back. The two of them both exhaled in relief. I thought you were about to say you were his girlfriend. Chwang Yongchen grinned, I almost walked away right there. Phoenix smiled and pulled out a pastry, offering it to them. Instead of just saying thanks, would you like a snack? A gukwa cake for the road. A bit about Phoenix, she's the November Leaf, treasurer of Hoa Guk Temple, and she mainly carries out assassinations through poison. Each poison has its own stages. The one Bai Guang got his hands on is called Buddha's Tears, the highest stage. What's worth noting is that she's terrified of being scolded by Buddha, and in Hoa Guk Temple she's notoriously known as. The door of the police station swung open. Bai Guang, who was enjoying Zhou Jionghe serving him tea while Wang Hezhen massaged his shoulders, turned his gaze toward the door. Phoenix walked in from outside, chewing on a gukwa cake. This stuff was fine for her to eat, but for normal people like those two unlucky cops, it directly poisoned them into collapsing unconscious in the middle of the street. Phoenix casually tossed the leftover piece of cake into her mouth. The three people in the station's lobby all looked at her. Yes, Phoenix's notorious nickname was the Mad Bitch. The moment Bai Guang saw her, he immediately recognized that familiar face. Phoenix let out a muffled sound, and before she'd even swallowed the cake she was happily grinning, found you, officer. The station door closed behind her. Phoenix smiled at the three in front and laid out her purpose. Judge Youngha looked at her, still not realizing how dangerous she was, and spoke politely like dealing with a civilian. You said you lost some things, right? What exactly? Phoenix smirked. A leaf. A leaf? Zhou Jionghe frowned, clearly confused. Phoenix tilted her head with a grin. A hibiscus flower wrapped in a hibiscus leaf. Do we even have something like that here? Zhou Jionghe glanced at Bai Guang. Meanwhile, Li Sehengian, ever the practical one, quickly ran off to look. Phoenix shook her head, pointed directly at Bai Guang, and said, no need to look, the officer there has it. Bai Guang stared silently at her. Phoenix asked in surprise, Kim Kyung-soo, what's she talking about? He didn't answer but pulled out his phone. As expected, there was no signal out of service area, same as always, who knows what was in her head. The call failed thanks to signal jammers. The security cameras too were useless. Noticing Bai Guang's shifting eyes, Zhou Jionghe helplessly asked, you're ignoring her, aren't you? Bai Guang finally spoke firmly, give me back my item. He fell silent as it had already begun to return. That day, as usual, Bai Guang tested the strength of new recruits. On a day of pouring rain, he stood beneath it, holding a wooden sword as a young girl charged at him. Both her hands gripped the wooden sword tightly. Then she swung it down hard, aiming right at his neck. Bai Guang coldly watched the blade closing in on his throat, then ducked and swung his own wooden sword sideways, striking across her waist. The girl's body buckled to the side, her face twisted in pain. The wooden sword in her hands clattered to the ground. The rain poured like buckets as Bai Guang pointed his wooden sword straight at her face. The girl trembled on the ground, coughing nonstop. Buddha stepped forward and asked, what do you think, Bai Guang? The old man smiled and asked, have you found someone useful? HMPH, Bai Guang brooded silently. He looked at the other children he had already knocked down and coldly said, no. I think so too. Buddha snapped his fingers lightly, and two assassins appeared out of nowhere before him. Without even glancing at the children, the old man ordered, "Take them to see Buddha." Bai Guang froze for a moment. He hesitated and said, if they were trained a little. Then maybe they could. His eyes fell on the girl collapsed on the ground. Buddha placed both hands on his shoulders, stared straight into his eyes and said, "Bai Guang, I told you before, pity is not a feeling you should have." He stayed silent, locking eyes with the old man. Buddha left, and Bai Guang turned to see the assassins forcing bowls of poison into the children. They screamed in pain and died instantly. Bai Guang closed his eyes as if trying to escape the horrific scene. The little girl was the only one still alive, and her young voice trembled out in haste. "Lord Buddha, sir, I can still fight." She shook as she propped herself up with the wooden sword, her body bruised and battered. She quickly pleaded, "I will train hard and become useful to you, so please." Buddha asked, "You want to be useful to me, little one?" Then he smiled and reached out his hand. "Then hurry up and die. Meet me again in your next life when you reincarnate." "Lord Buddha, please," the girl sobbed and wailed nonstop. But how could she resist against two assassins? They grabbed her arms and legs, forcing the poison on her. Bai Guang turned his face away, unwilling to watch. The poison was slowly poured down. One assassin clamped her mouth shut, forcing her to swallow it all. By late afternoon, the rain had stopped. Dusk fell over Hua Nation Temple. The bowls were all emptied, and the ground was littered with corpses. Buddha coldly ordered, "Clean it all up." But at that very moment, a variable occurred. The girl surprisingly was still alive. The assassin went over, lifted her up, checked, and reported to the old man, "Sir, this brat is still breathing." Buddha glared at her. Even though her face was purple from poison, she was indeed still breathing. And so that girl was allowed to live. As soon as she recovered, Buddha prepared a pile of medicine and forced her to swallow it all within a month. Buddha smiled and said, "If you want to become useful to me." So she gradually built up her tolerance bit by bit. And when she grew up, one day the old man called her over, holding a mask in his hand. The mask in Buddha's hand was handed to the now grown girl. She had become a drug addict. She accepted the mask and put it on. "Thank you, Lord Buddha, I will be a valuable kid for you." From then on, she became the crazy drug-addicted witch. Bai Guang stayed completely silent, which drove her mad. She gnashed her teeth and asked, "Inspector, are you listening to me? Are you ignoring me?" She walked toward him, high heels clacking against the floor. "Where is my leash?" She shoved her face close to his and demanded. "Answer me now." Phoenix grabbed his shoulders and shook him. Bai Guang sighed. Plenty of eyes were watching them. "But this is so annoying." Bai Guang slowly opened his mouth. "Your leash, huh?" Phoenix lit up with excitement. "Oh, finally you opened your mouth." Bai Guang said with a dead serious face, "At my house. Looks like you really want to follow me home, right? After luring her there, I'll definitely kill her," Bai Guang thought to himself. Phoenix instinctively stepped back while Bai Guang had already put one foot up on the desk, ready to leap at her. "Come with me," Lee Sehengyan helplessly reminded him. "Kim Kyung-soo, don't you dare use this excuse to run off." After Bai Guang left the desk, Phoenix suddenly said, "Liar, there's no way the drug is at your house." Drug you say?" The three officers behind still had no idea what the hell was going on. Phoenix put a hand inside her paper bag, her entire body radiating killing intent as she glared at him. "You think I'll be fooled by you?" From the bag, she pulled out two patches. In his eyes it was clear. Those patches flew out toward him and somehow became three. Bai Guang immediately dodged to the side, the three patches whizzing past him, landing squarely on the faces of the three officers behind. Each got one. "These patches really do work," she sneered. The moment they touched, all three fell into a dazed trance, and then collapsed unconscious together. "Darling," Phoenix said. Phoenix's crew had already slapped a patch on every single cop in the station without anyone knowing when. Even the police chief wasn't spared. Phoenix chuckled, "Darling, you won't let them die, right? If they're not treated in time, they'll be corpses. Unless you tell me where my drug is." Phoenix had no clue her own move had just handed Bai Guang the perfect opening. He lunged straight at Phoenix, hand clawing out. Phoenix, trained as an assassin herself, instinctively tilted aside to dodge. Bai Guang slid behind her. Her shirt ripped open, revealing her torso wrapped in bandages with one of those cursed addictive patches stuck right on her. Phoenix froze, glaring at the officer in front of her. "What the hell is this?" Bai Guang raised the scrap of cloth he'd snatched. Inside was a tiny, intricate device. He crushed the gadget and said coldly, "A jamming device, huh? That's done." Phoenix gnashed her teeth. "My shirt." Bai Guang raised his phone. "Calls to Hong Jun go through just fine now." Then he pulled out a police baton, smirking, "And with no witnesses here, it's just us." He swung the baton down hard, the whoosh of air sharp, like he was practicing assassination training 101. Phoenix frowned. "What the hell are you even talking about?" Bai Guang bared his teeth in a grin, tapping the baton against his palm. You know I can read your intentions, right? So, shall we get started? I'll make sure you never forget this beautiful day." The air froze for a moment until Phoenix's laughter shattered it. "You're such a bitter man," she laughed, "and you even threaten to beat up women. My shirt's already torn, you know. Are you trying to?" Before she could finish, Bai Guang lunged forward, swinging his baton at her. Phoenix ducked low, dodging it, but Bai Guang had predicted that. He kneed her hard. "Harsh, not a shred of pity for a lady," she sneered, but Bai Guang raised his hand to block the blow. She staggered back, the paper bag in her hand slipping to the floor. Her body swayed slightly as she reached up to touch her head. Her fingertips came away sticky with blood. Her face twisted in fury, and she snarled through clenched teeth, "You bastard cop, do you have a death wish?" Bai Guang calmly smiled. "You look downright ugly when you're angry." Phoenix scoffed loudly. She stuck out her tongue and licked the blood from her hand. "You're surprising me a little. You're not just some ordinary cop, are you?" Bai Guang gave a dry laugh. "Stop pretending to stay calm." Phoenix glared at him, probing. "Where are you from? Special forces, maybe." "Who knows what you're imagining?" he smirked. Phoenix pulled a red patch from her inner pocket, the same kind the guards wore when he crushed them the other night. She chuckled. "Maybe I should stop caring about your old job." She slapped the red patch hard onto her neck. Then she roared, unclear whether from thrill or madness. Bai Guang gripped his baton, his face dark, disgust written all over him. "Gross, really gross." Phoenix sneered coldly. "So sure of yourself, huh? Thinking victory's already yours. Don't worry, you'll be starting a brand new job in hell soon." Bai Guang stared at her in silence, his expression not budging an inch. Suddenly Phoenix burst forward, charging straight at him. 5 fingers stretched out, her sharp nails aiming straight for his neck. Bai Guang asked in surprise, "You really think one patch is enough?" The baton in his hand swung straight into Phoenix's face. Her body trembled, then slowly collapsed to the floor, a cry of pain escaping her lips. Bai Guang asked coldly, "Nothing to say now that you've been beaten like this. You'd need at least 10 patches. If you want even a chance to fight me," he said as the baton in his hand came down again and again. The repeated thuds of the baton crashed into Phoenix's body, and she could only raise her arms over her head to block. "Even a worm will squirm when cornered," she roared fiercely, swiping her claws sideways at Bai Guang while retreating. He blocked with his baton. Phoenix wiped some blood from her face, panting as she cursed, "Bastard, how dare you." Bai Guang sighed. "You really haven't changed, have you? Still relying on drugs instead of actually training your body." "Anyway, with my current condition, you should be grateful for that," he said, raising his arms slightly as if warming up. Phoenix shouted angrily, "Who the hell are you to act like you know me?" "Who knows?" he muttered, bending down as his baton swung low toward her legs. "Who knows? Who do you think I am?" he sneered. The baton sliced through the air, sending her body flipping into the air as she lost her balance. She crashed hard onto the ground, her head ringing from the pain. The moment she opened her eyes, the baton was already pointed straight at her face. If it had been a knife, she might have counted her blessings. Bai Guang pressed down on her, the chill of his killing intent radiating through his smile. "If you get beaten to death like this, maybe you'll finally realize who I am." Phoenix's pupils shrank in terror. She scrambled up in panic, blurting, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Bai Guang replied, "Even if your brain's fried from all that dope." He drove the baton straight into the patch on Phoenix's neck. "Then you will still realize everything before you die, right?" Phoenix trembled as she reached up, grabbed the baton wanting to fling it away, grinding her teeth and spitting out each word. "Cuck, you disgusting bastard, let go." Bai Guang declared coldly. And for a brief moment, he truly looked like the Bai Guang Phoenix once knew. She froze and he thrust the baton hard into her neck. Phoenix coughed harshly. Bai Guang frowned. Damn it, the baton. It didn't pierce straight into Phoenix's neck. Instead, it collapsed into a short notch. While Bai Guang was caught off guard by the baton, she seized the chance and slapped him hard across the face. She sat up, gasping madly for air, sweat dripping all over her forehead. Bai Guang rose, staring at the baton folded into his hand. "The quality of this thing really is trash. They gave this cheap junk to low-rank cops, huh? No wonder they fight like clowns." In the moment Bai Guang wasn't paying attention, Phoenix suddenly lunged at him. Like she had just been injected with some brand new drug, attacking fiercely. Bai Guang quickly raised his hand in front of his face to block on instinct. His body trembled slightly. Bai Guang stared in shock at Phoenix before him. On her forehead was a strange patch. He froze, never having seen such a patch before. Phoenix's face was crawling with green veins. She clearly looked like a wreck. Bai Guang narrowed his eyes. "A new kind of patch, huh?" He halted, glancing at his own hand, and saw veins bulging all over it too. "This is bad. I got infected just by brushing through her clothes." Still, he frowned at Phoenix panting hard before him. With just that, she still can't surpass me, he thought smugly. Her pupils reddened, fear carved clearly across her face. She hastily asked, "Who the hell are you? Why?" But her words were suddenly cut off as a chicken-headed guy barged in through the door, shouting, Miss Phoenix, Miss Phoenix. Lord Orchid just contacted us. The cops' backup is almost here. Bai Guang waved his hand coolly. Get lost already, I'll let you live today. We will meet again soon, won't we? He frowned. Phoenix bit her lip, staring at him full of doubt. Bai Guang thought to himself, surely the other cops will chase her and then they'll die if they try that. He was absolutely certain. Phoenix turned back, ripped off the patch on her forehead, and ordered her people to gather here. The guy with the hat following Phoenix nervously asked, Lady Phoenix, your face, are you all right? Forgive me. At this moment, she had no mind to listen to those worried words anymore. She chewed on her thumbnail, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. Why did that cop remind her of Bai Guang? A while later, after she left, 3 ambulances and 3 more police cars arrived in front of the station. Everyone quickly cleaned up the scene, carried the wounded into ambulances, while Bai Guang, of course, was chatting with Hong Jun. After hearing his rough explanation, Hong Jun's eyes nearly popped out. You lost them. The baton in Bai Guang's hand flew straight into his face, the sound so loud that 2 officers handling the scene behind them flinched and turned to look. Bai Guang scowled and cursed, I wouldn't have let them escape if you hadn't given me this stupid baton. How could it break just because I used a bit of force? Hong Jun rubbed his nose, replying that they weren't bad batons, they broke easily because they weren't made for real fighting. The other cops who saw this were spooked, wondering if this counted as resisting his superior. Bai Guang sighed, stretched out both hands before Hong Jun and said, Look, my hands can't even feel anything now. Hong Jun was shocked again. He hurriedly shouted for a doctor to come treat him. Bai Guang glanced at his palms where ugly veins stood out. This was truly unexpected. Thankfully, Phoenix had been scared off. This was only through contact with clothes. They must have increased her drug dose, Bai Guang mused, or maybe it was a new type of drug. At that time, she had turned into a drugged monster. I had hoped things would go smoothly, but it looks like there will be some bumps. Meanwhile, the doctor arrived to check the changes on his hand. Bai Guang looked at Hong Jun beside him and suggested, Senior officer, I have something to ask you. Hong Jun was startled. What is it? The scene shifted to Kim Kyung-soo's private home, the room pitch dark. In the apartment he lived in, people still went about their daily lives, and no one was lurking in the hallway. Bai Guang stopped in front of his own door. The door slowly opened. He stepped inside. On the wall, 2 roosters clung tightly, their eyes staring straight at him. A smoke bomb, surely laced with poison, was tossed in. Misty smoke spread through the room, engulfing Bai Guang's body. The 2 roosters jumped down to the floor. One said that drug would make him hallucinate and pass out. Anyway, Lady Phoenix had told them to use plenty, so maybe he wouldn't just hallucinate. Overdosing would cause death, yes. But how could Bai Guang not have anticipated this? He was already armed to the teeth with gear meant for the special forces. I knew you were here all along. Back then he had asked old Hong Jun to lend him some equipment, and of course not the cheap stuff, but the expensive toys. Looking at the 2 roosters before him, Bai Guang muttered with a sigh. She was so scared she didn't dare come herself. What a timid little cat. Well, let's see just how good this pricey gear is. Selling drugs was Phoenix's business, but handing out democracy was his. The gun in Bai Guang's hand slowly lifted. The 2 roosters froze, nervously eyeing the terrorist before them, clearly here to ambush someone, but now being counter-ambushed instead. One of them was already so scared he nearly wet his pants. He's got a gun. The other said uncertainly, Don't be scared, that gun looks tough but it's got no bullets. No sooner had he spoken than a bullet was fired, blowing right into the rooster head of the guy. Gunshots rang out in succession, bullets hitting the walls, the ceiling, pounding into the rooster masks the thug's war. Even the drinking glasses in his house weren't spared. The 2 henchmen's bodies shook violently under the storm of shots. No blood spilled, but their bodies were covered in red marks. After all, the gun's impact was enough to hurt. Bai Guang pulled the trigger without mercy. Neighbors or his own house could always be cleaned up later. The gunfire ceased, smoke still hung heavy in the room, and the 2 thugs lay unconscious, their bodies full of red welts, their masks shredded to pieces. Bai Guang glared at the 2 fools before him and remarked, Seems like this hot merchandise works pretty darn well, doesn't it? A moment later, police sirens stopped in front of Bai Guang's house, blaring loudly. What's going on? I think I just heard gunshots. The neighbors finally poked their heads out to gossip, but the police blocked them back. Inside Bai Guang's house, the 2 thugs had been tied up tightly, but even without ropes, they surely couldn't wake up right now anyway. Hong Jun knelt on one knee, staring at the muscular body full of bullet marks. Even if it was just rubber bullets, how many rounds did you fire exactly? Are they still even breathing? Bai Guang sneered, good kids deserve a candy of lead. He reached up and took off the helmet on his head, then said, these two might wake up while being transported, so don't forget to slip 2 poison pills under their tongues. Hong Jun turned to him, lowering his voice, are you really Bai Guang? Still doubting me, but you still lent me the equipment, didn't you? The old man replied, I'm just confirming again. How could an ordinary person believe such a ridiculous story? But after seeing the drug incident, the Phoenix case, and now this, I'm 99% sure you are Bai Guang. What, not 100%? Hong Jun stood up saying, the remaining 1% is because. If you really are Bai Guang, then why don't you just go kill Monk Yuhua directly? Bai Guang said, you yourself said solid evidence is important, and as a police officer you spout words like that. Hong Jun shook his head, that's from the standpoint of the police, but from your standpoint. Bai Guang cut him off, Monk Yuhua Buddha, every citizen of this country worships and respects him, even sees him as Buddha's embodiment. If that damn fraud dropped dead, how do you think the public would react? Seeing Hong Jun's shocked expression, Bai Guang continued, besides, killing him alone doesn't solve the problem, the underworld is far bigger than you imagine. Hong Jun asked worriedly, so there are other organizations besides the Flower Nation Temple? Bai Guang cocked the gun in his hand and bluntly said, the other organizations, I don't give a damn. The only thing I want is the downfall of that damn fraud, the more painful and humiliating the better, so that no one else will ever have to live the life I once did. Hong Jun looked at him in surprise, but in that moment it was as if he had made up his mind. He reached out his hand to Bai Guang and said, I will help you, let's work together to bring him to his place behind iron bars. Bai Guang looked at the hand reaching toward him, his face suddenly darkened, then he grabbed Hong Jun's hand tightly and squeezed hard. Senior Officer Hong Jun, what do you mean by saying you will help me? I am the one helping you, remember, you're lucky I haven't sent you to the afterlife already. If you don't want to visit your ancestors early, then behave and follow my orders. He released Hong Jun's arm that was aching from the grip. The old man could only shout back loudly to cover his frustration. I said it to show goodwill. Bai Guang stared at him, his eyes deadly serious and sincere. And one last thing, it's not that I never tried to kill him, it's that I couldn't. Who do you think trained me to become like this? At the Flower Nation Temple, after failing to retrieve the drug, Phoenix of course was summoned to be punished. As soon as he saw her, the old man stretched out his hand, grabbed her throat and lifted her into the air, his thumbs digging into her windpipe. Phoenix was in so much pain she couldn't breathe. Tears streamed uncontrollably. She trembled, barely able to make a sound. Lord Buddha, I am so sorry, please spare my life. Buddha slammed her violently to the floor. She didn't even dare to struggle because that one move from him had already knocked her out cold as hell. Looking at her body soaked with drugs, Buddha cursed coldly. This idiot used so many drugs her brain got waterlogged. You got the goods and then just stormed into the police station like that. Tears kept falling. She shivered while muttering, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Just as Bai Guang had said, Phoenix's fear of Buddha had sunk into her very body, almost like it had become instinct. Phoenix heard Buddha's call, her face turned pale with fear, her eyes trembling as they shifted. In that moment, Buddha in her eyes looked like a demon crawling out from hell itself. He said coldly, looks like you still need a proper lesson. Phoenix hurriedly crawled toward the door, crying miserably like a dog. Buddha, please, I was wrong. I made the same mistake twice, I beg you. Suddenly, loud laughter rang out, cutting off Buddha's trial. It was the two muscly-bound, tattooed brothers. They strode into the main hall, looking at Phoenix rolling on the ground and couldn't resist mocking. Look who's there, crying like a baby. You just set a new record for being the lowest of the low, junkie girl. Cry too much and you'll lose muscle mass, and without muscles life gets really troublesome, right? Phoenix looked toward the two newcomers, the Lespedeza brothers. She shouted loudly, why the hell are you here? As expected, the only ones I fear are Buddha and Bai Guang too. A woman entered from outside holding a pink folding fan with peach blossom designs. Why, Sister Phoenix, oh Sister Phoenix. Didn't you think they were called here by Lord Buddha? Cherry Blossom said. Phoenix was surprised. Lespedeza April frowned. Why is this chick here too? Phoenix trembled and turned back to look at Buddha. He didn't even bother to glance at her, instead declaring, now that everyone is present, the trial to eliminate Phoenix of November officially begins. He then turned to face the golden Buddha statue, ignoring Phoenix kneeling and begging. He was always such a cold-blooded man, yet somehow she still had the hope to plead with him. I swear I will return what I lost to you, so please spare me. No need for that, he said as he opened the wooden box on the cabinet. Inside, it was a package wrapped in leaves. Phoenix gasped, how did you? Of course she knew that leaf-wrapped package well, but clearly it was still in the police station. He gave no answer, only turned to the 3 people he had just summoned and asked, what do you think? Lespedeza April, Lespedeza July, Cherry Blossom March. Lespedeza July said, we should deal with this junkie bitch right here, my lord. Lespedeza April followed, growing stronger by using narcotics. I don't think anyone else could have a more vicious heart than her. Cherry Blossom spoke as if laughing softly. These past years I truly have grown close to you, but what else can I do? We have to act professionally, and the professional world is a cold and cruel place. Buddha said, now the majority has agreed. Phoenix trembled, her face smeared with snot and tears. That pitiful expression was so ugly. She cried, Grandmaster Buddha, you are truly too cruel. From the very beginning you intended to destroy me. Buddha drawled, she's starting to whine again. Phoenix trembled and said, you brought nothing but scum and their gang here, people who already hated me. Cherry Blossom put on a sad face with a cold voice. Oh my, is that really what you think of me? Damn, I feel hurt now. Lord Buddha, Cherry Blossom pretended to be heartbroken and ran toward Buddha. And Buddha sniffled, wiping snot and tears from his face. Phoenix froze, staring at Cherry Blossom, bowing before Buddha, both hands offering the gift of democracy. Buddha stretched out his hand to take the gun Cherry Blossom handed up. He said, Phoenix, I don't need those who cannot serve me. The black muzzle aimed straight at her head. Buddha chanted with one hand and held the gun in the other, praying aloud for Buddha to bless and protect them. His finger twitched, the gun was slowly pulled back. Phoenix hurriedly bent low and said, I've created a new drug, a compound 5 times more addictive than the last one. It's a drug I developed myself, so it'll be very hard for others to investigate. Lespedeza April frowned, opium again, you know he doesn't like that stuff. Buddha lowered the gun for the moment and asked, how many kilos? Phoenix still knelt low on the ground and confessed, around, how much do you want? He asked. Phoenix answered, I've reconnected all the trafficking routes in the red light districts of Korea, Japan, China, and even across Asia. Please just give me half a year, that's all I need. I will become a useful child for Buddha, she said through tears. Buddha said coldly, half a year, I've suffered too much loss because of your crap. Prove yourself, I'll give you 3 months to do it. Phoenix cried tears of joy, blurting out, thank you, Lord Buddha. But she had no idea who she'd be facing in the coming days. At the hospital, it seemed Phoenix's drug had quite the effect on first-time users. That's why Zhou Jionghe was still sitting dumbly, mumbling some nonsense language. Bai Guang sighed helplessly. Is something wrong with her? Wang Hejun said she was in withdrawal treatment. The doctor said her body was overly sensitive to drugs or something like that. Zhou Jionghe pointed at her own face and blurted out a string of gibberish. Bai Guang frowned. What the heck is she babbling about? Wang Hejun stroked his chin, thought for a bit, then said, she's saying, can you wipe this off? Meaning the drool. Bai Guang bared his teeth and widened his eyes. Gross. But he was still kind enough to grab Zhou Jionghe's hair to hold her head and wipe her drool with a towel. Truly, the deadliest assassin of the story reduced to wiping spit. Meanwhile, Wang Hejun was so moved he nearly cried. Wow, I'm surprised you came to visit us. After all, we're colleagues, aren't we? Colleagues? Bai Guang frowned, shattering the old man's dream. You guys are talking like when everyone came to visit me in the hospital, so now I came here, that's all. Now we're even, okay. Yeah, the rude bastard. Wang Hejun translated Zhe Jionghe's unclear mumbling, skipping past it. Then Li Sehungun eagerly asked Kum Kyungsa, did you get another special promotion again? Kum Kyungsa shook his head. I still haven't heard anything from them. Li Sehungun honestly said, I feel jealous. If you're jealous, then work harder. Now I've got to go. He waved his hand and left the room. Once outside, he slammed the hospital door shut rudely, exactly his style. Wang Hejun exclaimed in surprise, Kum Kyungsa, he's changed a lot, hasn't he? And the 3 of them sighed at once, not knowing if they pitied themselves or just had no clue what the hell they were doing anymore. At Hong Jun's private office, after returning to the police station, of course, Bai Guang came there again to talk. Hong Jun sat opposite him and said seriously, I think there's a rat sneaking around inside this police organization. Bai Guang blurted out in shock, what? Hong Jun said, I wanted to recheck the drugs you handed me, so I gave them all to forensics. But now they've gone missing. Someone secretly smuggled them out. Who do you think could be suspicious? I don't know either. I can't be sure about anything in this police organization anymore. Anyway, those drugs were supposed to be our key evidence. I'll bring back more when I catch that bitch. So you handle the rat hiding in our ranks yourself, and hurry up and get me more info about Phoenix's underlings too. Hong Jun said, we're still interrogating them. Bai Guang frowned and demanded, also, you said you had a special unit just for investigating the Flower Nation temple. When exactly do you plan to send them? Hong Jun said truthfully, actually, they're all dead already, not a single one left. The silence was so heavy you could hear a pin drop. Bai Guang glared at him. He rushed forward, grabbed Hong Jun's tie and raised his fist to question him. You bastard, have you been lying to me this whole time? Hong Jun quickly said, back then I couldn't trust you, so I. He shoved his fist toward the old man's face and warned, don't you dare move unless you want to get hurt. Hong Jun's brain worked lightning fast, quickly thinking up an escape plan. He hurriedly suggested, then why don't you just form a new team? What? He snapped. You yourself said I need at least a small manhua before I can form a team. Hong Jun quickly said, it'll be fine, I have 2 tiguk manhua. With that, who dares to make a fuss? Bai Guang pointed at his own face, still clutching the man's tie with the other hand. He barked, well, here I am fussing because I like working alone. Didn't you just say you needed a team? This bastard is unbelievably stubborn, the old man thought but didn't dare say. Bai Guang said, that's because you never do your job properly, I didn't mean it that way. Hong Jun slapped his hand away and Bai Guang finally let go of his tie. Sergeant Kim Kyung-soo, the police force is an organization. There will be limits you'll face working alone. It'll be easier if you have a team, you'll get more funding and have more excuses too. The old man spoke in a deep, serious tone. So as a senior officer, this is an order, Sergeant Kim Kyung-soo, form a team. I can't form a team myself because too many eyes are watching and there are way too many risks. An order, Bai Guang stood up and pointed at his face. If you ask nicely, maybe I'll consider it. Hong Jun helplessly corrected himself, please form a team. And so he returned to the hospital to talk about forming a team with his 3 old colleagues. A sergeant forming a team, they were all extremely surprised. He said, I don't know, they told me to form a team. It's not hard to guess that Kim Kyung-soo is really being backed by a senior officer in the force. Jo Jeong-hee spouted another nonsense phrase as usual. Wang Hee-jun pointed at her and translated, she's asking who will be the members of your team. Bai Guang casually said, of course it's you guys. Other than you 3, who else in this station is under my command? Lee Sehengyeon was the first to rush at him. He grabbed Bai Guang's shoulders, crying as he said, Kim Kyung-soo, thank you so much. I thought after you smashed your head you had turned into some worthless trash, but you still thought of us. Thank you so much, I'll work like a dog for you. Jo Jeong-hee also cried bitterly, no less heartbroken, though she did look a bit dumb right now. Wang Hee-jun raised his hand to wipe away a tear. I also thought I'd die doing paperwork for the rest of my life, but hey, what are good colleagues for, right? His face darkened, it seemed these people hadn't listened carefully to what he said at all. Colleagues, did you just say colleagues? Do you not know your place? Listen here, I don't need colleagues to help me. I only need people who obey every single order I give. So we're not your colleagues, correct? He said you are my slaves. People who die when I say die, live when I say live. Looking at the 3 dumb faces, Bai Guang gave them a very friendly smile. Now, if you understand, call me master. Do that and I'll let you into the team, but if you want to report to the authorities, well, I've got a whole giant authority standing right behind me. The atmosphere suddenly turned strangely quiet. Kyung-soo began recalling the report that Mr. Hong Jun had shown him. Looking at the young man beside him, he realized his name was Wang Hee-jun, 25 years old. He had been thoroughly trained in several fields like boxing, kickboxing, taekwondo, and countless other martial arts. Judging by his resume, he seemed like a promising candidate. He stared at the guy like he wanted to pierce through him. However, this guy failed the written exam 4 times and barely scraped the passing mark, ranking dead last. Under that piercing gaze, Wang Hee-jun quietly called out Kyung-soo's name. He asked, you said lieutenant, don't you need at least a small manhua to be called that? Hearing this, Jeong-hee pouted in disdain. The dimwit Seong-hyun helplessly reminded him, Wang Hee-jun, not lieutenant, master. Kyung-soo realized, in short, this guy was just another muscle-brained idiot. He shifted his eyes to the one standing next to him, with a thinning hairline. It was Lee Seong-hyun, 25 years old. He was well-trained in grappling and ground-fighting martial arts like jitsu and judo. His resume was decent enough. He stared hard at the boy, thinking back to the interview day when he got that same look. Seong-hyun couldn't endure it and called out, Kyung-soo. He explained, I don't get what you mean by master at all. It sounds scary. Come on, we're colleagues. Seeing that, Kyung-soo thought to himself, this guy was crying again like a crybaby. Jeong-hee also sighed, he's crying again, such a waste of that build. Hee-jun suddenly noticed something different and cheerfully rushed over. Jeong-hee, you can speak clearly now? At the same time, Kyung-soo glanced at the girl sitting on the hospital bed, and last but not least, it was Jo Jeong-hee, also 25 years old. According to her resume, she had never been trained in any martial arts and she ranked last in the physical test. Back then, she could only cry and beg, "Wait for me." Based on results, Jeong-hee was the weakest officer in the entire police force. However, from another perspective, she was the very first to complete the written exam. Not only that, she also ranked first in the interview. This meant suddenly a voice cut into Kyung-soo's thoughts. Jeong-hee suddenly told him, "I'll do whatever you tell me to do." With a face full of loyalty, she eagerly clasped her hands. "Master, please let me join your team." He thought to himself, she's actually pretty smart. On a distant mountain range, Jeong-hee, Heejun, and Seong-hyun stood stunned, speechless. They widened their eyes, watching Kyung-soo warming up seriously. Heejun wanted to call out, "Hey Kyung-soo," but Jeong-hee quickly reminded him to correct it, "Master." Heejun asked nervously, "Why did you suddenly call us here on a weekend like this?" Instead of answering, Kyung-soo coldly ordered, "Why are you still standing there? Start warming up." That reply left everyone confused. Kyung-soo pointed, "You guys are police officers." Jeong-hee confirmed, "Yes, so what?" He pointed back at himself and growled threateningly, "And I am a dangerous criminal. You have 5 minutes to prepare, then all of you come at me at once and try to take me down." His words made the three of them shout in shock. "What?" Heejun panicked. "That'll be 3 against 1, are you sure?" Seong-hyun also wanted to speak, Kyung-soo, but midway he was stopped by Jeong-hee. Too worried, Heejun still spoke, "Master, what if you get hurt?" But Kyung-soo only replied coldly, "You have 4 minutes left." He kept stretching his arms and legs. "We'll begin in exactly 4 minutes. At that moment, Jeong-hee, Heejun, and Seong-hyun huddled together to discuss. She whispered in confusion, "Hey, that bastard Kim Kyung-soo, has he lost his mind?" Seong-hyun broke into a cold sweat and reminded her, "Jeong-hee, he told us to call him master." She casually replied, "Who cares, it's not like he can hear us." Hearing that, Kyung-soo immediately called out from behind, "I can still hear you." The three of them froze and forced awkward smiles. "Ah, master." Heejun went back to strategize with the others. "So what should we do now? We already agreed to do whatever he orders." Jeong-hee quickly laid out a plan. "Heejun, you pretend to go straight at him, and Seong-hyun, you tackle him to the ground." Spung-han panicked, unable to believe his ears. "Me, but I'm scared." Unlike him, Heejun only asked quietly to confirm, "So all I need to do is go straight at him, right?" Hearing that, Jeong-hee frowned and snapped, "You idiot, you trained boxing, use those footwork skills to mess him up." Time was up. Kyung-soo had taken off his shirt and got into stance. "Are you ready yet?" The three others looked at him blankly. He repeated seriously, "Time up, get over here." Seeing that, Jeong-ha quickly gave orders, "Go, Uchwing Heejun." He nervously muttered under his breath, "Confuse the opponent by moving, cause chaos." Standing before Kyung-soo, Heejun's mind went completely blank. He just stood frozen, repeating, "Confuse, confuse," while saying that he stared at his own feet. Suddenly, Heejun began stomping repeatedly. Like this. This action only made Kyung-soo more irritated. "The hell is this? Why are you suddenly hopping around like that?" Jeong-hee panicked, "You stupid fool, you have to get closer first." No sooner had she said it than she and Seong-hyun stiffened at the scene in front of them. Heejun was beaten so badly, his face was drenched like syrup. Kyung-soo didn't waste words. He lifted his head and signaled, "Hey you all." Then walked closer to the three and scolded furiously, "Are you kidding me, huh, damn it." Jeong-hee trembled, signaling towards Seong-hyun, "Go, Lee Seong-hyun." But her teammate's face had already turned pale. Suddenly homesick, Seong-hyun bolted like his pants were falling down. While running, Seong-hyun shouted, "I can't do it, I really ca." But Kyung-soo's icy voice suddenly sounded right above him. He had already turned his back. Yet Kyung-soo quickly caught up with Seong-hyun's pace. The boy turned purple in the face looking at him, and Kyung-soo reminded him of what it meant to act like that before a criminal. Seong-hyun was punched straight in the mouth without a miss, then scolded, "You stupid bastard." Jeong-hee was terrified watching him being beaten nonstop by Kyung-soo. But the space fell silent again when he turned his head back toward her. Seeing Kyung-soo's steps closing in, Jeong-ha screamed in fear, "Wait, stop for a moment." She forced a laugh and called out his name, Kyung-soo. Then stammered to ease the situation, "Master, you're not planning to lay hands on a woman, right?" "Right." Kyung-soo gently placed his hands on both sides of her face. "A woman. Aren't you still police officers?" No sooner had he spoken than he slapped Jeong-hee across the face several times. She dropped down, clutching her face and groaning in blood. Kyung-soo glared at the three. "You're unbelievably terrible, do you know that? With skills like this, how the hell do you plan on catching criminals?" Seeing the three of them drained of strength, Kyung-soo said sternly, "Rest for 10 minutes, then we'll continue 3 more rounds of training today. And if you don't want to get beaten to a pulp again, then use every single thing you've got against me." After his long lecture and no one dared to make a sound, Kyung-soo barked, "Answer me." The three of them reluctantly replied, "Yes, master." Back at police headquarters, Hung-jun was leisurely eating chocolate and asked, "So how's forming your squad going?" Kyung-soo had been waiting for this question. He grimaced and complained, "Terrible, they're all trash. How the hell did they even pass the exam and become police officers?" Hearing this, Hong-jun reminded him, "Don't be too harsh on them. If you hit too hard," but before he could finish, Kyung-soo cut him off. "Do you know something?" He frowned as he spoke about those in the organization. "We're not fighting ordinary criminals, are we? We're hunting people like me." Hong-jun instinctively replied, "Yes." Hearing that, Kyung-soo slammed the table repeatedly in anger. "Forget that. When are you going to finish the damn interrogations? It's been ages and still no results. What the hell is going on?" Hong-jun could only answer helplessly, "They've clammed up so tightly. What do you expect me to do?" That was all he needed. He quickly pointed at himself. "Leave it to me. I've got a brilliant idea." At that moment, inside the dark prison cell, only a single light shone down. Two chicken-head thugs were tied up in the interrogation room. Slowly, someone stepped in through the door. Without waiting to see what would happen, one of them spoke first. "It's useless. We won't say a word." The newcomer suddenly asked a completely unrelated question. "How's Choi Sang-muk doing these days?" He walked over to the interrogator's chair. "That big guy in green with floral patterns, Phoenix's right-hand man." That line left the two stunned, unable to react. The man stayed indifferent as if nothing. "Wait, isn't he the left-hand man? Kim Dong-cheol is the right-hand man, am I right?" The two gasped and asked back, "What?" The man pressed further. "That bitch, what's her name again? She's been hanging around Phoenix too, hasn't she?" At this, the two suspiciously demanded, "Who are you?" To their horror, the man calmly added, "Long time no see." The light shone on Kyung-soo's face. He bent low and growled, "It's me, Bai Gwang." With a murderous glare, he growled, "Care to have a chat?" Kyung-soo planted his hand on the table across from the two criminals before him. The black-haired one gasped, "Boss Bai Gwang." The guy next to him instantly snapped, "What the hell are you saying? Boss Bai Gwang is dead." The black-haired one frowned, "But he looks exactly like Bai Gwang." Kyung-soo smirked faintly, "Looks like we've met before." He stared at the man in front of him, trembling non-stop. "I recognize that scar. It's from being stomped on by high heels, isn't it?" He was talking about the wounds on the man's body. Kyung-soo sneered, "Phoenix punished you for smuggling opium, didn't she?" Hearing that, the man turned to the black-haired one. Is that true?" The black-haired one looked at Kyung-soo, unable to hide his shock. "Boss Bai Gwang didn't die." He straightened and said gravely, "I was given a secret mission by Buddha." He glared, "I faked my death, infiltrated the police, and have been monitoring every move of those officers. I heard that bitch Phoenix lost the stash and caused chaos at the station, and yet she came back safe." His sharp tone left the two gaping in disbelief. November Phoenix. Hearing that, their eyes widened. Kyung-soo glared, his face terrifying, his voice dripping with killing intent. "What is that bitch up to?" Seeing the two still silent, he lowered his voice. "I cut the recorder signal. Thanks to me you can talk. Phoenix's fate depends on your answer." Under the dim light, Kyung-soo enunciated each word. "If that bitch is hiding somewhere sulking after this mess and I can't handle it." The two stared blankly at him as if it were Buddha's command. Kyung-soo's face darkened. "I'll end it myself." No sooner had he spoken than they quickly tried to appease him. "Boss Bai Gwang, you don't need to worry about big sis Phoenix. She's currently working on a new drug." He looked at the two in front of him, thinking for a few seconds. Then the corner of his mouth curved up. "Is that so? Why don't you keep talking then?" Hong-jun held the stack of papers in his hand and exclaimed in shock, "Unbelievable, a drug 5 times stronger than the current one." Kyung-soo removed his mask and said, "They plan to distribute it everywhere within the next 6 months according to the report. Every nightclub under Phoenix's control is cooperating, as well as the gangs ready to sell for them." Hong-jun asked him, "Did you find out where Phoenix is hiding?" Kyung-soo furrowed his brow and replied, "Even these guys don't know her location, only the higher management knows." Hong-jun said seriously, "Then we'll force them to spill it." Kyung-soo agreed, "Exactly, we need to attack their lair and drag that bitch here, though I don't think extracting info from them will be easy." Over at Phoenix's side, she leaned her head on the chair tiredly, her body covered with drug patches. When a man approached respectfully, "Sister Phoenix, this is Choi Sang-muk, the distribution manager." He scratched his head. 3 months isn't too rushed, he tried to persuade her. As the old saying goes, haste makes waste. The person beside also chimed in, "He's right, Sister Phoenix." He had a lollipop in his mouth. "I heard 2 of our people were caught by the cops. He was Kim Dongcheol, the production manager. He too advised, it's too dangerous if we rush things, it's best to ask Buddha for more time. Sangmuk raised one hand, I agree. Phoenix only muttered, then you two will be the ones responsible if I get scolded by him. She glared at the two before her. Suddenly, a voice answered from behind the two. Of course, Sister Phoenix. They quickly turned their heads. The newcomer was Sang-P. She spoke softly. I'll take responsibility. Her eyes sparkled with fear already gripping her mind. And at a time when I wasn't by your side. Phoenix lowered her voice. If I say 3 months, then you damn well finish it in 3 months, got it? She immediately ordered Choi Sangmuk to connect all the distribution routes and speed up the process. Sangmuk scratched his head and replied, yes. Kim Dongcheol, get the product ready as fast as possible. I'll try my best. Phoenix paused slightly. Sang-P happily waited for her, while smoke billowed and soft sobs echoed in the room. Beside the smoking jars was probably some new drug, glowing green. Sang-P wrapped her arms around Phoenix. Phoenix buried herself in Sang-P's embrace, sobbing, her body trembling. Sang-P gently soothed her. Don't be afraid, Sister Phoenix. She patted Phoenix's shoulder. I'm always here with you, remember that. She curled her lips into a smile. I'll handle everything for you as quickly as possible. Jeonhee collapsed to the ground, reaching out and panting. Behind her, Heejun and Seonghyun were also bent over, gasping for breath. Kyungsu stood with hands on hips looking at the three before him. You've already had a 10-minute break, now get up and charge again. Jeonhee angrily grit her teeth, clenched her fists and shouted, hey come Kyungsa, aren't you going too far? We never agreed to this kind of training. Kyungsu calmly replied, you said you'd do everything I asked. She yelled furiously, but this is torture. She explained, we joined the team to catch criminals, not to do this kind of crap. Kyungsu frowned, oh really? He asked calmly, do you actually want to catch criminals? The three answered in unison, of course. Hearing that, he turned and waved his hand. Then follow me, Jeonhee asked doubtfully. Follow you where? They went to an abandoned building. The door creaked open. The three stepped inside and were stunned by the scene before them. In front of them was a group of people arranging a pile of drugs. Those people also stared blankly at the newcomers. Kyungsa lowered his voice, we've come to the right place. The man with gray hair raised his brows. What the hell? The three turned to him in shock. Kyungsu, no, master. Kyungsu calmly asked the three, what are you waiting for? The criminals are right in front of you. Isn't it time to arrest them already? Hearing that, the three gaped wide-eyed in disbelief. The white-haired man spoke in a deep voice, cops. Kyungsu cheerfully shoved the three forward. Now then. They fell to the ground and all turned their heads back at him. Master. The white-haired man waved his hand, ordering his men, take them out. Kyungsu grinned wickedly and turned away, have fun. The three gasped in utter shock. They turned back toward the crowd and screamed, damn it all. They stumbled a few steps back. What? Heejun glanced at the two beside him. So what do we do now? I fought one-on-one before, but never against a whole group like this. Seonghyun's eyes welled up with tears, his body trembling non-stop. I just want to go home. Behind them, Jeonhee crossed her arms and spoke calmly, calm down. She raised her voice, snapping them out of it. We're not gonna die here. Even if Kyungsu is trash, he's not trash enough to let us die, right? They all turned their heads to him, standing outside watching them. Let's show we really are police officers, Kyungsu thought, just as expected. He stood with arms crossed, watching inside. She was smart enough to know in this situation they had to keep their cool. Jeonhee shouted out to him, just wait, Kim Kyungsu. She quickly turned back and pointed at the crowd, yelling, charge, officers, arrest them. Kyungsu pouted slightly, but her move really was hopeless. Heejun turned his head in confusion. How exactly? She told him he had to take a hit first, got it? Kyungsu pointed and shouted, go, go. Heejun rushed forward, screaming at the man in front of him. The man clenched his fist and readied his strike. Heejun shut his eyes tight, bracing himself as Jeonhee had told him. The man's fist swung and landed squarely on Heejun's face. Seonghyun's jaw dropped in horror. Jeonhee kept giving instructions, if you ram your head into the opponent's fist then. Heejun quickly replied, it hurts. Hearing that, Jeonhee raised her voice, of course it hurts. Heejun tilted his head in surprise, it doesn't hurt. Jeonhee, a bit doubtful, asked again, doesn't hurts? Heejun took hit after hit from the guy while happily explaining, compared to Kyungsu, this guy punches like a kid. He leaned aside, dodging punches, wondering if he had just gotten used to being beaten by Kyungsu's fists. Heejun clenched his fists. He threw a punch straight into the man's stomach and shouted, it doesn't hurt at all. Heejun immediately got excited, awesome, come at me again. Seonghyun's eyes widened. Compared to Kyungsu, their punches really feel like a kid. Before he could answer, another guy rushed in with a stick, trying to strike Heejun from behind. Seonghyun froze. Heejun turned his head blankly, oh. He gritted his teeth with a hiss, grits. Suddenly, Seong-hyun rammed his head hard into the sneak attacker, making the man cry out in shock. Seong-hyun clung tightly to the guy and screamed, "Erg." Kyung-soo looked seriously at the group inside. Now they had improved, these two might actually be useful if he trained them a bit more. He glanced at Jung-ha standing behind, cheering excitedly, "Nice, beat them up." Suddenly, the white-haired man slammed the table in anger, growling, "Useless trash." Hearing that, both Heejun and Seong-hyun froze, turning to look at him. He rolled up his sleeve buttons, defeated by two damn cops. How disgraceful! He ripped off his shirt, revealing arms covered in tattoos. Fear immediately flashed across the two men's faces. Kyung-soo's expression changed. It's over, they've let fear consume them. They were intimidated by the white-haired man's bloodthirsty eyes and threatening voice. "I'll kill you," Kyung-soo thought, if fear takes over their minds. While the two were still stunned, the white-haired man had already thrown a punch straight at Seong-hyun. Taking the full blow, Seong-hyun was sent flying, and Heejun turned in panic, shouting, "Seong-hyun." Seong-hyun lay on the ground, clutching his face in pain. Kyung-soo thought, if this keeps up, the pain will multiply. Heejun stared in panic at the man before him. Kyung-soo fell silent for a moment. They still have a long way to go. Inside the room, Heejun's cries of pain echoed. The white-haired man walked closer to the motionless Heejun, mocking, "You lost to two cops again? Pathetic." Suddenly a voice rang out, "I surrender." He raised a brow and glanced over. Jung-hee knelt with her head bowed. "I'll surrender." He was a bit surprised. "What?" Jung-ha looked up at him with a flattering expression. "I'll tell you everything I know, just please don't hit me." From outside, Kyung-soo's face darkened at the sight. That brat. But then his eyes widened in shock. Jung-hee swiftly reached into her pocket for something. She gripped the taser tightly in her hand, gritting her teeth in defiance. She lunged forward and jabbed it straight into his leg. The white-haired man jolted in pain, screaming. Jung-hee's eyes widened as she shouted, "Die." He clenched his teeth furiously. He kicked out in rage, "You damn bitch." Jung-hee shut her eyes tight, bracing herself. At that moment, Kyung-soo charged in and kicked the white-haired man flying. The man's mouth gaped open, eyes wide in shock. Kyung-soo shot him a glance and instantly swung his arm, slamming his elbow hard into the man's chest. Jung-hee gaped in astonishment. Kyung-soo lowered his voice at the three. "Now you feel it, don't you? Just how useless you all are." The three fell silent in an instant. He stood up and told them, "Let's go grab all the drugs on the table." Jung-hee quickly asked, "Is it okay to just leave these guys like this?" He replied sternly, "Why bother? Someone else will deal with them." Kyung-soo folded his arms, "And now I've got to break my back dragging 3 dead weights around with me. Let's head back." Sang-muk frowned, clearly displeased. The white-haired man knelt trembling on the ground. "Sir, the cops." Before he could finish, Sang-muk shoved both hands into his mouth, prying it open. The man's scream pierced the air, and Sang-muk only smirked with contempt. The chicken-head thug beside him spoke up, "Manager Choi is over there." He slowly turned his head, his face suddenly showing clear shock. He saw the card placed on the table. That card bore the image of a man holding an umbrella, seemingly a symbol for someone. Sang-muk's mouth fell open in astonishment. Bai Guang gazed at the crates of drugs stacked on the table, blurting out in surprise, "Wow, we could just start a drug business ourselves." Hong Jun rubbed his chin, studying the pile carefully. "All right, so the intel was correct. We can go ahead with the plan." Kyung-soo, sitting opposite, asked, "Is the ambush plan complete?" Hong Jun immediately replied, "Of course." He cleared his throat. "Let me introduce you to one of the officers who will take part in the ambush. She's one of the few I can truly trust." With that, he spoke into the radio. Ahem, come on in." Both men turned their eyes toward the door. Kyung-soo silently watched the newcomer while Hong Jun began the introduction. "Say hello to the comrade who will fight alongside us this time. This is a member of the KNP Soo, Chief Inspector Kim Ah-hyung." She raised her hand in a textbook salute. "Hello." Kyung-soo, on the other hand, remained seated and replied lazily, "Hi." Hong Jun cheerfully gestured toward him, "And this is Senior Police Officer Kim Kyung-soo. Have a seat." Ah-hyung raised her voice, "Senior Police Officer." She strode closer, "So just a senior officer." Ah-hyung bent down, grabbed his chin firmly, and scolded, "And yet you sit in the chief inspector's office like it's your own living room. Have you completely lost your sense of place?" Kyung-soo brushed her hand away and replied casually, "My leg hurts." Hong Jun quickly stepped in to mediate. "It's fine, calm down and let's focus on the plan." Ah-hyung frowned. "No, I don't think it's fine. Are you not insulted?" Ah-hyung planted one foot on his thigh, arms crossed, giving the order, "Hey, senior officer, stand up. I don't like rude kids." Kyung-soo warned in a low voice, "Hey now." She furrowed her brows and snapped, "I said stand up." Kyung-soo replied nonchalantly, "Make me stand then." Ah-hyung asked back, "Make you?" He retorted stubbornly, "I don't want to stand up." Hong Jun, watching the two bicker, couldn't help but feel uneasy. Kyung-soo tilted his head up, raising his brow challengingly. Try making me stand. Chief Inspector, Senior Officer, whatever, at the end of the day it's all just cops. I don't see much of a difference, so quit this rank discrimination nonsense. A vein popped on Ah-hyung's forehead, her anger boiling until she let out a laugh. What did you just say? You brat. Fine then, I'll yank you up and teach you. At that moment, Ah-hyung and Kyung-soo were glaring at each other with eyes sharp as bullets. Hong Jun felt a bit awkward, reminding them, "Hey, Chief Inspector Kim, Ah-hyung, don't pick a fight with." Before he could finish, Ah-hyung had already raised her leg, ready to kick Kyung-soo. Life's no fairy tale, he had noticed it early. Seeing her about to kick him hard, he calmly thought, she's really going to kick me, huh? Ah-hyung lifted her leg high, winding up for a powerful strike toward Kyung-soo. Luckily, he caught it in time, or else his head would have gone flying. Watching her lightning-fast kick, Kyung-soo widened his eyes in surprise. Brazilian kick. She followed up with a flurry of combo kicks, but every one of them Kyung-soo dodged cleanly. Off to the side, Hong Jun was sweating buckets, thinking the KNP-soo were definitely on a whole different level compared to Heejun. Frustrated that none of her kicks landed, Ah-hyung cursed, "You bastard." Without pausing a beat, she kept striking, while Kyung-soo skillfully avoided every blow. "How dare you dodge all my kicks?" Ah-hyung lowered her leg, winding up again. "If you want to play like this." She spread her arms and lunged at Kyung-soo. "I'll grab you and beat you into pulp." Seeing her about to seize him, Kyung-soo calculated quickly. She switched to a grappling stance in an instant, her speed far sharper than Lee Seong-hyun's ever was. His hand clenched into a fist. She didn't hesitate either. And Kyung-soo punched her straight in the chin. He thought to himself, she'll be a valuable piece in my plan. After taking Kyung-soo's devastating punch, she looked almost euphoric, her eyes rolling back, looking downright terrifying. But then the entire room fell into an eerie silence. Now Ah-hyung was in a rather awkward position, leaning forward, clutching onto Kyung-soo. Kyung-soo teased, "Didn't you say you beat me into pulp, so why are you collapsing instead?" Ah-hyung's blood rushed to her head. She fumed, You. She shot up instantly, right hand ready to smack him in the face. "You bastard." She kept swinging that right hand at him while Kyung-soo smoothly dodged, saying, "As expected from a KNP-soo member, your body's really impressive." Ah-hyung roared, "Impressive my ass, die you damn bastard." The two kept fighting, completely forgetting about Hong Jun, who just sat back eating chocolate, watching the fiery brawl. Tasty. After a while, once the battle was over, it was time to get back to business. Now then. Hong Jun grew serious. "From now on I'll explain Operation Phoenix on Mount Honglong. According to the report, on the last weekend of every month, the managers of the drug syndicate were targeting." He continued reading the report. "They gather at an underground club on the final weekend of each month. That means about 15 days from now." Kyung-soo and Ah-hyung also sat seriously listening as he said, "We'll wait for the second chance, with KNP-soo led by Chief Inspector Kim Ah-hyung, and the team led by Senior Officer Kim Kyung-soo will execute the plan." Suddenly Ah-hyung raised her hand. "I object. How can we trust the intel in that report?" Hong Jun replied that the information was obtained through interrogation thanks to Senior Officer Kim Kyung-soo. Ah-hyung slammed the table angrily. "Ridiculous. When I interrogated them, they didn't spill a single word." Kyung-soo scoffed at that. He spoke in a smug tone. "You should be thankful I got the intel instead of whining so much." Ah-hyung snapped, "Shut up, you bastard." With a face like a demon from the 19th floor of hell, she pointed straight at him. "And how dare you speak to me so casually?" Kyung-soo challenged back. "What are you gonna do about it?" Ah-hyung placed her hands on the table, voice firm. "I won't believe it unless I hear it straight from their mouths. I'll interrogate them again." But Hong Jun gave only one short reply, "No." His words struck her like thunder. "Unfortunately, we can't interrogate them anymore, they're dead." Images of the two burly men lying bloody and broken flashed in Hong Jun's mind. Ah-hyung couldn't believe her ears. Dead. Meanwhile, Kyung-soo just looked bored. "Man, security here sucks." Before ending the meeting, Hong Jun reminded the two of them, "In any case, always be prepared. I'll see you at the next briefing. You may leave now." Ah-hyung stubbornly lingered. "Wait, how did they die?" Ignoring her question, Hong Jun turned to Kyung-soo. "Senior Officer Kim, stay behind a bit." Ah-hyung, jealous, muttered, "Why does he get to stay?" She gave Kyung-soo a baffled look, then suddenly shouted, What the hell is going on here?" Finally, Ah-hyung stormed out. As she reached the door, she pointed straight at him. "Oi, my specialty is shooting, so be ready. I'll chase you down with a gun." Slamming the door shut, Kyung-soo muttered helplessly, "Crazy woman, what nonsense is she spouting now?" Once the room had only the two of them, Hong Jun called out to him. He placed a photo and something mysterious on the table. We found this in the interrogation room where the bodies of those two were discovered. Back where the two burly men had died, there had been a card neatly placed on the table. Hong Jun asked him, "Does this make you think of anything?" Kyung-soo stared intently at the card on the table. He asked, "Could it be?" Somewhere else, Phoenix was trembling as she held a tiny card in her hand. Looking at it made her whole body shake violently. Sangmuk told her this was found in the warehouse ambushed by the cops. Dong Cheol added, "Something's wrong here. Should we report this to Lord Buddha?" She instantly replied, "No. Impossible. Bai Guang is dead. Besides, Buddha would scold me for spouting nonsense. No way, it can't be. We have to continue the plan." Phoenix widened her eyes, stammering, "If I can't redeem myself this time, then but why would those cops leave Bai Guang's card? Could it be him? No, too absurd. I must continue the plan or else." Remembering that gun, she dared not say another word. Her eyes still wide open. Then she clutched her head and screamed. Like a lunatic, she shrieked like a patient in a mental hospital. Dungchpul panicked. "Sung Pi, quick, bring Sung Pi." A thin mist spread through the room, drifting everywhere. It was Sang Pi sitting there, placing her hands over Phoenix's eyes to calm her down. Then Phoenix called out to her two henchmen, Choi Sangmuk, Kim Dongcheol. The two immediately answered in unison, "Yes." Phoenix slightly opened her eyes to look at them. "Keep going with the plan." Dongcheol protested, "Phoenix sis, that's too risky. Now the cops know everything and we still have other problems to deal with." Phoenix turned to Sang Pi. She told her, "Give them each another portion. If you worry too much, nothing will ever get done." Sang Pi gently replied, "Yes, Phoenix sis." She told the two men, "Come here and take a portion." On the table were sheets of paper and cups of liquid that Sang Pi had prepared. Phoenix introduced it to the two. "This has just been refined by Sang Pi. It feels wonderful." Immediately, Dongcheol and Sangmuk drank the liquid, but soon they began groaning in pain. Now both their faces were covered with bulging purple veins. Dongcheol grinned wildly. "All my worries are fading away." Sangmuk was just as crazed. He declared, "Now everything will go exactly as planned now." Phoenix ordered the two of them, "We will continue with everything." "Yes, Phoenix sis." Elsewhere, Kyung-soo was troubled about something. "This is bad. I'm really worried." He turned to ask Jeong-hee, "Did the other two run off?" She answered, "They said on the way here they'd stop by the hospital." Kyung-soo started mocking them. "The weakest ones like you actually make things easier." Jeong-hee clapped her hands eagerly, grinning, "Since it's just me here, can we rest now please, master?" Kyung-soo's face turned dark. "What?" He placed his hands on Jeong-hee's shoulders. "Until the others arrive, it's just you and me." Kyung-soo stared at her with the eyes of a devil straight from hell. "A secret one-on-one special training." Jung-ha looked confused, stammering, "Special secret training." Kyung-soo's face hardened. "Your body is literal trash." Jeong-hee panicked, hugging herself, stammering, "Trash? You know I've got a hot body though." Kyung-soo scoffed, "Hot body, more like hot garbage." He kept tearing her apart. "No muscles, no stamina, your agility's like a brick statue." His words made Jeong-hee's face turn bright red. He continued, "You don't even have a single distinctive combat trait." Kyung-soo said calmly, "Soon we'll be sent on missions and you might be the first to die." Jeong-hee gasped, "Die? We're being sent on missions." Seeing her baffled face, a thought flashed in Kyung-soo's mind. "At first I wondered how someone like her even became a cop, but over time, I got my answer." He kept musing, "I know she's smart, but she's even smarter than I expected." He went on, "From what I've heard, she memorized every restaurant address in the area and got nicknamed the human food delivery app. Like when Youngchin complained, ordering food was a pain because that bastard Kim Kyung-soo always dragged Jeong-hee away. The police chief spun his head around and barked, "Who just called Kyung-soo a bastard?" And Cheolman quickly covered, "No one, sir." Back to the present, Kyung-soo, cold as ice, pulled out a short baton from his pocket. "If you don't want to die young, the best thing you can do right now is focus and stop ignoring your weaknesses." Kyung-soo held the baton in front of her. "From now on, think of this baton as a weapon. When you pull it out, treat it like a knife. When you shove it in, treat it like a blunt weapon." He stepped closer to Jeong-hee, "And I'll keep an eye on you so you can master it." Jeong-hee panicked, covering her mouth, HMPH. Kyung-soo pressed the baton against her forehead, "So make sure you remember this with that so-called genius brain of yours." Jeong-hee stammered, "Remember what?" She waved her hands frantically, refusing. "What is it? Tell me already." Kyung-soo gave her a wicked grin, "Just wait and see." She was sweating bullets now, stammering, "Wait and see what, master?" A moment later on that same mountain, Heejun and Seonghyun had returned. When they saw Jeong-hee flattened on the ground with Kyung-soo sitting on her back, Heejun and Seonghyun shouted in unison, "What the hell?" Jeong-hee lifted her teary face. "It was way too brutal." The two asked, "What the heck are you two doing?" Kyung-soo asked, "You guys really want to know?" The two could only mumble awkwardly. He grinned slyly, acting all polite. Come closer and you'll find out soon enough, don't worry. Heejun and Seonghyun hesitated. Can we just live the rest of our lives without knowing? And so, Kyungsoo chased the three most miserable souls in the world around with his baton. Time passed. Meanwhile, Ah-hyung was diligently carrying out her mission. On the night 15 days later, the day of Operation Phoenix on Red Dragon Peak finally arrived. Under the bright moonlight in the sky, the group of Heejun, Seonghyun, and Jeonghee stood in full police uniforms. Heejun was the first to speak. I barely survived 15 days in hell. Seonghyun added, I never want to go through that again. Jeonghee asked in confusion, but what exactly is this operation? She continued, and why are we working with KNP-soo too? The group began walking forward. Ah-hyung walked beside Kyungsoo, questioning him, what exactly is in the forest? You lied, didn't you? Jeonghee immediately cut in, nope. Ah-hyung warned, if I see something, you're dead. Jeonghee simply replied, okay. She thought to herself, and who the hell is this Kyungsoo? He even drops honorifics with the KNP-soo leader. Someone called out, Captain. That person stood in front of a cave. I think we've arrived. At the cave entrance stood two chicken-headed thugs. They muttered, a tunnel. A girl in the squad asked, who the heck are those creepy chicken heads? Suddenly, Ah-hyung charged forward. She held her long gun as she moved in for some physical persuasion on the chicken head. The chicken head got kicked straight in the face by Ah-hyung before he could say a word. Wah. His buddy could only blurt out, sh*t. He grabbed a knife ready to stab Ah-hyung, ub*tch. But before he could even touch a strand of her hair, he saw Ah-hyung's boot right in front of his face. Instantly, the chicken head took a kick that sent him straight to dreamland. Jeonghee's group watched the scene in pure shock, mouths wide open. Ah-hyung stood there pressing on the radio, mumbling to herself, testing, testing. She lifted the radio and reported, successfully took down the two guards, now I'll begin the operation. Kyungsoo turned back to talk to Jeonghee, now your body's great already, let's go. Jeonghee tilted her head, great body, huh? As they were moving forward, their group was suddenly stopped by Ah-hyung. Hold it. She stepped on the head of one of the chicken heads and ordered, you guys from Kyungsoo's team stay here and watch these two. The three, Jeonghee, Heejun, and Seonghyun, all shouted together, what? Kyungsoo calmly added, but she's kind of dumb though. Ah-hyung retorted that from the very start, KNP-soo working with some town cops was clearly a dumb idea. Jeonghee stammered back, town police. Hearing that, Ah-hyung scoffed dismissively. She glared at them, a town cop dares to defy my orders now. She continued, I let you tag along because of the director's orders, but from now on you'll only be in the way. Kyungsoo frowned, annoyed, in the way, huh? Then he gave a sinister smile, fine, now you've got yourselves alone. Honestly, you guys are an easier meal for me since I don't even have to sweat. Ah-hyung also gave a wicked grin, so you finally listened to my orders, huh? She led the KNP-soo squad, turning back and preparing to enter the tunnel. We're going in now. Kyungsoo looked at her with sheer boredom. In that place in the basement, there were stairs leading further down. The KNP-soo squad led by Ah-hyung started tumbling down those stairs after clearing the guards outside. As they went down the steps, they came across a steel door with strange noises echoing from within. Without hesitation, KNP-soo flung the door open and descended a long staircase. Ah-hyung shouted everyone in. Suddenly she froze. Inside, the source of the music was decorated like a nightclub, a place where deafening music blasted. But the scene was filled with people like corpses, veins bulging on their faces. They were moving as if dancing, but it looked freakishly bizarre, like zombies swaying side to side. Seeing them, Ah-hyung blurted out, what the hell? She was completely stunned. What are those things? Above that room was another person. It was Dongcheol. He sighed, I knew it. Sitting back on his chair relaxed, Dongcheol said, I knew this would happen. He muttered to himself that he was about to be screwed. Then Dongcheol spoke through the radio, making it echo loudly. Ahum, this is an announcement for all current club members. His voice rang out clearly, right now inside the club. Some uninvited guests have barged in, trying to ruin the party. Ah-hyung broke into a cold sweat hearing Dongcheol's announcement. If you catch them and successfully bring them to me. He continued giving instructions to the zombies, for each one of them that you bring. Dongcheol began to smile wickedly. He shouted loudly, I will reward you with a card that allows unlimited use of treatment drugs for 1 month. At those words, the zombie crowd charged forward like hungry fans at a concert. Operation Phoenix on Red Tree Hill, Ah-hyung yelled, everyone. Seeing the situation wasn't looking good, she immediately ordered, raise shields, begin. After Ah-hyung commanded, KNP-soo began Operation Phoenix on Red Tree Hill. They advanced into the bar. Facing a horde of drug-crazed attackers, Ah-hyung shouted, set up barricades now. One by one, members of KNP Su raised their shields, ready for defense. They formed a solid wall with Ah-hyung standing in the middle giving orders, while the crazed addicts screamed and rushed in like lunatics. The mob crashed in ferociously, trying to break through the KNP Su's defense line. The shield-bearers of KNP Su struggled to hold against the terrifying strength of the addicts. They were stunned, staring at the junkies whose faces were bulging with blue veins from the drug's effects, swarming in relentlessly. How can they be this strong? Dong Cheol, chewing on candy, calmly looked down. No live rounds, shooting civilians will be a big mess, got it. Ah-hyung shouted loudly to remind the team. Secondary squad, fire warning shots, masks on now. Roger. She quickly yanked the pin of a tear gas grenade. She hurled the grenade into the air, catching the crazed addicts off guard. The tear gas grenade exploded loudly, smoke spilling out, making the addicts cry out in shock. It's tear gas. Ah-hyung held onto her gas mask, immediately ordering, "Push them back while we have the chance." Someone called out, "Captain." The scene in front of her left her utterly stunned. The addicts' eyes tearing from the gas still didn't stop charging. The team was shocked the gas had no effect. From above, Dong Cheol waved away the tear gas smoke and sneered into the radio. "So naive, they're so high they don't even feel pain. You think this tickle attack will work? Retrieve the drugs and escort Sang-P to the back exit." Amid the chaos, Ah-hyung heard the sound of rapid footsteps rushing closer. She turned her head toward the passageway and was utterly shocked. Kyung-soo came charging in like thunder, leaving Ah-hyung completely stunned. She immediately asked, "Who gave you permission?" But before she could finish, he suddenly leaped high into the air. She didn't even get the rest of her words out before Kyung-soo kicked her straight on the head, leaving her dazed. Dong Cheol, busy with his report, finally noticed someone was charging in. Using Ah-hyung's head as a springboard, Kyung-soo leapt up, completely shocking him. With a knife in hand, he shot forward like an arrow straight at Dong Cheol. Only then did Dong Cheol realize his presence. Kyung-soo stepped onto the railing where he stood, gathering momentum. Dong Cheol muttered in disbelief, "What the?" But before finishing, Kyung-soo had already slashed a lethal strike at him. He froze in disbelief at what had just happened, utterly blindsided. But he had managed to block the strike with his radio at the last moment. Kyung-soo glanced at him and mocked, "I underestimated you. Unlike your boss, you must have had martial arts training, right?" At those words, Dong Cheol frowned in confusion. "What?" From below came a desperate scream, drawing both of their attention. The KNP Su's defensive line had been pushed back. Ah-hyung kicked at the drug-crazed attackers advancing toward her, angrily ordering, "Use force to hold them back, push them." Dong Cheol ignored Kyung-soo and kept watching the chaos below, sneering, "You really think brute force will stop them?" From behind, Kyung-soo suddenly called out, "Hey, Dong Cheol." He spun around in shock, surprised to hear his name, Huh. Kyung-soo dashed at him so fast he had no time to react. He swung twice, slashing deep into Dong Cheol's body. The man was still reeling from Kyung-soo's lightning-fast attack. Amid the chaos below, Ah-hyung was completely stunned as she witnessed everything Kyung-soo had just done. Dong Cheol finally felt the pain, blood gushing wildly from his chest as he screamed in agony. From behind, Kyung-soo grabbed his neck tightly. He shoved him hard into the wall and taunted, "Why so careless? Am I so weak I'm not even worth your attention?" He consoled him mockingly, "Don't worry, you won't die. Someone begged me to limit the killing as much as I can." Hearing that, Dong Cheol still stared at him with terrified eyes. Kyung-soo added, "That's why." Kyung-soo gripped the knife tightly, ready to plunge it hard into Dong Cheol. To avoid killing him, he aimed straight at the trembling arms that Dong Cheol was clutching in fear. With force, Kyung-soo drove the blade through both arms, pinning them against the wall, making Dong Cheol scream in terror. Dong Cheol's face twisted, eyes bloodshot with pain as he let out a furious growl. Kyung-soo threatened, "I'll leave you right here, nailed to this wall." His hand stuck to the wall. Dong Cheol grit his teeth, groaning in agony, eyes still fixed on Kyung-soo. As Kyung-soo turned to leave, he snarled, "Who the hell are you?" Ignoring his furious stare, Kyung-soo casually pulled off his gas mask and replied, "Who knows?" Down below, Ah-hyung kicked a drugged-up man hard in the chest. After finishing off the addicts with KNP Su, she shouted, "We did it." With addicts lying sprawled on the floor, Ah-hyung quickly commanded, "Everyone, upstairs now." Suddenly, she froze, spotting a knife buried deep in the wall with a large pool of blood beneath it. Dong Cheol's blood-soaked hands were now covered with bandages stuffed with drugs, his body trembling with rage. "Damn it." Shaking, he stared at his bloody hands courtesy of Kyung-soo. Though the bandages had absorbed some blood, it didn't help at all. Ah-hyung asked in disbelief, "In that state, you still managed to escape?" He glared back, breathing heavily, and shot the question at her. Who the hell was that bastard? Was he with KNP Su too? She nervously pulled off her gas mask and stammered, "I." Meanwhile, Kyung-soo had already taken down 4 more thugs and was pressing deeper inside. Ah-hyung added, sharing the same doubt, that's exactly what I want to know too. Walking forward, Kyung-soo called out in a luring tone, Phoenix, come on out. He recalled the sight of the drugged addicts. He mused quietly to himself, let's see. Meanwhile, outside in the hall, KNP-soo was still facing off against Dongcheol. Ah-hyung pointed her gun at him and ordered, come down now and face the punishment of the law. He calmly looked down and smirked, so many cops here, huh? He smiled slyly at them, drawing out every word with malice. Back in the special forces, I'd never seen this many in one place. Ah-hyung blinked in confusion. What do you mean by that? Dongcheol swiftly pulled something out from inside his jacket, his voice dripping with malice. Pleasure to meet you, rookies. Ah-hyung's eyes widened in shock at what he revealed. A gun. Dongcheol held a pistol pointed straight down at her, his face cold as ice, introducing himself. I am Dongcheol, class 29X. He probed KNP-soo. Which class are you kids from? Ah-hyung immediately commanded the team into attack formation, shouting, Ga, fire. Gunfire filled the entire room, bullets from KNP-soo riddling the spot where Dongcheol stood, shattering glass everywhere. The sound of gunfire echoed out through the entrance, catching the attention of Kyung-soo's trio. Heejun asked nervously if Kyung-soo would be alright after hearing the shots. Then he added, but he told us to stay put, while Jeonghee frowned in frustration. I really hate this. She clenched her fists angrily. Why summon us all the way here just to leave us outside? We're only here to make up the numbers, right? The three sat on top of a thug, with Jeonghee angrily continuing, then what's the point of our so-called secret training? Hun agreed, yeah, exactly. While they grumbled, someone was approaching from behind. Jeonghee kept sulking mid-complaint until a huge figure loomed behind them, making all three finally look up. It was Sangmuk, one of Phoenix's underlings, glaring down at them. He growled, what the hell are you punks doing out here? The three turned around, terrified. Sangmuk scowled, his eyes dripping with contempt. Filthy cop bastards. Realizing it was Sangmuk, all three of them scrambled back in fear. Jeonghee quickly pulled a taser from her pocket, panicking as she shouted, oh crap. Heejun and Seonghyun were just as freaked out. She hastily fired the taser directly at Sangmuk. Two electric wires shot out toward him, but he remained unnervingly calm. Before the wires' tips could even touch him, he reached out to grab them. To their shock, Sangmuk caught both wires barehanded and yanked them down, breaking Jeongha's taser. Holding the wires, Sangmuk glared coldly at the three of them. Jeonghee froze at the sight, her taser's parts scattering across the ground thanks to his strength. She recoiled in disbelief while Heejun was speechless beside her and Seonghyun collapsed backward in terror. Sangmuk muttered casually, a bit itchy. Dropping the broken wires, Sangmuk sneered at their fearful faces. Compared to Phoenix's power, you're not much at all. Guns. South Korea has strict regulations on firearm use, and guns are an extremely sensitive issue in this country. The police are no exception. A case where officers fire live rounds might only happen once a year. And most officers are instead trained to use non-lethal weapons like tasers or rubber bullets. Rubber bullets. At that moment, Dongcheol, still chewing candy, breathing heavily, muttered, use whatever you want. Under the storm of rubber bullets fired by KNP-soo, he calmly hid behind a table, sneering, you think rubber bullets can punch a hole through this thing? One member of KNP-soo aimed at his cover and wondered, what the hell is that table made of? Ah-hyung sighed helplessly, not working. After observing, she realized rubber bullets were useless. Ah-hyung commanded, switch to live rounds. The team instantly responded, yes ma'am. Ah-hyung spoke politely to Dongcheol, Senior Kim Dongcheol, I am Kim Ah-hyung, rank 30 of KNP-soo. The next volley will be with live ammo. Sitting behind cover, his face turned grim. Ah-hyung demanded, so stop resisting and surrender. You need treatment, otherwise you'll die. From behind the table he retorted, I'd rather die. He scoffed, you want me to rot in prison for the rest of my life, never touching the goods again? Is that it? Ah-hyung clenched her teeth angrily at his shallow mindset. She shouted in outrage, you'd really choose drugs over your own life, he replied calmly. Back when I was still active in KNP-soo, after getting hooked during a mission, my whole life flipped upside down. His breathing grew heavier as Dongcheol recalled his past. I searched this area for higher quality stuff, using my position to benefit myself. He remembered his miserable state, but his body grew tolerant to normal narcotics. Little by little, no drug could satisfy me anymore. Dongcheol continued, but then he remembered the first time he met Phoenix. She approached me. At my lowest point, she appeared like a light, saving my pathetic life, with Sungmuk and Sung-pi by her side. Phoenix, licking her lollipop, looked at him with pity and asked, I heard your body's resistant to drugs now, right? Then she extended the lollipop she was eating toward Dongqiao. In his despair, life seemed to return when she said, "This candy is made from the purest ingredients here." Phoenix leaned down, smiling softly, whispering, "Want a taste?" Exhausted, he stuck out his tongue, trying to touch the candy she offered. When his tongue finally reached it, his eyes lit up like he had been reborn. Dongqiao held the candy, mouth wide open, and before his eyes the whole world turned into a field of cannabis. In his heart he screamed with joy, "I've found it." He trembled under the high, eyes rolling back, green veins spreading across his face, laughing foolishly, feeling both thrilled and strangely comfortable. Phoenix looked down, watching Dongqiao state with a smug grin, "Good stuff, right? She made him an offer, if you work under me, I'll even give you something better than this." Satisfied by the drug, Dongqiao obediently replied like a loyal dog, I'll do anything." She was extremely pleased with that answer. Good. Dongqiao knelt with a foolish smile, listening to Phoenix's instructions. "But remember, never take this more than once a day, got it? You'll be sick as hell if you do." Dongqiao leaned back against the table, muttering, "If I'm gonna die anyway, why the hell should I keep that promise?" He looked up at the ceiling and sighed, "Damn it, I've lost too much blood. Who the hell was that guy?" As he spoke, he reached into his shirt and pulled out 5 drug-laced candies, mumbling in despair. How depressing. His face now showed utter desperation, tears streaming down, shoving all the candies into his mouth, chewing wildly despite knowing it would wreck him, each word dripping with regret. "It hurts more than death knowing I'll never eat these again." By then, KNP Su had switched all their rubber bullets to live rounds. Ah-hyung commanded the whole unit, "Load live ammo." She spoke seriously to the team, "We're opening fire." Suddenly, Ah-hyung gasped, seeing Dongqiao's bloody hand pointing a gun outward. He pulled the trigger. Dongqiao aimed carefully, firing a bullet at the steel beam nearby, deflecting its path. The bullet tore through the balcony, heading downward. At that instant, Ah-hyung ducked, narrowly dodging the shot that Dongqiao had aimed precisely at her. Thankfully, when he raised his gun, she quickly caught on to his intent that the bullet was meant for her. Dongqiao stood up from cover, aiming his gun downward, yelling, "My juniors, why the hell are you just standing there?" leaving them stunned. Fueled by the drugs, veins bulged on his face, eyes burning red, pain forgotten. Dongqiao roared, "Turn your senior's funeral into the grandest one ever." A loud bang erupted from his gun. The bullet whizzed past, but Kyungsu dodged it effortlessly. A group of chicken-head thugs blocked his way, one of them firing while shouting, "Die, bastard." But with his agile body, Kyungsu easily evaded every single bullet. He kept firing, but Kyungsu swiftly grabbed the chicken-head's gun arm. Kyungsu bent low, his other hand moving into attack stance, knocking the gun clean out of his grip. He quickly snatched the weapon that the chicken head had just been holding. Moving faster than thought, Kyungsu shot the thug in the thigh before he could even react. The chicken head screamed in pain, and Kyungsu followed up by putting 2 more bullets into the shoulders of the guys behind him. As he aimed to finish the last one, he realized the gun was out of bullets. Without hesitation, he ripped off the thug's chicken mask and shoved the empty barrel straight into his mouth. Then Kyungsu punched him so hard his teeth and lips blended into one messy arrangement. Inside the room, Sang-pi was drawn by the loud noises Kyungsu had made. After dropping them all, Kyungsu slowly stepped toward the door at the end of the hallway. He reached out and pushed it open. Behind the door, Sang-pi sat calmly as if she had been waiting for him. She spoke casually, "I wondered who caused all this chaos. So it was you. Phoenix already told me about you." Kyungsu calmly shut the door behind him. Sang-pi stood up politely. "I planned to meet you myself, but it seems you came to me instead." Kyungsu asked her, "Did you receive my gift card?" He dropped a line that froze her, "First-generation Phoenix." Sang-pi's lips trembled as if she wanted to say something. She glared at Kyungsu furiously, "Who the hell are you?" Kyungsu answered with a smug tone, "Man, I've heard that question too many times already. But fine, I'll jog your memory about the good old days." Suddenly, gunfire erupted from the enemy's side, but the KNP Su team quickly regrouped and unleashed a counter-volley. Every shot was aimed at Dongqiao, but he cleverly flipped a nearby table for cover, desperately holding out. However, that flimsy table could never withstand the rain of bullets, so holes started to appear as hundreds of rounds pierced through, and the KNP Su team quickly aimed at those very gaps. As a result, they managed to land several shots on the enemy. Seeing this, Ah-hyung grew even more fired up, shouting fiercely, "Do not stop shooting." But right after her words, she suddenly froze for a moment, completely stunned. The reason was that despite his wounds bleeding nonstop, Dongqiao used all his remaining strength to hurl the table at them. Because it happened so suddenly, the team members couldn't avoid being startled and lost focus. Luckily, when the table fell, it slammed into a shield instead of crushing someone flat. Thanks to that, it only bounced a few times before coming to a stop. Ah-hyung raised her voice, "He'll be gone soon anyway," as a way to calm everyone's nerves. At that very moment, Dungchpul leapt down and charged straight at them. He ran in a low stance, tightly gripping the weapon he had kept hidden for a counterattack. One member of KNP Su underestimated him, raised his bulletproof shield recklessly, and thought he could slam Dongchial's head with it. Unfortunately, just a second before he could do it, Dongchial shot him in the chin and the bullet tore upward through his head. Witnessing her beloved teammate collapse right before her eyes, Ah-hyung froze in shock. Then Dungchpul lifted his pistol, the very weapon he had secretly hidden in his hand earlier, breathing heavily as he gloated, "Don't raise your shield without thinking. Juniors, did you really think I was dying and useless already?" Except for Ah-hyung, who was still in shock, the others in the team all cursed in unison, "Damn it." Dongchial's steps staggered a little as he stood up straight and walked toward Ah-hyung. Then he pointed the barrel of his gun at her and grinned slyly. "Standing this close, you won't dare shoot because you're afraid of hitting your teammate, right?" Looking at that grotesque veiny hand gently caressing the trigger, Ah-hyung's blood boiled. She suddenly lowered her body, catching Dungchpul off guard. Without giving him a chance to react, she swiftly launched a kick straight into his stomach. That kick was so strong it sent Dongchial flying up into the air. Racked with pain coursing through his body, Dongchial could only scream silently. Meanwhile, Ah-hyung clenched her teeth and raised her gun firmly. And then, without the slightest hesitation, she fired multiple shots into different parts of Dongchial's body, such as both shoulders, chest, stomach, thighs, and both knees. Basically, from top to bottom, almost every part got hit. Finally, Dongchial crashed down onto the ground and perished in his own pool of bright red blood spreading around him. So that was one tough opponent taken care of. But Ah-hyung wasn't in the mood to celebrate because her teammate who had been shot by Dongchial was still in critical condition. Instead of sighing in relief, she urgently ordered one of the team members to check his status. Quickly regaining focus, the guy knelt down and carefully checked the victim's pulse. When he pulled his hand back, his voice caught in his throat. After a few seconds of holding back grief, he bit his lip and finished, "He's dead." An answer no one wanted. The mix of pain and anger was too much for Ah-hyung. She couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, I thought this was finally over." But then, to her shock, Dongchial's voice suddenly echoed from right behind her. Ah-hyung spun around in alarm. Somehow, Dongchial was still alive, spitting out each word with force, "Not dead yet." At the same time, he dropped a strange, tube-shaped object onto the ground. Just a glance was enough for Ah-hyung to realize what it was. A smoke bomb. She panicked and shouted a warning to her teammates. Everyone scattered, but it was already too late. The smoke bomb detonated faster than expected. Thick clouds of smoke and dust spread quickly, blanketing the entire area. Although a smoke bomb wasn't as deadly as a grenade, its danger was no less. Proof of that was clear now, as the KNP Su team's vision was heavily impaired. I can't see anything." And the young man who had just spoken became Dongchial's next victim in the same way, taking a bullet right between the eyebrows. Hearing his teammates' shocked voices asking each other, "What the hell? Where did he shoot from?" Ah-hyung, lying flat on the ground, could only curse inside, wishing she could smack each of these idiots. So damn loud. Her train of thought was suddenly cut off by Dongchial's triumphant laughter. Pathetic, panicking just because a colleague croaked. The more advanced weapons get, the dumber their users become. You guys are not only lacking, you don't even have a shred of experience. When he added, "Consider this a lesson, my juniors," Dongchial pressed the switch to cut off the radio signal and once again raised his gun to pick another target. His words, "Though the tuition fee is your lives," echoed in tandem with the chilling gunshots. Seeing yet another comrade fall, the last gunman couldn't keep calm, trembling all over. Through the haze, he barely glimpsed a shadow that seemed to be Dongchial moving in and out of the smoke. Though not sure if it was really him, he still fired anyway. But in return, all he got was Dongchial's mocking laugh followed by a sharp pain tearing through his body. The soldier, shivering, turned his head and asked in confusion, "Where the hell did that shot come from?" Amid the smoky fog, gunfire and the sound of bodies hitting the ground kept echoing. By now, Ah-hyung no longer heard the voices of her teammates. She truly felt unease crawl up her spine. Could it be she was the only one left? She forced herself to crawl forward, squinting hard. Where the hell is he shooting from? The sounds of gunfire and blood spraying only made her more anxious. "Damn it, I will." But her arms felt drained, unable to even hold onto her gun anymore. The words "I will" flickered weakly in her mind. Ah-hyung bitterly wondered, die here? At this very moment, Kim Ah-hyung truly felt her life was hanging by a thread. She lay sprawled on the ground, her body completely drained. And maybe she would have stayed like that forever if not for suddenly noticing something. In Ah-hyung's line of sight was a mysterious figure, friend or foe. Only those two options existed, but Ah-hyung was far too exhausted to hold onto hope anymore. The answer became clear when the cold barrel of a gun slowly emerged through the fatting smoke. Ah-hyung's pupils shrank instantly, sweat streamed down her face and her dry lips trembled out a faint "oh." It was the kind of reaction that screamed, "Well, guess I'm doomed." As the smoke cleared, her expression shifted into pure bewilderment. Somehow, Dungchpul was already slumped against the wall, head bowed, still holding his gun in a firing grip. Ah-hyung carefully rose to her feet, moving slowly. She asked in a doubtful voice, "Is he dead?" The suffocating sense of death seemed to fade little by little. Reality was now nothing but facing the corpses of her fallen comrades, and worst of all, the triumphant grin still frozen on Dongcheol's face. A pain beyond comparison, tears streamed down her face as her voice grew hoarse. No, no, no. If one word could describe her now, it was panic. For the first time in her life, Kim Ah-hyung was overwhelmed by both fear and despair, struggling just to muffle her own whimpers. While she was still drowning in grief and hatred, a sudden shout erupted from the main entrance. Without thinking, she trembled as she turned her head toward the sound. Alongside Jeonghee's desperate cry of "It's useless," came a man in a white floral shirt with blue star patterns, charging forward with fiery determination. His targets were none other than the trio, Heejun, Jeonghee, and Seonghyun. The other two were focused on running. Meanwhile, Jeonghee cried while shouting, "Nothing works on this bastard." Forced to chase them like a cat chasing mice, Sangmuk couldn't hold back his irritation and grumbled, "These brats keep running like a bunch of squeaky rats." With sharp ears catching every word, Jeonghee wailed even louder. That so-called secret training was crap, totally useless against him. Kim Kyung-soo, you lying bastard. The secret training of Bai Gwang for his slaves had been brutally straightforward. He taught them everything about the vital points of the human body. With blunt weapons, he taught them to strike the temples, the back of the neck, the hips, and the joints. With sharp weapons, he taught them to aim for the places with the most blood vessels. After enduring a long period of harsh training, Kyung-soo casually used Jeonghee's body like a chair and sat on her while she screamed, "No, it hurts." He continued instructing, saying that if they met an enemy during a mission, depending on the weapon they had, they should aim for the spots he had taught. Looking at Heejun and Seonghyun lying flat on the ground groaning in pain, he confidently declared that most enemies would surely fall. Suddenly remembering something, Gyingsu added, "Oh, and of course." And his next sentence revealed there were exceptions which were already demonstrated on Sangmuk. Even when the trio, Heejun, Jeonghee, and Seonghyun, all pointed their stun batons at him, Sangmuk remained eerily calm. What was scarier was when he even sighed in satisfaction and muttered, "Feels kind of nice." And now that was exactly why Sangmuk was chasing the three of them like a cat chasing mice. Jeongha could feel Sangmuk's long arms stretching out, trying to grab her. Panicked, Jeongha cried out loudly, "L leader, leader." Tears rolled down her cheeks, showing just how terrified she was. "Help us!" But her words were cut short as her foot accidentally hit something soft. Slowly, Jeongha lowered her gaze. The scene before her, Heejun and Seonghyun, was utterly horrifying. More than a dozen lifeless bodies lay scattered across the floor. What the hell? What is this? Staggering backward in disbelief, Jeonghee's mind reeled. Meanwhile, Seonghyun, standing beside her, clutched his stomach with one hand and covered his mouth with the other, his face pale as if he had just realized something equally terrifying. Jeongha asked frantically, "What's wrong with you?" Spunghan trembled, pointing forward, stammering, "Our right in front of us is." Their team, except for Ah-hyung, who was kneeling in shock, everyone else was nothing but corpses, their blood soaking the entire room. Far worse than anything they could have imagined. Hujun and Spunghan were speechless, but Jeongha, perhaps unable to accept reality, still managed to let out a sound. "They're all dead." Before the grief could even sink in, Sungmuk caught up, letting out an "oh" as if delighted by this unexpected gift. He grinned, not hiding his satisfaction, and said, "Not bad, Dongcheol, you cleaned this place up quite well." But that smug grin didn't stay long on his face. Dongcheol was actually sitting in the corner of the room, looking very much dead. In an instant, Sangmuk's face filled with shock, his entire body went stiff, and his lips trembled as he called out Dongcheol's name. At this moment, on Kyung-soo's side, in the astonishing clash with Sang-pi, he was the first to speak, asking the former Phoenix where the current Phoenix was hiding. Sang-pi frowned and asked, "But who the hell are you?" He didn't answer, only scoffed coldly and said, "Guess you're usually sharp with these things, so by now you should already know, right?" Sang-pi covered her mouth and laughed, replying, "I'm not sure, you're someone with very entertaining words, that's the only thing I can guess." If we had met under different circumstances, I would have invited you for tea and a nice chat. As she said this, she suddenly slipped her finger into her cleavage and fished around for something. Even though he was a full-blooded man, Kyung-soo had no mind to appreciate the view. His only goal was to find an answer about the current Phoenix's whereabouts. So the moment Sang-P pulled out a patch shaped like a playing card, he immediately swung a punch, knowing all too well the habits of junkies like her. He had absolutely no sense of chivalry or mercy just because his opponent was a woman, and the punch flew straight at Sang-P's face. The force was so strong that she was sent flying backward, spitting blood, her body thrown several meters away. Once done, Kyung-soo coldly continued speaking, pretending to converse while secretly preparing his own power-enhancing patch. Sang-P never expected him to know about the patch in her hand. She grew irritated, wiping the blood smeared across her mouth. Not stopping there, Kyung-soo suddenly leapt high, swinging one leg down as if to smash it on her head. I only need to attack. But he unexpectedly shifted his target to her elbow, taking advantage of the time she had wasted on the patch. Needless to say, that strike shattered the bone inside her arm. Feeling the sudden pain shoot straight into her brain, Sang-P thought she was about to pass out. Even so, she still tried to switch to another plan. When she opened her mouth, a small blue pill hidden by her gum was revealed. It wasn't hard to guess what she was planning. And of course, Kyung-soo was no exception. Thinking of meeting your ancestors already? Not going to be that easy. So before Sang-P could bite down on the poison pill, Kyung-soo darted forward. He grabbed her face with one firm squeeze and mocked, "This trick is way too obvious." Not only that, he even mocked her, "Isn't it uncomfortable brushing your teeth with that pill stuck in your mouth all day?" Her whole face hurt from his grip. Sang-P groaned out a few muffled sounds, her eyes darting downward. Then a bold idea flashed in her mind. She suddenly thrust her lower body upward, crossing both legs tightly around Kyung-soo's solid arm. Her hands also clutched his arm, making it look like she was dangling her whole body off him. The pressure made him chuckle, a chokehold from a drug addict who hasn't even had her fix. Kyung-soo slammed her body down hard against the floor. "You think that would work on me?" Watching Sang-P writhe in so much pain that her body could barely move, Kyung-soo still didn't release her neck, instead coldly urging, "Now, tell me where Phoenix is hiding." Hearing him repeatedly mock Phoenix as if protecting a coward like her was pointless, someone too scared to show her face while her subordinates were being slaughtered, Sang-P snapped back that Phoenix was not a coward. Kyung-soo sneered, "Right, she's just another drug junkie, isn't that better?" He was about to threaten her further if she didn't reveal the location, but suddenly something hard hit his back, interrupting him. After freezing for a moment, Kyung-soo frowned and turned around to see who dared. His eyes widened in disbelief. The culprits weren't burly thugs but just three little kids, around 6 or 7 years old. When the short-haired girl angrily scolded him for being a bad guy, Kyung-soo was momentarily too stunned to process it. At that moment, Sang-P also spoke up, "Kids, you're late." She smirked and added, "Didn't I tell you, if you heard noise outside, you should have come right away." The short-haired girl gripped a knife tightly and charged at the two of them, shouting, "Don't touch." As the words were screamed, Kyung-soo quickly sprang up to dodge the child's stab. Though horrified that Sang-P's young accomplices even knew how to stab with a knife, he had no choice but to smack the back of her neck. In the blink of an eye, the short-haired girl collapsed to the floor unconscious. Seeing this, the two remaining kids rushed in, each also holding a sharp knife. So Kyung-soo had to deal with them the same way as with the short-haired girl. Both kids thudded to the ground, their knives flying up and clattering down. Witnessing Kyung-soo's swift work, Sang-P couldn't help but chuckle, "Oh my, what will you do now?" She was now standing, the drug addict had her fix again. Looking at the three fragile yet dangerous children, Kyung-soo clenched his fist and coldly said, "That Phoenix witch let you use them." As he asked, his gaze at Sang-P was icy enough to freeze the air. Sang-P just shrugged casually, "Who knows?" Realizing he couldn't reason with her, Kyung-soo gave up, "Well, doesn't matter." He stomped hard on a knife handle, sending it flipping upward. With skill, he caught the handle midair. Kyung-soo glared at her smug smile and continued, "Because you," he emphasized each word, "must die right now." Suddenly, the scene shifted back to the past, in a fresh, breezy space with rustling leaves. Sang-P sat resting her chin in her hand, watching something below. At the foot of the rocky hill where she sat, was Kyung-soo, holding a cleaver and glaring at his opponent. While Sang-P was still lost in thought, Butter appeared behind her, stood by her side and asked, "What do you think?" Seeing her look confused, he smiled and added, "That child is Bai Guang." As Sang-pi lowered her gaze at Kyungsoo, his face filled with resolve and coldness, his aura so fierce it almost burned the air, truly fitting. But she only answered briefly, "I don't know." Then shifting focus to the former Bai Guang, panting heavily from exhaustion, she remarked that he seemed stronger than the Bai Guang of the previous generation, but it looked like he could not finish him off. Hearing Sang-pi say that Bai Guang looked pretty decent in more ways than one, Buddha sighed in disappointment and shook his head. "You're mistaken. Drugs have rotted your brain. How could you possibly see clearly?" He firmly declared that Kyungsoo could easily finish him, he just didn't want to. The clearest proof was Kyungsoo continuing the fight with a sharp slash, mercilessly grazing across the body of the former Bai Guang, forcing him to grit his teeth and tumble backward. Sang-pi chuckled and asked, "So you mean he's just toying with him, with someone who once earned the moon title?" Knowing she didn't believe him, Buddha calmly said, "That child." To this day, he had never forgotten the image of little Kyungsoo standing silently in the pouring rain in ragged clothes, the very first time he came here. More than anyone, Buddha understood what the boy had endured, especially having to witness the former Bai Guang slaughter his friends. His voice carried sorrow. All the other children had been killed by the previous Bai Guang, except him. At this point, Buddha gently placed a hand on Sang-pi's shoulder and softly asked, "Look again, can you feel it?" Sang-pi widened her eyes and silently listened as he continued, "Countless." She could see the hatred blazing in Kyungsoo's fiery eyes, the wounds, and the merciless slashes across the former Bai Guang's entire body dealt by that child. Such an overwhelming and brutal fight, yet Buddha remained oddly serene. "Isn't it beautiful?" He even jokingly compared it to the grace of willow leaves. Less than a minute later, the former Bai Guang lay still in his own bright red pool of blood. He had completely collapsed under Kyungsoo's feet. The end of a so-called glorious life, and as predicted, Buddha proudly said, who else could be more suited for the position of Bai Guang than that child? Returning to the present, Sang-pi was now in the exact same position as the former Bai Guang, enduring every sharp slash from Kyungsoo. So that's how it is. She truly realized something at that moment. "Now I understand. This man is definitely..." As she stumbled backward and fell, Kyungsoo seized the opportunity and slashed more than 100 times before finally stopping behind her just as she collapsed. The words Bai Guang burned clearly in Sang-pi's mind. A few short seconds later, beneath the dim yellow light of the chandelier hanging from the ceiling, Sang-pi lay on the floor, gasping for breath. Unfortunately, her moment of relief did not last long as Kyungsoo mercilessly stomped his foot onto her chest. The hard sole dug in, adding even more pain. No matter how tough she was, as a woman, Sang-pi could not endure and screamed out. Without a shred of pity, Kyungsoo coldly ignored her cries and asked again, "I'll ask you one last time, where is Phoenix hiding?" But all he got back was Sang-pi's bitter laughter. After laughing herself out, she rasped, "Even if I told you, you'd kill me anyway, wouldn't you?" Kyungsoo honestly admitted, "That's right, but I'll give you a painless death." Hearing that, Sang-pi smiled in quiet satisfaction, then spoke, "Phoenix is..." To explain a bit of Sang-pi's background, the first-generation Phoenix is currently known as Sang-pi. She had stepped down from the 11th seat of Kai Hong. Buddha had entrusted her fate into the hands of the new Phoenix. When the old moon is replaced by the new moon, a ritual of succession must be completed, ending with the death of the previous generation. However, the new Phoenix did not kill the old Phoenix. Instead, the method she chose was to question Sang-pi first, asking why. She raised a cup of dark liquid in her hand and glared, "You actually tried to poison me with this." Then came a series of questions she hurled out. "How much poison do you think I've drunk by now? Did you really think I wouldn't notice? I let you live, yet you wanted to kill me. Why?" Sang-pi refused to answer any of her questions, but when she heard the words, "You don't like me, do you?" she almost burst out laughing. "How could I possibly like you?" Whether it was that brutally blunt reply or something else, Phoenix began showing signs of agitation. Why? Letting the tears stream down her cheeks, she clutched her head and sobbed, "Why does everyone hate me so much?" In front of Sang-pi's stunned expression, she cried while sincerely sharing that when she was weak they wanted to kill her. So she struggled to survive, and now she had become a Ngayat, but now they hated her because she used drugs. But pausing there, Phoenix looked straight into Sang-pi's eyes and continued painfully, "Among everyone, you shouldn't hate me. You've gone through the same things as me." Seeing Sang-pi unresponsive, Phoenix suddenly stood up. "Fine, let's do it this way." She shoved the cup of liquid right into Sang-pi's face, laughing and crying like a madwoman. "If I drink this, then you must like me." This was not even a question but a full-on declaration, and true enough, Phoenix gulped down the poisoned drink. Finished, she looked satisfied as she admired Sang-P's horrified expression. Well, how's that? Even as blood poured from her mouth and eyes, Phoenix still managed to smile brightly. She even boasted about it to Sang-P, I drank it all. She seemed genuinely desperate to be acknowledged by Sang-P. I did great, right? From now on you'll like me, won't you? Seeing Sang-P frozen stiff like a statue, Phoenix frantically shook her shoulders and urged, answer me. At that moment, an indescribable emotion rose within Sang-P after a life lived selfishly just to survive. Seeing Phoenix crying in her arms for the first time in her life, she felt love. Ending her recollection, Sang-P smiled sadly and said, how could I gamble with the life of the first person I ever loved? Tears rolled down her face as well. What the hell am I hearing? Kyungsoo frowned and asked. So that's your final answer. What a boring waste of time. Furious, Kyungsoo stomped hard on Sang-P's chest. Just die already. He turned away in annoyance. Fine, I'll just go ask some other bastard. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Sang-P's trembling voice. Phoenix. She coughed up blood and forced herself to continue. Come back here. For the first time, she honestly admitted her fault. Everything about the children was caused by me. Therefore, her final wish before death was, please don't kill Phoenix. After 3 faint cries of Bai Guang, Sang-P's life finally ended here. At the same time, the patch on Phoenix's chest and the patch on her shoulder both began radiating an energy, like an ominous signal. Perhaps Phoenix herself also felt it clearly, which is why, on the motorcycle she was riding at breakneck speed, the expression behind her helmet visor was filled with anxiety and tension. Before leaving the room that looked like a battlefield in response to Sang-P's final request before her death, Kyungsoo simply and seriously left one line, that still depends on what that damn woman does next. On Kyungsoo's side, things were more or less settled, while Jeonghee's group and Sangmuk had to put their fight on hold due to an unexpected turn, and right now Sangmuk was shouting Dongcheol's name. Meanwhile, Jeonghee was calling out loudly for Ahyung by her title, Captain. Then both of them split off, running to opposite sides to shake their comrades, calling Dongcheol, Dongcheol, Captain, wake up. After shaking and shouting with no response from Ahyung, no longer caring about rank differences, Jeonghee smacked her hard across the cheek, yelling wake up. Sadly, it was useless, so she suggested a rather cruel idea to her 2 teammates, telling them to try slapping her. But of course Heejun and Seonghyun didn't have the guts, one covering his mouth refusing, the other frozen with tension, muttering Jeonghee. Jeonghee frowned and followed Seonghyun's gaze. She saw Sangmuk's face twisted with rage, veins bulging, teeth grinding together, and the name Dongcheol slipped from him shakily, especially with those power-boosting patches plastered over both arms, making him look downright terrifying. The hatred that had been brewing since learning Dongcheol was dead erupted uncontrollably, and he charged furiously at Jeonghee's group. They staggered back in panic, and Jeonghee screamed out, stop him, stop him. With Ahyung mentally broken, she was out of commission. Heejun and Seonghyun, though just as shaken, still stood determinedly to shield their 2 female teammates. But with just one swing of Sangmuk's solid arm, both of them were sent flying several meters away. The scene unfolded too fast and too dangerously, leaving Jeonghee gaping in shock, and seeing Sangmuk shift his target toward her and Ahyung, she grew frantic, shaking Ahyung over and over, shouting hey, hey. Stopping in front of them, Sangmuk's eyes glowed with a bizarre red light, and the 3 words he growled out, your corpses, sounded like something from a demon itself. As his hand reached out toward them, Jeonghee resigned herself to death, despair filling her as she spread her arms wide to shield Ahyung, determined to protect her captain to the very end. But in that life-or-death moment, a gunshot suddenly rang out, shattering everything, and bright red blood splattered everywhere. Sangmuk froze stiff because it was his own arm that had just been slashed apart right after. He screamed in agony, arching his back while clutching his arm covered in bleeding wounds. The speed, the stature, the precise movement could only belong to one person. Jeonghee's voice stammered in disbelief, Kyungsoo. Hearing his name, Kyungsoo turned his head, gave her a nod, then looked straight at Sangmuk, raising his blade, saying you won't be tearing them apart, not as long as I'm here. Then he added, her body still has its uses, leaving Jeonghee completely puzzled at what on earth he meant. Turning toward Dongcheol, Kyungsoo muttered, I thought I'd given him a fatal wound. He pressed his lips together, sinking into grim silence. The corpses of his comrades still lying there rekindled his fury and hatred, and he growled, are you dead already? As Kyungsoo wondered, did I overestimate him? It was the very moment Sangmuk suppressed his pain and threw a punch. In just a few short seconds, Kyungsoo swiftly raised a bulletproof shield to block the strike. Feeling the unbearable sting shoot from his knuckle bones, Sangmuk broke into a sweat, cursing, "Damn it." Meanwhile, Kyungsoo smirked and said, "Hurts, doesn't it?" While Sangmuk was struggling with his fresh pain, Kyungsoo turned to Jeonghee's group and called out, "Oi, you three," and Heejun and Seonghyun scrambled to help each other up, stammering, "Yes, yes." Kyungsoo pointed toward the main door not far away, where 3 kids were still lying unconscious, reminding them, "Watch over the brats." Then he bent down to pick up the rifle. "I'll finish reloading," he added, "won't take long." But when he turned back to face Sangmuk, the man pulled a dirty trick that made him hesitate for a few seconds. He had grabbed 2 innocent people to use as human shields, sneering, "Come on, shoot." Yet Kyungsoo didn't flinch. He fired decisively, "Sure." The bullet shot straight towards Sangmuk, looking like it would hit one of the captives. But the result was shocking. Instead, it pierced right into Sangmuk's shoulder. Sangmuk immediately dropped the 2 people, clutching his bleeding shoulder and howling, while Kyungsoo calmly reloaded, even pretending to be nice as he teased, "Relax, I won't kill you." He seriously added, "The others are already dead, so at least I'll keep you alive." So aside from Dongcheol, all his comrades were really dead. Sangmuk couldn't believe his ears. "What?" Then he went berserk, charging again, barking, "You bastard." With a weary sigh, Kyungsoo coolly planted 2 more bullets into his thighs. Hearing him order, "Report back to HQ, we're returning," Heejun and Seonghyun quickly snapped back to focus and replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Looking at the pile of KNP-Su corpses scattered all around, Kyungsoo could only bite his lip helplessly and blame himself, thinking he had assumed it would be easy, but clearly he was wrong. He had misjudged the situation. He also couldn't suppress his disappointment with Jeonghee, Heejun, and Seonghyun. He had overestimated them. Especially Ahyung, he had rated her too highly. She's done for. While Kyungsoo was regretting his earlier judgment, believing she was better than the other 3 and he had overestimated her, Jeonghee timidly stepped forward, pointed at Sangmuk, and forced a smile. "Kyungsoo, can you tie him up?" Kyungsoo was about to declare right there, "You 3 should end it." But before he could finish, he froze at the deafening screech of an engine. Turning his head, a massive motorcycle appeared right in front of him. And the rider, though wearing a helmet covering her face, was unmistakable thanks to the flashy design and her long blonde hair. It was none other than Phoenix. Her landing was so fierce that Kyungsoo nearly toppled backward. Quickly steadying himself, he raised his rifle, ready to fire again. To counter a sharpshooter like him, Phoenix suddenly spun the bike, using the blazing fast wheel itself as a weapon. Luckily, Kyungsoo blocked it in time with his bulletproof shield, otherwise his face would have been a pancake. Even so, he couldn't avoid some impact from the grinding friction, which at that heat level caused a pretty big explosion. Phoenix revved hard and sped off a short distance. Then she finally spun the bike back and stopped. At that moment, Sangmuk also caught sight of her. Phoenix removed her helmet. Revealing her beautiful and commanding face, she made Jeonghee's group gasp in terror and cry out 2 words, "Phoenix." Heejun's eyes bulged, "That crazy woman is back," while Jeonghee was busy looking for Kyungsoo, calling his name. Ignoring them, Sangmuk focused and tried to give orders. "Choice Sangmuk, gather everyone and follow me. Finding a way out is taking longer than expected. Better than staying to get scolded and die. I want to believe she doesn't know the truth yet." Sangmuk stammered, cutting her off. Phoenix." He struggled to continue. "Everyone except me is dead." As expected, Phoenix froze stiff at that reaction, shocked. Almost as if he had been waiting for it, Kyungsoo suddenly spoke up. Just like he said. He even emphasized once again that the others were all dead. Of course, the others here included the 2 most important to Phoenix, Dongcheol and Sang-pi. Tears flowed freely down her cheeks as Phoenix twisted the throttle with one hand and reached into her jacket pocket with the other to search for a weapon. She pulled out several grenades, clenched them between her fingers, and charged straight at Kyungsoo. She shouted her warning, "I will kill you with my own hands." Kyungsoo just chuckled casually and replied with delight, "Oh no, I'm so scared." The clash between Kyungsoo and Phoenix unintentionally stirred up the deepest memories within both of them. The scene was of a gray sky pouring down heavy rain. Kyungsoo sat on a hard rock, clutching the wound on his arm, lost in thought. Suddenly, the clear voice of a young girl broke the gloomy silence. "Brother Bai Guang." Back then, Kyungsoo's identity was still Bai Guang, so her calling him that wasn't wrong. He slowly turned his head, and sure enough, it was Phoenix, with short brown hair and eyes pure and youthful. She didn't care about the rain drenching her and plopped right down beside him. I heard you got scolded for not listening to Buddha, huh? Hearing her ask if he was okay, Kyungsoo didn't answer but instead asked back the same thing, how about you? Knowing exactly what he meant, Phoenix rubbed her small arm covered in bruises and scratches, then smiled with curved eyes. I'm fine, being weak is a sin after all. Seeing her so carefree was a bit of a relief, so Kyungsoo silently listened as she continued. Buddha said starting next month you'll be in charge of evaluating us. Knowing you'll handle that makes me happy. She not only didn't hide it but openly showed her jealousy toward Kyungsoo. I'm so jealous of you. You got promoted to judge and even earned a nickname. Bai Guang sounds so cool. Then Phoenix turned to him and asked with an eager grin, do you think someday I could get a nickname too? Kyungsoo replied flatly, such a small person with such big dreams. Phoenix giggled, who knows, right? Hearing her suddenly bring up, I heard the relationships between the judges are horribly bad, so if I ever become one of them. Kyungsoo glanced over and could already guess what she was about to ask. Amid the cold storm and desolate mountains, Phoenix's serious words echoed like a curse. You'll still be close to me, right? Promise me. Ending the flashback, Phoenix was now hurling bombs straight at Kyungsoo. Maybe because of their tiny size, no matter how quick he was, Kyungsoo couldn't dodge them all. And unfortunately, one of the bombs brushed against his finger. Just that light contact was enough to make the bomb explode, releasing a terrifying purple-blue toxic gas. With his knowledge, Kyungsoo immediately recognized it and hurried to put on a gas mask. It was a poison gas bomb. It didn't use a powerful blast like normal bombs, but it messed up his vision badly. Taking advantage of the moment when Kyungsoo was disoriented, unable to move properly or see clearly with his body stiff from the gas, Phoenix revved up her motorcycle and charged at him. By sheer reflex, Kyungsoo managed to dodge to the side just in time. Phoenix spun her bike around. Her blood-red eyes glared wide, the corner of her lips twisting into a mocking grin. How long do you plan to keep running? But her next move froze in place, because Kyungsoo was, quite literally, running away. Still, a motorcycle is thousands of times faster than a pair of legs, so Phoenix wasn't in any real hurry. Do you really think I can't? She finished her scream, chase you upstairs. She revved up again and sped after the direction Kyungsoo had fled. Thanks to his meticulous study of this place, Kyungsoo already knew all the paths to slip through, and right now he darted into a deserted corridor. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted straight inside. As the toxic smoke from the bombs started to seep in, Phoenix's motorcycle roared into the corridor too, but she only got halfway before the sight ahead forced her to stop. On the floor, the bodies of the thugs were neatly arranged under Kyungsoo's control, and Kyungsoo stood proudly among the corpses, coldly glancing at Phoenix and challenging, go on, try it. Did he really think she wouldn't dare? Phoenix's hands tightened on the handlebars. She practically poured all her motorcycle skills into maneuvering so the wheels wouldn't crush her comrades' bodies. Though she pulled it off flawlessly, Phoenix didn't even have time to breathe a sigh of relief. Her teeth clenched so hard from the pressure it was a miracle they didn't shatter. Worse, when she looked up, Kyungsoo had already vanished. Seeing her nervously scanning around, Kyungsoo kindly called out a hint. You handle that thing pretty well. The voice came from directly above. Phoenix flinched and looked up. Sure enough, Kyungsoo was swooping down on her. Everything happened so fast she couldn't process it, her face frozen in an O-shaped gasp. Then, as soon as his feet landed steady on the motorcycle seat, Kyungsoo's arms suddenly wrapped tightly around her neck. He locked her in a chokehold, making her gasp for breath. Phoenix struggled with all her might, clawing at his arms, but his grip was like iron tongs, utterly useless to resist. With no other choice, she grabbed the handlebars. Still throttling forward at full speed, her intent was clear. Kyungsoo laughed heartily and teased, planning to fling me off with speed, huh? But instead he tightened the choke even more, smirking, and you're not even wearing a helmet. Unable to bear it, Phoenix finally let go of the handlebars, sending them both flying off the bike. The crash left them both bruised and aching. Kyungsoo rubbed at his sore spot and clambered to his feet. He clicked his tongue and muttered, I'm not doing that stunt a second time. Across from him, Phoenix had also managed to sit up, to be precise. She suddenly grew hysterical and screamed, what the hell are you? Carrying deep hatred, she rasped, if it weren't for you, everything would have gone as planned and I wouldn't have. Kyungsoo coldly cut her off. I don't know when it started, but at some point it just did. The image of little Phoenix suddenly surfaced in his mind, making it hard for Kyungsoo to hold back his emotions. You keep blaming me again. Back then you were just a little girl calling me Bai Guang. Hearing him say, the one you should blame isn't me, Phoenix snapped even louder. Stop spouting nonsense I don't understand. She desperately wanted to erase her past. Who the hell are you? But Kyungsoo calmly answered, Bai Guang. As if afraid she hadn't heard, he repeated once more, I am Bai Guang. Phoenix gritted her teeth and hissed, what? Then shouted, what the hell are you babbling about? Kyungsu calmly called her name Phoenix, and sincerely urged her, turn yourself in. Seeing her face full of shock, he continued, I was ordered to kill you, but since you manage the funds, there's a chance the transaction data is still intact. Besides, my orders are to take you alive. To change Phoenix's stubborn mind, Kyungsu resorted to what he thought was best. Use our past bond as proof of the vile things that bastard priest forced you through, and hand us the evidence against him. Do that, and I'll spare your life. But her answer was only a mocking chuckle. Worse, she threw her head back and laughed loudly. Bai Guang had disciples he kept hidden, and one's a cop, don't make me laugh. Clearly, she didn't believe he was Bai Guang at all. Knowing it was hard for her to accept at this point, Kyungsu didn't get angry. Instead, he spoke gently. Of all people, you should know I never had disciples. You investigated me thoroughly from the moment you became a judge, didn't you? Hearing those sincere words from someone she once knew, Phoenix was momentarily at a loss for a comeback. Kyungsu frowned and asked, did you really think I wouldn't notice the tails following me during missions? Seeing Phoenix remain silent, he pressed on, only 2 people in Hua Nation truly hated that damned priest, you and me. So why did you become? Perhaps because he kept repeating it, Phoenix grew unbearably irritated. She gnashed her teeth and cursed. Shut up, shut the hell up, Bai Guang is already dead. Despite her tearful and weak appearance being exposed in front of Kyungsu, Phoenix still poured out all her resentment. The Buddha brought his corpse right in front of me and said I would be next if I didn't obey him. Just when it seemed that was all, Kyungsu patted his empty stomach and nodded. I know it's hard to believe, but Phoenix continued, and more. She reached into her jacket pocket searching for something, sniffled a few times, then let out a bitter smile. Looks like Bai Guang didn't tell his disciple about this. Words she once said as a child suddenly resurfaced. I heard the relationships between judges are horribly bad. Phoenix painfully looked straight into Kyungsu's eyes. I resent you. Along with that hesitation came the Phoenix from memory. So if I became one of the judges? Phoenix pressed another magic patch onto her face and emphasized each word. You, Bai Guang, are even greater than the Buddha. So the childhood promise, you'll still be close to me, right? Promise me, had unknowingly become a wedge dividing their bond. The moment she finished speaking, Phoenix's eyes suddenly glowed blood-red with bloodlust. Her legs pushed off the ground as she leapt, and Bai Guang too readied himself for battle, his gaze locked on her. Like a raging tornado, Phoenix ferociously charged toward Bai Guang. Within that storm, Kyungsu lifted his right leg and slammed a powerful kick into her stomach, which accidentally struck the smoke bomb in her pocket. The space instantly filled with thick smoke and dust, and in the chaos, only the hazy silhouette of Kyungsu could be seen. A scream echoed out, and he looked up in surprise. Phoenix was shrieking wildly with an expression of twisted ecstasy. So refreshing, it feels amazing. Drugs are the best, she thought, as she sent a sharp kick straight into Kyungsu's stomach. Still intoxicated, Phoenix thought to herself, even if I have a headache, a stomachache, or wounds, drugs can wipe everything away. Even when she was in the worst condition or feeling unwell, her attacks drove toward him with terrifying force. Her eyes burned crimson, her fists clenched with an overwhelming aura. Drugs. Drugs will fix everything, and with that her fist came flying straight at Kyungsu's face. After he collapsed, she laughed with delight, her eyes wild and crazed, high as hell. In her mind, nothing could describe this euphoria. She screamed in insane joy. So high, too high. High as can be. Her entire being was drowned in ultimate satisfaction, eyes dreamy, mouth muttering nonsense. This feels amazing. If you use drugs like therapy, you'll heal and get stronger. However, drugs only made her hallucinate about reality. Seeing the scene before him, Kyungsu thought so and calmly watched her come down from the high, so she'd been hallucinating all along. She slowly woke up, opening her eyes. Seeing Kyungsu still standing in front of her, she stammered, "How are you still on your feet?" The light of justice shrouded him, reality unchanged. But now the pain returned to Phoenix, wounds upon wounds piling up, despair creeping in, making her scream. He simply said, "You're only making things worse." As his words ended, she screamed in madness, "It hurts, damn it." Why I was on top, he calmly watched her rant. No way it ends like this, I need a hit," she yelled as she crawled back up. Kyungsu called her name, Phoenix, her eyes shifted to him. He looked straight into her eyes and said, "How shameful, give it up." Her bloodshot eyes blurred as tears welled up. Phoenix collapsed to her knees, whispering uncertainly, "Shameful me." Suddenly she lunged up, clutching drugs in her hand, screaming at him, "What the hell do you know?" But she was cut off by Kyungsu's cold voice, "I know everything. Better than anyone." With that, he swung his hand, scattering all the drugs she held. Watching them fly through the air, she panicked, reaching helplessly my drugs. Her vacant eyes filled with despair as she saw her lifeline slipping away. She choked out, "My drugs. You should give up." A cold voice thundered like rolling storm clouds, and at the same time Kyungsu swung his fist, ready to strike. "And surrender." As his punch landed, blood spurted from her mouth. He stood tall and calm, glaring at her with pure disdain. "Stop showing me that shameful face." Her pitiful scream rang out, "It hurts." She dropped to her knees before him, begging desperately, "Give me the drugs, give them to me." Kyungsu firmly said, "If you promise to surrender, I'll give you 1 dose. She refused. "Then just kill me instead. I fear Lord Buddha's punishment more than death itself." Kyungsu exhaled angrily. "Sang-pi asked me for one thing." His fist clenched tight as if holding back. "She begged me not to kill you." She went silent for a long while, then asked bitterly, "But if you really are Bai Guang, you wouldn't have killed Sang-pi. You could have gotten all the information you needed from her." Closing her eyes in pain, she added, "You didn't have to kill her." Kyungsu revealed coldly, "Sang-pi abused children," and he saw the shock in Phoenix's eyes. He added, "And by that reaction, you clearly didn't know." The truth lifted a weight from him. He asked her again, "Now do you understand why I killed her?" Phoenix sneered with doubt. "You keep acting like you're Bai Guang." Hearing her words, he understood her suspicion and fear. "If that's because you're scared of that damn priest, then relax." Kyungsu looked down at her kneeling figure and declared firmly, "Because I'll kill him." Phoenix froze, her face painted with shock. Then she suddenly burst out laughing as if his words were the funniest joke she had ever heard. "You kill Lord Buddha." She spat in contempt. "Even Bai Guang was killed by him. And you seriously think you can kill him?" Kyungsu calmly explained, "My former body was broken and crippled." He recalled the scars that covered him from years of harsh training and beatings. "It was the shortcut to power, but our bodies always keep the wounds." The painful memories resurfaced one by one. "And then the mission that hammered the final nail into the coffin of my ruined body was the mission to wipe out the Church of Truth. And now," he said steadily, staring at her sitting stiff in shock. Phoenix suddenly seemed to find hope, lifting her eyes filled with longing for sympathy as she said, "I was badly injured after that incident, you know that, right?" Kyungsu clenched his fist and raised it, "But this new body of mine, it's completely different." His eyes burned with determination. "It's been trained with diligence so I can throw myself into battle anytime I need, and it shows no scars of childhood abuse. That means this body is in perfect condition. Should I say it feels brand new, like fresh out of the box?" He sighed inwardly, thankful for his luck. "Good thing I got this one." If he had taken her body instead, Jeonhee would definitely argue back in his head, "What's wrong with my body?" Just imagining it already felt painful. Hearing Kyungsu's story, Phoenix's eyes suddenly lit up. He continued, "If I can get used to this body and keep training, then that bastard priest." Kyungsu grew more fired up, speaking with certainty, "I can kill him." She kept staring at him like that, as if trust and burning hope were beginning to take root. Phoenix stammered emotionally, her voice no longer sharp, Can you really?" Looking at him now, countless memories of the past flooded back to her mind, especially the image of her younger, innocent self with Bai Guang. She trembled as she asked, "Are you Bai Guang?" Kyungsu confirmed without hesitation, "It's me, now choose." He urged her to surrender. "Or die here right now." His threat was sharp and final. She looked at him, shocked yet moved, and burst into tears. At that moment, she didn't know what to choose. Her lips opened, but no words came out. She lowered her head, unable to speak anymore. In this situation, Kyungsu stood silently, confident he held the upper hand, waiting for her choice. In another room, the warm yellow light from the ceiling spread softly. Jinsu's teammates were deeply worried. "Will Kyungsu be all right?" Jeonhee cleared her throat. "He'll be fine. Let's call everyone out of here. Reinforcements will be here within 30 minutes, right?" Someone turned back and called softly, "Hey, Jeonhee." Seeing Sangmuk injured and sitting behind, Heejun wondered, "Should we give him the silver glove? He's losing too much blood already." Even though he was injured, Sangmuk was still incredibly aggressive. "If you dare touch me, I'll kill you." Jeonhee calmly observed and walked closer to tease him. "Then I'll touch you with just my finger." Sangmuk's eyes widened at the scene. He requested, but it sounded more like a whisper, "Hey, take the patches from this jacket pocket and stick them all over me." The three of them were shocked, eyes wide, mouths open. "Huh." Jeonhee, confused like she was questioning her own existence, muttered, "What the heck now?" His face turned red, sweat pouring down like rain as he shouted, "Just do it already." Jeonhee snapped back at him like firing bullets. "See, drugs, you're definitely an addict. Why should I hand drugs to an addict?" He could only grit his teeth and endure it. Suddenly, a voice came from the doorway. Exactly, Jeonhee instinctively turned to look. The door had opened without them noticing. Under the yellow light, two shadowy figures stood with arms crossed, full of mystery. As they stepped in, their tattoo-covered biceps came into view. The voice continued, drugs are meant for. Both Jeonhee and Sangmuk stared at the doorway, each harboring their own suspicions. Next, two huge, muscular calves stepped into the light, decorated with tattoos resembling red and black fish bones. Finally, two masked men appeared, their muscles bulging, dressed in completely opposite styles, one layered up for winter, the other dressed like it was summer. Together, they snarled, filthy scum. Seeing this, both Sangmuk and Jeonhee were utterly dumbfounded, jaws practically hitting the floor. Both were shocked and on guard, staring at the Lespedeza brothers. Sangmuk knew them well, but Jeonhee didn't. She kept asking, who the heck are they? The two men clenched their teeth in anger, calling Sangmuk's name over and over. Sangmuk. They advanced toward him, questioning as they walked, what the hell happened to you? Huh? Sangmuk collapsed on the ground, trembling violently with fear. Those logs you used as weapons are nothing but sticks now. They furiously berated him. I sent you here to kill that drug-addicted bitch. Sangmuk was utterly terrified, sweat dripping down in torrents. He recalled when he first came on the mission with his large build and menacing face, yet the other person wasn't surprised at all. She just let out a quiet sigh. At sunset in the living room, the girl sat silently on the sofa, gently asking, "You're with the Lespedeza guys, aren't you?" Phoenix propped her chin with her hand, smiling as she asked, "Did you come here to kill me?" Sangmuk's eyes went round with shock, not expecting her to speak so softly. She took the initiative to step closer to him and introduced herself. "I've got something far more interesting than just killing me." After that, Phoenix opened her palm. Inside was a blue candy. Tempting him, "Do you want to do it with me?" That was the moment he started having feelings for her. Back to reality, the Lespedeza brothers scolded him. "Falling for someone like her, just look at yourself now." Black Nation Tua angrily said, "I warned you countless times about women, and yet..." Nation Tua cut him off. "Brother, women didn't do anything wrong, it's just that one there is a drug addict." Hearing that, Black Nation Tua glanced at his brother. He argued, "There you go again, what do you mean by saying women didn't do anything wrong?" While Jeonhee's group kept being surprised, the two brothers continued arguing. Even their upper body isn't trained properly, women are just trash. But when it comes to fighting with legs, they're on another level, aren't they? At this moment, Sangmuk finally spoke up with a trembling voice. "Lespedeza brothers, what brings you here?" The two of them looked at him, beaten and sitting on the ground, and replied, "What kind of stupid question is that?" Their eyes glowed with bloodlust and cruelty. "We came here to kill that bitch," looking around, not seeing anyone. "Where is she?" "In another place." Hyunsu was carrying Phoenix on his back. Behind him, she kept sighing, "Being carried like this really reminds me of the old days." He coldly replied, "Shut up and save your energy for the police station." She ignored him, continuing, "Do you remember the first time we met?" Both of their minds at that moment flashed back to that scene, the first time they met when he was still a boy training. Master Buddha called him over. He turned his head and saw his master standing with a small girl. Buddha introduced, "This child has passed the entrance test. From now on, you two will be in the same unit." The little girl's eyes were innocent yet trembling with fear. The master continued telling him, "Teach her a few things here while you're around." Wuxia stick swung through the air. Hyunsu suspiciously looked at the weak little girl sitting on the ground with the broken stick. He asked, "Hey you, how could you possibly pass the first conversion ritual when you're this weak?" The little girl still sat weakly on the ground, her eyes filled with fear, slightly trembling. Seeing this, the boy's voice softened. "Just how did you?" She remembered, "I looked for a way out when I was trapped among the corpses and I was the only survivor." Hearing that, the boy immediately stated that she didn't have enough skill to pass. The little girl panicked, crying and begging, I'm sorry, I'll do anything you tell me to do. Please, please don't tell Lord Yuhua, I don't want to die. I don't want to die, I don't want to." Seeing her like that, at that time Bai Guang didn't know what to do. He sat down in front of the little girl and comforted her, "Get up, I won't tell anyone." The girl didn't believe it and asked again, "Really?" He confirmed again, "Yes, I won't say it." He looked into the girl's eyes and said, "When I passed the entrance trial, I promised myself that I would always keep my future partner alive and safe." Carrying her fragile hope, the girl raised her pinky finger and asked, "Can you promise me?" Bai Guang asked curiously, "What's with the pinky?" She replied, "A promise is supposed to be made by hooking this finger. That's what my mother told me." She pushed her finger forward toward Kyungsu again. "Will you promise me?" "All right, I promise." He finally agreed. However, she also remembered the image of Buddha's hand reaching out to her. his cruel smile. Then came the image of Phoenix being held down by two people, forcing her to drink something. The image of him turning away, and she could only helplessly roll her eyes wide open, watching the strange liquid being poured into her mouth. Back to reality, Phoenix burst into tears, accusing, "I knew it was a promise you could never keep. How could you survive in that environment and still protect me? I should have blamed the one responsible," she thought of Yuhua, "but instead I just started blaming you even more." Hyunsu kept walking. "You misunderstood everything. Did I ever break my promise to keep you alive?" Phoenix asked in shock. "What?" He asked her. "You still don't know why you were the only one to survive that day, do you?" Phoenix's eyes widened. "What are you saying?" A loud scream rang out as one hand of Black Nation Tua gripped Sangmuk's wrist tightly. The Tua brothers sneered. "You look thinner now. How pitiful, how pitiful." Seeing the situation, Jeonhee immediately shouted at her teammates, "Stop him." The action squad instantly moved into position, raising their shields as they advanced forward. Suddenly their eyes froze, sweat pouring down, because right ahead that Tua guy was hurling a crushing punch at them. The squad clenched their teeth and desperately thrust their shields forward, bracing against his kick. The impact left a deep dent in the shield. Under the sheer force of his strike, the squad was thrown down. Tua warned them coldly, "Just stay quiet and watch. We're dealing with a traitor now." On the other side, his younger brother continued punishing Sangmuk. "I valued you a lot." At the same time, he twisted even harder. Suddenly, Sangmuk's other hand went into his pocket. He struggled to pull out some drugs. Black Nation Tua saw it and scoffed. "On the verge of death and you still grab your stash? You never fail to impress me. Fine, stick it on." Sangmuk went berserk, gritting his teeth as he listened. "Let's see where the path you chose leads." He hurriedly slapped the patch onto his neck and declared, "The one I fear disappointing the most is none other than Phoenix." With that, he threw a punch at Black Nation Tua. The Lespedeza brothers stayed utterly calm. One of them casually lifted a hand to block Sangmuk's strike. Jeonhee trembled as blood splattered before her eyes, sweat falling like rain. Black Nation Tua looked at him like a clown. "This path you chose is a path straight into the trash heap." He then shifted his target toward Jeonhee's action squad. "Now it's your turn." The whole squad trembled in fear. Suddenly, the two brothers let out surprised exclamations. They eagerly observed the members standing before them, looking closely again. The Lespedeza brothers' eyes simultaneously turned blood red. "Some of these bastards actually look pretty tasty, huh?" Hearing that, Jeonhee's squad felt their hearts drop. Everyone screamed out loud, "What?" As if not believing their own ears, Jeonhee trembled and repeated that dreadful word, "Tasty?" But the brothers didn't even glance at her. "Oh, we weren't talking about you." Black Nation Tua said bluntly, "I don't care about women." Then he turned toward the guards, praising non-stop. "You guys actually have some pretty fine bodies. Even those protective suits can't hide them from my eyes." As he spoke, he pointed at one young man in the squad, making him instantly shiver. "Huh, me." Like an interrogation, he pressed further. "You used to train boxing, didn't you? For how long?" 10 years. From behind, worried for him, Jeonhee shouted, "Hey, why are you even answering him?" Despite the terror around them, she scolded him, "You really are such an idiot." The man named Black didn't care about her words. He simply clapped his hands in delight. "Excellent, excellent." He looked extremely pleased with Heejun. "You've got an outstanding body, I like it." Then they shifted their gaze to the stunned Seonghyun. "And you?" Jeonhee immediately cut in, "Hey, don't answer him." "Why are you guys even talking to these lunatics?" she snapped. Black Tua barked back at her, "Shut your mouth, woman." Then suddenly he fixed his gaze on Jeonhee. Wait a second." He started praising out of nowhere. "Now that I look closely, that woman, she's actually amazing, isn't she?" Jeonhee immediately tensed up, her wary eyes locked on him. "Me." He began rambling on. "You have a body that's been through very systematic training." Heejun knelt silently beside her, not moving an inch. Before he could even make a move, that black-named bastard lunged forward, his hand clamping tightly around Heejun's neck. His grip twisted with force, trying to snap Heejun's neck. Jeonhee roared in fury, "Let him go, you bastard." The black-named man then bent Heejun's arm back with brutal strength, making Heejun scream in agony. That strength was just insane. His face quickly drained of all color, pale as a sheet. Guk Tua slammed him down onto the ground. "Now then." His mouth opened wide. "Thanks for the meal." The hallway fell silent, then Phoenix's voice echoed. "What?" Riding on Kyungsu's back, she kept pressing him with questions. "What do you mean? Why was I the only one who survived that day?" She thought for a moment, then guessed, "Maybe because I had a little resistance to drugs already." Kyungsu shook his head. "After becoming your partner and training with you, I realized one thing, no matter how hard you trained. In the end, being killed by that bastard was inevitable. that bastard was Yuhua. He recalled a childhood memory when he first learned that cruel truth. Little Bai Guang sat there in deep sorrow. "Kids, you're worried about that girl, aren't you?" said the first Bai Guang. The young Bai Guang instantly glared at him, anger flaring inside, growing hotter the calmer the man looked. Snapping his wooden staff, he threw all his strength into a reckless attack. The first Bai Guang's expression remained calm, as if he was bored with the whole tantrum. He effortlessly caught the broken staff. Instead of anger, he actually gave advice. "Calm yourself, even though you were chosen to become the next Yue after me." Looking into that tender young face before him, the first Bai Guang struck hard at the boy's neck, yet he was still just a child. He quickly tossed the broken staff aside and calmly said, "I'll show you a way to keep that girl from being killed." Gritting his teeth, young Bai Guang's face was full of suspicion. "What?" The man patiently explained, "I know what poisons are used to make sayak. If you let the girl take small doses, gradually increasing them, she'll build resistance and survive." Bai Guang hesitated, then asked, "What do you want?" The man's eyes gleamed with approval. "You really are a clever child. Sparing your life back then was a wise decision." His plan had taken root and he was satisfied. "That's what I want." Kyungsu sighed. "And so, in the end, I got my hands on the list of poisons by striking a deal with the first Bai Guang. And afterward, Bai Guang handed Phoenix a bowl of porridge. "Eat this." Phoenix, unaware, cheered with excitement. "Porridge, yay." But the moment she drank it, she felt something was off. She frowned in doubt. "The porridge tastes kind of bitter, doesn't it?" Bai Guang avoided her gaze. "It's just your imagination." Kyungsu recounted, "I secretly mixed them into your food. And after a few years, she could survive. And that's why we're able to meet again like this." Phoenix choked up and snapped back, "Lies." Kyungsu calmly continued, "Do you remember when you had fevers and rashes all over your body? That was your system building resistance." She accused him. Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Kyungsu stayed silent. "If I had told you, what if you blurted it out while high? Both our lives would have been ruined." My worries weren't for nothing. He had already foreseen that bastard putting drugs in her food, and the fool kept believing she had some natural resistance. Just like the first Phoenix, S.P., so he focused on turning her into an addict, grooming her to become the second Phoenix. As for me, back then I was secretly preparing to escape without letting Hwaguksa know. I went to where she was, intending to take her with me. Standing before Phoenix, who was still sound asleep, he gently called, "Phoenix, wake up, we have to go now." Phoenix, still half asleep, unconsciously replied, "Bai Guang." Bai Guang urged her urgently before they got caught, while the other coldly asked back, "Go." Phoenix suddenly sat up, her face strangely excited. "Go where? This place is paradise." Kyungsu muttered, "But I had judged far too wrong." Under Phoenix's bed there were piles of drugs, and she casually asked, "Hey, are you taking me out for a stroll?" Then she stretched out her hand, "Just stay here with me. Hey, let's do something way more fun." Kyungsu realized drugs were the worst thing in existence. They had changed her. The more he watched her change, the more he regretted his past choice. He wondered if letting her die back then might have been better. Phoenix, not understanding, asked Kyungsu, "Why didn't you run away alone back then?" "Who knows?" Kyungsu replied curtly while walking. Suddenly, from the room ahead came a chilling scream, making the two of them freeze. Both immediately grew wary and listened in silence. Was that someone screaming? At this point, Phoenix guessed, "I think Sangmuk caused it." The chaos in the room grew worse. She grew anxious. "I have to go talk to him fast." Then the two of them rushed into the room. Phoenix shouted, "Choi Sangmuk, stop." The scene before them left Kyungsu and Phoenix frozen for 5 seconds straight. Inside was pure chaos. The Lespedeza brothers were ferociously biting into the arms of Jeonghee's team. Jeonghee and another surviving teammate were desperately trying to hold them back, while countless others lay unconscious around. Suddenly, Jeonghee spotted him, excitedly shouting, "Kyungsu." Phoenix gasped Lespedeza, while Kyungsu wore an utterly speechless face. "Seriously, this is not good." At that moment, the Lespedeza brothers raised their heads. Their mouths dripping with grotesque blood, both spoke in unison. There once was a pair of brothers. The elder born with a weak lower body, and the younger born with a weak upper body. Their physical defects became their weakness, and that was why they were abandoned. The two were locked in a room of hunger, where children with deformities were cast away. They could not accept dying just for being born with flawed bodies. And so the two children swore to overcome reality. They trained, they killed, they ate flesh. The cycle repeated endlessly, mad training. Countless killings. They devoured their own kind, without leaving a scrap behind. The cycle repeated, and over time they gradually grew stronger. A few months later, the door to that always sealed room opened. And the one who appeared was the Buddha. He was genuinely shocked that the two brothers could survive. Under such brutal conditions, and after years of training, the older brother transformed his once weak lower body into legs strong like those of a wild boar, and the younger, once weak in his upper body, gained shoulders wide like a bird's wingspan. The two of them were so pleased, admiring themselves smugly. Oh, this is cool, really cool, July Guktua. Truly cool, April Guktua. Both jumped up with joy. The Guktua brothers are insanely cool. Just then they looked confusedly at Kyungsu carrying Phoenix on his back. What's that drug addict witch doing? Letting a cop carry her on his back, weird sight, huh? They looked genuinely puzzled. Suddenly Phoenix's eyes turned blood red. Her attention locked onto Sangmuk's corpse. She screamed in shock, Choi Sangmuk. Black Guktua sneered, oh, how long has it been? I've waited forever for this day. Damn, I despise trash like you, walking around acting like you're somebody just because you were one of Buddha's favorites. He went on with a cold snort, that arrogant attitude as if you mattered in his eyes. You're nothing, Bai Guang is dead, and if you die too. He calculated coldly, the crane of January, the cherry blossom of March, the sunken mountain of August. Only 3 of us will remain. Black Guktua spoke as casually as if he were ordering lunch. Brother, can we spare Cherry Blossom? She's pretty, right? Watching the Lespedeza brothers, Kyungsu silently thought, each of them is a pain in the ass boil. But those 2 weren't the only ones acting in pairs. He called out, Jonghi, did you call the institute? She cautiously replied, yes, they'll be here in about 10 minutes. He set Phoenix down while plotting, 10 minutes. I can definitely hold them off for 10 minutes. Suddenly his face darkened, the shadows of the 2 blackened brothers overlapped. He clutched his head in confusion. What the hell is happening to my body? A million whys suddenly ran through his head as he thought of another possibility. Could it be that the addictive drugs seeped into his body through Phoenix's blood and caused this dizziness? She kept whining that she wouldn't go with him unless he carried her. Phoenix stared in horror at Kyungsu's reaction. Brother, your body. Kyungsu blamed himself. Had he gone soft? That was definitely not good. While he was still tangled in thought, Black Guktua launched an attack. He struck with both hands, clamping down on Kyungsu's neck. But then he froze in disbelief. His hands were grabbing at thin air. Kyungsu had already vanished. In that instant, Kyungsu reappeared and delivered a fierce kick at his leg. But it only struck empty space. The man scoffed, you won't sweep me off my feet that easily. Kyungsu was stunned. He hadn't expected the attack to be dodged. And now the man had gathered both hands to smash down with brutal force. Black Guktua snarled as his fist fell. With such pathetic strength, you should just die. Once again Kyungsu slipped away and the man cursed angrily, huh, damn it. You filthy little rat. Kyungsu appeared again, his voice low and biting. I think your arms have gotten bigger. He smirked mockingly, but you've gotten slower too. Black Guktua tilted his head in confusion. What the hell, do you know me? Across from him, Kyungsu felt uneasy. His strength was draining fast. He quickly ordered, Phoenix, go with the police and get out of here. I'll stay right behind you. The man was muttering too, Phoenix. He continued commanding Jonghi to take the children and the squad out. Jonghi shouted back, understood, I'll. But before she could finish, the dangerous voice of Black Guktua rang out, leaving, huh? He blocked their path, his body language and tone dripping with disdain. Did I say you could leave? The situation was bad, his body slipping further out of control. Kyungsu thought, I don't have much time, I need to finish this quickly. He launched into his attack, and Black Guktua's eyes lit up with excitement. He also lunged forward. Now that's a real man, I like it. The 2 of them began unleashing their strongest moves against each other. Both sides were evenly matched, neck and neck. However, after a few exchanges, Kyungsu took a hit. Phoenix worried that he was falling behind Bai Guang. She recalled from childhood to now and thought she had always been a burden to him. Phoenix grit her teeth and began scheming a plan. Her hand slipped into her shirt and pulled out a star-shaped vial. Inside was a blue liquid. Her hand trembled. Was this the end? Black Guktua noticed the change in Kyungsu's body. You're slowing down, but you also have a fine body. He clicked his tongue in regret. What a pity, it's already tainted with drugs, I can't eat it. He prepared to finish him off, then farewell. Suddenly, a surge of energy shot forth, catching Black Guktua off guard. His eyes widened in shock. Somehow Phoenix had appeared in between them. She spoke with her last ounce of strength, I'm sorry. I know I can never bear the weight of all my sins, but even so, she had drunk the blue vial to push her strength and save him. Black Guktua snarled in rage, get out of my way, woman. Phoenix's body was pale as snow, but her face was calm. This time I will protect you. These were the tears of Phoenix's drugs, tears of Buddha created by the former Phoenix and Asang P. The upgraded version was light or radiance. The euphoria and physical empowerment of the user depended on the grade of the patch. Naturally, once the effect wore off, the side effects came with it. The strongest patch among them was light, strong enough to make Sang-P collapse from just one piece. But even the high-ranking overseers did not know of a level higher than light. Phoenix discovered her body was slowly building immunity to light, so she spent time and effort refining an even more concentrated drug. And the result of her dedication was named Phoenix's Tears. Phoenix decided she would drink it when the light patch no longer worked on her, or when the most critical moment of her life arrived. And Phoenix could sense one thing: Phoenix's tears were safely contained inside a solid glass bottle if she drank it. The place she would wake up in would be hell. Back to the present, Phoenix had awakened extraordinary power after drinking the tears of Phoenix she had concocted. The hair at the crown of her head slowly turned white from the drug's effect. She glared, raising her hand to block the punch Black Guk Tua was throwing. He was taken aback by Phoenix's sudden move. Black Guk Tua roared in anger, raising his fist to attack. "Take your filthy hand off me." Before he could strike, Phoenix landed a thunderous punch straight into his back. Black Guk Tua's eyes grew redder with fury, combined with the pressure from Phoenix's blow. He staggered backward, dodging, growling, "Damn you." Suddenly, he looked down as if he had just discovered something. Black Guk Tua was shocked to find his arm infected, the drug effect from Phoenix spreading rapidly through his hand. He screamed at Phoenix while she stood firmly in front of Kyungsu, eyes locked on him to protect her ally. Black Guk Tua's rage boiled over, maybe because he hated junkies so much. He cursed violently, "You filthy drug-addicted whore." He trembled as he looked at his now tainted hands. "My pure body, my pure body." While he was distracted, Phoenix whispered quietly toward Kyungsu, "Hey." She murmured something to Kyungsu, his face lit with surprise at the information Phoenix had given him. Black Guk Tua quickly noticed their little scheme and roared, "What the hell are you two whispering about? How dare you taint my body?" Phoenix turned back at him, brimming with confidence, "Just as I thought." She smirked triumphantly, "You're on drugs too. Look at how it doesn't even faze you anymore." His eyes widened. "What?" Black Guk Tua raged at Phoenix's words, pounding his chest. "Take that back right now, bitch. I'm strong because my spirit is strong." He roared, lunging like lightning toward Phoenix, catching her off guard. Black Guk Tua launched a powerful punch at Phoenix. His fist slammed hard into her stomach, yelling to prove his so-called purity. Phoenix doubled over in pain, blood spurting from her mouth. She collapsed to her knees, clutching her stomach, while he sneered down at her, "I'll kill you, whore." Phoenix frowned, puffing her cheeks, bracing for her next move. She spat a huge mouthful of blood straight up at Black Guk Tua. Before he could react, Phoenix's blood splattered all over his mask. He screamed, covering his face, "My eyes, my eyes." Phoenix crouched, ready to leap up and attack him. Black Guk Tua clutched his face, screaming, "You damn bitch." While his vision was obscured, Phoenix swiftly leapt up, locking her legs around his neck and holding his arms tight so he couldn't move. Black Guk Tua was stunned. Phoenix used her strength to throw him off balance, slamming him hard onto the ground. She tightened her grip around his neck, choking him as he gasped, "Let go." In the struggle, she yelled out to Jeonghi, "Hey, redhead." Phoenix barked an order to her, "You and your team get the hell out of here." Kyungsu's squad below looked dumbfounded at her words. Seonghyun stared up at Phoenix, confused. "Why is she helping us all of a sudden?" Jeonghi rolled her eyes at his dumb question. "That's the last thing we should worry about right now." She shouted up toward Kyungsu so he could hear, "Let's go, Kyungsu, let's get out of here." Suddenly, Guk Tua's cold voice cut in, "Stop." Guk Tua arrogantly crossed his arms, blocking the exit, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He warned Kyungsu's team, "I already told you, no one leaves." The whole squad froze in fear. Jeonghi gritted her teeth, desperately searching for a way out. Then she noticed something strange under her foot. Beneath her shoe were 2 red patches of drug seals. Jeonghi's mind raced as she muttered, "Oh." Up above, Black Guk Tua screamed, "Let me go." He had one arm trapped by Phoenix, so he smashed it against the floor, slamming her body into the ground again and again. With his free hand, he tried to pry her legs from his neck, growling, "Let go." Phoenix's hair was almost entirely white from the drug's effect, yet she held her stance against Black Guk Tua's monstrous strength. He cursed, "You bitch." From below, Guk Tua calmly asked, "Need help, little brother?" His sibling snapped back angrily, "Kick this bitch off me now." Guk Tua replied casually, "Wait a moment." He began walking toward Kyungsu's squad, speaking slowly, "Let me kill these ones first." Heejun and Seonghyun trembled as he approached, but strangely, Jeonghi stayed calm. As he got close, Guk Tua looked puzzled. Jeonghi had already slapped one of the patches onto her own face, breathing steady despite the change. Her eyes burned red, green veins spreading across her skin. She smirked at Guktua. Not bad, huh? Guktua stared at her in disbelief. A cop doing drugs too. He sneered, she's crazy, huh? But before he could finish, she lunged forward, catching him off guard. Just as Kyungsu had said, she really was smart. Using the drug seal's power, she struck like lightning and slapped the second patch onto his leg, knowing how much he despised drugs. The drug began seeping into his leg, making him scream in terror. Guktua's legs shook as he tried to lift it, desperate to peel the dirty thing off, but too disgusted to even touch it with his hands. He howled in panic. He clawed at the patch, yelling over and over, "Disgusting, disgusting, this drug is vile." Seizing the chance, Jeonhee barked orders. Lee Seonghyun dragged Kyungsu. Hwang Heejun, get the kids. Seonghyun quickly carried Kyungsu on his back and replied, got it. On the other side, Heejun carried 3 kids and answered just as fast, me too. A bright light shone down on them like the last chance to escape. Jeonhee said, now then. She carried Ahyung and led the whole team out of that dreadful place. Jeonhee shouted, retreat, hurry. Behind them, Guktua was still struggling with the patch stuck to his leg. While running, Seonghyun tried to comfort Kyungsu, who was fatting from the drug's effect. Hang on, Kyungsu, the doctor's almost here. Kyungsu's eyes grew hazy. He knew he was slipping out of consciousness. He glanced back, trying to see Phoenix one last time before blacking out. Up above, she was still pinning down Black Guktua's leg. Phoenix turned toward Kyungsu's path, eyes wet with tears, whispering her final goodbye, farewell, Oppa. In the room filled with harsh light, Guktua's furious voice echoed, hey, hey. He still couldn't pull the patch off. Get this thing off me, disgusting. Black Guktua barked back at him, do it yourself. Still trapped in Phoenix's chokehold, Black Guktua was losing patience. He clawed at her legs, trying to fling them off his neck. After struggling, he finally slipped one hand through, cursing, damn it. Phoenix realized the situation had turned dire, shocked at his raw strength. Breaking free, he swung a fist straight at her face, roaring, die. Suddenly, his punch froze midair, the drug's effect tightening through his body. He vented his rage on Phoenix, snarling, you bitch, and hammered down with furious punches, forcing her to release his trapped arm. He sat up, gasping from the choke that nearly suffocated him. Phoenix, bruised and trembling from his blows, tried to sit up again. Below, Guktua finally tore off the patch. He sighed in relief. Ha, now I'll hunt down that red-haired cop and kill her myself. From above, Phoenix's faint voice called down, where do you think you're going? Guktua looked up to see Phoenix's small grenades filled with drugs flying at him. As soon as they hit the ground, they erupted into clouds of toxic green smoke spreading across the room. The smoke thickened until it poured out the exits. Guktua shielded his face, avoiding the fumes, eyes blazing with fury. Phoenix glared down defiantly, it's you two against me. Above, Black Guktua's blood-red eyes burned with killing intent to match his brother. She added, time to settle this. Phoenix wiped the blood from her mouth and sneered, this is where it ends for us. Let's die together, 3 addicts. After taunting the brothers, Phoenix's memories of her time with Bai Guang suddenly surfaced. One late rainy night, Bai Guang came. At that time, Kyungsu was still Bai Guang. He approached little Phoenix with a dark face. Tonight I killed someone. Phoenix looked up nervously at his expression. I knew it. I heard you killed the old Bai Guang and officially became a UA. Bai Guang placed his hand on his chest. His voice choked, it felt like. His face was expressionless, but tears streamed down. He said painfully, I lost something. Clenching his fists, Bai Guang asked Phoenix, have you ever killed anyone before? Phoenix was confused by his question. No. He hesitated, then replied, right, of course not. You haven't, have you? He was about to continue, but suddenly stopped. Bai Guang looked down at Phoenix and pleaded, please. His face still shadowed. He told Phoenix, don't change. Then he held out his pinky finger, affirming it as a promise, hoping Phoenix would keep it. Phoenix held out her pinky to promise Bai Guang, all right. From that day, Bai Guang became a UA, completing missions that targeted eliminating killers like him. But he failed in a mission to kill civilians and was tortured by Buddha. Yet he was too skilled for Buddha to kill him. On the other hand, when I became a UA to please Buddha, I turned countless people into addicts and dragged them into despair. I felt no remorse for breaking my promise to him. Wasn't it true that he never kept his promises to me either? But I was wrong. I got high and killed in front of Bai Guang, and I hated him. But I was wrong again. Back to reality, Phoenix was now being beaten relentlessly by Black Guktua. Guktua leapt up to assist his brother after her provocation. Guktua reached out and grabbed Phoenix's head. He yanked her down and at the same time drove his knee hard into her face. The drug patches inside Phoenix scattered everywhere. After that brutal blow, blood gushed from her nose and mouth, her eyes glazed, and before losing consciousness, Phoenix asked herself, why have I changed so much? Seeing the patches fly everywhere, she realized drugs were the reason she had changed so much. Bai Guang. Regression. It is said that if in a past life you committed sins, you would regress into an insect or a pet to atone, then later be reborn as a human. Even Bai Guang still kept the smallest fragment of humanity and was regressed into a human, so he could atone for his sins, right? Phoenix imagined then in her next life, would she regress into a bug or a pet? Or would she be born again in hell? After drifting in endless thoughts, present Phoenix was lying on the floor dying under the gaze of the Tua brothers. Black Tua asked his brother, is the drug's effect over? She doesn't look in good shape anymore. Tua glanced at him and replied, I think we beat her a bit too much. Phoenix's faint whisper cut into their conversation, drugs. She was dying, but her craving had not changed. She stretched out her trembling hand, eyes watery, pleading, give me drugs. Drugs. Black Tua mocked, almost dead and still craving. Tua chimed in, truly a junkie slut. Black Tua picked up a patch and asked Phoenix, want a hit before you die? He waved the patch in front of her face, grinning, take back what you said, call us addicts too, and as a farewell gift, I'll give you another hit. He dangled the patch to tempt her, now take back your words. Phoenix's face was swollen and bruised, but she still forced out each word, drugs, will you really give me? He affirmed confidently, of course. She shakily reached out to grab the patch he offered, then Phoenix suddenly remembered. Memories flooded back the rainy night when Bai Guang clenched Phoenix's hand and pleaded, please. Phoenix forever remembered his desperate eyes that night, along with his words, don't change. The memory stopped at their pinkies hooked together, sealing that promise. Phoenix snapped awake after recalling the promise with Bai Guang. In front of her were the Tua brothers, her mouth still muttering, drugs. But in her mind surged a thought, right when I die. Phoenix suddenly changed. She raised her middle finger in his face and sneered, hey, you high bastards, stop pretending to be victims. You're just like me. Phoenix knew this reckless move would only make her die faster. Their eyes instantly shifted, glaring at Phoenix like they wanted to eat her alive. Phoenix was determined to die sober. And before she could think further, Black Tua grabbed her raised middle finger. Then he ripped Phoenix's finger clean off, roaring in rage, we. He punched Phoenix's face over and over, cursing, bitch, how many times have I told you? Though beaten, Phoenix almost felt no pain now. If I could apologize sincerely to those I ruined. From the bottom of my heart with true remorse, even if I could not regress like Bai Guang, Phoenix stared at the ceiling in thought, ignoring his shouting, bitch. Black Tua still didn't stop. He kept hammering her, his eyes ferocious, damn slut. He planned to finish Phoenix by strangling her. Her eyes were growing dull and her skin was turning purple. Phoenix forced out each word even while being choked. I'm sorry, I was wrong. She wheezed with regret, apologizing to all those ruined by her drugs. Her neck was turning purple under his grip, but she still pleaded, bug or pet, I don't care, I don't need to regress into a human. Phoenix trembled desperately, tears streaming down. No, I don't even need to regress, so please. Never repeat it again. Her eyes opened wide, mouth smeared with blood, her face full of remorse as she stared at the sky and begged, never let me be born in a place like this again. Her final words only enraged Black Tua further. What the hell are you saying, you junkie slut? His fury erupted like a demon. He used all his strength to strangle Phoenix, his brother standing behind watching but unable to hide the killing intent seeping out. After strangling Phoenix, the drugs from her body seeped into Black Tua's palms. He looked at his hands and groaned. Veins bulged across his hands, making him sick. Now I'm dirty. He turned to Tua and urged, let's go. Tua asked back, you plan to chase those cops in this condition? He snapped, I still have unfinished business. Tua tried to reason, anyway their reinforcements must be around here by now, right? Black Tua turned suspicious, do you look like you care? I'll kill them all, what are you scared? Tua calmly replied, yeah, I'm a little scared. Black Tua retorted, brother, what the hell? You still hung up on that blonde bitch. Tua sighed, explaining to his dumb brother, little bro, you trained your upper body so much your brain shrank. We don't even know how many reinforcements the cops have, do we? Black Tua turned his head, ignoring his brother's words, forget it, if you won't go then I'll go alone. Tua shook his head helplessly, if that's the case, I've got no choice but to follow you. Their comm device buzzed, catching Black Tua's attention. Orchid spoke through the communicator, Lespedeza brothers, report in, this is Orchid, is Phoenix handled yet? They walked while answering, we're about to pull out after killing here. Orchid warned, reinforcements are coming your way, they're climbing the mountain as we discussed. Check the club storage room, you'll find fuel cans, burn the goods before they arrive and escape through the back. I'll send the location. Black Tua growled angrily, why do you keep giving us orders? Orchid snapped, this is Buddha's command. That shut him up. Tua answered in his place, then we'll do it. After scouring the whole club, the two brothers clicked their tongues. Phoenix's corpse was covered in patches she used to love while alive. The two mocked, "This will be the perfect funeral for a junkie." Black Tua looked down at Phoenix's body regretfully. "I want to take it home and use it as fertilizer for that bitch's peonies." Tua sneered. The peonies would be pissed being fed a dog's leftovers. They poured oil and set the body of Phoenix ablaze. Tua stood watching the bright red flames, muttering, "Looking at fire is always fun." Black Tua snapped, "Hurry up, you want to turn into roast meat." Phoenix's body was swallowed in the growing blaze. The two turned away, throwing back curses. "Well then, farewell, you junkie whore." Kyung-soo woke up in the hospital like he had just escaped a nightmare. He held his head, wincing, maybe from the lingering side effects of the drug. Outside the window, sparrows chirped. Kyung-soo glanced toward the sound. A sparrow was perched on a branch outside the window. Kyung-soo stared at the bird intently, suddenly realizing the Phoenix mission on top of the Paulownia tree was completed. In Buddha's hand was the card symbolizing Phoenix. Buddha gazed at the card, lost in thought. Suddenly he crushed it, symbolizing Phoenix's sacrifice. Buddha glanced at the orchid on the shelf and called, "Orchid of May." From the potted orchid came a voice, "Yes, Lord Buddha." He issued the command, "From January to October." Buddha's face was solemn. "Gather everyone. The Buddha's ceremony must begin now." Meanwhile in the hospital, Jonghi was babbling nonsense like a lunatic. She flailed her arms, making the nurse sigh helplessly, "Calm down," while Kyung-soo muttered judgmentally, "Crazy bitch." The nurse had to gag her when suddenly a high-ranking officer appeared from behind and called the protagonist, Senior Officer Kim Kyung-soo. It was Hong Jun, his face stern as he asked, "Is your body all right? Can we talk for a moment?" Kyung-soo stayed silent looking at him, his face deadly serious. Outside the clouds gathered heavy and dark as if a storm was about to break. He spoke first, "How long was I unconscious?" Hong Jun answered, 2 days. Kyung-soo cut straight to the point, "Phoenix is dead, right?" His stern face confirmed, "He's dead." Kyung-soo showed a hint of regret. "I knew it. I should have saved him and wrung the information out." Anger and frustration flickered in Kyung-soo's eyes. "Dead already, huh?" Hong Jun paused briefly then said, "While you were unconscious, there were arguments about the police using live rounds." He described the seriousness of the matter. "In the Phoenix mission on the Paulownia tree, they accused us of using excessive force." Both sides clashed fiercely. Meanwhile, some politicians argued it was justified since it caught him. Hong Jun's face hardened as he concluded, "So a battle of opinions has started." He continued, "Even special forces died, yet they call it excessive force. Do they even know what excessive force means? Politics is always two-faced. For these two factions, if side A holds a circle, side B insists on a triangle." Hong Jun explained, "But if side B holds the circle, side A will suddenly demand the triangle." Kyung-soo frowned in judgment. "Damn hard to please." Hong Jun's tone grew heavier and finally, his voice softened with a hint of sadness as he brought up director Kim Ah-hyun. She had joined the mission alongside officers Hwang Hee-jun and Lee Seong-hyun. The atmosphere froze as Hong Jun spoke. He said they wanted to quit being police. Kyung-soo froze in shock and blurted, "What?" Hong Jun sighed regretfully. "I tried to pull them back but..." Kyung-soo let out a weary sigh. "Those punks are such a headache." Hong Jun stood, "Well, there's a press briefing about important matters." Putting on his cap, he added, "First, you're coming with me. We'll talk about the rest later." Kyung-soo looked puzzled. "Where to?" Hong Jun replied, "To the farewell ceremony for the special forces who served us in Fel." Kyung-soo went quiet. "A funeral I've never attended before." Hong Jun urged, "Put on your uniform." Just then Kyung-soo stood and said, "Wait, before that." His face turned serious. "I need to go somewhere else first. I'll return soon." At the ancient temple Hwaguksa covered in heavy mist, a serene shining Buddha statue stood before a wall decorated with divine carvings. In this chamber, countless masked figures silently stared at one another, but noticeably absent was Crane of January, who did not attend. Bird of February spoke first, so Crane didn't come again. Cherry Blossom of March guessed, "He probably thinks we're not busy. I've been late so many times." Black Guktua of April burst out angrily, "HMPH, why pretend to be busy when she isn't even married yet?" Orchid of May spoke coldly, "Put a muzzle on, or should I make one for you?" Peony of June simply stroked her 2 fierce dogs and muttered, "Don't worry, my dogs don't bite." Guktua of July stared nervously at her, thinking, "Should I ask Peony out after the ceremony?" The one nicknamed Hollow Mountain of August was also absent. Chrysanthemum of September curiously asked, "When will Lord Buddha arrive?" Maple Leaf of October mumbled something irrelevant, "I heard Shitnix is dead." Suddenly the doors opened, and dazzling light poured in. All 8 fell silent and fixed their eyes on the one who entered. Buddha himself, stern-faced, asked, "Has everyone gathered?" Maple Leaf answered respectfully, Crane of January and Hollow Mountain of August are missing. Butter explained, Hollow Mountain is cleaning up Phoenix's remains. At that raucous bar now piled with chicken corpses. Bird asked, then what about January? He replied, we do not speak of January. Black Guk Tua clicked his tongue in jealousy, that's why they're gwangs. Cherry Blossom tried to console, anyway we're here now. Then Butter got to the point, have you heard Phoenix is dead? Bird scoffed at the name, that foolish wench deserved it. Cherry Blossom sneered, to you it's just the wisdom of a drug addict. She continued, so Lord Buddha, should we select a new November and December? Buddha shook his head, no, you're wrong, do you know why I called you here? He said as he unrolled a scroll, revealing the portrait of Hong Jun. Buddha continued, you will assassinate Senior Chief Officer Hong Jun. Everyone stared at the man in the picture in shock. A cop. Chrysanthemum suggested, if that's the request, instead of sending one of us, you could probably kill him using the children you've prepared. Orchid also agreed and added, I agree, in the past we never had any true faith anyway, killing just an ordinary old cop is nothing. Suddenly Buddha's expression turned grave, back then I planted Bai Guang close to Hong Jun. Chrysanthemum sighed at this, well even though Bai Guang was skilled, he wouldn't kill unless the other was a murderer. Guk Tua curiously asked, and then what happened? Butter recalled his shock at the time, but there was something different. Before him stood Bai Guang, wounded all over. He recounted how Bai Guang returned beaten to a pulp, leaving everyone unsettled. His eyes turned sharp as he listened to every word the boy said. Bai Guang resolutely warned, Lord Buddha, that cop is incredibly skilled. The whole room gasped in disbelief. Peony exclaimed, what, incredibly skilled, that bastard cop? Guk Tua also agreed. Staring at the photo, he looks like trash to me. Black Guk Tua also refused to believe it. Nonsense, Bai Guang must not have fought with full strength. Orchid snapped back, wait, are you saying he'd do that while injuring his own body? Butter admitted, I also could not believe it, so safety comes first. Instead of killing him, make sure he can no longer track us. Every gaze locked on his words. Yet this man tracked us again, maybe only now you realize whether he is truly skilled or not. Finally Buddha asked gravely, so who will go to kill this man? They all fell silent, their eyes sinking as they stared at the portrait of the target. Poor Hong Jun at the funeral shivered and hugged himself. What the hell, why this sudden chill? The next morning, the weather was clear over the green mountain peaks. Kyongsu trudged up the narrow trail, breathing heavily. He sighed, recalling that day while unconscious. Remembering Phoenix's serious gaze, her last words were, coordinates of some place, so Mr. Su came here searching, based on the coordinates it should be here. He looked around but only saw empty barren land. Kyongsu grumbled, what the hell is this? Don't tell me it's underground again, seriously. Digging here will take forever. Suddenly the chirp of a bird rang out behind him. Kyongsu was stunned as he turned to see a tiny bird perched on a rock. His eyes sparkled slightly as he stared at it with interest. The little bird tilted its head adorably. Back at the Hwaguksa base of the masked ones, Orchid stood behind Buddha and called out, Buddha. He wondered if things would be fine after killing a cop in a place as public as the police station right after the Phoenix incident. Buddha calmly replied, it's fine, actually this can even be blurred out. Hearing this, Orchid scoffed in disbelief. Buddha gazed up at the bright serene moon and said, society is full of idiots easily led by the nose. It's best to cause a huge commotion once, then redirect them to another event and let them forget everything. Orchid stayed silent, pondering. He continued, not to mention we must kill that man no matter what, which made Orchid more curious. Is he really that dangerous? Even to us, including January. Buddha turned to him with a grave look. Once a masked man named Bai Guang rushed to the temple in panic. Buddha recalled that murderous glare inside. He was very skilled. Much like the mad eyes of Kyongsu, Bai Guang and that man shared a similar aura. Orchid muttered thoughtfully, a Bai Guang mask, huh? Buddha went on, I have two hypotheses. First, Bai Guang trained someone inside the police to dodge our suspicions. Second, Hong Jun, the one with such skill, trained a professional unit to take down Hwaguksa. Orchid firmly argued, Bai Guang had been monitored the whole time, so the first theory doesn't fit. Butter agreed, he spent all his time in Hwaguksa. Orchid added, and Hong Jun's secret team already interfered in Phoenix's case. The second theory seems more convincing. In that case, if Hong Jun has enough skill to beat Bai Guang alone. But is one person really enough for this action? Buddha considered this for a moment, then analyzed that Bai Guang had been in critical condition after his mission to hunt down heretics. He could not escape that assassination attempt, even though his power remained. As for this cop, though he is skilled, I think one person is probably enough. Orchid nodded in understanding. I see, then please remain here and await our move. Suddenly Buddha objected, no, I must go somewhere, you go first. Orchid respectfully bowed. Then I shall take my leave, Lord Buddha. He turned back into the room, his eyes falling once again on the portrait of their target. Orchid muttered judgmentally, Chief Inspector Hong Jun, talented really. Staring at the stern face in the photo, Orchid decided he should probably learn more about him. Meanwhile, Hong Jun was wailing in pain like a fish out of water, bullied by his own subordinates. Kyungsoo gripped his shoulders angrily but with a grin. Hey, what benefit do I get from reading this eulogy? Hong Jun struggled pitifully, but Officer Kim Ah-hyung isn't here. I already wrote it, you just have to read. That only made him angrier. Don't make decisions for me. Kyungsoo raised a fist threateningly. At the very least, say something next time. His cocky attitude only made Hong Jun more annoyed. You brat, Hong Jun scolded. I'm still your superior. How dare you treat me like this? Kyungsoo didn't care, so what? Hong Jun deflated in disappointment. Why though? Kyungsoo grumbled, because hiding in that gang of bastards just to save you made my whole body ache. Hong Jun was left confused. At the solemn funeral hall, banners read condolences for fallen comrades, each officer's name listed below. 2 full rows of officers sat in silence, staring toward the podium. A young woman stood on stage, eyes wet. Now for the eulogy of fellow officer Kim Ah-hyung. Kyungsoo frowned as he stepped up, thinking, praying for their rest. This kind of thing really isn't my job. Beneath him, countless people wept, and as he read Hong Jun's eulogy, he felt the man's regret and sorrow seep through the words. Hong Jun's grief for his fallen comrades was sincere, though Kyungsoo kept reading properly, instead of making him somber in the right way. It dragged his mood down so hard it felt unbearable. He clutched the paper and ended. That concludes it, Officer Kim Kyungsoo. The Korean flag hung silently, heavy with solemn air. Kyungsoo hurried off stage, thinking this awful feeling was best avoided. Suddenly someone called his name, Officer Kim Kyungsoo. His eyes widened in shock as they landed on the silver 5-petal insignia gleaming on the man's shoulders. It was none other than Kim Nako, Commissioner of the National Police, suddenly addressing him. So you are Officer Kim Kyungsoo? Yeah. The man smiled. You're the one who caught that first drug dealer at the nightclub, aren't you? Kyungsoo paused for a moment, then replied, yes, sir. Then Nako suddenly laughed. You'll make a good cop. I hope you'll try harder in the future. Kyungsoo's face stayed cold. He answered shortly, thank you, sir. Suddenly Nako's face darkened. But you know, there's one thing that keeps bothering me when it comes to handling such a big case. Chief Inspector Hong Jun. He said reproachfully, shouldn't you have reported to me first, and only then acted? Then he smirked slyly, but since the mission was successful, should I just consider it pure luck? He went on in a tone heavy with disdain for the deaths of so many young officers. Should I consider this a failure instead? Each word pressed down on Kyungsoo like a trap. What do you think, Officer Kim Kyungsoo? He froze in stunned silence, eyes widening. Could it be? Kyungsoo's gaze locked onto every wrinkle around that squinty smile. His mind jumped to a wild thought that had nothing to do with the moment. This guy. Just as he was about to answer, a pitiful cry tore through the hall. My child. A woman wailed in despair, reaching out toward the portraits, crying, my child, while her husband, teary-eyed, held her back. Kyungsoo's expression didn't change much, but his heart sank. That's why this place feels so suffocating. Maybe because when I die, he thought sadly as he watched the woman, there won't be anyone truly mourning me. Kyungsoo bowed his head, thinking bitterly, this new life is no different from that of a killer. Suddenly, a stranger spoke. You said you worked with my son on that mission, right? The man's kind eyes shone as he smiled faintly. Even so, at least the others survived. He choked up, reaching out a hand. My son always dreamed of becoming a great police officer. Young man, you are like my son. The man pleaded sincerely, please live on in his place and make his dream a reality. He added, above all, you too are someone else's child. Kyungsoo gripped the man's rough hand, silent for a while before answering earnestly, yes, sir. Later, the lights still blazed across the funeral hall. A fellow officer encouraged him as he stepped down. You've done well. The girl from earlier held the mic again, eyes sorrowful. That was the eulogy from Officer Kim Kyungsoo, and next will be from Monk Yuhua, the abbot. Hearing that name, Kyungsoo's eyes went wide with furious shock. The old man calmly stepped up onto the sacred platform. Hong Jun froze too, his face stiff with horrified disbelief, while the girl continued her formal introduction of Hwaguksa as a national cultural heritage site. Kyungsoo now could no longer hold back his rage. Gritting his teeth, he hissed one word. Why? That wretched old man calmly folded his hands and spoke solemnly into the mic. Namo Amitabha. His words instantly made the crowd burst into tears. In Buddhism, those connected by the Buddha are called family. The young received blessings from their country in the form of wages. He affirmed resolutely, and they repaid those blessings by dedicating themselves to duty as police officers. That is why everyone present here today is family. Every heartfelt word pierced the hearts of the parents. Fathers and mothers, do not grieve too much. The rows of young police officers sitting behind you are all your children. The ranks of police could not hold back their tears. Yuwa continued, young officers, do not fear. The people sitting before you are your parents. Every gaze turned to the fake Buddha giving his speech. We are all one. Only Kyungsoo could see through that mask, silently judging. Back when he was an assassin, Bai Guang had seen the Buddha closer than anyone, but this was the first time he saw him outside Hwaguksa. Now he was digging deep into the pain of others, tearing open their emotions. With those smug, downward-looking eyes, in the end he forced everyone to rely on his speech. Kyungsoo's burning glare nearly made Bai Guang himself shiver. After a while, the man concluded, now we will hold a moment of silence. Yuwa suddenly noticed those two piercing eyes that seemed to stab right through him. Hong Jun and Kyungsoo calmly stared straight at him in front of everyone who was praying. Because of all this, Bai Guang swore he would expose every rotten act of that bastard and kill him. Yuwa only smiled back mockingly, his eyes dripping with scorn. Finally, the ceremony drew to a close. The female officer holding the mic said, in this way, we say our final goodbyes and end the funeral. Families of the fallen officers crowded around Buddha, crying out, Monk Yuhua Buddha, how are we supposed to live from now on? Kyungsoo never stopped glaring at him with eyes sharp enough to pierce. Suddenly someone called out, Senior Officer Kim Kyungsoo. It was the National Police Commissioner Nako, standing there with two colleagues. Nako smiled warmly, I'm glad to meet you, I'm really looking forward to your future work. Kyungsoo hesitated a moment, then answered, thank you, sir. Then the man rummaged in his pocket and added, I was going to treat you to a fine meal, but to be serious and official, well, at least go get this when you step outside. He held out a silver coin, a cup of coffee from the vending machine. Kyungsoo took it in surprise while Nako walked away with a smile and a suspicious warning, and remember, be careful. He silently looked down at the coin in his hand. On its face was the engraving of a flamingo. A quiet brown teacup sat on the table. As Kyungsoo calmly sipped tea, a grave voice suddenly asked him a question. Hong Jun sat across and asked, so you found Phoenix's hideout? He calmly replied, that's right. He recalled, right before climbing the mountain, I pushed aside a rock and there was a hidden door leading down. Hong Jun guessed that rock must have been pretty unusual, that's why you found it so quickly. He stayed silent, so the man asked again, so what was in there? Kyungsoo answered seriously, a journal Phoenix wrote and some member information. Hong Jun lit up with excitement, that means we can use that info to catch them. But he shot back, no, it wasn't detailed enough, it only adds to what I already know. Hearing that, the man's face fell and he sighed, I see, then when do I get it? He replied, I'll have it finished before tomorrow morning. After that, Kyungsoo's expression grew even more serious. Instead, we need to discuss something more important today. Hong Jun tilted his head curiously. More important than that, he didn't circle around and went straight to the point. I'm moving in with you. Hearing that, the man panicked and protested, what? No way, which left him confused, but why not? The man bluntly replied, how could I possibly live with you? I don't want to. With that said, Kyungsoo silently rummaged in his pocket. He pulled out a thin metal block, placed it on the table, and asked, you still don't want to? What he placed down was pure gold, a bar gleaming brightly. Hong Jun's jaw dropped at the sight of such treasure. The man stammered, what is this? Kyungsoo calmly explained, it was in Phoenix's hideout, looks like a slush fund, there are more than 30 like this. Hong Jun accused, you trying to bribe me with this? He casually replied, just think of it as rent money. Even so, the man still refused, no. So he twirled the gold bar and teased, you sure? Which only made the man even more resolute. I said no. Hong Jun firmly said, it's not like I live alone, I have a daughter too. Hearing that, he was surprised. If that's the case, then I have even more reason to live with you, leaving him baffled. What are you saying? Idiot. Kyungsoo explained, Senior Officer Hong Jun, maybe you survived the assassination attempt thanks to my lie up until now. But the man frowned in confusion. What lie are you talking about? He continued, since you're currently in charge of the Phoenix operation, I thought you'd escape it safely. The man's face darkened as he realized, so you're saying I'm surrounded by danger right now, correct? He confirmed, yes, and I bet they're planning to kill both you and your daughter. Hong Jun finally gave in, all right, I'll prepare a room for you, which made him grin, good. Kyungsoo bit into the gold bar suspiciously and asked again, but you're sure you don't want this? Making the man turn away helplessly, just keep it all. Back at the hospital earlier, Jeonhee was stunned, what, all three of them quit? Then she laughed loudly, reassuring Kyungsoo standing beside her, don't worry, I wouldn't quit even if I died. Which made him mock, really, I hope you mean it. Then Jeonhee boasted, no matter how strong you are, in the end, it's all about mentality. Mental strength decides the winner. Kyung-soo thought to himself, she's not wrong, but she makes it sound completely unconvincing. Still, he replied, yeah, I guess you don't need to worry. At least start exercising once you're out of here. Suddenly, Jeonhee dragged her voice and curiously pointed at herself. By the way, did anyone mention promotion? He answered, well, they did say promoting me 2 ranks was too soon, so I refused. Hearing that, she let out an excited "oh." He continued, Senior Officer Kim Ah-hyung and I were both in that operation, but I heard all the police got promoted. She gave another sly "oh." Suddenly, Jeonhee seriously called his name, making him blink in confusion, Kyung-soo. She gleefully tilted her head and teased, that means we're friends now, right? Making him grimace and frown in disgust. Friends. Jeonhee added, well then, now we're 3 hibiscus heads including you. She giggled and sang, we're friends, right, my dear friend? His face darkened slightly as he replied, I just remembered something. He casually stated, you've been removed from the recommendation list, instantly leaving her shocked beyond repair. She panicked and stammered, what are you saying? You're lying because you don't want to see me happy, right? He closed his eyes and replied, you're right, I couldn't stand it, but it's still the truth. Jeonhee was dumbfounded. Why? Kyung-soo immediately laid out an irrefutable reason, because you did drugs during a mission. Jeonhee hopelessly groaned in despair with a long drawn-out sigh. Her craziness flared up again as she tried to justify, but I didn't have any other choice. Kyung-soo shot her a withering look and said, I get that you had no choice, but scoring drugs in a hospital is another thing. On top of that, you were disciplined. Jeonhee clutched her head and shrieked, disciplined? No way. Suddenly, he lowered his voice as he stepped closer, by the way. Kyung-soo grabbed her hand with a mocking gaze and sneered, friends, look at this delusional power junkie right here. Kyung-soo, his face red with anger, smiled and said, I'll deal with you after I'm discharged. Seeing his terrifying look, Jeonhee's heart ached, her eyes welled up with tears as she whimpered. Then a tragic scream echoed in misery from the hospital. Later, Kyung-soo left the place feeling relieved, thinking, now I don't have to worry about her anymore, I just need to beat up those 2 punks and finish them off. Right after that, at an apartment complex, a hand pounded the door loudly without stopping. Inside, Ah-hyung, exhausted, dragged herself out from under the blanket toward the door. She cracked it open slightly, her tired eyes wary. Who is it? Immediately, half a stern face with a creepy dead fish eye stared at her. Ah-hyung screamed in panic and fell backward. Kyung-soo, looking like a crazed murderer, shouted, open the door. Ah-hyung cried out in shock, Kim Kyung-soo, why are you here? But Kyung-soo didn't answer, only pressed, open the door and talk. She yelled angrily, are you trying to call the police? Why don't you find somewhere else and get lost? Kyung-soo denied it. We're on the same team, why would I do that? He immediately pulled at the doorknob like a madman, gritting through his teeth. I said open the door. This lunatic made her panic even more, retreating. You're going to break the door, stop it. The banging and rattling didn't stop. Ah-hyung shouted helplessly, I said you'll break the door, you crazy maniac. Finally, she gave in and opened the door for Kyung-soo. He began, so the only thing you can do after leaving the team is lock yourself inside the house. She fidgeted silently while he pressed on, not planning to attend the funeral for the others, leaving her frozen. This woman, Kim Ah-hyung, 29 years old, the youngest chief officer born at the finish line, had never known failure. Hong Jun once warned her, I don't doubt your ability, but this mission is extremely dangerous. I can't trust you to handle it unofficially. Then he said gravely, but I think our opponent is someone considered the best agent of KNP-soo, and also part of Commander Bayan Jangwook's special task force. He then gave a serious order, this may sound strange, but please carry out the mission with Chief Officer Kim Kyung-soo as your junior officer. That is my command. A junior officer, that is my command. At that time, she was very displeased with the order, and to her, everything had been perfect before she defied it. Now Ah-hyung stammered with guilt, it was my fault. She lowered her head and said, I was too arrogant. Suddenly, Kyung-soo grabbed her by the shoulders. Then he stood up and lifted her as if she were a rabbit, casually dragging her along while saying, follow me, which made Ah-hyung panic. Where are we going? He didn't bother to answer while the chief officer screamed helplessly, I'm asking you, where are we going? That morning the sky was clear with only a few clouds. They arrived at a deserted place on the mountainside. While Ah-hyung was bewildered, Kyung-soo just let out a surprised, oh. He saw a family dressed in black mourning clothes standing before a grave and said, so they're here. Ah-hyung immediately flustered, hey, my stuff, while he didn't care and replied, who cares? Ah-hyung looked at the parents of her subordinate, her heart filled with fear. What should I say? What should I do? Her mind was utterly chaotic, she didn't dare lift her head. How could she apologize? Suddenly, the man had approached her without her noticing and asked, You were the commander of that mission, weren't you? Ah-hyung instinctively lifted her head, lips trembling, unable to speak out of anxiety. But all the man did was smile gently and say, "Don't forget my children and make sure something like this never happens again." Such a punishment was so gentle it left her stunned and confused. Her eyes instantly welled up with tears, stretched wide with emotion. Her lips kept moving, producing only meaningless sounds. Then Ah-hyung burst into tears and knelt down. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." Her guilty feelings poured out through her eyes. "It was my fault only because of me." The grieving family couldn't hold back their pain, yet they gently approached and embraced her. That moment left the young chief officer stunned, with emotions tangled deeply toward Kyung-soo, who silently brought her here for exactly this. With that gentle yet sorrowful family, she looked at them as if enlightened. "Think carefully." Then she glanced at Kyung-soo. His face seemed to be saying how she could apologize to her comrade. Ah-hyung once again cried out in despair and pain. Sometime later at a cafe, Kyung-soo seriously summarized what had just been said. "All right. We don't have time, so let's wrap it up in 3 sentences." The two sitting in front of him, Heejun and Seonghyun, blinked in confusion. "Huh?" Seonghyun wondered, "Didn't you call us here to solve our problems? How can you explain everything in 3 sentences? He didn't care and replied, "Who has time to chat with you guys anyway?" Hwang Heejun. 3 sentences start now, making the two of them freeze like glued mannequins. Heejun, still confused, began, "I had a friend I always lost to back when I was a boxer." Kyung-soo counted. 1. He continued, "That guy became a criminal." Kyung-soo counted. 2. "So I became a cop to catch him." Kyung-soo closed. "Good, next." Next was Seonghyun, who deflated and said, "When I was young I was bullied because I was too weak at school." Kyung-soo counted. 1. "So I studied martial arts and law." He continued. 2. "To become a cop to catch bad guys." Kyung-soo closed again. "Done, that's it." Suddenly he slammed the coffee cup on the table and asked, "But why?" Kyung-soo's eyes were full of frustration. "Both of you had clear goals, yet you dare talk about quitting the police?" The two of them stayed silent for a moment, then Heejun finally spoke. "You saw it yourself. Remembering back when they were chased out by Sangma, they said sadly we couldn't do anything. And when Hwagaksa was suppressed by Black Nation Tuwa, we were just dead weight. We were useless." Kyung-soo looked at their pitiful state and thought, inferiority complex, huh? At least Kim Ah-hyung has some confidence, so she'll be fine. These two are the real headache. He decided silently, "At this point no persuasion will work," then spoke, leaving them bewildered. "If you two dare say you'll quit again." Kyung-soo cracked his knuckles with an angry grin. "Then I'll beat you until your mouth spit rice and drag you back here." He thought to himself, the shortest path is to threaten them harder. Kyung-soo pressed further, "Don't waste energy on nonsense," making them tremble. "You said you'd solve our problem." And just like that, Kim Ah-hyung, Hwang Heejun, and Lee Seonghyun all returned to being police officers. Hwang Heejun and Lee Seonghyun were both promoted to officers, while Kyung-soo cried in despair, "Why am I the only one who didn't get promoted?" To overcome his weakness, Kyung-soo trained like a slave driver, shouting, "Stand up now, do you all want to die?" making them cry like bobbies. Kyung-soo smirked, pathetic. At the same time, Kyung-soo also attended other classes. "I'm here for the special training session." With that, they all began their special training for the mission. Especially Kim Ah-hyung. When she returned to work, someone mocked her. "Who's this? Isn't this the one who got the whole team killed because of Dongcheol?" He sneered, "If it wasn't because Senior Chief Hong Jun asked me, I wouldn't even bother meeting you. That fool Dongcheol is still alive anyway." He puffed on a cigarette and continued, "So this man is the commander of KNP Su, formerly part of the KNP 22 security force." Chief of Staff Byun Jangwook sternly asked, "So why did you come to see me?" Back at Hong Jun's office, Kyung-soo placed documents on the table and said, "Here, these are the materials I summarized and the data Phoenix gathered." Looking at the info and the corresponding tags, he said, "So Cherry Blossom March, Black Lespedeza April, and Lespedeza July." He confirmed, yes, they are the ones Phoenix was least close to. April and July, the Lespedeza brothers were still being paid by Hwagaksa 3 months ago, but then stopped receiving a single coin. Meanwhile, March, September, and October also did not receive any financial support. The question of why they weren't paid may be because their business activities remain unclear. When not on missions, they still trained, but sometimes they went out. We failed to follow them and didn't know where they went, but when they came back, they were bulkier, probably hitting some outside gym. He muttered about those muscles. They say it's all natural, but clearly they're juicing on steroids. And even at a glance, the younger brother was definitely using them. Hong Jun nodded, "Good intel. I'll investigate businesses opened 3 months ago that bought large quantities of steroids." Next is The gentle spring bloom, cherry blossom March. She didn't receive money from Hwaguksa, she actually gave money to them. The payment system before went top-down, Phoenix, Maple Leaf, then Cherry Blossom. Now Maple Leaf has surpassed Phoenix, so Phoenix was anxious. Suddenly he frowned and looked down. On the papers were pinned portraits of beautiful women. He muttered, "Why are these all celebrity photos?" Kyungsu immediately asked if he knew them. Hongjun confidently replied, "Of course I know them, how could I not?" He proudly declared, "I'm a fan of all of them." Then suddenly coughed, "Wait, hold on, aren't all three famous? Strange how I didn't notice sooner." Kyungsu suddenly said seriously, "One of those three people is Cherry Blossom." Cherry Blossom. Hongjun, mishearing it, looked dumbfounded. "What?" He hurriedly denied it. "Impossible." Kyungsu quickly added, "Phoenix investigated it. I don't know if Cherry Blossom is really in there, but if you look at the follow-up information, her relationship with Phoenix isn't good, but most of the time she only meets her to get medicine when necessary. But it doesn't seem like she uses it herself. Last month, there was a drug scandal in the entertainment industry, and it turned out to be caused by a new drug Phoenix gave Cherry Blossom. According to the papers, it raised suspicion that Cherry Blossom is someone in the entertainment world." Hongjun let out an awe, then suspiciously asked about Hwaguksa, your old organization. Kyungsu cut him off, "I'm not in it anymore." He quickly snapped back, "No, that bastard." Hongjun was honestly baffled and asked, "What the heck is his motive then?" Kyungsu paused briefly, then answered with grave tone, "The motive of that bastard is to go back to the past, back when I was first given the name Bai Guang. Back then Buddha asked me, 'Bai Guang, do you know what is the most important thing about being alive as a human?' I thought for a second, then replied, 'No, sir.' Then he confidently said, 'It is fear.' For him, people live to overcome fear. Like workers today, to conquer the fear of starving they work. And to overcome the fear of loneliness, they meet people and form relationships. However, when standing before the fear of death, no one ever wins. The golden Buddha statue behind had always been the answer. He stood before it and spoke with firm conviction. And then people went to seek the Buddha. Yuwa sneered, "Who knows in this messy world? Fears keep gnawing at humans anyway." Bai Guang swallowed every word of his, realizing that when someone loses all hope in life, that is when they stand at death's door. His eyes were sharp as blades, just silently listening. Yuwa's twisted face now looked oddly proud as he said, "Then I can become a bodhisattva to save them." He froze at the disgusting reason that man gave. Buddha firmly declared that in December Bai Guang and the other months would become the first fear of this nation. Back to the present, he coldly asked, "So that's what the gorilla bastard said his goal was?" Hongjun followed up in confusion, "To become a Buddha. A Buddha, that's a pretty dreamy ideal. I have a question." Hongjun curiously asked, "Why do the months follow you?" Kyungsu irritably cut him off, "I am not one of them." He continued, "Then why are the months so loyal to the Buddha?" Hongjun could not understand the people Kyungsu mentioned. Most of the months were absolutely loyal to that gorilla bastard. In fact, the main reason is because he raised them to be assassins from childhood, and at least once they had tasted the fear of hell or death. However, the reward once you became a month, you would get the things you desire the most. It could make you cry, too tempting, like a divine gift straight from Buddha. Kyungsu said sternly, "I've been through it, so I understand." For the months, Buddha was like a god, so he already achieved half of his goal. Hongjun asked, "But you still escaped the temptation." He only muttered uneasily, "Oh." Kyungsu remembered the first Bai Guang and admitted honestly, "There was a deal." Hongjun immediately questioned, "A deal? What kind of deal?" He calmly replied, "Anyway, those guys stayed absolutely loyal to him just to keep those rewards." Then Kyungsu mocked himself, pointing at his chest, "And those who are not loyal to him are right in front of you. Look what happened to me." Hongjun fell silent. Then he added something that startled him. "I never openly rebelled, but last year 1 month did." Kyungsu hinted, then asked, "Do you know the Truth Sect?" Hongjun quickly answered, "Yeah, that's a church organization." But then he blurted out in shock, "Impossible." Kyungsu firmly confirmed, "Yes. The red-haired girl who led that church was the first Maple Leaf, the one trusted by countless believers. Let us all pray together, and because of that the current leader might be the second Maple Leaf." After founding the Truth Sect, the first Maple Leaf wanted to oppose the 12 months, and created 12 disciples to confront Hwaguksa. Thus the 12 zodiac signs appeared. However, just a few months sent out on missions defeated that entire force. And so the first Maple Leaf took the survivors and fled to the Philippines. And then, it was Bai Guang who hunted her down to the end. In her dying breath she asked in confusion, "Why? Don't you also hate that gorilla bastard?" Bai Guang answered with full conviction, "He promised me." He recalled, if I completed this mission he would let me live the life of a normal man. The first maple leaf burst out laughing. You actually believe that bastard, leaving him speechless. Even in her dying state, she proudly sneered, let me tell you this, you will never have that kind of life. Those words made him silently furious. And so, I killed the first maple leaf. Hong Jun wondered, but you just said the current leader is the second leaf. Last time you claimed you killed the second maple leaf already. He quickly replied, that wasn't the second maple leaf. Kyungsoo pondered, then stated firmly, no, I'm sure that couldn't be considered the second maple leaf. Hong Jun asked in confusion, was maple leaf supposed to be only one person? Kyungsoo answered again, there are many strange things about the second maple leaf. Even though we had group missions and were well prepared, someone always showed up before us. When he faced the maple leaves, the strange thing was, maple leaf after maple leaf, one generation after another. Even though they were different genders, ages, and voices, brother by Guang. Yet their actions, personalities, and way of speaking were the same, making his skin crawl. Long time no see. Hong Jun still looked confused, so he summed it up. Anyway, I have already confirmed that all the materials collected from Phoenix have been delivered. Kyungsoo then stood up and reminded, now you should go, the next target will be Cherry Blossom. She is definitely part of that dangerous trio. Hong Jun fell silent for a moment, then answered a bit sadly, understood. That expression left him silently puzzled. At night when the bright moonlight lit up the whole city, a small car sped along the road. Kyungsoo sitting in the passenger seat beside Hong Jun, who was driving, mocked. Why would a senior officer like you be driving such a crappy car? Change it already. Or do you want me to buy you a new one? Hong Jun grew pensive and suddenly said, my wife. His eyes turned sad as he said, she died 3 years ago. This is the car she bought me as a birthday gift 15 years back. Kyungsoo criticized bluntly, your wife didn't love you at all, huh? That much time was more than enough for her to replace the car for you. Hearing this made Hong Jun snap in annoyance, threatening, you bastard, want me to throw you out. He asked again, how did she die? Sick, Hong Jun answered, she was also a police officer. Hearing that surprised him, died in the line of duty, he replied briefly, 3 years ago. The atmosphere grew heavy inside the car as Hong Jun recounted, a madman killed her. Kyungsoo spoke in a low voice, sorry to hear that. Hong Jun continued, that madman. He bluntly said something that surprised him, it was a disciple of the Truth sect. I already felt something was off. Then he went on, but when I learned it was connected to Hwaguksa. Kyungsoo realized, so that's why you left that place when I said we should capture Cherry Blossom first. He wondered, or should we catch Maple Leaf first? Hong Jun immediately refused, no, compared to Maple Leaf we have more intel on Cherry Blossom. Anyway, that's the priority target. He added, maybe because both my wife and I were police officers, so my daughter also wants to be one. Kyungsoo teased, having her dad as a senior officer to pave the way, what could be better, right? Hong Jun replied gloomily. I don't want her to become a cop, you'll be working with her soon, so help me convince her, and don't tell her I said this. Kyungsoo raised his fist and seriously asked, so I'm allowed to punch her, right? Knowing him too well, Hong Jun replied, you still need a long course on being human, your social awareness is garbage. Finally, they arrived at Hong Jun's house. Kyungsoo walked up to the front door curiously. Your place is this old. How many years has it been? Hong Jun grumbled, just get inside already. Before going in, Hong Jun seriously reminded, don't talk to me so rudely in front of my kid, understand? Kyungsoo replied with authority, yes sir, don't worry. Then the father immediately opened the door. A girl came out to greet him. Dad, you're home. Hong Jun's face brightened happily. Oh my precious daughter just got back, she replied. I just came from studying at the library. Then the girl curiously looked at Kyungsoo, so from now on he will be staying here with us? Hong Jun smiled, a little inconvenient, but please bear with it and don't get too close to him. At that moment Kyungsoo froze, dumbstruck as he looked at the daughter greeting him. Hello. She looked nervous and awkward, saying, nice to meet you. But Kyungsoo just stared deeply at her with glowing eyes, saying nothing while she blinked and called again, hey. Kyungsoo froze again, unable to speak. She asked Hong Jun in confusion, Dad, you brought him here. Kyungsoo gazed at a photo of the happy family. He reluctantly commented, the girl looks so much like her mother. Hong Jun gave him a judging look, it'll be a long time before you can live normally, you've got zero social skills. After giving his comment he left, not forgetting to remind, I've prepared a room on the 2nd floor for you, go upstairs and sleep. I'll sleep first. Hong Yeon playfully poked her head out with concern, good night Dad. After Hong Jun left, both she and Kyungsoo unintentionally looked at each other. He didn't pay much attention to the girl, thinking of leaving, I should also go rest. Suddenly Hong Yeon grabbed his arm, stopping him. Without hesitation, she directly asked, "Can I come to your room later?" Kyung-soo looked dumbfounded, full of question marks. For what? The girl still insisted, "I have something I want to ask you." Hong Yeon kept beating around the bush, which made him extremely curious. In the brightly lit room, Kyung-soo sat seriously on the bed, arms crossed, asking back, "So what did I do to become a police officer?" Hong Yeon sat on the chair opposite, her heart full of determination. "Yes, I want to become a police officer in the future." Kyung-soo had nothing to hide, he shared after. He continued with his life story, dying then reviving. He had become a police officer. Hong Yeon didn't quite get it. "You mean it was so hard you felt like dying?" Her words made him look at his body and realize he just remembered he didn't know much about the original owner of this body. His parents committed crimes and abandoned him when he was young. "I don't know anything else. Aside from him growing up in an orphanage, even if I knew more it wouldn't change anything." As if reading her mind, Kyung-soo stopped her. "Don't ask questions related to that force." The girl still pressed eagerly, "Why not? Just tell me something." He turned stern and threatened, "Your dad told me to stop you from becoming a police officer." Hong Yeon seemed timid. She stammered, I hate dad so much." Then he also suddenly remembered, "He also told me not to tell you that." Hong Yeon pouted, "It's my life. Why does he keep interfering?" He reluctantly said, "Tomorrow is the weekend. Do you want to come train with me?" Outwardly he said it, but inside he felt guilty. "Fine, once won't hurt." The girl lit up excitedly. "Really?" Her face bloomed like a sunflower. "Thank you so much." He smiled bitterly. "If I show her how harsh training is, she'll probably quit." Clouds drifted lazily across the blue sky, and Jeonghee, Heejun, Seonghyun all widened their eyes in surprise. Kyung-soo introduced, "Greet properly. This guest will be training with us today." Hong Yeon bowed politely. "Hello." All three stared at the girl in disbelief. Jeonghee stepped closer to Hong Yeon suspiciously. "Isn't she a student? Were you kidnapped?" Hong Yeon politely replied, "Let me introduce myself." Then she confidently declared, "I am Hong Yeon. I'm in my final year of high school. I want to become a great police officer like you all, so please excuse me today." Both Heejun and Seonghyun avoided eye contact, while Jeonghee put on a dangerous face. She sneered, "Great, this kid sure looks at people kindly." With all her experience, Jeonghee warmly offered, "Fine, do you want me to tutor you?" Hong Yeon casually replied, "No need, I'm top of my class in every subject." Jeonghee instantly deflated, "Oh really? Then let's not waste time." Kyung-soo cut in, "Enough small talk for later." Before he could give an order, a punch flew in from behind, almost hitting his face. Training began. Kyung-soo immediately ducked and dodged Heejun's strike. His eyes opened wide, searching for an opening. Seizing the moment, he drove an elbow into Heejun's chest. Just after dropping Heejun, another hand caught Kyung-soo's attention. Seonghyun lunged in, grabbing tightly around Kyung-soo's waist. The kid used all his strength to lift him up, but even with the hold, he was too inexperienced, so Kyung-soo grabbed both sides of his waist. Taking advantage, he tossed the boy aside. He shared the same fate as Heejun, knocked down mercilessly. Watching from the side, Hong Yeon stammered, "Why are you guys suddenly fighting?" Kyung-soo calmly replied, "Training." He glanced at the two disciples who had just been beaten to a pulp and guessed, "A surprise attack, huh? Nice plan. No way you two came up with that." So it was Jeonghee. Kyung-soo shifted his focus to Jeonghee, asking, "Why didn't you attack me?" She backed away and made up a lame excuse, "I've got sore muscles from gym." She gave an awkward smile, begging mercy as he grabbed her head, ready to strike. "I surrender." Without mercy, he need her as a lesson, ignoring Hong Yeon's gaze and Jeonghee's whining. "Don't just stand there giving orders. You need to charge in and fight too. Got it? Got it, huh?" Kyung-soo then turned to check on the one just standing around watching the drama. "Now then." He ordered sternly, "You hit me too." Hong Yeon blinked in confusion. Me." He moved closer to the girl while throwing light punches. "Didn't you come here to train? I won't let you get hurt. Attack, don't worry." She instinctively backed away in panic. Kyung-soo darted toward her, "If you don't want to." He struck the girl on her right side. Although the punch had some force, it was still holding back. He added authority to his half-joking words. "Then I'll hit first." Kyung-soo looked at the girl collapsing to the ground, thinking, at this rate she'll give up soon. Outwardly, with all his experience, he threatened, "If you become a cop, it'll hurt even more." Before he finished speaking, the girl's stubbornness caught his attention. Kyung-soo looked down at her, pausing in thought. Hong Yeon's determined gaze made him admire her a little. Most people collapse when hit in the liver, but she looked fine. Without hesitation, he ordered everyone, "All right, this time Hwang Heejun versus Lee Seonghyun and Jo Jeonghee versus Hong Yeon. Pair up and fight." Hong Yeon looked shocked at her opponent. Me against her? Kyung-soo gave a bit of info. "It's fine, she's pretty good too." Jeonghee heard this and smirked wickedly. She wiped her nose confidently. Even if you're a student, I won't hold back. Kyungsu suddenly remembered to warn Jeonghee, making her leg ache. Oh right, forgot to mention, the girl is the daughter of a senior officer. She pretended to take the full hit and whined, "You're too strong." Hong Yeon was full of question marks, while Kyungsu watched the dramatic scene feeling 3 parts helpless and 7 parts like a dad. What a coward. The bright moon shone across the starry sky. Hong Yeon walked beside Kyungsu groaning, "Now my whole body aches." Hearing this, he praised her. "For the first time you held out well." He added, "You looked really spirited during training." Then he sincerely comforted her, "Later you'll become a fine police officer." Hong Yeon froze for a moment, then politely replied, "Thank you." Back at their familiar home, Hong Jun looked the two over from head to toe with judgment. Unable to resist his curiosity, he directly questioned his junior, "Why did you two come home together?" Kyungsu casually replied as if nothing happened. "Coincidence." He growled in confusion, "What do you mean?" Worried, he ran to grab his daughter's shoulders and warned, "Yeon, don't hang around this guy, he's bad." Kyungsu sarcastically jabbed, "I'm literally standing right here." The man had no social skills whatsoever. Hong Yeon cut in two, "He's not bad." She blushed and avoided her father's piercing stare, praising, "He's cool." The man froze for a few seconds. Then he turned and glared at Kyungsu so fiercely it startled him a little. Hong Jun angrily kicked him out. "Get lost." Kyungsu refused to give in and poured oil on the fire, "But I didn't even do anything." Hong Yeon scolded, "Dad, why are you kicking our guest out?" Hong Jun snapped back, yelling at her. The father and daughter jumped into a shouting match. There was a pair of eyes staring, catching his attention. The moon had risen high, the night was drawing near. A gang of thugs gathered in full force. Suddenly a voice rang out, catching most of their attention. Thought the Lespedeza crew would show up instead. Kyungsu appeared out of nowhere, looking stylish as ever, so they sent maple leaves instead. The thugs still kept their air of menace, all threatening at once. "Do you even know who we are?" He smirked mockingly. Who else would send this many people besides him? Perfect, Hong Jun will love this, since you guys will be the lead to catch Maple Leaf. They didn't waste words, they charged at Kyungsu with machetes. But they were all taken down by Kyungsu, flattened in the blink of an eye. One tried to take the chance to rush in, stabbing at him with a knife, but got a boot straight to the mouth. He judged them coldly, these bastards. He could partly guess their background, they weren't assassins from the organization. He noticed even the smallest detail, their knife grips were all wrong, just amateurs sent to do a job. A bunch of beaten-up fools sat on the ground whining. One of them cried out, "It hurts, how could this be? What's going on?" Their leader looked at his underlings in confusion. What happened? A scrawny one took a kick to the face and still looked dazed like a baby deer. Where am I? Kyungsu stood watching their clown show, still carrying his own aura of authority. In front of Hong Jun's house, an interrogation was underway. No one else left. He frowned at the group. Don't you even remember who sent you here or why? Kyungsu added, strange, this is the first time I've seen something like this happen. The beaten bunch still had the guts to bark, untie us now or we'll sue you to the police. Hong Jun, seated above, threatened, you came here to cause trouble, who do you think you'll sue? I'm the police. One of them stammered, we don't even remember anything. Kyungsu reported, after searching them we found some things to confirm their identity, even family photos. They all seem to be suffering temporary memory loss, everything looks ordinary, nothing suspicious. Hearing this, Hong Jun raised a question, so could it be? He clenched his teeth in hatred, just like the ones who murdered my wife. Hong Jun deliberately emphasized the two words, maple leaf. The card representing the maple leaf appeared. A bewitching voice echoed, look at this maple leaf. The leaf swayed in the air, the person spoke slowly like hypnosis. From now on you will feel calm and peaceful with no more worries. All present suffering will completely vanish, only peace will remain in your heart. Be at peace, every wound in your soul will be released. You will always think of one person and follow that person's words. When this maple leaf stops moving, let your soul relax and open your eyes. Now I will ask you a question. Maple Leaf stood on the platform and questioned the woman kneeling on the ground. Do you know who I am? He squinted his eyes, waiting for an answer. The woman in front of Maple Leaf began to respond, you are. Her eyes shone bright like morning light. You have saved my sinful suffering soul. You are the embodiment of the maple leaf. He did not deny it, kneeling on one knee and removing his mask. That's right, I will make you more and more beautiful. He placed the mask on the ground. Because of this, her eyes turned panicked and strange. He smirked and added, I am the embodiment of the maple leaf, the one who brings you happiness. She saw his whole face and her eyes lost all trust, replaced by obvious fear. Despite her trembling, he suddenly barked, oh. Maple Leaf dangerously ground his teeth and threatened, you're still not hypnotized, are you? The girl quickly denied and explained, no, it's not that, I was just surprised to see your real face. Without hesitation, he grabbed the object that had hypnotized her. then slashed it hard across the neck of the unlucky victim. She immediately fell backward, knocked out cold right before him. Maple Leaf picked up the mask and sighed. He put the mask back on, grumbling nonstop. I don't even know how many failures this makes already. I wasted so much effort trying to hypnotize her and it didn't work. Since Phoenix is dead, there's no supply of good drugs anymore. If I had given her just one dose, everything would have been much simpler. Yet he kept rambling. Her appearance is decent, she could be useful, but hypnotizing her is just too hard. While he was going on and on, someone entered to report, "My lord, we still have a little left from the drugs received from Phoenix last time." Red Leaf suggested, "If you like her, you could use a little more of the drug to control her more easily." Maple Leaf rejected the idea. "Not good, this isn't important enough, we need to save what's left until another Phoenix successor appears." Another person spoke up, "But there have been too many failures lately, this won't do. Just this week more than 20 people have died from these failures. If they know our faces, we'll have to wipe them out." Also, Yellow Leaf emphasized again, "It seems the other Maple Leafs are still active. We still have enough people to use." Maple Leaf didn't like that and snapped, "Are you jealous and bitter, Yellow Leaf? I've said it many times already, the more Maple Leafs the better for our work. You two after all have identities completely different from the others." Yellow Leaf voiced concern. "I know that, but you don't need to push yourself so hard. Hypnosis drains too much energy. Now without drugs you fail too often. Finding suitable people to become Maple Leafs isn't easy, so I think you should rest a bit." Maple Leaf also understood her goodwill. "I fully understand you, Yellow Leaf, but do you know the intention behind this? I must keep pushing even if exhausted because it's for me and for the organization." She looked at the woman who had already passed away and consoled him. "I understand and sympathize with you. Your persistence in this will surely be known by Buddha. Human nature is hard to change. Once determined to do something, one must see it through." He held the metal Maple Leaf and reminded them, "I understand you, but to make this work I still need both of you to try harder." Maple Leaf looked at the object of his handiwork without a shred of pity and sneered, "If change is for the better, then I'll do it, but change without improvement only brings more trouble." He looked at his two subordinates with satisfaction. "You two understand me, don't you? I can say you are the most perfect products I've ever created." Maple Leaf expressed hope. "I hope that in the future I can create more perfect products like you." He switched the topic to ask about the plan. "What's the situation with those fools we sent to that cop?" Yellow Leaf didn't hide it, reporting, "Seems they failed." Maple Leaf reviewed the matter carefully. "Unbelievable, those guys were weak, but after hypnosis their strength was greatly boosted." He concluded, "Against ordinary cops they should have been more than enough. Something strange must have happened. I need to consult Buddha about our next move." At an ancient temple, Yuwa was standing at the door receiving news. "Lord Buddha, the intelligence from Maple Leaf has arrived." The report added, "Hong Jun seems to be quite a skilled officer." Yuwa quietly understood and replied, "All right." He carefully but respectfully said, "I have a concern about something. Lord Buddha, may I ask?" The man permitted ask. With permission, he began to explain, "Once the mission you personally ordered is completed, the level of the months will rise." He recalled some old matters. "And if Maple Leaf's rank rises too high, he might overshadow all the other months and end up with the same fate as the first generation leaf." With that reasoning, he questioned, "The brothers of the National Temple said they would take this mission, so wouldn't they be a better choice? They don't care about power, only their bodies." Yuwa responded skillfully, "Orchid, I never said Maple Leaf would be the only one on this mission." Orchid didn't quite understand and asked again, "What do you mean?" He explained, "This mission will involve Maple Leaf and the 10th month. But in total there will be 4 more months as well." Orchid was shocked. "4 more? Didn't you say even 1 month was already too many?" Yuwa calmly clarified, "The plan has changed." Orchid still didn't believe. 4 months is still way too many. The man confidently concluded, "It's fine, it's just for investigation and probing. To be honest, I have a very interesting plan." Elsewhere at the police headquarters, a voice echoed, "Senior Officer Hong Jun." Hong Jun stood before Nako and spoke respectfully, "Commander." Kim Nako lounged on his chair with a fake laugh. "You'll take charge of sweeping the truth sect, right?" Looking at his face, Hong Jun thought it looked fine but was suspicious inside. Still, he listened to the end. "I will provide you with the necessary information." He reported seriously, "I've emphasized to you before, dealing with religion, especially Buddha, is extremely important and cannot be done recklessly." Nako listened and coldly asked, "Recently some bad elements came to your house and attacked you, right, Officer Hong Jun?" He paused for a moment, then continued, "From that incident, I realized that matters related to religions and beliefs are extremely hard to handle, just like what happened to your wife back then." Hong Jun was surprised at his words. Nako pressed on, "You've realized that too, haven't you?" Nako slammed his hand on the pile of documents on the desk and said angrily, Those believers have exploited religion to commit many wrongdoings. Even impostors in the name of faith must be eliminated. He kept speaking while looking at Hongjun standing silent in front. They've used churches and temples to do evil deeds. You've investigated and know this already. According to this file, many suspects in your jurisdiction are involved. They have all committed illegal acts, spreading unauthorized teachings, and are suspected to be connected to certain incidents. Nako grew serious. Specifically, many young women have mysteriously gone missing recently. You will take charge of investigating this. Then he suddenly asked Hongjun, so will you accept this mission or not? Leaving Hongjun frozen in surprise, unable to answer. After leaving Nako, Hongjun returned to his office and spoke with Kyungsu. Hearing his superior's words, Kyungsu crossed his arms and said seriously, "Of course you must take charge of that investigation." Hongjun, sitting opposite, calmly said, "I am quite worried about this." Kyungsu immediately reassured him, "You don't need to worry so much. They already killed your wife, then sent people to your house to harm you and your daughter. Now there's an order from above to investigate the illegal acts of Red Leaf. What more are you hesitating for?" Kyungsu encouraged and motivated him. "This time you just take charge of the investigation. I'll support you from behind." But Hongjun then spoke of the current situation of the investigation. "Right now there hasn't been much progress, so we need to act with caution." He laid out his plan. "First we will watch whether Red Maple Leaf, Cherry Blossom, or the Lespedeza brothers act first so we can grasp the situation." While he was speaking, he looked up and realized Kyungsu was already gone. Where did he go? Hongjun sat alone on the chair, lost in thought. Then he sighed in frustration, really tired. Switching scenes, Kyungsu had gone to meet with 3 people from his investigation team. He assigned them their mission. "Your job is to track down gangsters disguised as preachers or operating in that area. Investigate the missing persons too. They often pretend to be missionaries or something like that." Kyungsu held the stack of documents tightly and spoke seriously. "According to the data, they're very active in this region. So to approach them more easily, we need someone to infiltrate and find their hideout." As soon as he finished, Jeonhee quickly shouted out, "Wait." She calmly said, "From what I know, there are many religions active in Korea, big and small. How can we detect their movements?" Seonghyun agreed and added, "No matter what, catching them won't be easy." Seonghyun calmly shared his opinion. "The fake missionaries there are very cunning. They always know how to avoid police investigation. They won't do anything too excessive to draw police attention." Hearing this, Kyungsu asked, "How can you be so sure about what they do?" Seonghyun calmly answered, "I've investigated them before, so the situation isn't simple. Finding and restraining them is very difficult." At that moment, Heejun also spoke up. Looking at the subway map, it runs around the surrounding area and loops into the city center. People move to the station to wait for trains, so this is quite a crowded place. Heejun excitedly said, "So we'll set the bait here. Seonghyun is the best choice because he's so easy to trick. Just looking at his innocent face shows it." Jeonhee got angry and snapped, "Oh really? Did you even read the file? They usually target pretty girls, right?" Kyungsu finally spoke, "Tough huh, we don't exactly have anyone beautiful enough to lure them in." Heejun nodded in agreement and suggested, "Right, how about Seonghyun cross-dresses?" Seonghyun, standing right there, frowned in annoyance. "Are you out of your mind?" Seeing nobody paying attention to her, Jeonhee shouted angrily, "What's wrong with you people? Are you blind? Why am I even here then?" The 3 men stopped their discussion and turned to stare silently at Jeonhee. Then Kyungsu made a decision. "All right, then let's use the commander's daughter as bait. She also wants to try being a police officer." Heejun and Seonghyun were shocked and panicked. "Hey, don't be insane. This isn't a joke. They're dangerous. If things get out of control, it'll be bad." Jeonhee saw they were still ignoring her, so she called again. Hey, I'm talking. Can't you hear me? I've been standing here since afternoon. Don't ignore me like this." She clenched her fist, frowning angrily. "Don't you get what I'm saying? A beautiful girl like me is standing right here. Where else do you need to look?" The 3 of them listened to her, and their heads were full of question marks. A while later, the 3 of them were sitting drinking coffee on the porch. Jeonhee came back. She asked them, "How do I look, boys?" She had changed from her police uniform into a short floral dress, looking very pretty. She smiled brightly at everyone. She grinned and asked, "Don't I look drop-dead gorgeous now?" Heejun saw her looking like a different person and asked excitedly, "What the heck is this? How did you turn into someone else? And why does your hair look way longer?" Seonghyun joined in, "Teach me too. Help me escape my bald fate." Jeonhee calmly replied, "It's just hair extensions. What's the big deal?" At that point, Kyungsu finally spoke. "If someone didn't know you before, you might actually fool them. Looks pretty smooth now." Hearing his compliment, Jeonhee acted cool and giggled. He emphasized, "I'm serious, not joking." Then they stopped teasing her and got back to the mission. Seonghyun said, alright, then you go there alone. Just walk back and forth around the spot, they'll definitely notice you. Hearing she had to go alone, Jonghi asked again, go there alone? Seonghyun smiled and replied, exactly, that way they won't be suspicious. A lone cow wandering around, the wolves will definitely come. Transition to the subway station, two men walked up to her, smiling. You look really pretty, can we get to know you? Jonghi was startled, staring in surprise at the two strangers in front of her. She looked at the two men and thought to herself, seriously, why are there so many girl-crazy guys out here? I just walked a bit and already ran into them. Jonghi smiled awkwardly and replied, thank you. The man smiled back, sorry to bother you, but seeing you made me want to get to know you right away. We're just students studying nearby. When I saw you, it felt like meeting my idol. Could you come with us and help us do some charity work for our devoted followers? Hearing this, Jonghi stayed silent, staring at them. If you agree you can come with us, it would really be a blessing for us. Looking at them, she saw two sly grins and wicked faces staring at her. At that moment, one of the men asked, so what do you think of our proposal? Do you agree? If yes, let's go to a cafe and talk a bit. Startled, Jonghi replied, forget it. In her heart she thought, wow, that was fast. Turns out Seonghyun was totally right. She recalled what Seonghyun said earlier, when they find a target to lure, they will approach and bait them directly. They might make an enticing offer, then invite her to a cafe for drinks and conversation. After that, they'll say they don't have money for some reason. By then, she and the two men were already in a cafe just like Seonghyun predicted. Sorry, we forgot our money, could you pay for us, we'll pay you back later. Jonghi remembered Seonghyun's advice, in that case just buy it for them. So she smiled and said, sure, it's fine, I'll treat you. At that point, they judged she was kind-hearted, easy to exploit, or easily influenced. She kept a forced smile while ordering drinks for them, not noticing that behind her the two men were grinning creepily. After that, they started chatting with her, and the coffee she ordered arrived. One man asked, you understand everything we've told you, right? Jonghi smiled and replied, yes, I understand. The long-haired man added, good, that's great. Inside, she sighed, listening to these clowns for 20 minutes is exhausting. Then the two men stood up and said, now let's go to our place. There will be lots of surprises waiting for you there. After that, they would take her to their base exactly as planned. She pretended to agree to make them believe she was gullible. They had no suspicion since they had already tested her. Seeing that, she smiled and said, okay. Inside she thought, just as expected, and secretly cursed them, these two are pretty dumb. Jonghi followed the two men. As she walked panting, she thought, I didn't expect their hideout to be this far away. They led her to a shabby old house, smiling, sorry, you had to walk quite far, but this is our place. The long-haired man smiled and invited her, please come in. Then she stepped into the room. The long-haired man smiled and said, inside here you will see things you never have before. Jonghi politely thanked him, thank you. Jonghi was startled, shocked by what she saw in front of her. A woman with green hair had a 6-point maple leaf mark on the back of her neck. In front of her were young women who had been tricked and brought here, and around them were large, muscular men. At that moment, the green-haired woman also turned her head and stared at her with a smile. Jonghi stared back at the woman when suddenly the sound of a door slamming echoed. She turned her head and saw the two men had locked the door tightly and were smiling at her. Then they quickly rushed toward her, trying to grab her. She already understood their intention. Jonghi reached out and grabbed the long-haired man's arm. Then she threw him down onto the ground. As for the other man, she delivered a kick straight to his face, knocking him flat on the floor. The green-haired woman was surprised to see her take down her two underlings. Ah. She stared at her and said, not bad, didn't expect this girl to have some skills. Jonghi, proud of herself for flooring two men, thought, I've gotten a lot stronger after all that training. Jonghi turned and looked at the women tied up and gagged. Then she looked back at the woman and asked, you people are kidnappers and human traffickers, aren't you? Greenleaf answered, kidnappers and traffickers. Greenleaf raised her hand with sharp throwing needles and said, no, we're just bringing these girls closer to Buddha. Suddenly she flinched as she saw something. Greenleaf looked at Jonghi, who was holding a stun gun pointed straight at her. She smiled and asked, a stun gun, Jonghi's finger was ready to squeeze the trigger at any moment. Greenleaf stepped toward her with disdain, but it won't work on me, girl. That made her surprised. She flung her black cloak, startling Jonghi and knocking her backward. Jonghi thought that cloak blocked my vision. Greenleaf charged straight at her, shouting, it's your time to die, girl. But before she could reach her, a foot smashed straight into her face. Greenleaf fell flat on the floor. And it was none other than Kyungsu. He held Jonghi's shoulder to reassure her, troublesome as always, but you did your best. Leave these ones to me. Kyungsu pointed his gun at the kidnappers and said seriously, you've already captured many girls here, haven't you? But today is also the day you meet your end. Hearing that, Jeong-hee burst into tears and sniffles. Oh, thank you, Kyung-soo. Greenleaf, after standing up with a twisted face, forced a smile and said, hey brother, you went too far. How can a man hit a woman so harshly like that? Kyung-soo smirked and said, if I feel like it, I'll do it. Got a problem with that? Trash like you don't even deserve to be called human. Greenleaf's face was beaten by Kyung-soo until it was completely distorted. He raised the stick in his hand high, his face full of murderous intent. Instantly, Kyung-soo struck a decisive blow right into her face. He thought to himself, all right, seems that after facing Phoenix and those two musclehead brothers, my stamina and reflexes have improved quite a bit. Kyung-soo's face didn't flinch. He seriously thought, I've adapted to this body more and more. He pondered inside, with things progressing like this, hopefully I'll soon regain the form of Bai Guang from before. Lam Deep, dizzy from Kyung-soo's strikes, clutched her face and shouted, what are you all standing there for? Go kill him now. As soon as she finished, 3 of them charged forward at Kyung-soo, rushing in. He gripped the stick in his hand tightly. Suddenly, their faces all froze stiff. With his full combat skills, Kyung-soo immediately unleashed a flurry of strike, raining down like a storm, and took all 3 of them out. Facing this scene, his face remained calm without a ripple. Kyung-soo stood tall and firm. At his feet, the ones who had tried to attack him now lay scattered across the floor. He thought to himself, with my current strength, these bastards are still not enough to fight me. Meanwhile, Jeong-hee behind him couldn't help but exclaim, amazing. Greenleaf was now in a miserable state. She painfully forced one eye open and let out a cry. Seeing that, Kyung-soo didn't hesitate and struck her again with his stick. He thought, this bitch isn't knocked out yet. Fine, I'll beat her a few more times. Scum like this can't be shown mercy. He turned to Jo Jeong-hee and said, call Seong-hyun here. With another person, we'll need to clean this place up. She answered, right away. She slumped down on the ground, her face showing fear. She said, after that, I'm too scared. I don't even have the strength to stand up. Can you help me up? Hearing that, he replied, already too scared to stand. Jeong-hee explained, well, I didn't think they would have so many members here, so of course I couldn't handle them all by myself. Hearing that, Kyung-soo said, all right then. He reached out and supported her shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of praise. Well done, this time you did a good job. In such a short time you managed to find the spot where they were holding the girls. Suddenly he lifted her up in his arms. I must commend you. Kyung-hee was startled by his action and shouted, what are you doing? He looked puzzled. Didn't you say to help you up? Her face turned red as she quickly denied, no, I didn't. I only asked you to help me stand up. I can still walk. You don't need to carry me like this. In the office, a tired voice echoed, honestly. Hong Jun's face looked haggard. He reminded them wearily, you acted on your own again. If this had gone out of control, it would have been way too dangerous. Kyung-soo calmly said, it's fine. Anyway, we already caught them. Hong Jun sighed, if you keep doing this, I'll lose years off my life. Next time, at least report to me first. He immediately retorted, if I report to you, then I wouldn't be able to act like this. Feeling helpless, he said, young people always want to do whatever they want. I really can't control you anymore. Finally, he conceded, fine, next time if there's any dangerous action, I'll report to you first. Hong Jun replied, that's better. He crossed his arms and asked, so now you'll take charge of the truth sect, right? Hong Jun hesitated and said, you know they're still too strong. We need to see the results of this investigation first. Headquarters has already sent observers, so I need to consider carefully. He scolded, headquarters may have numbers, but their work is sloppy. Last time with the Phoenix base investigation, they did nothing and our side lost an officer because of it. Kyung-soo said, this time just leave it to us. Worried, he replied, you might be fine, but headquarters probably won't accept this. This case is a major one with many young girls missing, so the public is watching us closely. Hong Jun said seriously, if I can, I will personally direct it once it's officially assigned. Hearing that, he replied, so you agree to let us join in this case. This mission might also bring in some members from headquarters, but there's a bit of trouble with one person. Police Chief Kim Nako, 54 years old, is a capable man. He was once an investigator, later promoted step by step until reaching his current position, considered one of headquarters' finest. He has already served multiple terms as police chief, though by law each chief cannot serve more than 2 terms. But with the big cases he has solved and his growing reputation at headquarters, plus the lack of strong successors, along with his wide political connections in Korea, he has pressured headquarters and made things very awkward for them. In the end, headquarters had to compromise and change the law so that one person could serve more than 2 terms. As a result, he is now in his 3rd consecutive term as police chief. Moreover, once he had power, he kept recruiting talented people from police branches all across the country into his own office. With that, he further solidified his chair of authority. Because of that, right now almost nobody can oppose him. Who knows how long his position will last? Hong Jun cautiously said, that's why in our shabby little branch comparing to them is just pathetic. Hearing that, Kyung-soo helplessly replied, true enough. Then as if remembering something, he said, so that's how it is, and the people here barely have any real strength. He answered, yes, but they are still good members. With training, they could develop further. Even if the branch has many difficulties, everyone still has to keep trying. Kyung-soo replied, but this is the mission we've been assigned, so their side probably won't interfere much. So you don't need to worry. Hong Jun, still uneasy, said, not necessarily. Cautious, he said, that man has too much real power, just like you. If you have the strength, you can do whatever you want. You've already grasped the structure of Hwaguksa and that so-called Buddha, so you can predict some of their intentions. But with him, not exactly. He started as just an ordinary investigator, but with his achievements, he rose too quickly to the position of chief. Such smooth promotion, nobody could have predicted. Kyung-soo crossed his arms and calmly said, as you said, he really is a once-in-a-hundred-years legend. And if he's a legend, of course he's different. Hong Jun, still curious, said, but a man that talented. So why couldn't he investigate Hwaguksa Temple? He even intended to have the investigation into the missing girls and the so-called righteous sect stop. Hong Jun looked at him, his brows furrowed, and said seriously, you think that doesn't seem right, don't you? He stayed silent, deep in thought. At Hong Jun's house, Hong Yeon smiled and greeted, I'm home. He smiled warmly and asked his daughter, how was school today, my girl? Behind him stood Kyung-soo. She answered, I had a lot of classwork, so I've been coming home a bit late lately. He spoke with no reproach. Instead, with encouragement, all right, I understand, that's why my daughter always tops the school. Then he walked toward his room, waving and saying to Hong Yeon, I have work in my room, you can chat with him. She replied, yes, Dad. Suddenly, Kyung-soo noticed something. He turned to see Hong Yeon smiling at him. Kyung-soo asked curiously, what's making you so happy? She smiled and replied, of course I'm happy to see you. He raised his brows in surprise, so she explained, before you came here, Dad told me about you. After my mom passed away, Dad was in deep grief. For a long time, he couldn't get anything done. But after meeting you, Dad's spirits lifted a lot, especially when he talks about you, it's like reliving the past. He would say, Hong Yeon, my daughter. At that moment, he looked worn out. Taking both her hands, he sincerely said, your mom's last words to me were that she wanted me to take good care of you. That's why I've tried so hard. But lately I've not been doing well, it's okay. From now on it will be different. The investigation into the criminals has made progress. I can bring light to us again, all thanks to. He smiled gently, a member who has just joined our agency. The promise I made to your mom is finally becoming reality. Back to the present, she said, I don't know what mission Dad is talking about, but I'm sure it's very important to him. Hong Yeon said gratefully to him, since Dad met you, he's become spirited again. Suddenly, Kyung-soo said, you don't need to worry about anything. He affirmed confidently, I will definitely complete that mission together with your father. She said, promise me then. Hong Yeon smiled at him, you must work hard with Dad to complete it. Suddenly in Kyung-soo's mind appeared another image, Phoenix smiling and saying to him, promise me. He suddenly held out his pinky and said, all right, I promise. Seeing this, she looked puzzled and said, weird. Hong Yeon looked at his hand in confusion. Why are you holding out your pinky? Kyung-soo explained, you do know, it's a pinky swear. She blinked, really? Suddenly Hong Yeon covered her mouth and laughed, you sure know a lot. Honestly, that's really cute. His face darkened instantly, repeating in confusion, what, cute? Seeing his reaction, she realized she slipped up and quickly apologized. Sorry, I went too far. The voice called out, Officer Hong Jun. The person said to him, the interrogation of the related suspects has finished. It's true they are connected to the truth sect. He said to Hong Jun, everything that needs to be known about that sect has already been fully investigated, their methods, their locations. Hearing this, Hong Jun was a bit surprised and said, that fast? The man quickly replied, yes. He clasped his hands together and asked Hong Jun, so now will you? Nako looked at him with expectant eyes and said, will you take on this investigation? The Truth Sect, a fake cult founded by a woman 10 years ago who believed herself to be a female saint. After that, it grew at a terrifying speed and spread wide enough to become a huge organization that could no longer be ignored. But after 5 years, it suddenly vanished into thin air. The female saint took the executives and a small group of followers and moved their base to the Philippines. However, all the executives and the saint herself were found dead. Police concluded their deaths were the result of internal conflict, and with that, the Truth Sect, Nako, resting his chin on his hand, continued, was believed to have disappeared. But at that time, A man stood outside the door and witnessed the massacre before his eyes. A follower who survived, his face terrified, covered in tears, he whispered softly, "The saint." Nako said to him, "I believe they have restarted. The fake sex activities have once again begun using what remain." The second leader of the Truth Sect appears to be a young man in his 20s, and he uses fake street preachers to kidnap people, after torturing and imprisoning them, until their spirit is crushed and they can no longer control themselves. Then he grants them what they dream of and makes them dependent on him. They are also hypnotized for a long time. By then they've basically become his pets. He turns men into expendable soldiers, while the women he likes become his servants. Based on such brainwashing methods, green leaf, yellow leaf, red leaf, black leaf, he continued to explain, he divided them up and tattooed maple leaves in corresponding colors so he could control them more easily. He is a pervert. I think he built himself a house on Desolate Island. He gave an invitation to Hong Jun. "If you decide to take this case, I will share that location with you." Nako saw hesitation in his eyes and asked, "Senior Officer Hong Jun, why are you hesitating like that? Isn't this the chance for you to avenge your wife?" Hong Jun lowered his head and said, "Commissioner." He hesitated and voiced his thoughts. "Don't you think this might be a trap?" Asai echoed. Maple leaf, holding red leaf and yellow leaf on either side, said, "I heard green leaf got captured." He was a bit angry. What a disgrace. There was so much she hadn't accomplished yet, and she already got caught. It's only a matter of time before they break in here. We need to prepare. He turned and looked at the two men not far away and said, "You two are quite excited, aren't you?" He called out with a mocking tone, "Black Gukwa, I can see that smug face behind your mask." Black Gukwa replied, "I only get excited when I'm holding a crowbar and swinging it around." The other man stood silently, saying nothing. He went on, "Anyway, I don't expect you to be happy accepting this mission just to let your organization become bait for them." Suddenly Maple Leaf added, Buddha said, "If this mission succeeds, he will give me a special reward." Suddenly a voice spoke, "Maple Leaf, you." Hollow Mountain folded his arms and asked him, "You're only carrying out the mission for the reward." And once he shot back, "What is that not allowed?" Maple Leaf, a little annoyed, replied, "I'm the one who should be shocked here. Isn't this unfair? Both of you Black Gukwa brothers working together on one mission will always be simpler than mine." Black Gukwa answered, "No, it's mostly my brother who does the heavy lifting, so don't get mad at me." Hollow Mountain continued with a serious tone, "The only one I know right now who is on a pretty important mission is Cherry Blossom." Maple Leaf replied, "I don't expect either of you to willingly do this mission with me." Black Gukwa in a slightly threatening tone said, "Well, if you fail it'll hurt your career too. I may not like how you're always surrounded by women, but for Buddha and for the organization, I'll endure it." He continued, "Moreover, I think we might be able to achieve a victory in this mission that we've never had before." Maple Leaf turned and asked, "And you, Hollow Mountain?" Hollow Mountain replied, "Buddha told me to do it, so I will." Annoyed by his tone, Black Gukwa growled, "This arrogant bastard is unbearable." Maple Leaf only answered, "No matter the reason, it doesn't matter." He went on with ambition, "I am really looking forward to this mission. The moment this island is dyed red with blood, it will be like a maple leaf is right around the corner." Meanwhile, Hong Jun repeated his words, "Exactly, it's a trap." He voiced his suspicions. "Last time, when we tried to capture the entire drug gang, our forces took heavy losses. This time, the scale is even larger. In the last interrogation we got some information, but this time the results came way too fast. The suspects might be lying." Suddenly Nako called out, "Senior Officer Hong Jun." His face stern with anger, he said, "Are you doubting my abilities?" Hong Jun replied, "I am not doubting you, Commissioner." Then unexpectedly he added, "I am doubting Kim Nako." Hearing this, Nako froze for a moment, then let out a sudden laugh that left Hong Jun stunned. At the same time, Nako said with admiration, "I knew you were remarkable." With a respectful tone, Nako said, "And yet you can stay calm even when your beloved family is involved in this case. Excellent." He lowered his head, his expression unclear. "All right, Senior Officer Hong Jun, don't worry. Even if it's a trap, to overcome it and complete the mission, I will have Captain Bayan Jangwook's Special Task Force support you." Hearing that name, Hong Jun froze in shock. He asked again, "So, better now? After all, you two have known each other for a long time." He spoke up, "May I make a request?" Nako responded, "What is it?" Hong Jun spoke with utmost seriousness, "If this cleanup mission succeeds, let me investigate Yuwa, the mastermind behind the Hwaguksa case." Hearing such a condition, he lowered his head slightly and sighed, "You are truly remarkable." Nako said, "I have seen many like you, people who have gone through countless missions." But Hong Jun, a bit confused, said sorry. He continued, "All right, thinking too much about that doesn't matter. You are the only one. I believe you can succeed this time, but as for that request. Hong Jun straightened his back and looked at the commissioner. I don't understand what you mean. Nako addressed him sternly. Senior Officer Hong Jun. He gently declined. I'm sorry, but I can't accept your request right away. Hong Jun frowned in confusion. Why am I not allowed to investigate him? Nako lowered his head and said. He slowly replied. Hong Jun stared at Nako in bewilderment. With a stern face, he slowly uttered 3 words, Crane, January. January. Hong Jun couldn't believe what he had heard. What did you just say? Looking at the man before him with extreme tension, Nako spoke quietly. When you and your wife began investigating Hwaguksa. His eyes widened, carrying the aura of a predator as he stressed, I already had my eyes on you. He added in explanation, when your wife died, I was about to order you to stop investigating, but it seemed you intended to give up on your own. Nako chuckled inwardly, so I assumed you were just like everyone else. With the partially burned cards, he also speculated, but after the Phoenix incident, my thoughts changed. Looking at the Crane card from January that had been collected, Nako frankly admitted, I believed if I gave you a small warning, you would stop investigating. He sized up Hong Jun across from him, sly as a fox. You had prepared everything without me knowing. Even though you failed to complete the mission, you did very well. I underestimated you. The more he heard, the more Hong Jun felt like coughing up blood in rage. What is your motive? In contrast to his harsh tone, Nako simply addressed him calmly, Senior Officer Hong Jun. He asked evenly, do you love this organization? Along with the noble emblem of the Bureau, Nako answered for himself, I do. In his youth, Nako realized the harsh truth, but this organization was very different from what I had imagined. I always thought this place was firm and resolute in standing against evil, but in reality, they waver with even the smallest excuse, and the organization is only a cover for another one. Under the pouring rain, Nako lay gravely wounded, powerless, waiting for death. And then Yuwa appeared. I met that man. He wore a mask, calmly speaking to me, even though the paths we walk are different. In the end, our goals are still the same. Nako stiffened upon hearing those words. The mask was slowly removed and a tempting offer was made. Join me, it was Yuhua. He said he would make my dreams come true. Nako muttered in reminiscence, it has already been 30 years, hasn't it? Time really flies. I've been a police commissioner for 5 years now, and our organization has changed a lot. In this place, the right to investigate and the power from the state, which had once been weakened, grew strong again. Our budget increased, and compared to other organizations, our voice became louder. Then he raised his eyebrows and asked the man before him, what do you think? Do you see anyone working harder for the organization than me? Hong Jun frowned and refuted, you're not doing this for the organization, are you? Thinking it over, he realized you were doing it for yourself. Nako clicked his tongue casually, not wrong because I am the organization. Looking at his shining nameplate, Nako calmly added, my term only has 1 year left, I can't extend it any longer, but shouldn't I make plans for something greater? He grew more determined, so I am thinking of using you to achieve that goal. Hong Jun also broke into a cold sweat facing this man. Nako slowly gave his assessment, your strong faith, your persistence, your honest nature. I like you, you remind me of my younger self. But Hong Jun did not feel the same. It seemed he struggled to keep control of everything. So do you want a position where you can easily control everything, right? He firmly refuted, I will never become a rotten cop like you. Nako once again addressed the man before him, Senior Officer Hong Jun. He kept insisting, no matter how hard you try, evil will never disappear. It will always exist somewhere. From Nako's perspective, evil that can be negotiated with and evil that cannot be negotiated with, I will always choose the latter. If you were me, I bet you would choose the latter too, right? Hearing this, Hong Jun stayed silent without answering. He turned sharply and started to leave. Nako asked suspiciously, are you just going to walk away? Receiving no answer, Nako hurriedly added, next time I will answer you. Seeing Hong Jun turn his head back, he continued, and to answer your question about my motive, I want this nation to have peace, that's all. Hearing this, Hong Jun only stayed silent, staring at him. At that moment, Nako pulled out a file. You should take this too. This is information about Maple Leaf. It is all real, I swear. Thinking of Maple Leaf, he growled as he reminded him. You must avenge your wife, right? Nako suddenly thought of the red leaf. He decided the name of this mission would be Raking Leaves. Sounds catchy, doesn't it? As Hong Jun was about to leave, Nako loudly called out, Senior Officer Hong Jun. He gave a sinister smile. You have a good reputation, so don't die, all right. The pressure of those words made Hong Jun feel like 1,000 eyes were watching him. Hong Jun forced himself to keep walking. He had managed to stay calm in front of Crane January, but in truth his mind was a complete mess. In front of him were countless tangled lines. Questions kept flooding his mind. Yet his conclusion was far simpler and clearer than all those questions. Darkness covered him. He realized how weak he was. What could he even do? At Kyungsu's house. This time when Hong Jun returned home, he was greeted right away. "You're back. You were out quite long today." But Hong Jun's state made Kyungsu frown in confusion. "What, did you drink alcohol?" The drunken image of Hong Jun appeared clearly. He had no choice but to carry him in. "What if someone attacked you? You should have gone straight home. Drinking while in uniform. Have you lost your mind?" In his drunken state, Hong Jun began to ramble. He struggled to say, "I met Crane." Kyungsu froze at those words, confused. "Crane." Hong Jun solemnly added, "The police commissioner is Crane." This truth shocked Kyungsu more than anything. "What?" He quickly urged the bald man, "Tell me clearly, calm down." But all he mumbled was, "The plan to eliminate Hwaguksa has been cancelled." Kyungsu's jaw dropped as he exclaimed, "Are you crazy?" Hong Jun murmured bitterly, "It was a battle I could never win from the start. The situation now. I'm just dancing in the palm of their hands." Kyungsu didn't say anything more. He quietly stared at the file in the man's hands. The next morning, strange sounds echoed in the room. Hong Jun rubbed his head, trying to sober up. At that moment, two unexpected faces appeared before him. Hong Jun shouted loudly, "What's going on? How did you two get in here?" Heejun and Seonghyun hurriedly defended themselves. "Kyungsu told us to stay here for a while and watch over you. We were worried since you were still drunk and not waking up." Hearing this, Hong Jun broke into a sweat. He nervously asked, "What did you just say? Where is Officer Kim Kyungsu?" They only answered, "We don't know. He said he had to go somewhere. But Kyungsu told us to say this to you." At the same time, Kyungsu was already ready, luggage in hand. He thought about the message he left. If you're dancing in the palm of their hands, then this is the perfect time to bite that hand. Senior police officer Kim Kyungsu had arrived at the port. He looked straight ahead with determination, making a vow to himself. Mission raking leaves, a solo operation. At the port, Jeonghee suddenly appeared, shouting loudly, "Me too, I want to join the mission." Kyungsu turned back in confusion. He asked, "How did you even know I was here?" Jeonghee excitedly raised her phone. "Remember the dating app you installed on my phone during the last mission when I had to act as bait?" She smugly pointed at the screen. "I used it to track you. See, it shows your location." Hearing this, Kyungsu could only blink, dumbfounded, and let out a baffled, "Huh." He helplessly sighed, "You're such a pain." Suddenly, Kyungsu's phone rang. The caller was Hong Jun, the pitiful man nicknamed the Slave. Kyungsu picked up. "Hello, I'm listening. What is it?" Jeonghee eagerly tried to eavesdrop. "Who's calling you?" On the other end, Hong Jun urgently asked, "Where are you right now?" Kyungsu calmly replied, "I'm planning to head out to the island, so I'm at the port now." Hearing that, the man panicked and asked, "What? Then how are you planning to get there?" He explained, "I bought an old fishing boat from a fisherman with gold." Jeonghee was shocked. "Gold? What do you mean gold?" On the other end, Hong Jun could only sigh helplessly at senior police officer Kim Kyungsu. He sternly instructed, "I'll send reinforcements right away. Take care of yourself." Kyungsu exhaled in relief. "You've regained your composure. That's good to hear." But he didn't forget to add, "If I finish this case and you still haven't pulled yourself together, you'll be in big trouble with me." Hong Jun immediately played dumb. "I'll just pretend I didn't hear that." Jeonghee, still ignored, stretched her neck and asked stubbornly, "Who was that on the phone?" Instead of answering, he casually turned and boarded the boat. "See you later." Jeonghee quickly put on her Oscar-worthy performance. "I'm going too, let me come with you." She hurriedly raised the bag she brought along and added, "Those creeps are suckers for pretty girls. I can be bait for you. I even brought makeup and nice clothes." Kyungsu remained cold and dismissive. "Go home and rest." She immediately compared herself to the others. "Why do you give missions to Heejun and Seonghyun but not me?" Kyungsu explained, "Because they're stronger than you." He added, "And they already have mission experience. It'll be a long time before you reach their level." But to Jeonghee, this wasn't convincing. "If you don't let me go on missions, how am I supposed to gain experience? That's the only way." Kyungsu bluntly pointed out, "You just want missions so you can get promoted." She immediately refuted, "No way." Jeonghee pouted and muttered, "I'm still a member of this team." He corrected her instantly. "A slave." She sulked quietly, "Right, even as a slave I feel like I'm being left out." Hearing that, Kyungsu widened his eyes in disbelief. Jeonghee pressed on, "How would you even know that?" Thinking back to the moment Kyungsu carried her in his arms, Jeonghee blushed shyly. "What if I surprise you and do really well, then you'd praise me again, right?" Honestly, she wanted to say more, but before she could finish, he cut her off coldly. "If that's what you think, then here's your praise." Before she could react, he struck her neck with his hand. but this mission is too dangerous, so don't follow me." Leaving her unconscious on the shore, Kyung-soo folded his arms and boarded the boat with a farewell. "Sleep tight, I'm heading off now." The door of the police office swung open. A police officer stepped in and reported, "Chief, Senior Officer Hong Jun requests you dispatch Officer Bayan Jangwook." Nako pondered for a moment and asked again, "Really? Then send him right away." The officer didn't hesitate and obeyed. Now the room was left with only him. Nako murmured in satisfaction, "Yes, that's how it should be. When a fat piece of prey comes right to your mouth, you've got to bite." He pulled a small device from his jacket. Nako eagerly spoke into the device, "Can you hear me clearly? Orchid, Crane's trap worked. If he left from here, then in about 3 to 4 hours he'll arrive there." A voice quickly came through the device, understood, informing Maple Leaf now. Nako sighed in relief, finally it had begun. With you as manpower, Maple Leaf would lead Lespedeza and Hollow Mountain against Hong Jun's team and Bayan Jangwook's special unit. He laughed loudly, "This is going to be fun." Crane January Kim Nako. When he proposed this plan to Buddha, he didn't care which side would win, since either side's victory would benefit him. If Maple Leaf won, then the plan he made with Buddha would be considered a success. Thanks to that, he would become even more trusted in Buddha's eyes. But if Hong Jun won, then his position as police chief would become even more solid. In this mission, he only wanted one thing, the sight of both sides drowning in blood. He believed that those with terrifying power would become variables when he carried out bigger plans in the future. And he considered Bayan Jangwook, the only one in the force who didn't follow orders and assist the police chief. Like a thorn in his eye, Nako tapped the table while muttering, "Balance. The important thing is that everything must stay balanced. If one side completely overwhelms the others, then everything will be dictated by that side alone." Suddenly, a noise came from the communication device, Crane, Orchid reporting. This person suspiciously asked, "Didn't you say it would take 3 to 4 hours? Nako immediately confirmed, "Yes, that's right." The voice on the device kept reporting, "Maple Leaf's subordinates are waiting to ambush." Looking at the group lying knocked out on the ground, the person confusingly reported back, "They've all been wiped out already." Nako's eyes widened in shock, "What?" The person on the other side also questioned in confusion, "What's going on here?" Nako's eyes flickered with surprise. Then he let out a small laugh. Nako thought with delight, well, what a sly bastard. The first person he thought of was Hong Jun, acting weak in front of him but secretly plotting behind his back. I'm starting to like him more and more. Thinking this, Nako picked up the device and said, "It looks like Hong Jun and his team have taken the lead. Send Maple Leaf my apologies," he thought to himself, meaning he had secretly formed another team. But the incoming intel contradicted Nako's assumptions. A new report had just arrived. Hearing the quickening footsteps, the man frantically reported back, "It's not a team." The two ambushers didn't expect this move at all. By the time they looked up, 2 blades had already slashed down. A massacre erupted in the forest of maple leaves. Kyung-soo moved lightly, taking down all 3 of them, each one injured so badly that blood spurted out. Seeing Kyung-soo holding a knife with an expressionless face, the one holding the communicator quickly reported, "It's just a single person." Nako hadn't foreseen this. What could it really be him? The more Nako calculated, the more tangled he became. "I didn't anticipate this at all. I thought he was just a skilled cop, but turns out he's this strong. He's a huge variable." His eyes showed clear signs of scheming. Nako looked at the communicator on the table and muttered to himself, "I need to do something, restore balance somehow." Meanwhile, in the Maple Leaf Forest, after clearing out the guards, Kyung-soo finally had time to answer the phone. "What is it?" He frowned in doubt. "You want me to wait and go with the special forces?" He glanced at the already defeated enemies and asked again, "Kim Ah-hyung is in that team, right? If I wait for them, won't I be slowed down?" But the other side only answered, "Trust me." Hong Jun spoke firmly with conviction, "Bayan Jangwook's special forces are number 1. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the corridor. Jangwook opened the door and walked in, among the current special forces. His face was unusually serious as he announced, "We have a mission." Cha Yeon's face lit up with excitement. "A mission? Been a while." Jung-ho was equally thrilled. "Damn nice. How long has it been already?" Sang-ho immediately turned and scolded, "Jung-ho, stop swearing." Meanwhile, Ah-hyung just frowned silently. Facing their overwhelming aura, Hong Jun repeated, "Bayan Jangwook's special forces are the strongest." Jangwook stepped forward and signaled, "Let's go." Bayan Jangwook's special forces moved out. In the quiet forest, a man's firm voice rang out, "No." Kyung-soo swiftly finished off the black-clad men. He spoke into the phone, "Doing missions alone is more comfortable. When someone joins in and starts giving opinions, it just tires me out." Hong Jun rubbed his aching head. Holding the phone, he spoke sternly. Senior Police Officer Kim Kyung-soo, back when you were an assassin, didn't you say you got injured while purging the truth cult? He thought of a woman with red hair and warned cautiously. The first maple leaf was very strong, even I had to admit it. Kyung-soo nodded, glancing at the black-clad bodies on the ground. The current maple leaf isn't that strong, since everyone he sent in the Trung Kui mission was terrible. At that moment, Hong Jun called his name heavily, Senior Police Officer Kim Kyung-soo. His voice was filled with hatred as he declared, "He's the one who killed my wife. I want to end this once and for all." Kyung-soo nodded firmly, "Me too." Hearing this, Hong Jun narrowed his eyes, "Then listen to me." He suddenly slammed the table, stood up, and spoke resolutely, "I want to end this mission without a single injury. I have a plan." Meanwhile, on a deserted beach, Jang-wook appeared with his two subordinates, Jung-ho and Sang-ho. Jang-wook raised his brows in curiosity. Senior Police Officer Kim Kyung-soo. He nodded in reply, "That's me." The man sized him up and slowly said, "I've heard a lot about you from Ahyung." Then Jang-wook introduced himself, "I am the leader of this Special Forces unit, Bayan Jang-wook." Kyung-soo glanced behind him, puzzled. "Why did you bring her along?" He turned his gaze toward Jeong-hee. Jeong-hee scoffed with a pout, "What about me, huh?" Jang-wook, smoking a cigarette, raised a brow curiously. "Isn't she one of your team?" Cha-yeon chuckled teasingly. "Abandoning your own teammate is exactly a good look." Then she looked at Jeong-hee, clinging angrily to her arm. "I heard you ditched her, but isn't teamwork essential on missions?" Jeong-hee immediately chimed in, "Exactly." Her expression made Cha-yeon sneak several glances, secretly thinking, "Kinda cute, honestly." On the other side, Jung-ho jutted his chin at Kyung-soo suspiciously. "Are you the bastard who busted that drug gang?" Sang-ho furrowed his brows and reminded him about manners. "Jung-ho, don't call him a bastard. Where are your manners?" Jung-ho sneered arrogantly. "Why should I care about manners? His rank is lower than mine. I was expecting to meet someone impressive if he could catch an entire drug gang." Jung-ho clearly had no goodwill toward him, pointing straight at Kyung-soo and accusing, "And yet you're the kind of guy who abandons his teammates. Then how dare you call yourself a model leader?" Kyung-soo shrugged and replied casually, "If she's useless, why bring her along?" Jung-ho immediately exploded, shouting, "What? Even so, you still abandoned her, didn't you?" Seeing that, Jeong-hee angrily cursed him in her heart, "So mean." Cha-yeon chuckled softly to comfort her, "Don't listen to him, his mouth is foul." Too mad to hold back, Jung-ho swore loudly, clearly wanting to punch Kyung-soo, but Sang-ho quickly stopped him. "Jung-ho, don't say such things." Veins bulged on Kyung-soo's face as he restrained his anger, sighing, wondering if he should just ditch them all and work alone. Suddenly, a gentle female voice whispered in his ear, "Hey." Ahyung calmly advised him, "SHH, just endure it a bit." Kyung-soo looked at her a little surprised. "Kim Ahyung, she's actually kind. I thought she was different." Yet Jung-ho still wouldn't quit, gritting his teeth as he barked, "Hey, what did you just say?" Park Jung-ho. Jang-wook suddenly frowned, his authoritative voice cutting through, making everyone stop arguing and turn to him. He raised his brows, clearly annoyed at Jung-ho's attitude. "You plan to start a fight even before the mission begins? Cut it out, he must have his own reasons." Jung-ho immediately bowed his head. "Ah, yes sir, I'm sorry." Sang-ho, afraid of being dragged into this, quickly raised his hands. "I didn't say anything, Captain." Watching Sang-ho and Jung-ho's reactions, Kyung-soo couldn't help but frown and observe Jang-wook. Jang-wook puffed his cigarette leisurely, lost in thought. Suddenly, a voice came through the radio. Someone asked, "Has everyone gathered yet?" Jang-guk quickly replied, "Yes, I've already switched all channels." The voice belonged to none other than Hong Jun. He spoke into the radio. "Then, I'll begin summarizing the mission now." Hong Jun reported the intel. The target's hideout is on the 3rd floor of the church. Images of the church flowed through his mind. On the 1st floor were stairs leading to the 2nd, along with a hallway to the dining area and basement. The 2nd floor was the main chapel. His voice suddenly sank, and the 3rd floor is the residence of the cult leader, also known as Maple Leaf. Hong Jun hypothesized, "If I were the enemy, then after luring my opponents deeper inside, I'd place countless rooms around them, forcing them to split into different directions, straight ahead, left, right, and even down to the basement." Hearing this, Jang-wook cautiously asked again, "Is there any difference in the intel provided?" Hong Jun firmly replied, "No." Kyung-soo crossed his arms, silently listening as Hong Jun added, "I observed it myself, there's no difference." He raised his brows, questioning silently, "Didn't he say he wouldn't take this mission, yet he secretly scouted it?" After a moment's thought, Hong Jun worriedly continued, "But what I suspect is that their fighting force can't be this weak, there must be more hidden." Hong Jun sternly entrusted them, "Quickly clear all assigned areas, regroup, and prepare for unexpected situations." As soon as he finished, Jang-wook immediately cut the radio. Then Kyung-soo stepped forward to claim his role. Then I'll take the part of heading straight to the third floor. Hearing this, Jung-ho raised his brows in confusion. Why? Kyung-soo answered arrogantly and bluntly, because I'm the strongest. Hearing that, Jung-ho immediately exploded in anger, cursing, this bastard is so arrogant. Sang-ho snapped his head around and scolded him. Jung-ho, stop swearing. After the quarrel, Jang-wook suddenly called out, Senior Police Officer Kim Kyung-soo. He walked closer and extended his hand. Come to think of it, have we shaken hands during introductions yet? I don't think so. I believe we should. Kyung-soo hesitated for a moment, then grasped his hand as a sign of cooperation. Jang-wook looked a little surprised at him. Then he turned to everyone and declared, Senior Police Officer Kim Kyung-soo will go straight in. This left Kyung-soo wide-eyed in shock. Jung-ho shouted in protest, what? Cha-yeon calmly agreed, if the captain said so, I won't complain. Sang-ho nodded wisely, understood. Then Jang-wook turned to discuss with him, I'll leave that part to you. Just focus on reaching the upper floor, we'll do our best to hold them back. He ended his words with a friendly smile, let's work well together. Kyung-soo nodded firmly, got it. Suddenly Ah-hyun cried out in alarm, Captain. She was staring at the suitcase, this isn't our weapon case. Jung-ho pulled something out and froze, what the hell is this? Sang-ho shouted in confusion, a fishing rod. Jang-wook frowned, seems they gave us the wrong suitcase when we left the ship. Try calling the ones who dropped us off. On the other side, Cha-yeon shook her head while making a call. I tried already. But no one picked up, she sighed, while somewhere out at sea, a phone was ringing on a drifting boat. Hearing this, Jang-wook fell silent, his face darkening with fury. He growled, they played us. In an office, the triumphant laugh of an old man echoed. Well now, you boys fell for it, didn't you? The old man chuckled gleefully. Thanks for carrying out my request. The police commissioner at sea ended his words, while the voice on the other end politely replied, it's nothing. That old man was none other than Maritime Police Commissioner Choi Young-in. After speaking, he hung up. Young-in scratched his head, muttering to himself, annoying, but there's no other way to keep balance. Meanwhile, inside the church, the strange, low voice of a man resounded. The Holy One has been born. Maple Leaf waved a leaf in his hand, arrogantly declaring, I am the one who has met God, and I can confidently say to you all that he truly exists. Dozens of believers obediently listened to his words. Those who believe will be saved, and those who do not will be punished. His gaze was as sharp as blades. Maple Leaf glared at all the believers below. Those who don't believe are coming to attack us, but we will triumph. Suddenly he growled, emphasizing, because we believe in God. At those words, the crowd of believers, as if hypnotized, shouted in unison, believe, believe. They screamed like madmen, believe in him. Maple Leaf smirked, roaring, after this battle we will be even closer to God. His speech was filled with madness, beginning to influence the believers. Black Gukwa burst out laughing, mocking, believe in God, the only thing I trust is my own body. Gukwa stayed silent, making no comment. Like maple leaves starting to change color. The madness spread, the believers shouted frantically, all for God. Maple Leaf spread his arms, arrogantly looking down at the crowd he controlled. Thousands of bloodshot eyes from the believers lit up. Likewise, outside the church, the men in black were beaten half dead by him. Everyone standing at the church gate couldn't help but exclaim, it's huge. Jang-wook frowned, growling as he stepped forward with everyone, let's begin the infiltration. The mission name, Raking Leaves. The church door slowly opened, and Kyung-soo and his comrades boldly walked in. The sight inside made Jung-ho smirk with excitement. He stared at the mass of believers standing like a herd. Sang-ho couldn't help but exclaim, so crowded. Hong-jun had warned them earlier, among the believers. Many civilians had been brainwashed, their faces pale and soulless. Hong-jun also told them that the brainwashed civilians would wear white, while the believers who were not civilians would wear blue, yellow, or red. Cha-yeon frowned and cautiously said, they're all in white, so they seem to be civilians. We have to restrain them without hurting them. At those words, under their bewildered eyes, Kyung-soo suddenly dashed forward. He aimed straight at the civilians in white, charging like lightning. Kyung-soo gathered strength and leapt high. Then in a flash, he kicked one man in white square in the face, sending him flipping backward and knocked out cold. Still full of energy, Kyung-soo was already preparing to target another. Jung-ho was stunned speechless. He shouted at him, hey, don't forget they're civilians. Kyung-soo raised his fist to deliver a punch and casually replied, I know. Meanwhile, Sang-ho swallowed nervously and said to Jang-wook, at this rate, he might accidentally kill someone. With an expressionless face, Jang-wook growled, enough, stop watching, and go to the assigned areas. Jang-wook ordered sternly. At those words, he couldn't help but think of Hong-jun. Hong-jun's judgment was right. The civilians in white made him wary. Maple Leaf had placed them in front of the stairs, and once the enemy was lured deeper into the church, he would surround them with believers in colored clothes and his subordinates in the next rooms and the basement. Jangwook fell silent, deep in thought. Meanwhile, on the tablet appeared images of Kyungsu and his teammates. Maple Leaf squinted as he observed the situation through it. He suddenly ordered his subordinates, "Hello, 123, everyone go wait in the designated rooms." They responded loudly, "Yes, sir." Then he frowned again, thinking, strange. A magnifying glass shining on a blank sheet of paper is so much easier than proving something real. A stack of documents flashed before him. Searching for information on Hwaguksa was not as hard as imagined. That showed verifying the information Kim Nako gave him was way too easy. Hong Jun confirmed the information was completely accurate and had ordered this attack. Maple Leaf stared at the tablet, utterly puzzled by Kyungsu and his teammates' actions. They weren't going to the second floor after clearing the first. He followed each of their moves, but instead of splitting up, they already knew all the secret passages. The left room had Jangwook and Ahyung. The right room had Sangho and Jungho. Finally, in the basement were Cha Yeon and Jeonghee. Seeing their formation, Maple Leaf was stunned. This meant Hong Jun's plan had been completed. That made Maple Leaf worry for his own scheme. It seemed the information had leaked. This was exactly why Maple Leaf began to suspect how the attackers knew all his secrets. The girl with blue hair named Green Leaf, before she was captured by the police, had been brainwashed to give out fake information to mislead them. In the documents, however, the information Hong Jun had was not from Green Leaf but from Crane. That made Maple Leaf extremely confused. He speculated, strange, did the brainwashing fail? No, impossible. Or did Hong Jun investigate on his own? But even then, he couldn't have uncovered that much. The man in police uniform inside Hwaguksa, only Buddha and Orchid knew. The Crane was undercover in the police side. So Maple Leaf thought Hwaguksa must have sold information to the police. Maple Leaf frowned, a thought crossed his mind, don't tell me. Then he turned, shocked, staring at the two brothers Lespedeza, Black Lespedeza and Hollow Mountain. Maple Leaf growled each word, why are you here? So my conclusion was completely wrong. At his strange attitude, Black Gukwa responded irritably, what the hell are you on about? We're here for the mission. Maple Leaf coldly exposed them, don't pretend you don't know. Black Gukwa froze for a moment, huh? Maple Leaf glared fiercely at them, you came to eliminate me and my organization, didn't you? Did Buddha send you? His voice rose sharply. Why? He jabbed a finger into his chest, roaring angrily, I've never dared to offend him. I'm not like the first generation Maple Leaf. Black Gukwa raised a brow, cutting him off. What nonsense are you spewing? Unable to control his emotions, Maple Leaf still screamed. I followed orders, kept silent, and served him with all my heart. Black Gukwa looked utterly baffled. He didn't understand a thing. What the hell are you talking about? Just now you were rambling about faith in God and Buddha and all that. At those words, Maple Leaf's eyes filled with bloodshot veins. He sneered. Hey, Black Lespedeza, you think I'm stupid? Gukwa stayed silent but suddenly cut in. If we had come here to kill you. He raised his brow as if it were obvious. I'd have done it long ago. Hearing that, Maple Leaf narrowed his eyes and shouted in challenge. Then do it. He stepped closer to Gukwa, his voice low like an order, kill me. Meanwhile, outside the church hall, the white-clad civilians were throwing punches while shouting in unison, die. Jungho threw a punch right back, yelling, no, you die. With a loud bang, his punch landed square on the face of one of the white-clad civilians. Sangho was busy dealing with another but turned his head to remind Jungho, I told you the ones in white are civilians. Control yourself. Jungho snapped back in frustration. Stop nagging. Sangho yelled firmly, no. They looked ahead to see rows of dazed people blocking the corridor. Jungho shouted in annoyance, why is this hallway so damn long? Clearing all of them will take forever. Sangho sighed helplessly, just keep moving forward. Suddenly Jungho sulked in jealousy. Kyungsu must already be done and upstairs by now, right? Sangho scolded him. That was the captain's order, so quit complaining. Feeling misunderstood, Jungho roared back, I'm just worried, idiot. He muttered defensively, he's handling everything by himself so of course I'd worry. Sangho was too pissed to reply, just worry about yourself first. The corridor ahead was pitch dark with faint flickering lights. Behind Kyungsu were unconscious civilians collapsed in piles. After finishing them off, one groaned weakly, this hallway should lead to the room on the second floor, but it's still only filled with civilians. But one white-clad man not fully unconscious gasped out, ahead is where Lord Maple Leaf resides, you cannot pass. Kyungsu tightened his grip on the man's collar, muttering, "These damn white-clad puppets." He smacked the man's face a few times in irritation, grumbling, "No matter how much I hit them, they won't wake up. They're brainwashed too badly." He looked at him and thought, surely there must be a limit to brainwashing. Even after being beaten half to death, he still kept repeating, "Ahead is where Lord Maple Leaf resides." With no other choice, Kyungsu sighed, muttering to himself, "Guess I'll just head upstairs and ask. Let's keep moving." Meanwhile, on a higher floor, Jangwook and Ah-hyung had just knocked out a group of civilians lying sprawled on the ground. He frowned with concern. "The hallway's pretty long. Are you all right?" Ah-hyung immediately answered firmly, "Yes." They reached a door. Jangwook turned to her. "We're going in." Ah-hyung replied seriously, "Understood." Then the heavy creak of the door opening echoed. The two of them froze instantly at the sight before them. What caught Jangwook's eye first was a white deer antler. He glanced upward to see a whole group of masked deer staring back at him. He looked them straight in the eyes and slowly said, "So these are the lackeys the commissioner mentioned." The golden deer emblem and a building designed in the style of ancient palaces. The deer were killers who once worked with Hwaguksa but were abandoned and taken in by Maple Leaf. Under Maple Leaf's emblem symbolized how he brainwashed and controlled them with drugs. Now they were nothing but puppets he could toy with. Those long silver-white antlers represented the years they had served as killers for Hwaguksa. Jangwook could barely contain his anger. He smirked sarcastically and asked, "Heavy, isn't it?" They didn't answer since they didn't understand what he meant. Then Jangwook explained, "I meant those antlers." One deer's eyes widened in horror, because Jangwook suddenly lunged forward and grabbed tightly onto his antlers. He used his brute strength, trying to snap them apart. He snarled in anger, "Don't they feel heavy?" Crack, the mask shattered instantly under his grip. Jangwook raised his brows, looking at the antlers with mock admiration. "Quite sturdy, aren't they?" With the raw strength of an ox, he smashed one deer's head back in a single blow, sending him tumbling. His veins bulged like mushrooms sprouting, a clear sign of his rage. Without warning, Jangwook landed another punch, then turned and slugged a second deer. One after another, each deer was beaten unconscious by Jangwook. One fool tried to sneak attack him. Jangwook's eyes flashed sharp as blades as he glanced at him once. Immediately, a steel-like fist smashed straight into the man's face. That one punch sent him flying several meters backward. Suddenly, a blade came thrusting forward. Another deer wielding a knife lunged at Jangwook's stomach. In that instant, he froze in shock for a few seconds. Just when it seemed his belly would be pierced, Ah-hyung leapt out and kicked the deer hard. In that moment, she bit down nervously, a flicker of fear in her eyes. The deer collapsed heavily onto the floor. Jangwook looked at her with satisfaction. "Well done." Ah-hyung smiled shakily in reply, "Thank you, sir." Then both of them suddenly turned their gaze forward. The deer-headed figure slowly sat up, his mask falling to the ground. Ah-hyung and Jangwook widened their eyes in shock at the long-haired person before them. On the other side, Black Gukwa was trying to ease the tense atmosphere, shouting loudly, "All right, all right." Seeing a conflict about to erupt between Gukwa and Maple Leaf, he jumped in to mediate. Stop it now, both of you calm down, relax, and chill out." Maple Leaf shot him a glance, then listened as Black Gukwa continued, "Maple Leaf, I don't know what's wrong with you, but straighten out your thinking." His voice rang out with reasoning. "Both he and I are working with you, so there's no way we'd get a mission to take you out. I even skipped 2 days of training just to help you." Gukwa quietly turned his gaze toward his younger brother. "If we really had been assigned to kill you, we would have done it on the very first day and taken the ship already." Black Gukwa's tired voice added, "Hollow Mountain, that troublesome bastard, always pretends to be busy and never attends meetings. And if we really got the mission to handle you, he would have acted on the very first day." With that, Black Gukwa shrugged smugly at the two of them. "Am I wrong?" Gukwa and Maple Leaf both fell silent. With no other choice, Maple Leaf reluctantly agreed with Black Gukwa. "Fine, from now on I'll believe you, since luck will always come to those who believe." Black Gukwa cut him off. "Even if you think you're about to lose, don't worry." Black Gukwa smirked arrogantly. "You still have us." He didn't forget to mention Black Leaf, Green Leaf, Yellow Leaf, and those useless women of Maple Leaf as well. And in particular, there was one girl who, despite being injured, was not in her best condition. She had a pair of deer antlers on her head. She had been drugged and brainwashed, standing now before Jangwook and Ah-hyung. She had once been part of their group, but now was a member of the deer. Black Gukwa sighed regretfully. At the same time, the woman with black hair, known as the first-generation Cherry Blossom, stood there. Seeing that she wasn't injured, Ah-hyung couldn't believe her eyes and exclaimed, "I'm sure I already beat her up." With that, the first-generation Cherry Blossom brandished a knife and charged at them. Her blade was as light as a falling cherry blossom petal. In an instant, she was sitting on Jangwook's back with ease. Just as he reacted, the tip of the knife suddenly appeared before his eyes, aiming straight for his neck. He immediately caught the blade with his bare hand. With a twist of his body, Jangwook hurled her several meters away. The first-generation cherry blossom pressed her hand against the floor. She slid along the ground before coming to a stop. Then she narrowed her eyes, staring intently at the two of them. Jangwook silently observed her every move. This woman's movements were unbelievably graceful. He couldn't help but recall Ah-hyung's earlier kick and wondered if she had lowered herself to reduce the impact. Jangwook studied her expression, her eyes overflowing with the intent to kill. He was still lost in thought. Her movements were like petals full of life, and just as he considered attacking, the first-generation cherry blossom suddenly darted forward again. She moved as lightly as a feather. Thinking quickly, he threw a punch straight at her face. Suddenly, Jangwook's eyes widened in shock. The first-generation cherry blossom not only dodged his attack, but also showed no hint of fear. Jangwook bit his lip, clashing with her blow for blow while evading, realizing his strikes weren't effective as she slashed at him with blinding speed, forcing him to grit his teeth and remind himself to stay sharp. On the side, Ah-hyung grew frantic and screamed, "Captain!" The first-generation cherry blossom smiled at him. Jangwook couldn't deny it, this woman was truly strong. His eyes darkened. Jangwook reluctantly decided he didn't want to kill anyone, but he had no other choice. If his attacks didn't work against petals in motion, Jangwook thought as he pressed his foot down with force. His bloodshot eyes flared as he swung a powerful punch toward her, yet her body swayed gracefully like a cherry blossom petal. And before his blow could land, the tip of her blade was already inches from his eyelid. In that fleeting moment, Jangwook quickly pressed his palm against the blade to stop it. The knife pierced through his hand, but Jangwook didn't flinch, instead pressing harder against it as he gripped her head. In the blink of an eye, Jangwook slammed her head into the ground with a loud thud. His other hand raised into a fist as he thought, maybe pinning her to the floor would be enough. And tear her apart piece by piece, he thought, then kept slapping her head with loud smacks. Ah-hyung gaped in shock, speechless. A chilling sense of astonishment ran through Jangwook's mind when he saw the mocking smile on her pale face. Even after being beaten until her face was bruised, the first-generation cherry blossom dared to laugh mockingly. Jangwook. Ah-hyung, worried, shouted, "Captain, you need treatment right away." Jangwook slowly stood up, staring at the knife lodged in his palm, thinking ironically how her eyes in death seemed more alive than when she lived. With that thought, Jangwook pulled out his radio and reported to the others. "This is Bayan Jangwook's team. The left room has been cleared. We will regroup now." Hearing this, Jungho cheered in delight. The captain is fast as always. As for Jangwook, he only raised an eyebrow and muttered, "Not bad." On the other side, Cha-yeon exclaimed happily, "Knew it." She let out a long sigh of relief. "I was worried since the mission had been going on for a while, but the captain still pulled it off." Jeonhee had no comment. Jeonhee blinked a few times, then said, "I think everything will be fine with you, Sunbi." She said this while looking at the fallen enemies on the ground. Cha-yeon suddenly froze. "Huh. The surprise has passed." Cha-yeon continued, "Maybe you felt I was a little stiff because I didn't warm up properly." Jeonhee's eyes widened in horror as she pointed at the pile of bodies on the ground. "What? This is just warming up," she calmly answered. "Yes. Back when I was at my peak and took on more missions, I finished everything much faster than now." Hearing this, Jeonhee gasped, "You were a former Special Forces soldier, weren't you?" Cha-yeon shrugged and smiled. "No way, I was never part of the Special Police Force." Jeonhee eyed her suspiciously. "Really? But you look strong enough." The two continued walking down the hallway, Cha-yeon's voice echoing in a pensive tone. "I know." She spoke with a trace of regret. "I ended up like this because I kept chasing after the strength of someone I always longed to reach." Saying that, she suddenly rubbed her head and looked at Jeonhee. "You understand me, right? Ha, you don't understand a thing." "What do you mean?" She secretly giggled, thinking to herself, "Cute." At that moment, another group of controlled people collapsed to the ground again. Jungho sighed wearily after dealing with the annoying bunch. "We just barely finished, damn it, if only we had weapons." As soon as he said it, Sang-ho snapped at him. "Jungho." Sang-ho scolded him angrily. "Every time you open your mouth it's swearing, cut it down already." Jungho pouted and argued, "It's just an exclamation." He yelled back, "Why do you always have to talk like that?" Sang-ho started lecturing Jungho again. "You should only swear at the right moment, otherwise it becomes a habit." With no choice, Jungho obediently replied, "Fine." Then Jungho pouted, sulking, "But why do you keep nagging me nonstop?" Suddenly Sang-ho shouted loudly, "Damn it." Jungho jumped in fright, stammering, What's going on?" He suddenly called out Jungho. Jungho panicked and rushed to stand beside him. "What happened?" Sang-ho couldn't hold it back and yelled, those women. Yellow Leaf propped her hand as she walked toward the two men, yawning, this one is so noisy. Red Leaf joined in, I thought he was about to go deaf already. Sang-ho's eyes sparkled seeing the beauties, he blinked repeatedly and exclaimed, so damn gorgeous. Jung-ho curled his lip in disdain, you pathetic idiot. Maple Leaf embraced the two beautiful women in his arms. These two, known as Red Leaf and Yellow Leaf, were his closest attendants. The two girls bowed before their master. Since childhood, they had been raised to become assassins at Hoa-guk Temple. Buddha gave them to Maple Leaf as a reward, symbolized by the maple leaf. Jung-ho shouted wildly in excitement, the more I look at them, the more they're totally my type. What should I do? Jung-ho pouted in disgust, lovesick fool, you need reincarnation to fix that. Red Leaf stared at him, smirking, at least that one's got some taste. Yellow Leaf nodded in agreement, both loyal to Maple Leaf since they had been brainwashed from childhood. Red Leaf secretly pulled out a whip and murmured, while Yellow Leaf slowly drew the weapon from her waist, replying, what else can we do? Sang-ho and Jung-ho were still ogling the two beautiful, hot-bodied women, completely aware they were utterly loyal to him. Yellow Leaf and Red Leaf flashed seductive smiles and winked at the two. We already have our man. Seeing them readying weapons and charging, Jung-ho raised an eyebrow and barked, hey, you two. He didn't negotiate, he just ordered bluntly, drop the weapons, let's just talk. Though a womanizer at heart, Sang-ho still nodded frantically to persuade, yeah, let's not fight. He quickly added, we won't fight. Before he could finish, a red rope suddenly shot out. Red Leaf directly attacked the two men. Sang-ho and Jung-ho hurriedly split to both sides. She raised her brow in surprise, exclaiming, you dodged. Yellow Leaf narrowed her eyes and warned her, looks like he's not just a smooth talker, sis, then how about this? As soon as Yellow Leaf finished speaking, she dashed forward with her weapon straight at Jung-ho. She poured all her strength into her arm and swung hard. Jung-ho nearly lost his soul as he ducked low, narrowly escaping her death scythe. Yellow Leaf was a bit surprised, muttering, so this guy isn't just all talk, huh? Jung-ho sucked in a cold breath, gritting his teeth in frustration. Yet in the blink of an eye, Jung-ho turned and bolted, still shouting to his woman-crazy brother, Sang-ho, let's run, without weapons we can't win. Yellow Leaf stared after him speechless, just a big mouth. Seeing him still frozen in place, Jung-ho lost patience and shouted, hey, what are you doing? I told you to run. Sang-ho suddenly called out to him, Jung-ho. He couldn't look him in the eye as he said, I'm not running. At that, Red Leaf shivered slightly. Sang-ho screamed at the top of his lungs in front of the women as he threw a thunderous punch at Red Leaf's face. She flashed a seductive smile, her low voice teasing, I'm your type, right? You're really going to hit me. In that very instant, Sang-ho swung his fist. The quickest way, he slammed it into her face and said, when a man and a woman get close, sometimes the body speaks louder than words. Right after saying that, Sang-ho's eyes widened in shock. Red Leaf softly asked, what did you say, talking, huh? Her gaze darkened menacingly. Then Red Leaf swiftly blocked his punch, smirking proudly. You're mistaken, you should know that before Red Leaf and Yellow Leaf. She arched her brow in disdain while squeezing his fist tight, weeds like you. Red Leaf and Yellow Leaf were given to Maple Leaf as rewards, and together with Cherry Blossom now. We are candidates for the third generation Cherry Blossom, so how could weeds like you ever reach the clouds? Red Leaf said as she twisted Sang-ho's wrist, making him groan in pain. The red whip cracked down instantly as her voice drawled, so now there's no more talking. Instead, I'll punish you alone. With that, she lashed Sang-ho again and again. Blood splattered instantly. Sang-ho clenched his teeth from the pain, unable to say a word. He closed his eyes and then suddenly opened them. In that fleeting moment, Sang-ho saw Yellow Leaf charging at him with her weapon. She roared angrily, go to hell and repent. Seeing Sang-ho about to ascend to heaven, Jung-ho couldn't just run away alone. He clicked his tongue, grabbed a table, and shouted, damn it, Sang-ho, take this. That's why I told you to run, he yelled while hurling the heavy table at Red Leaf and Yellow Leaf. Yellow Leaf quickly raised her death scythe. The table was instantly sliced in half, pieces flying past her face. She then glared at Sang-ho and Jung-ho. Sang-ho clutched his shoulder and stood up, sighing, these ladies are brutal, huh? Jung-ho, completely out of patience, shouted, let's just run. Sang-ho only shrugged, I'm not running anywhere even if it kills me. After thinking for a moment, Jung-ho gulped and suggested, then let's do that thing. Hearing that, Sang-ho immediately looked disgusted. I hate doing that thing. Red Leaf and Yellow Leaf tilted their heads in confusion while Jung-ho screamed, why the hell do you hate doing that thing, you damn idiot? Sang-ho yelled back, because it'll make these ladies think badly of us. Jung-ho snapped, trying to calm him down, damn it, just chill. Are you planning to tell the captain or not? Hey, fine, we'll do it. Suddenly he looked toward Yellow Leaf and Red Leaf, ladies. Sang-ho and Jung-ho immediately took fighting stances. He pretended to be polite. This might bother you, but please understand us. Jung-ho scolded him angrily. Shut up, Sang-ho, because we're about to fight dirty. Meanwhile, on another floor of the church, footsteps echoed loudly against the ground. Kyung-soo glanced around the hallway, muttering, no one on the second floor, seeing not a single soul around. Kyung-soo couldn't help but guess, they must think we couldn't even make it up here. The emptiness says it all. Remembering some familiar faces, both men and women, Kyung-soo deliberately raised his voice. Maple Leaf, remembering back when you and I still carried out missions together back when I was still an assassin. He walked slowly while mocking Maple Leaf. I always found it strange because every time we met, someone else would show up. But now, at last, I'll finally see your face. Kyung-soo glanced at the camera on the wall. On the other side, Maple Leaf stared at him through the tablet screen. He narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, this man is really troublesome. Then Maple Leaf carefully observed Kyung-soo's every move. I have information on Bayan Jangwook, so I can somewhat gauge his strength, but I still can't pinpoint exactly how strong he is. Maple Leaf leaned on his chin, pondering a symbol of Phoenix. He silently speculated. So he was the one who captured Phoenix, huh? The Special Forces team present at that time was wiped out. I assumed he shared the same fate, so I didn't pay him any mind. But maybe it was just fate that the entire Special Forces unit was obliterated. Light slipped in through the crack of the door. Maple Leaf reassured himself. No matter, I'm not some easy prey like Phoenix. He quietly thought of his hidden ally and told himself, I still have a trump card that even Hoa QU letter 1ED1 CT letter 1EF1 doesn't know about. Maple Leaf sat back on the sofa and chuckled to himself, but luckily I won't even have to use it. Because Kyung-soo wandered around the third floor for a while but saw no one. He called out, hey. Kyung-soo narrowed his eyes and muttered with a smirk, even the third floor hallway is empty. Suddenly a hoarse voice rang out, catching his attention. Empty, you say? What do you mean by that? Kyung-soo instantly turned toward the person who suddenly appeared before him. Black Guktoa growled, don't you see? He stood akimbo, glaring provocatively at him. This huge body of mine, like a damn ox, Kyung-soo thought to himself, so he finally arrived. He let out a low chuckle, so Hong-jun was right, this mission is that simple. Black Guktoa shoved aside the blocking table and sneered as he walked closer. I knew you'd come. Kyung-soo raised an eyebrow and replied casually, that's fine by me. Black Guktoa glared at Kyung-soo as if he wanted to devour him alive, roaring in fury, let's finish what we started. At those words, Kyung-soo's eyes turned icy cold. He spoke slowly, I've always wanted to end your life with my own hands. Veins bulged across Black Guktoa's body as he sneered with delight. You think you can kill me, huh? His tone dripped with mockery. Kyung-soo silently locked eyes with him. Then Black Guktoa went on babbling with his pitiful knowledge. Killing someone carries many meanings, you know. As soon as he finished, Kyung-soo's eyes narrowed sharply. Black Guktoa flexed his muscular body, trying to intimidate him. He boasted, look at this physique of mine. Then he scoffed at Kyung-soo, when you said you'd kill me, wasn't that a bit much? The moment he finished, Kyung-soo suddenly lunged straight at him. His foot swung in a powerful kick, aimed directly at Black Guktoa's face. The man reacted just as quickly, raising his arm to block his face. Kyung-soo smirked and shook his head. No, I don't think so. His gaze was as cold as ice. You misunderstood me because your brain is just another lump of muscle. Taking you down isn't exactly rocket science. Black Guktoa, also known as April, once lived in Hwaguksa. He immediately counterattacked, pouring all his strength into a punch aimed at Kyung-soo. His fist carried an overwhelming force. Kyung-soo frowned. That punch of his was the strongest he'd ever felt. He narrowly dodged the devastating blow and quipped, every time I see you, you just get bigger and stronger. Black Guktoa raised an eyebrow in confusion. What did you say? He paused for a moment, chatting mid-battle. Back during the Phoenix incident, I thought you were just pretending to know me. Turns out you really did know me, Kyung-soo pretended to admit honestly. I know you very well. Then he burst out laughing mockingly. You're just a stupid pig. A brute who only knows how to use raw strength. The moment Kyung-soo finished speaking, Black Guktoa suddenly grabbed hold of him. Kyung-soo flickered in and out of sight like a flash of lightning. He moved so fast that Black Guktoa could hardly believe his own eyes. He stared in confusion at the coat that had slipped into his hands. Then Black Guktoa let out an amused laugh. His grip tightened even harder around Kyung-soo's black coat. Black Guktoa sized up Kyung-soo's tall, lean figure and smugly said, Who said I was slow? Even if you take your coat off, you're still the same. Black Guktoa kept teasing his body like some discount Samsung ad. So what now, you gonna strip that shirt off too? then down to your underwear. Kyungsu glared while listening to him laugh. Go ahead, keep stripping. Black Gukdoa casually tossed his coat behind him and smirked. Soon I'll be peeling your skin off too. Kyungsu recalled their last fight and slowly muttered, that time it was because of the drugs. His sharp eyes studied Black Gukdoa's every move. The way his arm had swung back then also drew Kyungsu's attention to the force behind it. Then he voiced his thought, I saw you were strong, but also pretty slow. Under Black Gukdoa's piercing stare, Kyungsu calmly added, but now it seems you've gotten faster, huh? He couldn't help but sound almost pleased. Since that day, you've made some real progress. Black Gukdoa frowned in confusion. That day, what are you talking about? He tilted his head, trying to remember. Kyungsu simply nodded, yeah, that's right. As sunlight streamed through the window, Kyungsu's low voice echoed, we should only know what we're meant to know. Then Kyungsu looked him dead in the eye, you're quite an interesting guy. Black Gukdoa stood dumbfounded. Why are you suddenly spouting philosophy? Facing his puzzled look, Kyungsu explained calmly, all of you have been training hard to overcome your weaknesses. His eyes fixed on Black Gukdoa's muscular body as he spoke with a hint of empathy. To have a body like that, you must have gone through countless failures. His chiseled chest and solid arms confirmed Kyungsu's thoughts. Even with all that hardship, you didn't give up, and your body now is proof of that. Though usually quiet and cold, Kyungsu sincerely praised him. In many battles, you've failed, but you kept standing back up and you've conquered your weaknesses to reach this state. With that, he clapped his hands firmly in praise. Good job, I recognize your effort and I applaud it. Black Gukdoa wore a baffled expression. Then he tilted his head, half mocking, half annoyed. What the hell are you barking about? And who are you to think you know me? He added, while Kyungsu didn't answer and just kept praising. Most people, no matter how hard they train, could never get a body like yours. Kyungsu's gaze darkened. He kept glancing at him. I really don't get how much junk you pumped into yourself to get that body. Hearing this, Black Gukdoa angrily corrected, it's all natural, don't you dare say I used drugs. Kyungsu kept pretending to pity him. No matter what you say, I already know. He shrugged and muttered mockingly, to build those muscles of yours, you must have sacrificed another part of your body. Kyungsu added a killing blow, to make your muscles bigger you gave up a rather important part of a man, didn't you? Black Gukdoa's eyes rolled white with rage. He roared, what the hell are you barking about? Kyungsu smirked at him, you juiced up on steroids, a lot of them. Now you're basically a eunuch, huh? At those words, Black Gukdoa's eyes looked ready to chop him into tiny pieces. His pride wounded, he pounded his chest hard and roared furiously, this is a natural body. Black Gukdoa screamed in anger, charging at him with his hand raised. In a blink, Kyungsu vanished, leaving Black Gukdoa swiping at thin air. He instantly darted his eyes around, and spotted Kyungsu drawing a knife, who muttered, to make a body that massive. He tightened his grip on the weapon and grinned, you had to give up important parts like I said, but even then. Black Gukdoa lunged at him, but he vanished again, reappearing in a flash. Kyungsu slashed his arm, spraying fresh blood on the spot. Black Gukdoa couldn't counter and could only try desperately to dodge his attacks. Kyungsu's voice echoed in the air, you'll never be able to touch me. He stabbed while sneering, no matter how much bulk you add, you're just a pile of sloppy meat. Tossing his backpack aside, he grinned, good thing I brought my weapon along. Black Gukdoa clutched his arm as Kyungsu taunted, this knife makes tearing through your muscles easy. Kyungsu chuckled lightly while asking him, sure, you're faster than before, but you still can't handle a weapon, can you? Black Gukdoa grunted, unable to respond. After a pause, Black Gukdoa roared, weapons. Then suddenly he swung a palm strike right at Kyungsu's handsome face. Black Gukdoa snarled angrily. Only losers use those who wouldn't trust their own body. As soon as he finished, Kyungsu slashed him a few times, spraying blood everywhere. Kyungsu looked disappointed at him, still arrogant as ever, and yet you'll only lose in humiliation. He swung his blade toward him with a smirk. You think you lose just because you're slow, still haven't asked your brother for advice, huh? Hearing that, Black Gukdoa suddenly froze for a moment, his chest pounding like a drum. Fear crawled up, he clutched his heart tight with trembling hands. He glared at Kyungsu, half curious, half furious. Who the hell are you? Kyungsu cast the light chant and said coldly, you'll find out soon enough. Let's revisit that nightmare together. Meanwhile, Maple Leaf sat in silence, watching the fight between Black Gukdoa and Kyungsu on his tablet, their exchange darkening his expression. Then Maple Leaf slowly removed his mask, placing it down beside him. Staring at the screen, he saw Kyungsu still talking to Black Gukdoa. Veins bulged on his face. Maple Leaf roared in fury, Bai Guang. In that brief clash, Black Guktoa's face tightened, sweat pouring nonstop. In front of him, Kyungsu held his knife with a sly smile, eyes gleaming like a predator sizing up prey. The pressure was crushing. He thought it felt like the first time he tried bench pressing 250 kilos. Black Guktoa and Guktoa in the past had once survived the starvation chamber, both left in nothing but underwear, bodies covered in fight scars. Through endless struggle and effort, when they finally left that chamber, they killed the first generation April and July. That day, Black Guktoa grabbed one by the head, while Guktoa stomped on the other's body and took their ranks. They overcame their physical shortcomings, skinny legs and bony upper bodies shaking with weakness. Through relentless training, the brothers became muscular and powerful. Training was what let them survive. Through training, they could achieve anything. Training was their very life. That was why they despised Phoenix, the 12th member, when she showed up. Both of them bitter, knowing she only grew stronger thanks to drugs. Something the brothers could never accept or understand. But the older brother, Julaiha, Gukwa, while lifting weights, asked back about killing Phoenix after hearing his younger brother's intent. Still continuing his reps, calmly joking, she bothers you that much? I don't like what she does either, but she looks decent enough. Easy on the eyes at least. Black Guktoa could only sigh in defeat. Big brother, huh? He quickly reminded him, cut it out, you're always chasing women. Guktoa defended himself, isn't it just because you hate women too much? Hearing that, Black Guktoa grew irritated. I don't hate all women, gender doesn't matter. I hate people who neglect their bodies, especially women. And when I look at that bitch Phoenix. Seeing his brother so serious, he stopped joking, silently watching. He confessed, I feel like all my effort to survive is being denied. Gukwa understood his younger brother's feelings, quickly comforting him and agreeing, all right, if that's how you feel, I'll go along with it. Let's just keep an eye on the situation first. After that, to find a reason to kill Phoenix, the two brothers secretly sabotaged everything she did. Curses rang out, damn it. Phoenix sat on a chair, clutching her head, panicking, damn it, why does everything fail every time things start to go right? She feared that if this time failed again. Phoenix bit her nails, eyes wet and stammering, I. She remembered Yuwa's indifferent face as he discarded her. Phoenix, month 12, I don't think you're useful to me anymore. He turned his head to the Lespedeza brothers and asked for their opinion. What do you two think? Hearing Yuwa's question, the Guktoa brothers were startled, thinking this was finally their chance. In a hidden corner, heavy rain poured as the silhouette of an umbrella appeared. Black Guktoa cursed at the one holding the umbrella ahead. You bastard. What are you doing? Kyungsu, holding the umbrella, calmly answered, I've been keeping an eye on you this whole time. He continued, you followed Phoenix and kept sabotaging her work. How could you not know that? Kyungsu gripped the umbrella handle, the top popped off. He held the sharp blade hidden inside the umbrella and continued. Deciding whether she lives or dies is not your place. Stay out of her business. Kyungsu explained, just like how you became the Guktoa brothers, Phoenix and I have a similar bond. I decide if she lives or dies, got it? His fist clenched tight. Black Guktoa furiously attacked, shut the hell up. He struck him with one hand. Black Guktoa's eyes bulged wide, bloodshot, as Kyungsu's voice echoed by his ear. Answer me. He raised his blade toward him, calmly asking, got it through your thick skull yet? Black Guktoa could only clutch the left side of his stomach, refusing to give in, screaming, you son of a bitch. And then on that rainy day, Black Guktoa was beaten half to death, his whole body covered in wounds, the mask on his face cracked, lying on the ground unresponsive. Black Guktoa felt strange, and in his daze, for the first time in his life, he realized something. Looking at someone with power far beyond his own, he realized there are things that can't be achieved by pure training alone. Kyungsu raised his hand, and Black Guktoa could only grit his teeth in silence as he thought he was about to meet his maker. A sound rang out. He looked at the scene before him. Guktoa appeared, taking the blow in place of his younger brother. He felt it and softly called, Big brother. He looked toward his younger brother. Then Black Guktoa fainted. A while later, he suddenly bolted upright. He asked, and what about Bai Guang? He explained, while you were fighting, he made a deal with me. Guktoa elaborated, he would let me take you away for treatment. In return, we wouldn't lay a hand on Phoenix. Hearing the deal, Black Guktoa could only groan, his hands beginning to tremble as he growled. Black Guktoa slammed his hand hard on the ground, roaring nonstop. Seeing his younger brother like this, Guktoa spoke gently, brother. He comforted, don't get so worked up. Guktoa redirected his brother toward training. If you keep training hard, you'll win. Hearing this, he only stared in silence. After that day, Black Guktoa turned to steroids. With the drugs, he grew stronger quickly. The bigger his body grew, the more he hated women. Years later, when Black Guktoa decided he would take revenge on Bai Guang, the guy was already dead, leaving behind only an incense burner with a few sticks still smoldering. He was dead, really dead, and even a funeral had been held. Even though in the past it was confirmed Bai Guang was dead, why did he feel something strange? Looking at the face before him, Black Guktoa was confused, but why? Did he feel this bastard was Bai Guang himself? He realized he was afraid, and damn it, why was his body? Black Guktoa's whole body trembled. He questioned himself as he shook. His fist clenched tight. Was this just a habit from stretching during training, or was it fear? He let out a furious roar, and after that scream full of rage, Black Guktoa lunged at Kim Kyung-soo, his whole body hurling toward where he stood. Black Guktoa clashed head-on with Bai Guang. Black Guktoa dove at Kyung-soo, growling out a long guttural sound. As leaves rustled lightly, they sliced past like blades, leaving his body bleeding all over. Even the mask on his face was cut in half. Instantly, Black Guktoa snapped back to his senses, observing more carefully. He pounced forward again, still howling, but Kyung-soo dodged with ease. Kyung-soo drew his dagger, calmly remarking, "All this time you." He moved swiftly, closing in on Black Guktoa with ease, the move too simple, and so more bloody wounds appeared on his body non-stop. Kyung-soo said flatly, "So you only changed speed and bulk, no progress in technique at all." He looked at the oversized body before him with a trace of disdain. "And here you are, still charging straight at me." As if ignoring the insults, the man retorted, "No matter how many times I fail to lift a certain weight." Black Guktoa turned his head, face full of determination. "At least once, if afterward I can lift it even once, then I succeed. With you it's the same." Hearing those words, Kyung-soo just gave him a dry glance and answered, his whole body tightening, "As long as I grab you just once." He took a stance ready for action, looking down on the opponent before him, mocking his delusion of being a body of steel. Black Guktoa once again lunged at Kyung-soo, growling non-stop. Just once his hand almost touched him. Instantly, the small leaves appeared again. Black Guktoa silently recited a prayer. The two fought fiercely, Black Guktoa throwing punch after punch while Kyung-soo dodged every single one with ease. He stared intently, noticing the leaves now stained red, swirling around him, a flash of light flickering. Black Guktoa went mad, his emotions unstable as he shouted, "As long as I can lift you once, just once." He imagined barbells, and the leaves kept appearing without end. The sound of weights clanging echoed powerfully. Lift. The battle between the leaves and the barbells showed no sign of stopping. Black Guktoa remembered his training, lifting heavy bars, trembling just to get them off the ground. His face tense, filled with fighting spirit yet also fear. He questioned himself, "Can I really do it?" At that moment, a slash nearly cut through his neck. Luckily, Black Guktoa reacted quickly, retreating back to dodge it, groaning out loud. Kyung-soo warned him the cut wasn't deep. "Charging headfirst at me like that, your body pulled back at the last second. Instinct just saved your life." Looking at the guy clutching his neck in pain, he asked, "Where did all that confidence of yours go?" Kyung-soo's whole body radiated killing intent, his sinister gaze sizing up his prey, mocking, "Look at you, so small and weak." Black Guktoa was utterly terrified, not understanding why. "What the hell are you anyway?" Black Guktoa reasoned, Phoenix must have had disciples. Then he suddenly realized something was off, but even so, this situation. Black Guktoa was bewildered. "Damn it, what the hell is happening?" Seeing the man holding a knife with such a dangerous face. Black Guktoa was panicking, his whole body drenched in sweat, desperately trying to stay calm. But even in his confusion, he was certain of one thing: he could not win. Honestly, when the news came that Bai Guang was dead, he had felt relieved inside. Without having to face Bai Guang, Black Guktoa looked at the urn with incense sticks and felt like a heavy burden had been lifted. He thought to himself, although he had failed against others, as long as he worked hard, one day he would defeat them. But Bai Guang was truly talented. Bai Guang was a born genius, unlike anyone else. Back to the past. At that time, there was a man who once praised him. "You have a gift for killing." That was Bai Guang of the first generation. Back then, young Kyung-soo did not understand, curiously asking, "Is that supposed to be a compliment?" The man replied, "Well, to us that is the best compliment people like us can get." First generation Bai Guang continued, "Though to normal people it might sound like a curse." The boy was confused. "I don't want that kind of talent." He lectured, "It is better to have it than be worthless. What matters is not the talent itself. What matters is who wields it." Kyung-soo listened attentively to the teachings of the first Bai Guang. He went on, "Even if it is a cursed talent." The boy stared at the man. "If it is you." Back to the present, Kyung-soo simply observed in silence. Black Guktoa was still clutching his neck in fear. When the two looked at each other, he felt completely inferior standing before such overwhelming talent. Because Black Guktoa recalled the words of his brother, "If you train hard, you will win." His body tensed up, his facial muscles lost control. He struggled not to burst into tears, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. He asked hesitantly, "Do you know? When you lift weights, there are safety bars to keep you from being crushed." Hearing that, he replied calmly, "I know." Black Guktoa added, "If you fail to lift and get crushed, you are finished. That is why they use safety bars when they reach the heaviest weight they can lift." He frowned in confusion. "So what? Your last words sound weird." The man ignored the mockery. "But when I tried to lift my heaviest weight, I never used safety bars. I even chose midnight when no one was around, so there would be no one to save me." Black Guktoa recalled forcing himself to lift beyond his limits, straining to continue, pushing himself mercilessly. "I was ready to face death. If I could not lift it, I would die. If I did not want to die, I had to lift it. And now I gained confidence. In the end, I did lift that weight. Once you are no longer afraid of death, the barbell is nothing." Kyongsu smirked. "That was a pretty long-winded explanation for your stupidity." Black Guktoa continued, "This situation is the same. I did not think I would die coming here." He lifted his face, eyes wide, staring at him. "But now I am prepared for death." Kyongsu raised his dagger in response to Black Guktoa's declaration. Then Black Guktoa screamed loudly, startling him a little. He used all his strength just to run away. Black Guktoa was turning his head and fleeing, not wanting to fight anymore. Kyongsu could only feel itchy all over at this ridiculous sight. Black Guktoa kept sprinting for his life while screaming. The more he ran, the louder he screamed. Kyongsu could only watch that pathetic back disappearing. He was a bit puzzled. "I really did not expect you to run away." Kyongsu quickly reacted, "But you." He dashed forward, chasing in the same direction. Black Guktoa was rushing at full speed. Kyongsu's hand scraped his leg, blood gushed from the wound. He sternly threatened, "You will not escape from here." Hit by the strike, he groaned painfully. Kyongsu glanced once, then decided to end it. "Die." Black Guktoa growled in response. He grabbed a wooden plank, gathering strength to lift it up. The wooden bench was hurled at Kyongsu, but he dodged easily without breaking a sweat. The sounds of battle kept ringing endlessly. Watching all those objects being thrown at him, he sighed wearily. "Why are you tossing stuff around like that?" Just as he lifted another object to throw, he froze at the question. "Do you really want to die that badly?" Black Guktoa answered without hesitation, "Yeah, that's right." Kyongsu even felt a bit of sympathy for him. How pitiful. Black Guktoa's face turned to stone, silent without a word. He recalled the insults from the past. "You really look pathetic." Back then, his whole body as a child was nothing but skin and bones. He felt powerless, not knowing what to do. Black Guktoa had countless times wanted to die. Children his age always looked at him with contempt. They mocked him relentlessly. He thought bitterly, "Why was I born so weak?" He cried, unable to endure the humiliation. "It is unfair, so unfair. Why do I have to live such a miserable life?" Even worse, the two brothers were taken into the training room, shoved in with other scrawny kids just like them. Black Guktoa said to his brother, "Brother, maybe this way is better." He cried, "I had to struggle so hard just to live." "It's over." Hearing his younger brother's words, Guktoa also comforted him, "Little brother, struggling to live is not pathetic at all." Black Guktoa now repeated the words of his brother from the past. He kept rambling, "The only thing not pathetic in my life is that I tried so hard to survive." Kyongsu stared at the man before him. He pondered, recalling the past when he and Phoenix were children. Kyongsu admitted it made sense. He acknowledged Black Guktoa's reason to live. "I will take back what I just said, but you will definitely die here." He grabbed his own leg and growled loudly. Black Guktoa turned tail and ran again. Kyongsu grew annoyed, running away again and again like that. Then his eyes widened in surprise. The man had leapt through the glass window of the building. The shards of the shattered glass tore across Black Guktoa's body. A large crack appeared on the glass thanks to his reckless jump. Kyongsu rushed over to check the situation. His eyes widened further. Black Guktoa's hand trembled against the stone floor. From above, Kyongsu looked down at the man collapsed and trembling violently. He wondered, what meaning is there in living with such a crippled body? The man lay on the ground, struggling to speak. "I'm still alive, and that's meaning enough." Black Guktoa recalled all his struggles to survive, the killing, the refusal to yield, and continued, "If I'm alive, I can keep trying. I can overcome even wounds like these." He roared with determination, "I will survive." Black Guktoa crawled to escape. "I will do anything to live." Kyongsu felt his resolve. He realized something. This guy. Kyongsu grew serious. "I cannot let him live." Because Bai Guang could fully sense Black Guktoa's desperate will to live. He lifted his dagger. Kyongsu hurled it downward with all his strength. Black Gukdoa lay on the tiles, feeling the pressure, terrified. He raised his hand to block the dagger. Kyongsu felt a bit irritated seeing Black Gukdoa actually manage to block it. He kept crawling and rolling on the ground, mumbling the same line over and over. If I live, then I live, and if I live, I can keep trying. Kyongsu looked at the blood seeping across the tiles and thought, at this rate he'll die from blood loss. He reasoned no. He will definitely still survive. Kyongsu turned his head, wanting to go down below. Waiting like this isn't a solution. Even if it wastes a bit of time, I'll go straight down and finish it. Suddenly a sword blocked him. The guy swung once, forcing Kyongsu to bend his body backward in a hurry to dodge the slash. His face was grazed as the blade slid past. Kyongsu coughed once and created some distance. He wiped the streak of blood off his face, silently observing. Hollow Mountain on the other side also stayed still, holding position. Kyongsu muttered softly, "Hollow Mountain." Over there, ragged breaths kept echoing. Red Leaf and Yellow Leaf were moving too, sweat dripping from her face as she looked flustered. This is way too hard. She wondered why their defense line was so ridiculously strong. Sangho held a broken door as a shield and sneered. A man hiding behind furniture like this, honestly it's shameful. Jungho beside him also carried a shield, frowning slightly. You should feel lucky we have so many things to use as cover. Shut it, you idiot. In Bayan Jangwook's special ops squad, everyone was assigned to positions that fit their strengths. Sniping and support were Kim Dongchul and Shin Sohee. The vanguard team was Bayan Jangwook, Cha Yeon and Choi Hoon. Finally, the defense line was Jungho and Sangho. Yellow Leaf felt irritated, but really what's the point, we'll die anyway. Red Leaf, holding her dart-tipped whip, agreed. That's right, those desks won't hold their defense for long. With that she lashed the whip toward both Jungho and Sangho. Red Leaf raised her voice, let Big Sis here break them apart. He tried to calm himself, it's fine, if we just hold on like this the captain will arrive in time. On the other side, Jangwook was holding a walkie-talkie. Beside him was Ahyung. A voice came through the radio, this is Bayan Jangwook, I am currently heading straight to the room of Jungho and Sangho. The boy cheered happily, see that? The voice continued, my original plan was like that, but after hearing the sound of a window shattering on the second floor as well as someone's scream, I decided to go check it out. Everyone hold your positions. Jungho and Sangho were bewildered, both of them looking at each other in deep worry. On the other side, two eyes filled with killing intent were glaring at them. They could only sigh and mutter, how about we talk this out? The sky was bright with pure white clouds, but down here it was anything but peaceful. On the road, a streak of bright red blood stretched long. Ahyung and Jangwook stood examining it. He was momentarily stunned and exclaimed, blood trail. Then Jangwook looked up at the window with a big hole on the second floor. It looked like someone had fallen from there and left. Ahyung panicked at once and replied, was Kyongsu the one on the second floor? She immediately grabbed the radio, urgently calling for a check. Kim Kyongsu, are you all right? But Kyongsu's walkie-talkie was lying on the ground among rubble. Even though her voice came through, not a single reply returned. That only made Ahyung even more terrified. She looked at Jangwook and said in horror, he's lost contact. What if Kim Kyongsu is already down? Should we follow this blood trail or go upstairs to check? Jangwook stood silently in front of her, pulling out a cigarette and putting it in his mouth. His eyes were full of thoughts, fixed on the blood stains scattered on the road. Back on the other side, the chainsaw in Yellow Leaf's hands was running at full throttle. Behind her, Red Leaf and Yellow Leaf carried hot weapons, chasing them down. Ahead, Jungho and Sangho were running like crazy, screaming in fear as they fled. Yellow Leaf cursed in frustration, you two are pathetic excuses for men. Red Leaf also mocked, didn't you say men should never run away? Sangho shot back bluntly, there are times when men must run. Jungho couldn't hold it either and shouted back angrily, if we had our gear with us we would definitely beat you too. Yellow Leaf now lost all patience. She burst forward, eyes glowing with murderous intent, growling, say that again as an excuse. She then leapt high into the air, both hands holding the screaming chainsaw aimed straight at Jungho and Sangho. She glared wide-eyed, and before delivering her killing strike, she even added coldly one more line about meeting in hell. Right at that moment, a figure suddenly tore through the sky, rushing down like a meteor. Yellow Leaf, caught off guard, took a heavy blow right to the stomach. She couldn't react in time and spat out a mouthful of strawberry syrup. A second later, she was blasted away and fell flat on her back. Sangho and Jungho instantly widened their eyes in joy, both shouting out loud together. The two of them excitedly looked at the man standing in front of them, yelling, Captain. That man was none other than Bayan Jangwook. During his time in the Special Forces team, he had faced countless strong opponents. That's why with just one physical contact with someone he could easily judge their strength. Remembering the first day Jangwook met Kyungsoo, when he shook hands with Kim Kyungsoo. The moment their hands touched, Jangwook's eyes widened in shock. By then, Jangwook could sense among all the people he had ever met, Kim Kyungsoo's power ranked top 3. Going back to a few minutes earlier, Ah-hyung grew even more anxious when Jangwook stayed silent. She worriedly asked, "Captain, what should we do? Why don't you answer?" After I yelled, I said we should go to the second floor to rescue. Only then did Jangwook suddenly speak up, cutting in about Police Sergeant Kim Kyungsoo. He spoke slowly in a firm tone, "We don't need to worry about him." He then ordered Kim Ah-hyung to follow the blood trail while he himself went to help Jungho and Sangho. On the opposite side, Red Leaf cast a cold glance and questioned, "You let your guard down, didn't you?" Yellow Leaf awkwardly replied at once, "I'm sorry, sister." Jungho hurriedly spoke up, "Captain, you must be careful with these women." Jangwook calmly replied, "I know." He carefully observed the two in front of him, silently pondering, "These women have innate endurance and their strength is pretty high too." Yellow Leaf quickly stood up, alertly saying, "Sister, that guy seems quite strong." Red Leaf beside her heard this and showed no fear at all. Instead, her face looked even more arrogant. Jangwook then wondered. It seems that red-haired sister might be as strong as her younger sibling, or maybe even stronger. At that moment she asked in a low voice, is that so? Jangwook calculated silently, "There are more strong opponents to deal with in this mission than I thought." He pinched the cigarette between his fingers, his eyes sharpened as he thought grimly, "I'll have to kill these women too if I want peace. I guess today these hands will get soaked in blood." At the same time in the main hall, Maple Leaf was standing and watching the monitor in her hands. He stayed silent, staring at the screen that was full of static. Maple Leaf recalled the image of Hollow Mountain, thinking to herself, Hollow Mountain, he destroyed all the surveillance cameras on the second floor. She dropped the tablet, her mind filled with confusion. But why would he do that? Bright light streamed through the glass etched with the Maple Leaf symbol, seeping into the room. Maple Leaf softly called out, "Oh Lord." "Please," her desperate plea echoed, "I beg you." A pair of red lips curved into a sly smile. Maple Leaf Prime wore a seductive shirt, her long legs wrapped in alluring black fishnet stockings. She lowered her gaze and leisurely asked, "Didn't you say you don't want to get kicked out?" Maple Leaf Prime tilted her head curiously and asked again, "Why would you even think that way?" A young man lifted his head and replied sincerely, "Because I love you." Hearing this, Maple Leaf Prime's eyes instantly narrowed with a shadowy gleam. She stepped up to the young man kneeling on the ground, speaking slowly, "So that means as long as I don't abandon you." She gently lifted his face with her hand, eyes full of playful laughter, and asked with interest, "No matter what I do to you, you'll still love me, right?" The young man didn't hesitate and answered firmly, "Yes, darling, and that person is none other than Maple Leaf." But now he bore a twisted face covered with frightening scars. Maple Leaf quietly fiddled with a small object in her hand, then suddenly crushed it without mercy, speaking coldly again. He stood in the middle of the room, slowly lifting his eyes upward because he had been thrown away. At that moment, Maple Leaf swiftly pulled out a cross from her clothes. It was a specially designed key. Maple Leaf walked over to a glass cage, then used the cross to turn the lock. The glass cage in front of him shook violently, and Maple Leaf told herself firmly, "I guess I have no other choice left." Then she immediately pressed a button marked with the Maple Leaf symbol. Somewhere else where the Maple Leaf symbol was also carved into the ground, Cha-yeon let out a soft sigh, phew. She looked at the defeated people sprawled across the floor and casually asked, "I guess we've cleaned everything up, right?" Then Cha-yeon turned to Jeong-hee and continued, "Now we should head back and regroup with the others. Let's go." But before she could finish the sentence, a sudden tremor struck, throwing them both into panic. Over where Jangwook's group of 3 stood, the tremor appeared as well. Jungho and Sangho simultaneously asked in shock, "What's that?" Jangwook carefully raised his head, and right after that his eyes suddenly caught something. On the other side, Yellow Leaf and Red Leaf were gritting their teeth, crying out in fear. Their faces were overwhelmed with terror. They shouted in horror, "Maple Leaf." Down in the basement, Cha-yeon also asked in confusion, "An earthquake?" At that moment, both of their gazes froze, locking on a single direction. Cha-yeon stayed silent while Jeong-hee, stunned, couldn't help but ask. The floor was splitting apart, and as her bewildered question ended, beneath the Maple Leaf symbol on the ground, mysterious stairs appeared. From below, a pair of feet in black clogs slowly stepped up each stair. Cha-yeon's eyes grew increasingly cautious, black hair flowing loosely with every step. Cha-yeon and Jeong-hee locked eyes on the figure who had appeared. She glared carefully while Jeong-hee couldn't hide her astonishment. There, she looked at a group of 4 strange and mysterious figures before her. and in disbelief she asked herself, "What is that?" The woman with glossy black lips suddenly cupped her face and whispered out, "That person is Black Leaf," she cried out excitedly, the Maple Leaf Master. Maple Leaf and January are the only victories that do not belong to Hwagaksa. Maple Leaf bowed his head, kneeling flat before the ruler. He had reorganized the remaining followers and decided to join Hwagaksa. To be accepted, he swore he would never have subordinates without Hwagaksa's knowledge. But in truth, Maple Leaf still kept one hidden trump card. 3 of the 12 disciples everyone thought had died with the first Maple Leaf were actually still alive, thanks to the second Maple Leaf. The tall and muscular man with 2 enormous hook-shaped earrings blazing on his ears was Matthew. The silver-haired man with a bandage covering his eye was Philip. And finally, the one with long horns and a face stitched together from mismatched pieces of skin was Jacob. Jeonhee was utterly panicked at this moment. She asked in confusion, "Who are they?" Cha-yeon stayed silent, but her eyes grew deeper with concern. Cha-yeon looked at Black Leaf standing before her and cautiously thought, "That girl. She seems dangerous," but the thought barely ended before Black Leaf instantly lunged right in front of Cha-yeon. Cha-yeon quickly reacted, taking a stance and swinging a punch. But then her eyes froze. She heard the figure in front of her hum thoughtfully. Black Leaf had effortlessly blocked Cha-yeon's punch with just a single raised hand. She spoke indifferently, "I don't think Master Maple Leaf summoned me here because of the likes of you." Then she glanced upward and continued, "It seems." Black Leaf looked up at the ceiling, quietly guessing what might be happening above. With her arm held tight, Cha-yeon spun her body skillfully, swinging a kick toward Black Leaf. But Black Leaf not only dodged swiftly by leaning back, she even snuck her leg up and kicked Cha-yeon hard in the face. Caught off guard by the vicious strike, Cha-yeon spat out a mouthful of syrup. Jeonhee, seeing Cha-yeon knocked to the ground by Black Leaf, cried out in alarm, "Senior." Black Leaf casually glanced toward Matthew and called, "Matthew." Matthew replied sternly from behind, "Yes." Black Leaf cheerfully signaled, "I want to hurry up and have a date with Master Maple Leaf, so could you take care of these pests for me?" Matthew's face stayed expressionless as he answered quickly, "Yes." Right then, Black Leaf decisively turned and walked away. Jeonhee saw Matthew slowly approaching, and without hesitation she stepped in front of Cha-yeon, shouting loudly, "Don't come any closer." Jeonhee repeated again and again, "I said don't come closer." At that moment, Cha-yeon suddenly sprang up from behind. She leapt swiftly forward, bracing her hands on the ground and locking her legs tightly around his neck. Cha-yeon clenched her legs with all her strength. Matthew still hadn't reacted in time. And the next second his head was twisted backward by Cha-yeon, who struck clean and fast before landing gracefully on the ground. Black Leaf at that moment also noticed and turned her head back to look. Cha-yeon suddenly spoke, "You know what, you're not the only one who wants to end this quickly." Black Leaf's eyes froze. Cha-yeon glared at her, wiped the blood from her mouth, and said sharply, "And where are you rushing off to, a date?" Black Leaf blinked in confusion and asked, "Huh?" Right after, she turned and walked away, carelessly tossing back a line, "I don't care." Seeing that rude, arrogant attitude from Black Leaf, Cha-yeon grew furious and wanted to chase her. But Jacob and Philip quickly rushed in to block her. With blood boiling already, Cha-yeon swung her fist without hesitation. She slammed Jacob with a punch straight to the gut, sending him flying aside. Philip immediately reacted from behind, sharply tilting his body to dodge another punch from Cha-yeon. Off balance, Cha-yeon stumbled, and Philip seized the chance to strike hard at her side. She gritted her teeth in pain, forcing herself to endure. Then, Cha-yeon suddenly grabbed his collar. She rammed her forehead directly into his face. Philip, stunned by the unexpected move, had his nose burst with blood and his head spinning. Cha-yeon took advantage, one hand gripping the back of his neck, the other holding his chin. At that moment, Cha-yeon was like a real demon, her eyes brimming with killing intent. Without hesitation, she snapped her opponent's neck cleanly. Witnessing this, Jeonhee's eyes widened in shock as she muttered, "Insane." Cha-yeon suddenly turned her head and shouted loudly, "Miss Jeonhee, I'll leave one for you." Then she bolted forward, chasing after Black Leaf. Jeonhee stood frozen in bewilderment. Meanwhile, Jacob was slowly getting back up. The two locked eyes, silent, neither saying a word. Right after, Jacob decisively turned to escape. Jeonhee fumbled nervously for a weapon in her bag. What now? Suddenly, a spark of electricity shot out. Jacob was hit and froze in place. Jeonhee held the taser in her hand. She fired again without hesitation, intending to hold Jacob down with it. Their eyes locked once more. Jeonhee looked at Jacob, who said nothing, but veins bulged across his face. His rage was obvious. She froze in panic, unable to move, and then 2 more gunshots rang out. On the other side, Cha-yeon was already hot on Black Leaf's heels. She clenched her teeth, sweat pouring down her face. Cha-yeon had graduated from the police academy when she was only about 20 years old. Back when she was still a young and beautiful girl, her goal was to earn another flower on her badge. But one day she fell in love with someone. That someone was none other than Jangwook. To be with him, she transferred to the Special Operations team. After much effort, she finally got to work alongside him. Cha-yeon had always kept her eyes on Jangwook, and her love for him grew stronger and stronger. That was how she worked by his side for the past 10 years. Cha-yeon blushed every time she looked at Jangwook, and now she had aged. Back to the present, Cha-yeon was 34 years old. Running and panting, she cursed inwardly, "Why the hell is she so fast?" Meanwhile, Blackleaf was running ahead, clutching her face and squealing in excitement. "Master Maple Leaf, Master Maple Leaf. Master Maple Leaf, 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 it's been so long." Cha-yeon, running behind, was already fuming. She yelled angrily, "If I were 10 years younger, I would have caught you by now." Blackleaf glanced back and sped up even more. She slyly covered her mouth and taunted Cha-yeon, "Don't you think the reason you're slower than me is because your love for the one you want to see isn't as strong as my love for my master?" Cha-yeon was already tired from running, and hearing Blackleaf's nonsense, she didn't even want to process it. Annoyed, she thought, "What the hell is she talking about? Is she insane?" But the very next second, Cha-yeon quickly reacted, "Why do I feel like I just got insulted? Damn witch." Blackleaf was happily sprinting when she suddenly heard Cha-yeon shout, "I guess you like things fast, huh?" She smirked wickedly and casually added, "I bet your boyfriend finishes fast too, huh? Truly, age makes one sharper." Hearing this, Blackleaf froze on the spot. She suddenly slammed on the brakes, then slowly turned her head back. Blackleaf, dressed in black from head to toe, now had a face dark as burnt toast. She growled each word, "What did you mean by that?" Cha-yeon still wore an innocent smile. She calmly asked Blackleaf back, "I know, what do you think I meant? What are you so angry about?" Blackleaf's face instantly darkened, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. She growled in warning, "I'll kill you, old hag." Blackleaf immediately swung her fist, forcing Cha-yeon to defend with difficulty. Her eyes flared with madness, glaring at Cha-yeon in rage, "Block this bitch." Blackleaf threw punches non-stop while cursing at the same time, Die you bitch, die you bitch, die you bitch, die you bitch." But Cha-yeon stayed silent, firmly blocking each blow. Blackleaf screamed again, "Who do you think you are to talk like that?" But just then her punch was dodged as Cha-yeon twisted aside. The next moment, Cha-yeon struck back with a punch right to Blackleaf's stomach. She snapped irritably, "I'll say whatever I damn well please." Blackleaf's face twisted with annoyance. Cha-yeon seized the momentum, switched to offense, and pummeled Blackleaf, shouting fiercely, "Don't think I'll ever take back my words." "Stupid bitch." Blackleaf couldn't endure the insult, lost her patience, and swung back. But her punch only cut through air as Cha-yeon quickly spun around behind her. Blackleaf's eyes froze, and before she could react, Cha-yeon smashed an elbow right into her face, pouring all her strength into it as she yelled, "You damn hag, you pissed me off too much." Blackleaf couldn't react in time and was knocked backward. Cha-yeon finally had a chance to look closely at Blackleaf, then sneered openly, "So this is your sense of beauty? That lipstick makes you look like a corpse. All this mess just for some rotten man." Hearing this, Blackleaf instinctively raised her hand to cover her face. Cha-yeon pressed on mockingly, "Are you teasing me?" Blackleaf quickly stood back up, growling low, then reached behind her back as if to pull something out, her face turning grim. "Since we're both women, I'd rather not fight here." Cha-yeon cautiously watched her every move. Blackleaf suddenly revealed something like a pendulum, bearing the maple leaf emblem. She grinned smugly, "But if you keep pushing me, I won't hold back anymore." The object released, sharp fangs appeared all around. Blackleaf smiled coldly and warned, "You were the one who provoked me first, now deal with it yourself." Cha-yeon heard this and didn't flinch. Instead, she bared her teeth in a mocking grin, "Bitch, you look even older than me." The 12 Apostles were an organization founded by the first Maple Leaf. The strongest among the 12 months was so confident in his power. But in the end, he too had to submit before Buddha. That man was Yuhua, and they hated having to endure like that. After the battle at Hwaguksa, they suffered such a crushing defeat that they had to flee to the Philippines. Of course, those who stayed behind were beaten by Bai Guang. Those repeated failures drained them of all spirit. The defeated ones no longer wanted to fight. Yet back on Jeonghee's side, she was kicked hard by Philip, her eyes froze on the spot. The taser in Jeonghee's hand flew off to the side, and the remaining ones were still the strong ones. Jeonghee was forced into a direct confrontation with Jacob. In a fight where her chances of victory were slim, that was probably why Cha-yeon left Jacob for Jeonghee to handle, while she herself fought the white-robed followers. Since those white-robed followers were no match for Cha-yeon, she still didn't forget to keep an eye on Jeonghee. Before her eyes then was a fierce Jeonghee throwing punches at every white-robed follower blocking her way. Her gaze carried a murderous intent. Cha-yeon was even stunned for a few seconds by Jeonghee's aura. Then she called out, "Miss Jeonghee." Jeonghee quickly responded, "Yes." Cha-yeon said softly, "You should rest, let me handle them." Jeonghee startled and asked, "What?" Right after, she sighed weakly. "I really am a bit useless. If only I had listened to Kim Kyung-soo, this wouldn't have happened." But Cha-yeon silently watched Jeonghee. Cha-yeon couldn't help but recall the image of Kyung-soo, and she wondered in disbelief. How could Jeonghee emit such killing intent while fighting? Where did she learn to always strike at the enemy's weak points? Cha-yeon looked at the white-robed followers writhing on the ground and thought, of course, her moves were still not polished yet, but later if she mastered them, those disciples might really end up dead. Truly a terrifying thought. That was what she might be able to achieve in the future, but the present Jeonghee was crying in fear. She clenched her fists and shouted, "Kyung-soo, save me." Jeonghee suddenly recalled the past. Back when she had little impression of Kyung-soo, the first time she saw him resist firmly against unfair treatment, she thought he was such a fool. But looking back now, she realized he had some admirable qualities. After watching Kim Kyung-soo resolve those situations and continue to overcome other difficulties, he managed to achieve even more. Now seeing all that, Jeonghee felt Kim Kyung-soo was just too cool. That thought popped into her head, but she gritted her teeth and scolded herself. No way, what's so cool about that guy? Then she remembered the time Kyung-soo carried her in his arms and thought, during training he never went easy on me, but he has softened a little lately. Of course, when I did well and got praised, I was happy. But maybe my feelings for him are a bit different from what I feel for Lee Seong-hyun and Hwang Hee-jun. Because of all that, she tried hard to learn what Kim Kyung-soo taught. She always believed she was smart enough to handle anything no matter how hard. She remembered every technique of Kim Kyung-soo. But just remembering wasn't enough. She still lacked the agility and strength to execute them. Frustrated, Jeonghee dropped to her knees and muttered helplessly, "I really am useless." Right then, a voice rang out to lift her up. "Wake up, girl." Jeonghee looked up in confusion. At that moment, Kyung-soo had firmly declared she would be able to do it. He said sternly, "Train hard and one day you'll succeed. The fact you can memorize what I teach is already good. Now you just need to put in more effort." In this desperate situation, Jeonghee recalled Kyung-soo's words of encouragement. She thought to herself, yes, that's right. She fixed her eyes on Jacob, who was glaring at her with murderous intent. Without hesitation, Jeonghee charged forward to attack, reminding herself not to give up. She threw punch after punch at Jacob, but he simply leaned aside with ease. Jeonghee had technique but not enough strength. Every move she made, Jacob dodged. He only needed a moment to regain his stamina and he could defeat her, but in the meantime, his eyes were locked on Jeonghee's every movement. Why? He noticed her attacks were crude and clumsy, yet she refused to back down, rushing at him again and again. Just like Kyung-soo once said, "Fight with all you have and never give up." Jacob suddenly stiffened, as if remembering something. In that instant, fragments of memory resurfaced, when in his past life he was crushed step by step by Bai Gwang, who was Kyung-soo before. Jeonghee's moves made him recall the shadow of that flying assassin. Back then, Jacob could only tremble and run for his life under his pursuit. His body now shook uncontrollably, tears welling in his eyes. And then he suddenly turned and ran headlong, leaving Jeonghee staring in confusion. Jacob fled in such a panic he tripped over his own feet and crashed to the ground with a loud thud. He lay sprawled on the floor, his face full of terror and despair. He screamed at the top of his lungs, "No." Jeonghee was spooked and baffled. "What's wrong with this guy? I don't get it at all." Then without hesitation, she sprinted forward, aiming straight for Jacob, and slammed her elbow hard into his back. Her eyes burning with determination, she gritted her teeth, thinking, "This is my chance." Jacob was quickly taken down with her strike. After defeating her opponent, Jeonghee still stood there stunned. But right after, she jumped up in joy, cheering. Jeonghee shouted in delight, "I won!" It was almost unbelievable. Jeonghee had won. Amazing. Her eyes shone with happiness. She thought excitedly, "Now I'll get praised again." Back to Black Leaf, she was gleefully spinning the weapon in her hand. Cha-yeon fixed her annoyed gaze on her. The next second, Black Leaf suddenly swung the pendulum full of saw blades straight at Cha-yeon, forcing her to flinch and lean back to dodge. Then the pendulum was pulled back again. That strange weapon, controlled by Black Leaf as easily as a yo-yo, left her utterly stunned. Black Leaf spoke with amusement, "Not bad dodging that one." Looking at her smug face, Cha-yeon carefully pondered, "What kind of bizarre weapon is that?" But no matter the gear. Before she could finish the thought, the pendulum lunged forward again. Cha-yeon quickly raised her hands to block, but Black Leaf deftly controlled it to strike multiple spots on her body. Her arm and thigh were slashed by the weapon, blood immediately seeping out. Blackleaf reeled the pendulum back into her hand and asked, "What's running through your head? Are you worrying about your tiny life?" Cha Yon echoed back the question. "I fear death, yeah," she added casually, "but you're the one who should be thinking about that." Blackleaf let out a puzzled grunt. Cha Yon recalled Jang Wook's image, smiling faintly as she explained, "If I die, the captain will definitely spend his whole life hunting you down." Sounds pretty romantic in a twisted way, doesn't it? Blackleaf froze on the spot, speechless for a moment, then broke into a wicked grin, raising her weapon and saying brightly, "Then you can go die first." If the enemy wanted to fight, Cha Yon wasn't about to back down. She readied her stance and declared firmly, "Even if I die, it won't be by your hands." Somewhere else, a fist slammed right into Yellow Leaf's face. Just after Jang Wook sent Yellow Leaf flying with a punch, Red Leaf's spiked whip suddenly lashed toward him. A hand shot out instantly. Jang Wook firmly grabbed the whip. His face darkened as he cast a sharp glance back. The sharp spikes dug into his hand, drawing blood. Yet Jang Wook held the whip steady, keeping Red Leaf from moving. Then he yanked the rope hard toward himself. Red Leaf lost her balance and was pulled straight toward Jang Wook, and he gave her a merciless punch right in the face. Yellow Leaf quickly came charging again with her chainsaw. Jang Wook immediately bent low, slamming both the whip and Red Leaf into the ground while driving his shoulder straight into Yellow Leaf. She took the hit square on her chin. Jung-ho frowned in frustration and said, "Our captain has to fight under such unfair conditions." Sang-ho added, "If he had support weapons, he wouldn't be this badly injured." Yet Jang Wook still stood tall and steady in place, while Yellow Leaf and Red Leaf were trembling, both collapsing to their knees. Looking at their terrified and miserable state, he thought to himself, "These women are so scared they can't even show their skills." Then Jang Wook pondered, "But maybe they're not actually afraid of me." He calmly told himself, "Either way, it's over. Their resistance is so weak now, I don't even need to kill them." With that, he turned to the two behind him and ordered, "Tie them up with the fishing line you brought." Jung-ho answered seriously, "Yes, sir." Sang-ho quickly followed, "Will do as ordered." Dim light flickered across the room, and soon after, Red Leaf and Yellow Leaf were tightly bound with no more movement. Sang-ho spoke up, "Since I tied them up, I didn't hear the rest." But Jung-ho cut him off angrily, "Shut up, idiot." Sang-ho scolded back, "Don't curse like that." Then he turned and asked, "Captain, when we get back, what should we do with them?" Jang Wook answered decisively, "Keep quiet and move toward Cha Yon." Sang-ho asked nervously, "Isn't Senior Cha Yon a bit late?" Jung-ho guessed cautiously, "She must be facing a tough opponent in the basement." Jang Wook replied firmly, "HMPH, I'm not worried. Nothing bad will happen to her." At that moment, a sudden voice called out, "Captain." Jang Wook froze, turning his gaze, and saw a hand clamped tightly over Cha Yon's mouth. Blackleaf had suddenly appeared, clutching Cha Yon's hair in her grip. Her body covered with wounds, Blackleaf announced casually, "I'm here." Jung-ho cried out in shock, "Senior Cha Yon." Sang-ho shouted in disbelief, "How can this be?" Before either could react, Jang Wook's figure shot past them like lightning. His face darkened as he swung his fist at Blackleaf, but she swiftly leapt back out of range. Blackleaf squealed excitedly as she pulled Cha Yon further back with her. Then Blackleaf taunted, "If I beat her up right here, you know what will happen, don't you?" Jang Wook's eyes grew bottomless as he growled, "Put her down now." Blackleaf still asked indifferently, "Why so angry? Shouldn't you be grateful?" Jung-ho and Sang-ho stood frozen, dumbfounded by the scene. Blackleaf looked at Cha Yon like a prize and said excitedly, "You're about to have the ingredients for pumpkin porridge." She said casually, "And I guess you don't understand your current situation." Jang Wook only glared at her in silence. Blackleaf quickly threw out a threat, "If you take one more step, I'll personally send this woman straight to the underworld." At that moment, her eyes flicked downward, noticing something. Blackleaf immediately shoved her whole fist into Cha Yon's mouth, growling a warning, "Don't even think about it. You want to bite your tongue and kill yourself, huh?" Blackleaf smirked proudly and added, "Not happening. If you die, it'll only be by my hand." Just then, a sudden bolt of electricity crackled through the air. Caught off guard, Blackleaf was shocked by the blast, her body jerking as she froze. She glared toward the figure who had appeared, holding a gun sparking with strong electric currents. Jong-hee's voice rang out, "Hit." She clutched the taser tightly, her face tense but shouting in joy, "It hit." Blackleaf growled in frustration at Jong-hee, "What the hell now?" And in that instant of distraction, a fist crept in silently. Jung-ho lunged forward to strike, but Blackleaf reacted in time to dodge, only to turn and find a foot flying straight at her face. Sang-ho landed a clean kick square on Blackleaf's face, leaving her no chance to avoid it. Blackleaf was sent crashing backward. Jung-ho and Sang-ho quickly rushed to support Cha Yon. Jangwook praised with satisfaction, "Well done, Jeonghee." But even with the praise, Jeonghee couldn't feel cheerful. She asked anxiously, "Senior Cha-yeon, is she all right?" Jangwook immediately gave orders, "Sang-ho, Jung-ho, take Cha-yeon outside and treat her wounds." Both answered firmly, "Yes, sir." Then he turned to Jeonghee, "Jeonghee, go upstairs and join Captain Kim Kyung-soo." Flustered by the sudden order, she stammered, "Why, yes." After that, Jangwook shifted his gaze toward Black Leaf, who had already gotten back on her feet, and added, "As for me." His face hardened, eyes flashing with killing intent. "I'll finish this here, then join you shortly." Black Leaf looked at Jangwook with excitement, asking curiously, "I see, so Maple Leaf called me here because of you." Throughout his career in the Special Response Force of the police, Bayan Jangwook had faced countless powerful opponents with many different fighting styles. Those enemies might have agility or brute strength, but they were all difficult to handle. Some fought with raw power, others relied on speed and cunning, launching relentless assaults like a storm. There were also those who could be called natural-born assassins, fighting from the shadows and waiting for the moment to deliver a fatal strike. The wiser ones used their experience to observe their opponents, searching for weaknesses to exploit. But over time, with his ever-growing battle experience, none of them could truly learn how to fight against the style of Bayan Jangwook, a style utterly unique. To be exact, it was a ferocious fighting style, relentless and unyielding, willing to take injury to achieve the final victory. And now, Black Leaf was standing face to face with Jangwook. She reeled in her yo-yo-like weapon and exhaled. She praised, "You fight so violently and fiercely, I've never met an opponent like you before. That reckless style isn't something just anyone can pull off. But don't think that with your big body you're immune to damage. After all, if I hit your weak point, you'll fall like anyone else." Jangwook ignored her mocking and shot back, "Talk is cheap, come and try attacking me. Let's see how you plan to hit my weak spot." Black Leaf added, "Charging in without defense is lucky for you. If I'd been just a bit more accurate, that eye of yours would already be blind. No matter how strong or fast you are, blind in one eye you're just a cripple." He clenched the cigarette in his mouth, not striking yet, only listening. As said before, Bayan Jangwook relied on his body and strength to fight opponents without hesitation. He simply replied, "Maybe you're right, but try to prove it." Jangwook radiated killing intent as he threatened, "With these hands today, I'll crush that noisy mouth of yours." His reckless style harmed his body plenty, but it also left opponents completely unable to predict or prepare. She smirked wickedly, slipping in a sly jab, "Still, what's so special about that wrinkly old woman that you care so much about her? A strong, masculine man like you has better things to do, doesn't he?" But he didn't care, only finding her annoyingly chatty. Talking so much, what good does it do? His fighting style never changed because it fit him better than anything, and no one else could copy it. Black Leaf twirled her weapon and got to the point, "Fine, but fighting with that suicidal style of yours, you won't live long." Jangwook reminded her, "But you'd better hurry. I'm only here to block your path, the real danger is above." Hearing this, she grew a little curious. He remembered Kyung-soo, far stronger than himself, a power he couldn't even predict, and that man had already gone up to the floor above. Black Leaf considered, "Another one stronger than this guy is here too." Jangwook steadied his stance, "This fight between you and me won't end so easily. Be careful. To gain the strength I have now, I've trained and battled countless dangerous enemies." After careful observation, he declared, "And so, you're just like them. Facing me only ends in one result, death." Jangwook lunged forward with a punch. "This is what I want to say to you right now, you noisy bitch." She flung her spinning weapon straight ahead. It struck his body, blood spraying from the wound. Jangwook acted as if nothing happened, raising his fist and snarling, "If you want death that badly, then I'll give it to you." He brought his fist down with great force, and Black Leaf raised her arm to defend. But even blocking with all her might, her whole body trembled. He pressed on, pouring in more power. "Then I'll grant your wish, death will come swiftly without you feeling a thing." She only scoffed, dismissing it as an empty threat. Then another spinning strike came flying at him. Jangwook dodged swiftly to the side. "So, how do you like my brutal fist-fighting style? Do you think you can break past me to reach the upper floor and protect that Maple Leaf? To do that you'd have to defeat me here, but it seems that's beyond your reach." Another punch smashed into Black Leaf. He declared firmly, "This is my fierce way of fighting. I don't see any problem with it. The problem is you underestimated it." She cursed in frustration, "Bastard." Jangwook warned sternly, "Don't think that toy of yours will ever take my eye. I'll charge again, maybe I'll get injured, but in exchange, it will be your death." Eye, arms, nose. Black Leaf's body trembled under his relentless strikes. Jangwook gave her a grim choice. "Decide now, which part of your body will you lose first in my next attack? If you can't even handle me, don't dream of facing the stronger foe above." On the upper floor, Kyungsu was also locked in fierce battle, as Hollow Mountain swung his sword at him. Neither of them gave an inch. Kyungsu stepped back a little. Then he pushed off the ground and instantly closed the distance. Hollow Mountain leapt high, both hands gripping his sword, ready to strike. He frowned in annoyance, lips curling slightly. Green leaves appeared once more. Kyungsu dashed through and slashed across his body. He recalled the first time Bai Guang and Hollow Mountain met, glancing at the man behind him. Back when he worked as an assassin in Buddha's organization, Bai Guang had met plenty of talented killers. But he paid special attention to Hollow Mountain because this man was one of the few who could reach near his level. That's why this duel was evenly matched, and unlike before, it wouldn't end quickly. Kyungsu observed and thought he seems to have improved a lot since then. Of course, on the other side, Hollow Mountain also fully understood his opponent's strength. He silently tracked every move. The man he faced was no ordinary cop. This was a fight between beings swift as grass and leaves. Hollow Mountain took his stance, raising his sword to prepare for battle. On the other side, he crouched low, ready as well. Kyungsu carried the leaves, while Hollow Mountain wielded the blades of grass. To end this battle, both would have to give their all. From another corner, Johi saw the scene and gasped, "Oh my god. I've actually taken down this many white-robed followers already." Suddenly, Johi noticed something else. She exclaimed in joy when she spotted the door right in front of her. Yes. Johi pushed the door open and called out, "Hey Kim Kyungsu." The sight before her left her stunned. Sunlight streamed through the doorway, illuminating the scene inside. Johi was bewildered. What the? The pile of broken tables and chairs in the room made it look like a complete mess. She hesitated and muttered to herself, "This is..." At the same time, in another room, Maple Leaf sat alone, deep in thought. It seemed the sounds of fighting had stopped. The battle had been decided. He wondered regretfully, so Black Leaf has also been defeated by the enemy. Maple Leaf looked up at the leaf pattern on the window and continued, "This time the special police force sent many people to wipe out my base. Even though I had plenty of help from Hwaguksa, Hollow Mountain, and other talented Maple Leafs, somehow it still feels like failure." Suddenly the image of the April card appeared in his mind. Could it be that Buddha no longer blesses me, Maple Leaf? I'm furious, I can't understand this. He raised both hands to his face in frustration, Maple Leaf utterly confused by the situation. How could things lead to such defeat, even though I knew they would attack this base? Suddenly another figure appeared, catching Maple Leaf's attention. He asked, "Hollow Mountain, you've returned." Before Maple Leaf could finish, Kyungsu cut him off, resting his blade on his shoulder. "Wrong." He glared and answered, "It's me, Bai Guang." Hearing that name, Maple Leaf jolted in shock. Maple Leaf quickly reached into his coat pocket. He threw out a flurry of throwing knives in attack, but Kyungsu sliced them all away with his sword. Maple Leaf, in disbelief, questioned to confirm, "You even defeated Hollow Mountain. How is that possible?" Kyungsu gave no answer, only silence. Maple Leaf grew even more fearful. "Damn you, how did you survive all the traps I set? How can this be?" Kyungsu cut him off. "You don't need to wonder. All your subordinates have already fallen. Now it's just you, Maple Leaf. This is your last chance. Surrender quietly." He tried to stay calm. "Bastard, don't think you can make me yield." Kyungsu suddenly realized something as Maple Leaf's eyes flicked nervously. He pressed on, "You're that kid, the one who witnessed the death of the first Maple Leaf, aren't you?" Kyungsu recalled the moment when he killed the first Maple Leaf, and how a young man had seen everything. Maple Leaf froze, baffled. "What?" Kyungsu frowned and continued, "So it was you. You broke your promise to me back then, and now you've become the next Maple Leaf." Maple Leaf feigned ignorance. "What are you talking about?" Kyungsu pressed further, "I'll remind you again." His face showed clear irritation. "I am Bai Guang. Have you forgotten the promise you made to me back then?" At that time, Maple Leaf had knelt down in front of Kyungsu. His face revealed confusion at being discovered by him. Now Maple Leaf truly remembered. His face went pale with fear as he asked again about the promise. Back in the past, Kyungsu turned to face the stranger and she exclaimed in surprise, "So it's you." It turned out the person was the very first generation Maple Leaf. She brushed back her hair and asked, "You're Bai Guang, the second generation, aren't you? You look pretty young." Then she stepped closer, not expecting a Buddha assassin to casually reveal his true face outside like this. He answered simply, "I'm different from you. This doesn't affect me at all." Kyungsu glanced once and said, "Of course anyone who knows my identity won't live long enough to tell it." The first Maple Leaf agreed with his reasoning. She removed her own mask as well and replied, "Since you've done that, I should also take mine off. How could I be impolite to you?" The first Maple Leaf smiled brightly. This mission is rather difficult. Let's help each other out, shall we? He agreed. I understand. It seems among your 12 maple leaf apostles, some are still very young. Look at those two kids. Kyungsu pointed to a little girl and a boy staring intently at them. They were none other than Black Leaf and Maple Leaf. Are those two part of your 12 apostles? She turned to the two children and answered, those kids, they're not yet grown enough to be full maple leaves. They're just small leaves for now. When a maple leaf turns orange, it eventually falls. The first maple leaf looked at the girl and explained further, she will slowly turn into a brown leaf, falling with the yellow ones. Then she gestured toward the boy, and when the green leaves remain fresh, they will rise again to inherit the titles, replacing the withered leaves that fall away. She smiled gently. This is the path all apostles, all small leaves must go through. The first maple leaf embraced the two children and added warmly, when they are still young, I will always love them with all my heart. She laughed cheerfully. We've just met, and yet you seem to know me quite well. Looks like we'll cooperate well from now on, he replied calmly. I'm only doing my job. Kyungsu exposed the truth in irritation. I guess those little leaves are nothing more than your tools. One day they'll grow up to become assassins under your command, and then they might die without ever knowing why. The first maple leaf defended herself. You're being a bit unfair to me. Even though they're just kids who don't know anything and bring me no benefit, I still love them with all my heart. She turned to the two children with fake warmth and asked, isn't that right, kids? They both smiled brightly and answered, yes, ma'am. He recalled silently that was the first time he had met the second-generation Maple Leaf and her little maple leaves. The members of the mask organization lay defeated on the ground. The first Maple Leaf scowled. Those rebels were tough. I didn't expect the remaining scum of the mask organization to be this many. He glanced at the scene and thought, I didn't expect her to have this kind of strength. Kyungsu looked at her back, but what was more puzzling was that even those small maple leaves had frightening power and cruelty. His eyes shifted to the children, thinking, later when they grow into full leaves, they might be just as powerful as anyone else. They might even reach the strength of one of the 12. Black Leaf, with a cold face, observed the corpses scattered around. He predicted those brats would grow into terrifying assassins one day. The first maple leaf suddenly lunged toward Kyungsu, body leaning forward. Truly, just as Buddha said, you're much stronger than I imagined. Her face lit with intrigue as she tempted him. What would you think if you stood by my side? With my help, you would get what you desire, and you wouldn't have to suffer like this anymore. He rejected her bluntly. I refuse your offer. With your so-called love, I can already guess what it really is. For me, love doesn't exist in my thoughts, but for you, it seems nothing more than exploitation. The first maple leaf tilted her head curiously. Why do you say that? Kyungsu replied. Why, just by looking at those kids, I can figure it out easily. It's not hard at all. The image of the children being manipulated by her flashed in his mind, every action of theirs tied to her emotions. When she was happy, they cheered. When she was sad, they trembled. Kyungsu glared and declared, your love for them must be so great, huh? That's why they have to depend entirely on your emotions. That's the kind of love I see in them. She responded casually, of course, love, hate, fear, those can all be considered feelings too. The first maple leaf placed her hand on her chest and confided, you could say love is something difficult to explain. She imagined a young man being hypnotized by what she called love. When you see the one you like and get to talk with them, you feel joy and happiness, thinking of them no matter what you do. The young man was dumbstruck by the beauty of the first maple leaf. If one day you couldn't meet or speak to that person, you would long for them endlessly. She leaned in closer, continuing to flirt with Kyungsu. Of course, I can say my feelings are just like that now. Looking at you makes me feel happy and overjoyed. The first maple leaf whispered right by his ear, my heart is racing, do you want to hear it beating? Kyungsu stopped her immediately. Cut it out. She returned to her usual demeanor. All right, you understand my intentions now. Think about my proposal slowly. He snapped back in annoyance. I already said no, but she still insisted. Fine, let's leave it for later, the first maple leaf said as she turned, taking the two children with her. I hope when we meet again you'll change your mind. Time will make you reconsider. Kyungsu stood in silence, watching them leave. 3 years later, Maple Leaf and her apostles gathered all their strength for an assault on Hwaguksa Temple. At that time, the 12 were absent from the temple, which stood grand and imposing. One apostle was struck hard on the head with a wooden temple block. Blood spurted from his nose as he collapsed. The attacker was also wearing monk's robes, but something was odd, for it was Yuhua. He kept striking down the ambushers. A crowd had to rush forward to stop his rampage. Instantly, Yua gripped his Buddhist beads and used them to smash into the faces of each foe. The first maple leaf seemed quite entertained by the scene. After knocking down many, Yua only smiled and asked, "I never thought you'd dare oppose me like this, maple leaf. What's the reason you had the guts to act this way?" She acted calm as if nothing had happened. "Of course I don't want to live in fear. Fear that one day you'll turn around and finish me off." The first maple leaf teased with delight, "Now you're the only one left in this temple. Even though your strength is great, try surviving until the others come help you." "But Yua laughed with scorn, "So you think I'll fall to you? Bring them all on, I'll show you the consequences." In just a moment, Maple Leaf appeared with 8 maple leaves and 60 followers. The first maple leaf leaned on the ground in exhaustion, the atmosphere frighteningly still. They all attacked Buddha, but she could only collapse and gasp in shock. Alone, he had defeated them all, their bodies now piled beneath Yua's feet. The first maple leaf had suffered a bitter defeat. She muttered in regret, "Unbelievable." Then from somewhere else came a shout, "Oh my." The first Wisteria exclaimed, "So many people, right?" The second Peony shot back, "Are you asking me?" She reminded them, "All right, get down there and finish it quickly." So the 12 had returned to aid Buddha. Corpses of the followers lay scattered on the path into the temple. The first Cherry Blossom held a mask in her hand, watching with a smile. "They dare attack here, must have eaten tiger guts." The first Hollow Mountain followed behind. He wondered aloud, "Why did you let those 2 maple leaf brats go?" She quickly denied, "No way, they must have escaped on their own." She remembered Black Leaf and added, "Looking earlier, they did have some strength, but without the clan's seal they might wither away anyway." The first Hollow Mountain thought otherwise, "Not necessarily." He expressed concern, "Seeing them, they might grow strong later and become threats. Even the 12 might have their positions challenged. We always live on the edge of life and death, ready to be replaced the moment we fall or weaken, though no one wants that to happen." The first Cherry Blossom quickly reminded, "All right, I get your point, but now focus on yourself." By Guang of the second generation, he could threaten that one's position. He replied, "I've never faced him, so I can't say for sure. Of course, the other 12 trying to surpass me is nearly impossible. So no, I'm not worried about being replaced." Meanwhile, at a waterfall, the figure of a man appeared, training beneath the crashing water. The battle had ended. After Maple Leaf's failed assault on the temple and heavy losses, they all fled to the Philippines to hide. Inside a room, the first Maple Leaf trembled uncontrollably. She anxiously bit her nails. How could it be that he was the only one in the temple? How did I lose? Where exactly was the cause? The first Maple Leaf remembered back then. She had screamed orders over and over. "Move forward, defeat him quickly." "Why are you all just standing there? Did you not hear me?" The whole bunch froze in fear, too scared to attack the one before them. He mocked, "Seems they're far too frightened already." Maple Leaf, her eyes widened in shock. Yua's face now looked like a demon. He tilted his head and warned, "Your fear cannot be greater than mine, that's why their legs have gone weak." The first Maple Leaf clutched her head and screamed in frustration, "Impossible." Back to the present, she thought helplessly, "Finally, I understand." Next to her stood the 2 children from the beginning they worriedly called "My Lady." She was still lost in her delusions. "The love I gave suddenly," the first Maple Leaf spoke up, "My dear apostles. We need to have a little talk." She spread her arms wide with a fake smile, then continued her broken line of thought, "These little leaves are still not enough." After the assault on Buddha at Hwagaksa Temple, Maple Leaf had taken a crushing defeat. With the terror Buddha had instilled in her, she began crazily torturing and disciplining her followers to make them more obedient. Of course, even the young leaves could not escape this. The first Maple Leaf put on a cold face and commanded, "Come here, my disciples." These words made one of those standing opposite uneasy, "My lady." Seeing Black Leaf trembling violently, she immediately followed up, "What are you so afraid of?" Her face and tone were icy cold. "Seems my love for you wasn't enough. That's why you dared disobey me. Get over here now." Something sharp lay scattered across the floor. The first Maple Leaf sat on the bed, holding a man with his mouth tightly covered. She half closed her eyes and softly asked, "Do you know why I want to defeat Buddha and take his place?" At once the man answered, "No, ma'am." In the moonlit darkness, her eerie voice echoed, "Because I want to become a deity standing above all." Just thinking of her painful past, the first Maple Leaf continued, "Back then, I no longer had to depend on anyone's so-called love." Then the face of Buddha appeared in her mind. "No matter what happened, I could still live freely, unbound, and never abandoned." Saying this, the first Maple Leaf gently wrapped her arms around the person in her arms. "And you're not like him, so one day he will abandon us, right? But this you don't need to worry about. Even if Maple Leaf stays still without moving, I will never abandon my apostles. I promise. Over at the greenhouse area, countless corpses lay twisted in all kinds of positions. Jacob clenched his jaw, syrup dripped from his lips as he groaned in pain. Then he suddenly screamed, "Spare me, spare me." After that, Kyung-soo followed Buddha's order to find Maple Leaf. In another scene inside an abandoned factory, a voice suddenly echoed, "So tired." The first Maple Leaf crossed her arms and said, "Didn't think our reunion would turn out like this." She looked at the one before her and called, "Bai Guang," but the other only replied coldly, "Not expecting you to betray and attack Buddha like that. Now your apostles have all been defeated." His eyes were as sharp as blades, and you still have the nerve to smile. Is this what you call love for those children? Yet the first Maple Leaf remained utterly calm. What's strange about that? They can even sacrifice for me, and that's fine. After hearing this, Kyung-soo pressed further, "But isn't it odd? You always had two little leaves by your side before, so why aren't they here now?" She still answered with unusual calm, "That's none of a killer's concern. Maybe they're already dead for all I know." Then he drew his long knife and mocked, "All right, Maple Leaf, your betrayal will be paid for with your life." Across from him, the first Maple Leaf only smiled faintly, then slowly turned her head. "My disciple?" Immediately, the other answered without haste, "Yes, my lady." Hearing that, she brushed her hair back and stepped forward. "Stay behind and give me support. Watch closely. I'll kill this man soon enough." Learn from this. Suddenly, the first Maple Leaf accelerated forward at incredible speed. "Today you die here for sure." She swung a powerful kick sideways, but Kyung-soo easily bent down to dodge. Then with speed like lightning, the first Maple Leaf spun around and kicked straight into his body. Because he was careless, Kyung-soo took the blow head-on. He staggered back a few steps, still gripping his knife tightly. Without hesitation, Kyung-soo slashed forward fiercely. Seeing this, the first Maple Leaf sneered, "So this is Buddha's #1 assassin? Seems your strength isn't quite as legendary as the rumors say." Hearing this while the chaotic battle was still raging, a cold voice rose, "You've only seen the surface of me, don't think I'm that weak." The very moment the first Maple Leaf tried to kick Kyung-soo's head, of course, he sternly declared, "This fight is already mine." At that time, Kyung-soo's eyes were filled with killing intent. Maple Leaf, at the same time, countless fresh green leaves rained down. From the roof full of holes, someone couldn't help but curse, "You bastard." The first Maple Leaf unwillingly asked, "How can you possibly be this strong?" While looking at her opponent, she admitted, "I really don't have enough power to face you, Bai Guang. Even though you still carry many injuries from the past, you truly are formidable." Maple Leaf clutched her aching body and slowly stood up. "But there's something I don't understand. You're this strong, so if you wanted to escape Buddha, why didn't you side with me earlier? If you had joined me, maybe I wouldn't have lost at Hwagaksa Temple." Her eyes no longer carried the arrogance from before. "You clearly don't want to remain under his command either." Her words dug at his resolve. "You're still his subordinate." But he only replied coldly, "Because of a promise." Kyung-soo added, "After eliminating you, Maple Leaf, he promised me a few years to live like a normal man, forgetting this assassin identity." As soon as his words ended, the first Maple Leaf voiced her disbelief, "And you actually trust him for that? That's bizarre." Her face was drenched in syrupy blood, dripping nonstop. "You know it yourself, for people like us, a peaceful life is impossible. Yet you still hope for that from him." But Kyung-soo simply looked back in silence. Until the first Maple Leaf still tried to persuade him, "Your strength is beyond question, even Hollow Mountain couldn't surpass you. Soon you'll stand at the very top among his subordinates, surpassing all the apostles. You already have everything anyone could want, power, wealth, strength." Her mouth was still quick and sharp. "So you still want to leave, huh? Maybe I guess Buddha has restrained you too much, making it impossible for you to escape the organization, or maybe you're just too scared of his power and had no choice but to submit." At this moment, the first Maple Leaf suddenly raised her voice to question, "Isn't that right, Bai Guang? Looking at you, you don't seem so bad, but you look weaker and more fearful than your exterior suggests." Then she gently smiled and extended her hand. "Even so, here today you still have a choice. Work with me, together we can both get what we want." Before she could finish speaking, she was already coughing up syrup. Kyung-soo furrowed his brows tightly. "Too many words. You're no different from him, are you?" That scene left Maple Leaf shaken. "Oh no, holy maiden." Worry flooded his face as he suddenly dropped to his knees. "Why did you abandon us? Are we to leave like this? How are we supposed to live now?" Two streams of tears rolled down his cheeks. "Holy maiden." Meanwhile, the first Maple Leaf showed a blank face. Suddenly, a terrifying face and voice appeared. "Your life and nature are no different from his." In that moment, Maple Leaf quietly shed 2 lines of tears, while the other only slowly opened his mouth. She softly placed her hand on his face. "I'm sorry for you." Hearing this, Maple Leaf couldn't hold it in and cried out, "No." In a fit of rage, he rushed at Kyung-soo. "I'll kill you." But but Kyungsu landed a painful punch right on Maple Leaf's face. The powerful blow sent him flying, crashing to the ground in agony. At that moment, Kyungsu spoke to try and dissuade him. "Don't bother, kid, you should just give up." But Maple Leaf still refused. "No, you bastard." So Kyungsu just half closed his eyes, amused. "Why do you have to suffer like this?" He used seductive words. "Think about it, she only pretended to love you all. Love was never what she gave you was fear." Then Kyungsu opened his eyes and spoke seriously. "Now that she is dead, your fear will vanish too. You are still young, so rebuild your life, it's not too late." Meanwhile, Maple Leaf was still drowning in sorrow. That was all he could recall. Returning to the present, Kyungsu's face was cold. "Do you remember yet?" Looking at Maple Leaf, he continued, "It was all just lies. I don't want to think about it anymore." But Maple Leaf still refused to believe, covering his face with both hands. "You tricked me. I don't believe you." Kyungsu kept exposing the truth. "Stop deluding yourself." His voice was icy. "Surrender, don't end up dying like she did before." But Maple Leaf still refused to yield. "Impossible. Isn't this a divine trial for me? The gods want to test whether my faith in you is strong or not." He lifted his head to the sky, raising both hands. "This is only a trial. I will overcome it and defeat the fear in my heart." His voice thundered as he clasped his hands in prayer. "Holy One, forgive me. I have not yet done much for you, but my faith will never change." Suddenly something smacked Maple Leaf on the head. "Idiot." Kyungsu looked at the unconscious man and muttered, "You're still the same." His eyes were filled with contempt. "You've been completely brainwashed. This devotion sickness is hard to cure." Black Leaf steadied her stance to block an attack when suddenly a voice from the other side asked, "Looks like the fight is settled already, isn't it?" That person went on criticizing, "You seem quite distracted. Now you're not calm enough to judge anymore." Jangwook, with a cigarette in his mouth, added, "Things are already like this." His bloodied face looked terrifying. "Why don't you rush in and fight me to the death? Either way, you can't escape from my hands." But Black Leaf only stayed silent, glancing over. Suddenly she shouted, "You too." Hearing this, Yellow Leaf and Red Leaf trembled slightly. "Yes, sister." At that moment, Black Leaf barked furiously, "You see me getting attacked like this and you still don't come help me." Then Red Leaf protested, "We want to fight too, but we're tied up right now," while Yellow Leaf kept trembling. "And that bastard captain you're facing, he's too strong, we can't help you at all." As soon as the words left her mouth, Jangwook furrowed his brows. "Damn, what useless comrades, only caring about their own skins." At that moment he noticed, "So now it seems you've run out of support, haven't you?" Right before Jangwook's eyes appeared a strange object. Black Leaf kept shaking it steadily and ordered, "You two, get up and fight." As if hypnotized, the eyes of Red Leaf and Yellow Leaf turned lifeless. Oh no. Suddenly, the two of them remembered the past. Black Leaf's cruel face appeared, her hands holding torture tools. Red Leaf cried out in agony, blood splattering everywhere. She and Yellow Leaf fell into chaos, both trembling, tears streaming endlessly. "We're sorry, sister, we'll do as you say right now." Then Black Leaf's eyes bulged wide as she commanded, "Kill him." Instantly, the two girls charged like a storm. Die. Unfortunately, Red Leaf was the first to take a direct hit. Right after that, he punched Yellow Leaf square in the face. At that moment, Jangwook glanced back and realized Black Leaf was using the chance to escape. She clenched her whole body as she ran, grinding her teeth. "Lord Maple Leaf, wait for me." But the hilt of someone's sword slammed straight into Maple Leaf's nose bridge. It turned out the attacker was Kyungsu. Without hesitation, he once again raised his sword. Kyungsu advanced quickly toward Maple Leaf. The blade in his hand spun suddenly through the air. Because of that recklessness, Maple Leaf became the victim of the blade of justice he delivered. Instantly, he crashed hard to the ground. Kyungsu furrowed his brows. "Stubborn bastard, huh? You're just like your previous master. Be smart and release the hypnosis on the Maple Leaves." But Maple Leaf slowly sat up after a while. "Impossible." Just as he tried to play tricks, Kyungsu flicked him away forcefully with his sword. He raised the blade high with both hands. "Do I need to spell it out for you again?" Then, without a moment's hesitation, Kyungsu struck his opponent's face like lightning, dispelling the hypnosis instantly. Maple Leaf's face was now drenched in syrup, but he still stubbornly refused. "No." Hearing this, Kyungsu seemed to understand. "Fine, if you're still this stubborn, then I'll just beat the sense back into you." Then he raised his sword in front of him. "Standing before death, what's more important, your followers or your own life?" Suddenly, Maple Leaf burst into loud laughter. "That's right." Then he scratched his cheek with his finger. "Now I remember the old days." Even though he was beaten half to death, Maple Leaf still had the strength to demand, "You were the one who killed my master, the former Maple Leaf, weren't you?" Kyungsu replied without hesitation. "I already told you who I am, and only now you remember." In that surreal atmosphere, his familiar voice continued. Of course I didn't realize it back then, but after you defeated Black Lespedeza, I started to suspect. There's no way the police could have someone that strong in this mission. In my desperation, I didn't recognize your true identity, but now I'm clear-headed. Sweat poured down Maple Leaf's forehead like a waterfall. That day, you told my master. He began recalling the image of Bai Guang with syrup dripping from his lips. She was just like that old man Buddha. The sinister face of Buddha appeared in his mind. Maple Leaf slowly revealed everything. Maybe under your own identity you didn't realize, but in truth you're no different from the two of them, not at all. Hearing this, Kyungsu didn't believe a single word. What nonsense are you spouting? Maple Leaf struggled to stand, trembling from violence and fear. Both Buddha and my master, the former Maple Leaf, handled everything the same way. Kyungsu listened carefully to every word from Maple Leaf's mouth. This is exactly what I mean. Every opponent of yours, past and present, you force down with violence and fear. Isn't that exactly what Buddha does to his enemies and even his allies? After hearing that, Kyungsu pursed his lips slightly. That observation of yours might be right. Who would have thought that timid little brat hiding behind Maple Leaf would grow up this much? As soon as he finished, the Maple Leaf replied, "Nothing special, I've been carrying this title for years. Back then you told me to walk away and live a normal human life. But you know well in our situation, walking away is impossible. Tell me, for people like us, what does living a normal life even mean?" He lowered his gaze and continued persuasively. "After you took down my master, did Buddha really give you those 5 years of freedom he promised? Did you live as an ordinary human being?" Hearing this, Kyungsu quickly rejected it. "I don't know about that. I've never lived as a normal human being." But Maple Leaf seemed to have foreseen the outcome, so that's how it is. He raised his voice, "Then tell me, how could I live like that? I'm no different from you. Since childhood, I only depended on my master. After you killed him, all I've known is this one job, so even if I wanted to leave, I wouldn't know where to go." As the image of the first Maple Leaf flashed in his mind, Maple Leaf quickly justified himself. "Even if my master treated me with violence or deceit." Yet tears suddenly streamed down his cheeks. "That was all I ever had. And you took that away from me, didn't you? Those crimson maple leaves on the branches. What the hell is a so-called normal human life?" Instantly, the scene shifted back to the past. Bai Guang of the first generation frowned and spoke, "That's something I've never thought about." He shoved his hands into his pockets. "Why are you asking me this, kid?" As soon as the words left his mouth, young Kyungsu explained, "I was just curious. You always talk about wanting that kind of life, so how do you not know what it means?" "I see." He listened carefully to Bai Guang the first's first explanation. Everyone has a different life, so what they long for is also different. His stance was full of arrogance and confidence. "You and I have different desires, so I can't say whether my life would suit you or not." Then Bai Guang the first turned to look at the short kid. "Everyone living in this world has a mission. How you live your life depends on yourself." His eyes were deadly serious. "In life, we may freely do what we want, but in the end we all stop at the same point." At that moment, his feet pressed against the fallen maple leaves scattered on the ground. That end is death. Whether a person lived wickedly or kindly, the ending is the same. A moment later, Bai Guang the first tilted his head back and raised a hand to catch a falling maple leaf. "Still, live in a way that when people think of you, they see someone useful to this society, living freely without chains. That's the normal life I longed for." Kyungsu tilted his head in curiosity. "Then why don't you just live the free life you wanted?" But Bai Guang the first tore down the illusion. "Kid, you're too young to understand. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't do it. All I can do is live true to myself, doing what I'm capable of." Amid the rain of maple leaves, he added, "I try to find the smallest bits of happiness in this restricted life, hoping I won't harm others along the way." Then Bai Guang the first glanced down. "Kid, when you grow up you'll understand, with identities like ours, our lives are never our own. Everything we do is constrained." After hearing those words, Kyungsu's face darkened. "Then what about me? Will I also end up like you, living a bound life, forced to obey others?" He quickly added, "Wait, does that mean?" After pondering, Bai Guang the first finally spoke. "Simply put, you've already placed your life under Buddha's feet as his subordinate." He spoke with a cold tone mixed with fear. "So in the end, you too will resemble him in some way. Right now you won't realize it, but later when you reflect, you'll see it that way." After saying that, Bai Guang the first reached his hand toward Kyungsu, "But you don't need to overthink it." His hand gently tapped the boy's head. "Every era, every child is different. When you remember all of my words, maybe one day you'll break free from that grip and live the life you want." Kyungsu made a weary face. "Thanks, uncle." A young voice rose up. "Uncle." Kyungsu frowned. "Are you teasing me?" But Bai Guang the first stayed calm. I truly want you to be better than me, to decide your own life. He was deadly serious, and besides, if you end up like Buddha, that's not entirely bad either. Having strength like his is something I also wished for. That left Kyungsoo replying nervously, if you say so. His face showed fear, sweat running down his cheek. But if my life keeps going this way, I'll end up hurting many people. At the same time, Bai Guang the first lowered his gaze. That's unavoidable for assassins like us, kid. When you grow up, you'll understand. In the still air, the tall building stood like a lighthouse, familiar sounds echoing. This is the fate of people like us, and to survive, we have no choice but to live this way. Bai Guang the first recalled the time he killed, his heart so cold there wasn't a shred of fear. Later you'll get used to it too. Syrup splattered across the scar on his cheek. Once you're used to it, your emotions will fade and killing will feel almost routine. Returning to the present, Bai Guang the first leaned down. By then you might be different, but remember what I told you today. At the same time, he once again thought of Buddha. When facing everything, stay calm and don't let your strength become a tool to impose fear on others just to force them to obey. Looking at the child in front of him, Bai Guang the first added, important people will gradually appear in your life. You will have to protect them with all you've got. His eyes carried deep sorrow, heavy with regret. I couldn't do it, but I believe you will. Returning to the earlier scene, a calm voice rose. Those are the things. Kyungsoo's face was emotionless. That I learned to suppress fear and not let fear control my mind. At this moment, Bai Guang bit his lips, his body trembling. So that's how our assassin Bai Guang lived his life. Hearing this, Kyungsoo's tone stayed icy. Exactly. Maple Leaf bent down, trying to persuade him, but don't force everything onto me just because of that. After you killed my master, I was left to live a miserable life, and now everything is repeating itself. The light shone through the room as he muttered, what will my life become now? Or will it end like the first Maple Leaf and Phoenix, both dying under your syrup-stained hands? He suddenly remembered Buddha's scheming face and his deck of cards. Everyone wants to live the life they desire. But in the end, all they do is tremble in fear before Buddha's power. Supreme strength like that of a god, that's how one could describe him. As soon as he finished, Kyungsoo spoke quietly, Buddha, one day he will pay the price for his actions. I tried before and failed. His eyes showed no hesitation. But this time I will succeed. That is why I'll destroy everyone who stands in my way. After hearing that, he added coldly, you're the same. If you don't give up, I'll bring you down. Can't you see? The only way to be free is to oppose him. Maple Leaf lowered his head. Freedom by opposing him sounds nice on paper. He spread his arms to the sky. I'll do whatever I want, whatever I and my master believe is right. Nothing about me is yours to change. Hearing that, Kyungsoo raised his brows mockingly. Indeed, you're just as pitiful as your master was. Yet Maple Leaf did not hold back and struck right at the sore spot. In front of me, you are always like this, imposing your fear onto others. I saw that in you. You might resist Buddha, but what about me? He stayed in his stance. You had another life to do what you needed. Tears streamed down his cheeks. I never had that. I have lived in fear since I was a child. Now as Maple Leaf, I am no different. All I ever wanted was just to live. He shouted in anguish, tilting his head in pain. That alone would be enough for me. My followers will always be loyal to me as long as you never appeared. Kyungsoo, holding his blade, felt a flicker of sympathy. Truly pitiful. Then he swung his sword fiercely forward. If you don't break the hypnosis and free your followers, then I'll just have to do what I always do. Suddenly a voice interrupted. Stop. Those words froze them both as if time itself had paused. Kyungsoo's pupils narrowed as he heard, if you dare to act. Blackleaf tightened her grip around Jeonghee's neck and threatened, then this girl will die first. At the same time, the captive girl trembled in terror. Brother Kyungsoo. Maple Leaf seized the moment and rushed toward Blackleaf. So you've arrived at last. Tell me, are you hurt, my lord? Two women, two completely different emotions. Kyungsoo's eyes flickered slightly. So this is the brat from back then. The two of you are still together after all this time. The image of Blackleaf suddenly resurfaced in his mind. Meanwhile, she shouted furiously, who are you to dare injure Lord Maple Leaf like this? I'll punish this girl to avenge him. Her teeth clenched so tightly it was like nails on glass. I think I recognize you now. You're the cop who led them to attack this place. Blackleaf glanced at the man in white and muttered, HMPH, you look pretty strong. Maple Leaf, still crying, begged, enough talking, Blackleaf, hurry and save me. At once Blackleaf reassured him, don't worry, my lord, I'm here now. Then she turned toward Kyungsoo and warned, and you, don't you dare move or this girl dies in my hands. Jeonghee trembled even more in fear. Brother. In the end, Kyungsoo finally agreed, all right then. Yet he showed no fear. I'll say this once, listen carefully, release her and I'll spare both your lives. Blackleaf barely began, it's you who should, when she was already struck by Kyungsu's blade. Syrup splattered out to Blackleaf's shock. Her eyes rolled back in disbelief. Across from her, he lowered his voice. The ending is death, I told you so. Suddenly a scream tore through the silence. Blackleaf clutched her bleeding wound and wailed, no, while Kyungsu quickly urged the girl, Jeonghee, get out of here, don't stay. She didn't hesitate and ran off. Yes. Meanwhile, Blackleaf, in pain, cursed loudly through gritted teeth. Bastard. Kyungsu remained calm. Anything else? Then something caught his eye. Maple Leaf was trying to escape. He dashed forward, still so stubborn, now you wanna run. Seeing this, Maple Leaf turned back, sweat dripping from his face, and used Blackleaf to block him. Instantly, Blackleaf obeyed and rushed in from behind. Her face showed fierce determination and cold resolve. But she too was struck down by Kyungsu's blade sent flying. After that, he fixed his gaze on Maple Leaf and mocked, you're no different from your master, heartless scum. She's been with you since childhood and you still use her as a shield. Even so, you won't escape. Yet Maple Leaf still barked orders, Blackleaf, keep fighting. At that moment, Blackleaf crawled weakly across the floor, whispering, my lord. But all she got was his cold reply, even if you die, you must save me, understood? Those words crushed her into despair. Yes, my lord. Meanwhile, Kyungsu sighed wearily. Fine, if you want death, then I'll grant it. Maple Leaf clutched his aching body, muttering, I must escape this place. Sweat poured down like a waterfall. He suddenly thought of the bald-headed man. If I return to Buddha, I will regain my strength. The image of Kyungsu appeared again, but is the guardian deity for me. Blackleaf's eyes turned hollow, her pupils shrinking to tiny dots. Syrup splattered everywhere. Suddenly a voice called from behind, my lord. Her dark lips parted slightly. Blackleaf raised her hand and confessed, I love you. A red maple leaf instantly appeared in her eyes. Returning to the past, the second generation Maple Leaf heard a voice say, I like you. It was a girl with long black hair. That was Blackleaf smiling brightly, I like you a lot. For each of us, what is love? Her figure appeared, casually sitting with legs crossed. In the past, the first generation Maple Leaf adopted children from an orphanage with the purpose of turning them into disciples, using them as tools to achieve her goals. The first Maple Leaf rested her chin on her hand and tilted her head. So this is all you can do? This is basically the same as what Buddha does with his followers, just on a smaller scale. Among those children there was one boy, more talented than the rest, who later became the second generation Maple Leaf. That child was quick and agile, having lost his parents in a disaster. At that time, he was taken into the orphanage to be raised. Although he had many friends there, he still lacked love and affection. Of course, the other children in that group were the same. Each had been abandoned or orphaned by some tragedy, growing up lacking affection and more vulnerable than other kids out there. To control them as her tools, Maple Leaf taught them that love was sometimes the same as fear. Naturally, under her strict control, the children completely feared Maple Leaf. Yet from behind, a gentle voice rang out, brother. A small mouth softly opened. Black Butterfly with wide round eyes turned and confessed, I love you. It was a little girl. She later became Black Butterfly, always staying close to the second Maple Leaf. She was the only one who still remembered what family love felt like. That girl was full of energy and agility. She always followed the boy because he reminded her of the older brother she had lost when she was little. Black Leaf was like a small tail chasing Maple Leaf. Wait for me. But he showed a bit of helplessness, glancing back, I'm not your brother. They kept going back and forth, one in front and one behind. Brother, hey brother, don't follow me anymore. Those two children grew up together, becoming closer and closer. Yet the second generation Maple Leaf grew up without ever knowing what love was. He once mistakenly thought the first Maple Leaf cared for him more than the others. Of course, such things never escape a woman's eyes, especially Maple Leaf. The little girl was very afraid of that. Amidst nature, a familiar call rang out, brother. By now the two had grown up. Black Leaf slightly turned toward Maple Leaf. Maple Leaf Sama always makes us so afraid. After hearing that, anyone who sees her has to bow their head. Why do you like her? Maple Leaf answered immediately, this. At that moment he furrowed his brows a little. Love is hard to explain, isn't it? Face to face, love, yeah, that's how I feel. Then what is love? Black Leaf leaned closer and replied, it's the feeling of one person liking another. Suddenly a cold voice came from behind, you two brats. The speaker had thick red lips. The first Maple Leaf's face looked terrifying as she gazed down. What are you doing here? Not training. Immediately Black Leaf quickly spoke up. Greetings, Maple Leaf Sama, but she cut straight to the point. This isn't the time to sit here chatting, got it? Follow me, there's work to do, which made Maple Leaf curious. Yes, but where? As she turned to leave, the first Maple Leaf continued, "The battle has already begun." The girl with long flowing black hair was the first-generation Cherry Blossom. She looked at the boy with syrup dripping from his mouth and remarked, "Indeed, Maple Leaf has raised a fine disciple, but—" The first-generation Cherry Blossom fiercely swung her small blade. "You're still just a child with no experience." That scene left Maple Leaf stunned at her lightning-fast speed. Then the first-generation Cherry Blossom suddenly looked surprised. It turned out Black Leaf had rushed in from nowhere to block in front of Maple Leaf. She turned her head back and shouted, "Brother, run!" However, he hesitated. "But this is the mission Maple Leaf Sama gave us." Meanwhile, Black Leaf kept urging, "Run quickly, brother, or you'll die." At that moment, the first Cherry Blossom spoke. "That's right." She bent low and said coldly, "The two of you can die together." After saying that, a sharp blade immediately appeared in front of Black Leaf. The eyes of the first-generation Cherry Blossom widened in surprise. The two girls now faced each other head-on. Every slash from the first Cherry Blossom was desperately blocked by Black Leaf. After a while, she stared and admitted, "This girl actually has some skill, huh?" With that said, the first Cherry Blossom lunged at Maple Leaf. "I'll spare you for now and take down this boy first." Crimson syrup sprayed into the twilight air. The eyes of the first Cherry Blossom revealed shock. On the opposite side, Black Leaf had been stabbed right in the stomach. Maple Leaf panicked and called out, "Little sis," to which Black Leaf naturally replied, "Yes, little sis." She turned her head, eyes overflowing with emotion. "I love you." Those words made the first Cherry Blossom sneer. "How touching, but you'll still die here, so what will you do now, boy?" She continued coldly, "Come to think of it, you're just like me when I was young. What a dull life for assassins." Suddenly, after finishing her words, silence fell and the hand holding the blade trembled uncontrollably. The first Cherry Blossom pulled her blood-stained weapon out and smirked. "I've changed my mind. I'll spare you both today, but next time there won't be a chance." Her eyes gleamed with killing intent, lips curling. "Now scram before I change my mind." Meanwhile, the boy and girl opposite her were still frozen in place. The sky darkened, and the wound in the stomach was finally bandaged. Maple Leaf looked at the girl lying on the ground. Sweat ran down her cheeks. "Why did you block that strike for me?" Hearing this, Black Leaf slowly explained, "Because you're like my brother." She began recalling her painful past. "My real brother once protected me and died in front of me. This is the least I could do to protect you." Syrup dripped from her late brother's nose, his face scratched and battered. Hearing that, Maple Leaf stammered, "Little sis, our lives are truly miserable. Nothing is in our control." But Black Leaf knew, "It's fine, as long as you're here, I feel happy." The two seemed to be exchanging final words. "Even though I know you're not my real brother still." Amidst the natural scenery, Black Leaf added, and tears unexpectedly welled at the corners of her eyes, "If I sacrifice for you, is that love?" From that day, the boy realized many things. But then came a sentence that terrified Black Leaf to the core. "Hurry up and strip. What are you waiting for?" The first Maple Leaf showed no emotion. "You dare reject my love, so that's love, huh?" Suddenly, a voice cut off the words of Maple Leaf. At the same time, a calloused hand appeared. A shirtless Maple Leaf spoke up, "Let your subordinate take her place." His brows furrowed. "Use it on me instead." "This is not fear like Maple Leaf said, this is sacrifice for one another." On his back, the mark of the Maple Leaf was deeply etched into his skin. It seemed their feelings for each other were already clear, so Maple Leaf imprisoned Black Leaf, preventing the two from meeting again. Then a cold voice echoed, "Look at this Maple Leaf." The second-generation Maple Leaf was placed under tighter control. They wanted to force him to forget Black Leaf, leaving only the trust and love of the first Maple Leaf. Fear spread, anger boiled, everything consumed Maple Leaf. Day by day, he grew more afraid of Black Leaf's love for him. This was the will to control disciples, making them obey every command. The room's light dimmed. Suddenly, an unexpected sound made everyone stare wide-eyed. "All right." The first Maple Leaf stood afar, arms crossed, and commented, "Your strength has grown. At this rate, your hypnosis skills will match mine soon." Maple Leaf quickly replied, "Thank you." Then he asked in a low voice, "But tell me, aren't we doing this just to make disciples obey us? Then why would you even have a way to undo hypnosis?" The first Maple Leaf remained silent, listening. "Can I refuse to learn the release technique?" Her eyes widened, staring intently at something. Seeing that, Maple Leaf also glanced, lips parting to reveal his teeth. Finally, after a while, the first Maple Leaf kept silent, then gently placed her hand on his shoulder and smiled kindly. "Well, it's always good to have a backup plan. If all of them are hypnotized, they'd turn into idiots. When detailed tasks are needed, they wouldn't manage. That's why the release technique is necessary." These were the lessons the first Maple Leaf taught the second, hoping he would help her gather even more disciples later. The first Maple Leaf collapsed in a man's arms, tears streaming as she choked out, "I can't live any longer." after the maple leaf died. All her orders and influence over the second maple leaf weakened. Thus, the second maple leaf awakened his own mind, breaking free from the hypnosis. At that moment, he went to find Black Leaf in the prison. Sweat kept dripping down Maple Leaf's face. From behind the bars, a voice called out, "Brother." Black Leaf showed no expression, "Brother." But after all that time under the influence of the first maple leaf, his nature had begun to change. He no longer felt for Black Leaf the way he once did and gradually became as domineering as the first maple leaf. Deep down, he knew this and was terrified by it. He didn't want to turn into a cold-blooded monster like the first maple leaf. So he tried to escape to forget the past, but of course, that never worked. Black Leaf stood near Maple Leaf and said, "No matter what you do, I will follow you." She remained calm. "You are everything to me. My feelings for you have never changed." Hearing this, Maple Leaf coldly cut her off. Enough. To suppress his emotions and erase his fear, the second Maple Leaf hypnotized himself. This allowed him to act and live a life like the first maple leaf, serving Buddha without trembling before his overwhelming power. Of course, deep inside, he never wanted to be just a puppet like that. He even created his own method to break hypnosis so he could return to his old self when needed. But for it to work, his emotions had to be shaken. At this moment, Black Leaf's face was full of sorrow as she slowly raised her hand. "I love you." Then an image of Maple Leaf as a child appeared, as she tilted her head to look at the boy. Next came the scene of Black Leaf risking her life to protect him, standing in front of him. Memories of the two sitting side by side. Black Butterfly with a mouth full of syrup turning back, countless crimson maple leaves falling. And then the memory returned to when Black Leaf was imprisoned, flashing through Maple Leaf's mind as he looked up at the maple leaf pendant. After a while, he furrowed his brows and turned his head. "You." After witnessing Black Leaf fall then, Kyung-soo without hesitation thrust his sword at her. At that moment, Maple Leaf's eyes seemed to light up, awakening. Suddenly, someone rushed in at high speed. Kyung-soo instantly turned his head and saw Maple Leaf charging at him like a madman, cursing nonstop, "Bastard." So Kyung-soo didn't waste words and punched him straight in the face, sending him flying to the ground. Then Kyung-soo coldly asked, "What are you doing? Do you think you can beat me?" But the other had lost all control. No. Instantly, Kyung-soo kicked Maple Leaf in the face again. His eyes were stern and mocking, still stubborn, However, his gaze suddenly wavered a little. He looked at the streams of tears flowing endlessly from Maple Leaf's eyes. And then the man suddenly rushed toward Kyung-soo. At that moment, Kyung-soo's eyes shifted slightly downward. A sound immediately echoed right after. Kyung-soo, bewildered, turned his head to look behind. When he saw the scene before him, he realized the truth. The guy only wanted to reach her. Kyung-soo watched as a man and a woman clung tightly to each other, showing no intent to attack him. At that moment, Black Leaf, her face smeared with syrup, suddenly called out, "Brother," and Maple Leaf, with tears streaming down, replied, "Sister." He remained in that posture and added, "I have remembered now." Maple Leaf is a beautiful leaf, but it also carries the fear that Maple Leaf had planted into the disciples' minds. Later, when I grew up, I realized it was not as beautiful as I had thought. Every drop of syrup spilled out, spreading like a crimson maple leaf, though terrifying. The figure of the first maple leaf suddenly appeared, but there was one leaf that I found truly beautiful. Only now, after years of burying my memories in hypnosis, do I realize it. The leaf I deeply cherished and treasured, a pure, innocent leaf that helped me feel happiness in my dreadful childhood. Back then, when we were still little, she softly approached. Young Black Leaf ran over cheerfully and confessed, "I like you." Maple Leaf's eyes sparkled as he stared intently. "That is you." The smile of the girl before him was like a small ray of dawn, illuminating his entire soul. Returning to the present, after years of living together and enduring many hardships, I finally realized. Maple Leaf continued sobbing, "I like you too. You are the maple leaf I've always cherished." Then he made a request, "I will release the hypnosis on the disciples." Maple Leaf turned his head toward Kyung-soo. "Please save her, I beg you." Yet Kyung-soo remained silent, watching intently. The task of sweeping the leaves, victory completed. The ceiling light still shone brightly. Jang-wook, with a cigarette hanging from his lips, looked dazed, unable to think. He looked at the scene before him and continued, "So you actually managed to convince that maple leaf to surrender like this." Then Jang-wook clapped softly in applause. "Truly, aside from your martial strength, your quick wit and clever mind aren't half bad either. Praiseworthy indeed." But Kyung-soo remained utterly indifferent. "All right, is there anything else left to deal with here?" Yet Jang-wook was quite worried. "Seems like you got injured while facing those two, didn't you? Was it that Maple Leaf who did this?" Meanwhile, Maple Leaf sat quietly on his lap, head bowed in silence. On the other side, Kyung-soo slowly denied, "No, That answer piqued Jangwook's curiosity. Huh, then who gave you that wound on your face? He listened carefully as the other replied, it was someone with pretty strong abilities. Hearing this, Jangwook, still biting his cigarette, asked, so, is he dead? At that, Kyungsu frowned slightly and answered, no, he got away. Just as Jangwook was about to continue, so you couldn't finish him off, a sudden sound came from the other side. Jeonghee, tired, turned back and reported, I've finished treating her injuries already. Then she asked Maple Leaf, you heard that, didn't you? But Kyungsu coldly commanded, now release the hypnosis on the disciples. Maple Leaf lowered his gaze and replied, I understand. After Maple Leaf lifted the hypnosis, the disciples immediately turned against him. Countless men in white robes glared angrily and shouted, bastard, how dare you use us to commit such evil deeds? Meanwhile, Yellow Leaf and Red Leaf, still tied up even after being freed from hypnosis, cried out one after another, oh no, my head hurts. Their eyes bulged as they screamed, how dare you do this to us, you devil. Suddenly a cold voice echoed, making both of them jump in fright, hey. Everyone turned their eyes toward the source of the sound. And there stood Black Leaf, eyes full of murderous intent, demanding, take those words back right now. Those words made Yellow Leaf and Red Leaf start trembling. After a moment they charged in like a storm, we will kill you. But both of them were immediately rewarded with 2 smacks on the head from Jangwook. All right, sit down. He calmly mocked, seriously, just freed from hypnosis and already dumb enough to throw your lives away against him. Meanwhile, Kyungsu's thoughts rose, whenever I'm on a mission, I always want to work alone. He looked at the tall man before him, but this time that man had earned his trust. Within the vast space of the room, those thoughts continued in silence. This is a good captain, fully devoted to his comrades. I hope next time I'll get to work with him again. So 3 were injured, but thankfully no one died on this mission. The mission was completed smoothly, and the policeman showed a look of joy. Good work, everyone. On this side, Kyungsu spoke quietly, if that's all, then I'll leave it to you. While Jangwook focused on reporting, everything went well here, it's under control, thank you for the praise. He immediately asked further, and how about things at headquarters? The reply came slowly, nothing good or bad, nothing much happening there. The man sat upright on the long chair, wrap up the mission there, when you return to HQ we'll talk more. After that, everything was reported up. But elsewhere, another voice rang out, Sir Buddha, Maple Leaf has been defeated. Hearing this, Buddha from inside the room called out, then what of Black Lespedeza and Hollow Mountain whom I sent to assist Maple Leaf? The person outside once again answered slowly, yes sir, there's still no word from either of them. While thinking of the image carved on the card, he continued, but from the start, all signs suggest Crane betrayed us and leaked the information to the police. At that, neither spoke another word. Inside the room, Buddha smiled wickedly. In another scene, a finger tapped firmly on the table. A policeman with a cap leaned back in his chair, murmuring, didn't expect this. The space felt as though he were the only one there. I always tried to keep balance between both sides, but now it seems I'm leaning toward one. Quite troubling. Nako thought of the man with the cigarette in his mouth. In that case, Bayan Jangwook turned out stronger than I expected in this mission. Or was it thanks to that young guy, Kim Kyungsu, being part of the operation? Nako sat seriously on his chair, arms crossed. All right, either way it looks like the police completed the mission. Outside it was already night, the moon shining bright, but Hollow Mountain seemed to have made a different move after failing to protect Maple Leaf. After a while, Nako slowly spoke, all right, let's leave it as it is for now. He reached for the desk phone, I need to handle the police side properly first. As for Buddha's side, they seemed to be at a disadvantage. The more completely they were crushed, the more peace of mind for me. The receiver sat snug in his palm, let's see how this turns out. Nako glanced sideways, it seemed like the mission had to be pushed faster, otherwise too many variables would make it uncontrollable. After a while, a voice came from the other end, yes, Chief, don't worry. Nako's tone was dead serious. All right, you take full charge, Hooded Crane. Blue skies, white clouds, and a gentle breeze blew by. Someone in the crowd wondered aloud, so when exactly are they coming here? Suddenly footsteps in black shoes approached, accompanied by 2 words, hello there. The person had long, shiny black hair, Shinsohi. The deputy leader of Hooded Crane arrived with a few strong members in tow. It's been a while, Captain. Former member of the Special Action Team Bayan Jangwook. She smirked, how have you been these days? Kyungsu and Jangwook both spoke in turn, that was quick, you got here already. Why are you here, Shin Sohee? She only smiled in reply, I came under orders from the chief. Jangwook pressed further, so your support team came along. But Sohee denied without hesitation, not really, cleaning up the scene isn't my job, you know that. Those words confused Cha Yeon a little, what? After hearing this, the others asked her, wait, your face is injured, Cha Yeon. The rest quickly showed their attitude. Seriously, what an annoying woman, I didn't like her from the start, I agree. So he mocked, it must hurt, huh? Immediately Cha Yon snapped back, get lost, but so he wasn't done, why would you say that? Jangwook spoke coldly, so your captain didn't come with you? At that, Sohee hesitated a bit. After a pause, she added, he was sent elsewhere, there's something more important over there. On this side a startled voice rose, a human. The sight made the ones in blue uniforms a little uneasy. Sir Hong Jun, please come with us. The scarred-faced man was Choi Hoon, the leader of Hooded Crane, former deputy captain of Bayan Jangwook's special action team. He listened without expression, the chief is waiting for you. Jangwook curiously asked again, a private mission so he cheerfully replied, oh that. She carefully explained so everyone could understand better, the chief wants to meet Chief Inspector Hong Jun, so he sent his captain to escort him. Upon hearing that, he went silent and thoughtful, as if his brain just got stuck on a loading screen. So he turned to add more for Kyungsoo. As for that maple leaf cult leader here, the chief said we have full authority to handle it, so I brought the boat. He immediately frowned and protested, no way, not happening. Kyungsoo crossed his arms in annoyance and demanded, we already captured them all, now the chief wants to swoop in and steal the credit. If we go, then we all go together. Suddenly a hand rose up behind him along with a voice saying, we. Turned out Maple Leaf and Black Leaf were kneeling behind the door, also wanting to tag along like uninvited guests. So he saw that and covered her mouth, laughing mockingly, blurting out with surprise. Then she burst out laughing louder and asked with disdain, what did those kids just say? Do they think they can just do whatever they want? So he reminded, this is the chief's order, not some comedy skit. The scary image of that old chief popped into their minds, making even him shiver. Jangwook suddenly spoke with a serious tone, Captain Kim Kyungsoo. He sighed, this is an order from above we have to follow. His face darkened with frustration. It seemed he partly understood the reason, so he glanced sideways at Jangwook. He frowned and grimaced, showing clear anger, but still forced himself to restrain and reluctantly said, what else can we do? With that, Jangwook walked off grumpily, leaving Kyungsoo deep in thought, sneaking a look at his back. Finally he sighed in defeat, fine, I get it. The two received the canoe from Sohee's hands. Joining them were 4 others. The fancy canoe sped across the water like a turbocharged jet ski. Suddenly Jangwook called out, hey. He turned back to ask Ah-hyung, didn't you find anything, Officer Kim Ah-hyung? She was startled and flustered at his question. Ah-hyung recalled the last search and recounted, we followed the syrup trail. Then reached a dense forest. In front of me was a maple forest with dazzling autumn colors. She continued, but then the syrup vanished. We searched everywhere but. Her face showed clear worry. In the end we found nothing at all. Kyungsoo heard that and crossed his arms, harshly saying, useless. Jangwook curiously asked further, didn't even find a body? She awkwardly replied, yes, we scoured the entire area but found nothing. Suddenly he thought of Sohee and couldn't help groaning, oh that girl again. Kyungsoo frowned in annoyance, muttering to himself about Black Lespedeza. The terrifying little Syro face of National Flower always appeared in his mind, making him extremely irritated. Grumbling really makes people's skin crawl. Scene shifted to the maple forest Ah-hyung just mentioned. Blue sky, white clouds, rustling leaves, everything looked so peaceful, like a wallpaper ad. Black National Flower clenched his teeth in pain. His body was covered in dozens of sword wounds. The injuries just kept bleeding like maple syrup. He hugged a tree tightly, trying not to collapse. Black National Flower glared bitterly, mumbling nonstop, survive, must survive. The scene shifted to the church, where Maple Leaf and Black Leaf were hiding. Maple Leaf looked at Red Leaf and Yellow Leaf lying unconscious beside the spreading pool of syrup, then worriedly said, something's wrong. He shuddered while glancing at the door, spreading his arms to shield Black Leaf, softly replying, unease is about to happen. Turned out Sohee and her squad had entered inside. She carried a long rifle on her shoulder and cheerfully said, hello there. Maple Leaf angrily asked why, from the police's perspective, our surrender would be useful. Sohee calmly answered, it's all orders from above. She teased, oh, to make it easier for you to get it, I'll say it this way. Both of them listened nervously with wide eyes. Sohee carefully explained, the chief said there was no need for further incidents. Hearing this, he was so shocked his eyes popped open, stammering the chief. Seeing they seemed to understand, so he smugly added, "You'll be charged as resisting law enforcement," escorted away, then shot dead. Suddenly Maple Leaf burst out laughing strangely, his laughter echoing through the church. Tears streamed down his cheeks. He gave a bitter smile and replied, "Honestly, I was just a pawn controlled in a game already set up. I lived such a life, so dying like this is fair enough." But this girl, so he looked at him, startled with curiosity. Suddenly he knelt down and hugged Black Leaf, begging, "This girl knows nothing, please spare her." Out of nowhere she softly said, "It's okay." Black Leaf smiled gently, vowing to dedicate her whole life beside Maple Leaf. "Dear, I will go with you anywhere." Her action moved him so deeply he was speechless, tears still streaming endlessly. Hearing this, so he no longer hesitated. She dashed forward, raising her rifle, and attacked the two, mercilessly saying her final words, then goodbye. The moment he passed away, a card symbolizing October fell into the water and sank forever, marking the end of a legend. In Jinha's meeting room, it seemed a special guest had just arrived. He exclaimed in delight. He laughed loudly, excitement written all over his face. "You have arrived, Chief Inspector Hong Jun." Hong Jun stood solemnly and silently waiting for Jinha's command. The man praised with hidden meaning, "You completed the leaf-sweeping mission flawlessly without any casualties. How does it feel to avenge your wife?" Hong Jun was stunned hearing that. He stood pondering for a while. Then he frowned in annoyance and asked directly, "Why did you call me here?" Nako joked mockingly while trying to reassure him, "Don't be scared, I just want to assign you the next mission." He gently asked, "We are family, aren't we? We must share campaign information to support each other." Hong Jun angrily denied immediately. "Since when have I considered you family?" He calmly continued, "Chief Inspector Hong Jun." Nako laid out the plan. "I have information about all the months except May, June, and August. The next campaign will use this information to act." Jinha's words just now startled him. He explained further, "Weaken the forces of National Flower. Then deal with Buddha. The missions will proceed step by step." Nako's face revealed a frightening mix of cunning and ruthlessness. Hearing this, Hong Jun couldn't take it any more and angrily asked, "The months are anonymous assassins who can be targeted, but Buddha is a public figure. How can he be dealt with? Even if the campaign succeeds, it will spark massive backlash. This is impossible because it's too risky for the police force." Nako smirked proudly and replied, "I already have a plan for that." He sighed, "But sadly I cannot reveal the plan to topple Buddha yet. This next campaign is very important for both of us." Nako coaxed, "Chief Inspector Hong Jun, please cooperate with me. Suddenly he mentioned you, the action team of Kim Kyung-soo that you established." Nako's tone was full of implication. "Though he never listens to me, he listens to you a lot." However, Bayan Jangwook of the Rapid Response Task Force reacted quickly. He kept circling around and said, "Hooded Crane is a force directly under my command." Nako confidently declared, "If we join forces, I believe we can eliminate all of the months." The battle between the police department and National Flower had reached a boiling point. Nako spread out a hand of red-faced cards and said, "Flower Duel." His words carried heavy meaning. The war over the flowers, this is what both sides are aiming for, to cut off each other's wings. The scene shifted to the temple where National Flower was staying. Warm afternoon sunlight streamed through the small window panes. Inside the temple, Yua spoke solemnly with a tense expression now. Standing on either side were second-generation Peony, Orchid, Cherry Blossom, and Bird. They waited silently for his command. Cherry Blossom and Bird nervously glanced at Yua. He sternly announced loudly, "The Dharma Assembly is hereby opened." The eyes of Orchid and second-generation Peony also turned toward Yua. The atmosphere tightened like a guitar string about to snap. At the same time, Nako extended his hand toward Hong Jun and proposed, "Cooperate with me to create an interesting game." At Yua's temple, everyone in the organization gathered. Bird spoke up, "It seems things have been a bit unstable lately." Then Cherry Blossom added, "We've been meeting here too often, and today it looks like fewer members showed up." Peony also said, "Strangely, I don't see the Lespedeza brothers here." Orchid remained silent. Bird turned to ask Yua, "Buddha sir, why are we meeting today?" He answered briefly, Maple Leaf has been completely defeated. Everyone was stunned, their eyes wide open. Bird asked further, why is that? In that defense mission besides Maple Leaf there were also Black Lespedeza and Hollow Mountain helping, plus Crane assisting from police headquarters too. He calmly replied, Crane has now joined the police, he seems to want to play double agent. Everyone was shocked. Cherry Blossom said, that's true, never thought of that scenario. Bird added, oh my. She continued, Maple Leaf failed, do you think Black Lespedeza and Hollow Mountain are dead too? Cherry Blossom guessed, that's why we don't see them here today. Orchid finally spoke up, the police attack mission this time had already been tipped off by Crane, yet it still failed. Yuwa added, surely the police force sent many elite officers there, according to the earlier discussion with Crane. He analyzed that Hong Jun's team would be assigned the mission. At that point Crane would summon Hong Jun and eliminate him. His words made sense, but after Maple Leaf's failure we completely lost contact with Crane. As for Hollow Mountain, he isn't dead yet, he came back and sent us some important news, Cherry Blossom said. Exactly, Hollow Mountain is that easy to kill. She continued, this failure definitely has to do with Crane's betrayal. Yuwa revealed, and Crane's true identity you still don't know. He is none other than Chief Kim Nako. Everyone was even more shocked, their eyes bulging. Bird couldn't believe it and asked again, Butta, what did you just say? Then she covered her face exclaiming, oh heavens. She frowned, never thought Crane held such a high rank in the police headquarters. Cherry Blossom added, so it really was him. Yuwa continued, before when Maple Leaf rebelled attacking the temple there was no betrayal from anyone, but now Crane has appeared, I don't understand what he is plotting. He went on, since he knows much about our organization and holds great power we must be extremely cautious. Then he cleared his throat, now the meeting officially begins. Everyone responded in unison, yes sir. Peony raised her hand to speak, Butta sir. She curiously asked, so Black Lespedeza hasn't returned yet? He stayed silent with a darkened face, not answering right away. After a while he finally muttered, Black Lespedeza huh. At the same time National Flower's eyes bulged wide. He froze as he saw his younger brother groaning and dying. Chrysanthemum walked up from behind, his body covered in wounds. He added, lucky I could still crawl back here without losing my life. He mocked, seriously these guys, every single one of them has the survival power of cockroaches. National Flower suppressed his anger, who did this to my brother? Black National Flower painfully hissed through his teeth, that cop. He was drenched in syrup, groaning and repeating Kyungsu's words, I am very strong. Chrysanthemum intervened, enough, he is badly injured, don't force him to talk more. He coldly added, not sure if he can ever recover like before, if his condition is too poor the organization may have to pick another month for. National Flower furiously grabbed his collar and shouted, how dare you say that? Chrysanthemum remained calm, even if you get mad at me, his condition won't magically change. Despite the face under the mask gradually changing color, he still said, you can see the wounds yourself, I will do my best to heal him, but whether he recovers or not I cannot promise. Black National Flower forced himself to speak, it's okay brother. He groaned, I have survived and returned. Everyone waited for him to continue, hoping he could recover like before. Chrysanthemum waved people out, enough, you go outside, I need to do a little surgery. The sky turned red, National Flower walked away radiating killing intent. He gnashed his teeth, I must deal with that bastard. At that moment the bastard he meant was Kyungsu, who leisurely picked his ear and said, Crane huh, did he say he would cooperate with us? Hong Jun replied, yes. He asked further, then that Captain Hooded Crane, you've met him already, how strong is he? He assessed, quite strong, he was once deputy of the commando unit led by Bayan Jangwook, he exclaimed, ah I see. Kyungsu stroked his chin and said, Captain Bayan Jangwook I already know from the mission. He asked him, so if Hooded Crane was deputy he's no pushover, are we really cooperating with them now? Hong Jun seriously replied, I am still considering. He hesitated, but indeed this is a good chance for us to deal with Butta. At least Butta's side has already lost 1 month on their team. He seriously said, according to my calculations we should first cooperate with Crane to cut down Butta's power. Once we are stronger and Buddha weaker, then we eliminate Crane as well. Kyungsu's face hardened as he listened. This might be the most complete plan I can think of. He then stood up. Let's do it that way. As for me, I'll focus on training my team members to make them stronger. The man was surprised. You're not upset that I'm cooperating with Crane, are you? In this mission with teammates alongside you, how do you feel? He answered him with silence and an unblinking stare. He remembered earlier, just after finishing the mission at the port, Jangwook said, "You worked hard in this mission." Kyungsu replied, "You too. Thank you for helping me this time," he continued, "but from what I observed." He commented, "It seems like you always want to act alone, though you have teammates you almost never want them to go with you. Of course your strength is beyond question." Jangwook asked, "Or is it that you don't trust those teammates?" He was a bit surprised. He went on, "I always trust my teammates. You should also consider my words." He looked toward Jeonghee walking up and said, "No matter how skilled you are, there will be times you need their help. Even if their strength is weak now, they will gain more experience through battles." Returning to the present, he told Hong Jun, "That's up to you, sir. As for teammates joining missions, I will think about it." The leaf sweeping mission had succeeded. Chief Kim Nako held a press conference. He issued an announcement and commended the police officers who took part in the mission, smiling brightly before the media. In the meeting he introduced himself, "I am Chief Kim Nako." Nako declared, "In this term trusted by my colleagues and by the entire people, I will sweep away the villains and purify our country." That was a direct warning to Buddha and his subordinates. Yua watched the news, his face immediately darkened. After the announcement, Buddha began to move. A subordinate reported to Nako, "Sir, it is time to go." He nodded in thought. Chief Kim Nako had already prepared actions for the war. He slammed the table and stood up, replying to the subordinate, "All right, I understand." He led a group of men and arrogantly said, "Well then, let's go." At that moment, Yua was already waiting, standing firm to block the entrance. Nako walked up and greeted, "Long time no see, Lord Buddha." He said, "Today I came to meet you to talk." Yua curled his lips into a grin of amusement, showing no fear at all toward National Flower. Inside the temple, Nako spoke, "Buddha." He continued, "I went through the trouble of coming all the way to this temple, and you don't even offer me a glass of water. That is really impolite, you know." Yua sat opposite, still smiling faintly, then lost patience and cursed, "You really are a bastard." Nako leisurely replied, "I have heard that plenty of times already." Suddenly, Yua threw all his strength into a punch. The sound echoed throughout the temple. Nako couldn't help but laugh loudly. He blocked Yua's punch with one hand. "Buddha, you really are getting old. Your strength isn't what it used to be." He mocked, "Fighting like this is really no good. We should just talk." Yua angrily pulled his hand back. Nako shook his hand lightly. "I also came here to talk about this matter." He smiled excitedly. "Your power will gradually be wiped out by the police, so if you follow under me, I'll let you live in peace." Nako reached his hand forward. "You and I have known each other for many years, haven't we? So just say what you need to say." Yua gnashed his teeth and cursed, "Bastard." He replied without much goodwill, "You used to be just one of my underlings. Now you have a bit of real power and you come back to bite your master. Do you think I don't have enough strength to fight the police?" Nako sighed with contempt. "Don't think things are that simple." He continued, "As of now." The more he spoke, the more Nako grew excited. "If you don't surrender, then the months will be eliminated by us one by one. I wonder what your face will look like then." Yua was not to be outdone and replied, "The months, so what? In the past they were always replaced whenever one was killed." Nako exposed the truth. "That was in the past, now it is different. You don't have the strength left to replace them." Yua coldly said, "Crane, you are too impatient." He glared, "What you want is far too much for what you can actually do. Don't think you are above me. This is only the opening act of the war." Nako quickly replied, "I am different now. I no longer want to be under anyone. I will rise up and control this entire game." Then he stood up, "Today I have said everything I needed, Buddha. Just wait and see. The police will soon launch a full assault on you." Nako stepped to the door. Before leaving, he threw back a few words. "The coming battle. I am really looking forward to it." Yua tried to stay calm as he watched the door slowly close. At the same time, Kyungsu was training with his teammates. Jeonghee was getting repeatedly punched in the face. He flung her aside and immediately rushed towards Seonghyun. Seonghyun tried to reach out to grab him, but Kyungsu's swift body brushed right past him. In an instant, he kneed Seonghyun straight in the face. Hee-jun tried to sneak attack him from behind, but Kyungsu's speed was faster than light. He struck directly at the boy's neck. With just a few moves, he knocked all three of them down. Suddenly, Kyungsu's emotions sank. He thought back to that Hollow Mountain guy. He remembered the time in the dark room. He had blocked the man's slash with a small knife, frowning at the sheer strength of it. Then both of them stepped back at the same time. Kyungsu spoke up, "Hey you." His eyes brimmed with killing intent, bluntly questioning, "You're hiding your true strength, aren't you? Do you think I'm not enough to be your opponent?" Hollow Mountain didn't hurry to answer. He tossed his sword toward Kyungsu, ordering him to take it. He said with disdain, "Use this." Kyungsu cursed furiously, "Bastard." Then he snatched the sword and swung it back, preparing to unleash a strike. Kyungsu slashed once, cutting everything in front of him in half. His eyes showed surprise as he looked forward. Hollow Mountain, who had been right in front of him, had vanished like thin air. His voice came from somewhere else, just as you said. He still looked calm, as if this wasn't even close to Kyungsu's full power. He continued, "One day the two of us will need to fight with all our strength in a death match. I look forward to that." Kyungsu stayed silent and gave no reply. Back to the present, Kyungsu was still bitter. That bastard never thought he would be that strong. He sank into thought, next time I won't let him escape. At this moment, his three teammates scrambled to get up. Suddenly a curse rang out, "You evil bastard." Everyone turned toward the voice, "You hurt my brother." Kyungsu focused his gaze. The veins on National Flower's arms and legs bulged. He sat on the roof of the rest area. He threatened, "My strength is great and like that man, but today you will die." Joey cried out in panic. "Who is he?" He coldly replied, "Come here." He challenged, "Do you want to end up crippled like your brother?" National Flower jumped down and said, "I saw the wound you gave my brother. It looks quite similar to what the assassin Bai Guang once used." He recalled and described the slash, thin and shaped like a willow leaf. Kyungsu calmly said, "You mean your brother Black Lespedeza is dead?" He retorted, "No way." He asked further, "Then he is alive?" He answered, "Yes, but I came here today to fight you first." His hair covered half his face as he asked, "Then tell me who you are." He guessed, a disciple of Bai Guang. Kyungsu directly admitted, "I am Bai Guang." His three teammates were confused and said in unison, "What are you two talking about?" National Flower couldn't believe it. "What did you say?" He remained calm, repeating the words, "I already told you." Suddenly he lunged forward, "No matter who you are." He swung a kick straight at him and said, "You still cannot escape death." Inyu was meeting with his subordinates. Orchid analyzed, looking at the wound of Black Lespedeza compared to the wound caused by Bai Guang II on Bai Guang I. We see the two wounds are quite similar. Everyone listened in silence. Yua spoke, so it was him. He repeated the ghostly name Bai Guang. Remembering the man's face, he couldn't hold back his anger and gnashed his teeth, cursing, "Kim Kyungsu, what on earth is that bastard's true identity?" Yua spoke coldly, "Hollow Mountain." He obediently answered, "Yes." He asked Kim Kyungsu, "What is your assessment of that man?" He replied seriously, "He is quite strong. I can say he is an opponent whose strength I admit surpasses mine." He then called someone else, Chrysanthemum. "How is the surgery for Black Lespedeza going?" The boy answered, "As you ordered, sir." He cast his eyes aside. On the other side, Chrysanthemum looked at National Flower, who was staring at him with killing intent. His gaze was full of hidden meaning, as if he wanted to say something. Chrysanthemum finally spoke, "Everything went well, rest assured, sir. He will recover soon." Yua nodded and replied, "Good, then there's no need to choose another month for." Chrysanthemum arranged a private talk outside with National Flower. Chrysanthemum said, "It will take 3 months for him to recover." He continued, "So be prepared yourself. This time you owe me a favor." Then he turned away. "Got it right," the man replied, "Thanks." He looked up at the sky and cursed silently, "Kim Kyungsu, that bastard." Back to the battle, National Flower charged at Kyungsu full of killing intent. He swung a kick, but Kyungsu quickly dodged. Yet his agile body turned around in time. National Flower used his other leg to deliver another kick. This time Kyungsu couldn't avoid it and had to raise his arm to block. The strong impact forced both of them to stagger backward. Kyungsu asked, "So you seem to be the brother of Black Lespedeza, huh?" He continued, "You seem a lot like Hollow Mountain. Sometimes I don't even understand what you guys are doing. Though you can't defeat me, you still keep charging in." He advised, "Why not spend that time training instead? Of course, with hard work you will get stronger." Kyungsu threatened, "Since you showed up here so soon, are you looking for death?" National Flower said, "Before coming to find you, I went to talk with Hollow Mountain." He recalled that moment. Just as he was about to leave, Hollow Mountain called out, "White Lespedeza, you're going to meet that cop, huh?" He answered yes. The man continued, "Hey." He reminded, "Be careful, he's not ordinary either." Hollow Mountain ordered, "But if you defeat him, don't finish him off, because he's my prey. If you kill him, then I'll kill your brother." National Flower said coldly. Hollow Mountain, you're rating yourself a bit too high, he replied. Maybe so. Hollow Mountain continued, at least you look more capable than your younger brother. Kyungsu cut in, so you think you're capable and risked your life coming here, aren't you afraid of dying? He added, before looking for an opponent you should think carefully. Hollow Mountain still owes me a life. Kyungsu admitted that even if he said you are stronger than your brother. He analyzed with a mocking tone, maybe true physically, but in terms of brains both of you are equally dumb. He continued, I just have to be blunt, I don't understand how you brothers could even hold the position of a month in National Flower. Kyungsu spoke casually, this is Buddha's mistake that will soon lead to his downfall. You say my brother and I are stupid, you're wrong. National Flower growled, to get this far my brother and I worked hard. He replied coldly, effort is something anyone can do. He continued, you understand that, don't you? Kyungsu reminded, with effort alone many things still can't be achieved. He answered, say whatever you want, I won't take your words to heart. He mocked, looks like you're scared. He recalled the past battle and said, I've already experienced your brother's strength in the previous fight. You really are stronger than your younger brother. National Flower tried to reach up to his older brother above, he sneered, but compared to me the gap is still huge. He arrogantly said, today coming here to take me on was a big mistake. If you wanted a chance you should have waited for your brother to recover and then come, but he retorted, no way. He continued, it won't be me or Hollow Mountain who finishes you. Then he growled, it will be my younger brother. Kyungsu was in disbelief. What did you just say? He insisted, that's what I believe. He affirmed, I will still believe my brother will recover and defeat you. He shouted angrily, then why the hell did you come here today? Suddenly he leapt up, aiming a kick at his face, a little anger for my brother. Kyungsu couldn't dodge in time and could only block with his arms. National Flower pressed harder, forcing Kyungsu to fall to the ground. His teammates worriedly tried to run over Captain, but he growled, don't come here. He stood above looking down and gritted, seeing my brother wounded like that I can't just sit still. He replied, good. He asked with slight amusement, so you came here to vent for your brother? He calmly answered, yes. He said, then consider this a duel. Kyungsu said coldly, but since you came here then let's make this a real fight. He continued, however later when you want to finish me it will be harder, by then I'll be much stronger. National Flower said, don't worry, by then my brother will defeat you. He suddenly lunged forward, but since you came here today. He added, since you attacked first, I won't let you go back alive. His eyes widened in alarm. National Flower shouted, ghost by Guang. Somehow he was already behind him. You must have a wrong impression of me. He kicked hard into his waist. National Flower hissed through his teeth, today I will spare your life. Kyungsu gritted his teeth in pain. He forced himself to stand, exhaling heavily. He smirked and said, I really was careless. National Flower shifted back into battle stance. In the temple you were called Orchid, he answered, yes. He said, gather the others, it's time for us to choose the next Bai Guang. Kyungsu charged forward at such speed, even his hair stood upright. National Flower caught his movement and kicked toward him, but luckily he dodged. Leaves scattered along the line of attack. Kyungsu dropped low and kicked at his supporting leg. But his kick had no effect at all, the man still stood firm. Kyungsu muttered in disbelief, tough as a rock. He looked up in surprise. In front of him now was a massive foot raised high, and in just an instant, he was kicked and sent flying far back. Luckily, he still managed to stand after that kick. Kyungsu gave T-Letter-1EF1 Hoa some praise. Not bad. Clearly, he hasn't even gone all out yet. But thanks to you, the feeling I once had has returned. He dusted off his sleeve to T-Letter-1EF1 Hoa's astonishment. Annoyed by his attitude, the man's knee shot toward his face, but Kyungsu dodged. Don't get too cocky. Even so, his cheek was still scratched a bit. Though he talked tough, Black Lespedeza also felt this opponent was tricky, but in this fight he was indeed showing his full strength. Kyungsu dodged T-Letter-1EF1 Hoa's straight kick. Then he swung his fist from behind and punched toward him, but the man easily slipped aside and countered with a direct kick to Kyungsu's face. Everyone watching held their breath. Kyungsu jumped back to keep some distance from his opponent. National Flower got angry. Kyungsu also started feeling excited fighting him. Good, indeed, to get stronger you need to face real opponents, but he looked up with a dangerous face. If you haven't gone all out yet, then be careful. This is what I realized fighting both you brothers. T-Letter-1EF1 Hoa closed his eyes, listening to every word. He could feel it. After only a short clash, he already sensed the pressure his opponent exerted on him. Kyungsu easily landed a punch in T-Letter-1EF1 Hoa's stomach, leaving him very surprised. He felt this was the first time he faced such a difficult opponent. Oh. Kyungsu exclaimed, your upper body is just as solid as your brother's. He thought to himself, but honestly this older brother's strength was already far above the younger one. Right now I have the chance to face them one by one, so I cannot let him escape from here. National Flower looked at the scene before him. Then a memory surfaced in his mind. A voice rang out that was Black National Flower. I'm fine, brother, lying on the bed, his whole body drenched in syrup. I can still survive and come back. Those were his promised words to his older brother. Wait for me to recover, then we'll go find him together. The man stood silently by his younger brother, sickbed. Those memories left him with no will to fight anymore. He demanded, all right, stop, I have to go. But Kyung-soo thought he was trying to flee. You want to run away, why leave in the middle of a fight? Those words made him uneasy. Of 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. He turned and bolted, with some excuse in mind. Kyung-soo didn't allow T-letter 1EF1 Hoa to escape that easily. He chased right after him, you bastard. National Flower ran ahead. Kyung-soo followed right behind. The scenery flashed by their eyes. They reached a road lined with rows of golden autumn trees. Kyung-soo panted heavily. Looking around, there was no one else left but himself. T-letter 1EF1 Hoa in another place breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, I got lucky this time. He looked up at the clear blue sky and realized that Guy was much stronger than he thought. If I fell here today, what would become of my brother? He told himself that if it were his brother, he would surely do the same. Of course, that must be so. At that moment, Hong Jun was shocked. He read the paper and was left speechless. In his hand was the document Kim Nako had provided, recording everything about months 3, 6, and 9. Month 3, Cherry Blossom, a girl performing on stage with her instrument. She was the singer Siwa. Month 6, Peony, a girl sitting and playing happily with her beaked dog. She cheerfully exclaimed, that's right. Good puppy, your beast tamer Hyan Rangwa. Month 9, Chrysanthemum, a group of doctors walked in. The man in the middle here was Dr. Yang Bikwa. Hong Jun read through all the documents about these people. All of them were talents in their own fields. He put the stack of papers down on the table, not understanding why they followed Buddha. At the Temple of National Flower, the master there spread his teachings to a group later. You will be the new forces, the main strength of mine. Pine II, Phoenix III, Bai Guang III. Yuwa stood tall before them, hoping they would unleash all their power. They revered him as Buddha and obeyed his orders. Yes, Buddha. Meanwhile, from behind, Kim Kyung-soo's group suddenly heard someone call him Kim Kyung-soo. Jeong-hee, with a slightly puzzled face, asked him, are you really the Kyung-soo we know? Her face clearly showed embarrassment. Kyung-soo stared blankly at them for a while. Hearing his name called, he turned back. Why suddenly is everyone asking this? He looked at those who called him. Isn't that obvious? Just now you told that guy you were Bai Guang. What was that about? And your actions were like you had known him for a long time already. Jeong-hee looked at him in confusion. Hearing her words, Kyung-soo showed no reaction. He still looked at them with an expressionless gaze. Ever since you woke up in the hospital, I always felt you were a bit unusual. She worriedly asked Kyung-soo what exactly happened to you. Hearing her rambling, he gave them a dead fish stare, not understanding what everyone was thinking. Instead of wasting time asking, go train, you should follow those two. They didn't ask anything right. Seeing Kyung-soo mention them, Heejun and Seong-hyun both shouted, but we also want to ask. Seong-hyun looked at him with worried eyes. We doubt if you are really Kyung-soo, Heejun added. He heard that and sank into silence without replying. Inside the police office, Hong Jun sternly asked Kyung-soo, so Maple Leaf is dead. Wearing his police uniform, he stayed quiet for a moment, then replied, that's right. Kyung-soo carefully added, and how do you feel? That's the man who killed your wife. Hong Jun calmly replied, of course I am very glad. Hong Jun recalled the case. Buddha had orchestrated everything. Those people were his victims. And then those victims became perpetrators causing this. In the end, Maple Leaf was only one of his puppets. We must catch that man and make him face the law. We must put an end to his evil deeds. Maple Leaf, as he said, was going to surrender, so it seems Pine did this to cut off any ties to him. Hong Jun spoke while handing over a folder. These are the documents he gave me about the upcoming missions. Kyung-soo picked up the folder and examined it carefully. His plans against Buddha are decent, but this looks like just the surface. Inside, it's impossible to know what he's really thinking, he replied. That's true. Looking at 2 cards, he began to analyze. From the looks of it, you've already faced the Lespedeza brothers and Hollow Mountain. Have you met months 2 and 5 yet? He replied seriously, I haven't met month 2. As for month 5, I've encountered him many times already. Kyung-soo recalled his meetings with Orchid and told Hong Jun that bastard always follows Buddha. Every time I went to National Flower's temple, it was like running into him again. That's why, Hong Jun said. Of course, during this time, we will ally with Pine to deal with Buddha. Hearing this, Kyung-soo was quite surprised, then calmed down. No choice. Seeing his surprise at the decision, he reassured him, it's fine, after all he's still a cop, as long as we share a common enemy. Working together will be a bit difficult, but we'll manage. With both sides fighting Buddha, we'll have a much bigger advantage. Remembering something, Hong Jun asked Kyung-soo, do you have any news about Black Lespedeza after his defeat? He answered, I already met his brother. And another thing, my teammates are now questioning who I really am. Hearing this, Hong Jun wasn't too surprised. That's not strange. If they're only asking now, then they really haven't been observant at all. But what did you tell them? Hearing this, he hesitated. Well, seeing Kyung-soo stammer, he continued, even if you told them the truth, they might not believe you, so why bother saying it? Kyung-soo was disgruntled. Of course, that's up to you, Hong Jun replied. But if teammates trust one another, they'll be glad and will fight for you wholeheartedly later. Relationships between people require trust, especially in our line of work. Hearing Hong Jun's words, he remained silent, lost in thought. Bai Guang then followed Hong Jun's advice and told his teammates everything about his past. Hearing his explanation, they were quite surprised. After that, his teammates. That really must be the aftereffects of being hospitalized from that beating. Poor guy. What are you even saying, Kyung-soo? Heejun and Seonghyun cried in sympathy for him. Of course they didn't believe him. Jonghyun worriedly asked him, you suffered quite a serious head injury, didn't you? Maybe go get checked at the hospital again. Let us take you there. Just listen to us. Heejun said, though your story sounds very entertaining, it can't be true, Kyung-soo, right? If you have anything troubling you, then tell us. Seonghyun chimed in, I'm only troubled by your weak strength, Kyung-soo replied. Hearing his words made them whisper to each other that they had to send him to the hospital. Keeping him like this was not okay. He looked at the scene, not knowing how to stop them. What a headache. Kyung-soo just stood there watching them talk. Finally, he concluded, I already told you everything. Think whatever you want. His words surprised them. Why would you say that? And why did those other guys show up here? Seeing this, he explained, we need to practice pair training with them. To prepare for dangerous missions ahead, we must train harder. We need to fight as if it's real. Jang-wook glared at them, carrying an invisible pressure. The three of them instinctively trembled. What? Park Jung-ho and Lee Seonghyun looked at their opponents and mocked. You look kind of funny. Seonghyun nervously replied, hello. Choi Sang-ho and Hwang Heejun. Sang-ho groaned, unwilling to look at Heejun. I don't want to get too close to men. Cha-yeon, Kim Ah-hyung and Jo Jeong-hee. Jeong-hee pointed at herself, confused. Why am I paired with these two? Because you're the weakest, Kyung-soo calmly replied. Kim Kyung-soo and Bayan Jang-wook. He looked at his opponent seriously, asking for his support. Jang-wook puffed a cigarette and said, fighting in pairs like this, will it be okay? I don't mind, Kyung-soo answered. But after facing the Lespedeza brothers, I realized my strength is still lacking. I need to train more. Jang-wook explained, no, I mean, pairing with you like this, do you think I'll be okay? Everyone already knows your strength. I just don't want to end up in the hospital. Hearing him complain like that, he gave up with a sigh. All right, then I'll go easy on you. Thank you very much, Jang-wook happily replied. The three from Kyung-soo's group turned in fear as if they still couldn't believe it. They asked, so we're going to fight like it's real? At that time, Chief Senior Officer Hong Jun, he had already sent confirmation that he would cooperate with us. All right, hearing that, he replied. Then how will our next plan proceed? Everything is as expected, the secretary quickly answered. But for the long-term plan to deal with Buddha, how do you intend to carry it out, sir? Nako slowly replied, we can't bring him down yet. Hong Jun is rigid and suspicious. Of course, once this mission against Buddha is complete, he will immediately turn back and oppose us. Officer Lee questioned, then how can the two sides cooperate? He said, it's fine. Naturally, there will be variables in what we do, and such variables I can fully control. After eliminating Buddha, no one will be able to touch my power again. He laughed wickedly. Of course, this must be done carefully, but I have already prepared well for this. The epaulets and the police badge gleamed brightly. A reporter holding a tablet spoke up, Sir Congressman. Was your statement at that time the truth or not? I think it may be sensitive to some, he asked. All right, just publish it, Young replied. I'll repeat it once more so you understand, Chief Kim Nako. He is a corrupted police officer, said Congressman Hong Hwang. Right after, Nako cheerfully said, thank you everyone for cooperating with me. Senior Officer Hong Jun, I'm very grateful for what you've done, so what is the specific plan? Jun calmly asked. He casually replied, all right, since we're cooperating, I'll share everything, but first we need to understand the forces we each control. He refused, I don't want to know about that. Nako still cheerfully carried on, hey, why do you say that? I always want to know what you think and how you act in this mission. Just get to the point and stop beating around the bush, Jun said irritably. He squinted his eyes with a smile. I want to ask you what your dream is, Senior Officer Hong Jun. He looked back indifferently. I already told you. I don't want to share or learn about each other. Nako suddenly stepped closer, his voice lowering. As for me, I want to become the President of the Republic of Korea. Jun was surprised by those words. President, Nako admitted. That's right, though the road to that is very difficult. If I were still Butta's subordinate, then maybe that road would be more open. Butta with his power could help me reach that seat. But I've always been conscious that I'm a policeman moreover. Butta is just a pawn of mine on this chessboard. Now I've completely ended my ties with Butta. If I can become president, then I'll turn this country into a wonderful one. Jun said quietly. Interesting, a president who is a criminal, holding the biggest crime syndicate in the country. Nothing more needs to be said. Nako was surprised to hear that in the past. To get rid of the notorious masked criminal, I had to join hands with Butta to make it happen. Since then, I've received a lot of valuable information from Butta about large-scale crime organizations. Thanks to that, I destroyed them. Now everything has narrowed down to only Butta. It's time to eliminate him. Honestly, you're the same as me. To reach your goal, you sell yourself to the devil if you had to, so as you say. Jun sneered. Then you're the devil yourself. That I do not deny, Nako replied with wide eyes. The day the mission to destroy Butta's forces begins is the day I will announce my candidacy for president. Then I will reveal all the crimes Butta and his subordinates have committed. Now do you understand? Join me to destroy them all. Jun was silent, then said, although I too want to eradicate all evil. But I will not follow your words. We will not kill all the months unless it is necessary. Instead, we will try to persuade them to surrender. As for Butta, and you too, later you will have to face the court's judgment for what you have done. Nako just laughed loudly at that. He looked straight into Hong Jun's eyes. After the leaf-sweeping mission, I see you've grown much bolder. Now that you dare slap me in the face with words like that, it feels rather odd hearing that he affirmed what I say I will do. Because in my hand I have a secret card neither you nor Butta would ever expect. Nako guessed. So you mean that card is Kim Kyung-soo, right? If it's him, then everyone already knows. Hearing that he wasn't scared at all but confidently said, even if they know, so what? In the end, good will triumph over evil. This game I will definitely win. Seeing that confident look, he burst out laughing. Good, that's the kind of person I want to cooperate with. Anyway, for now, we're standing on the same battlefield, so let's help each other. Later on, you'll have to handle your own matters. First, master what you already have and use it well when this mission begins. That's also when I'll run for election. Now let's both watch this game. In the end, who will be the master? Jun stood up, turned back, and said to Nako, there's something I want to say, though I may step into evil. There is always a difference between you and me. Do you know what it is? You act for that grand dream of yours. To achieve it, you may even become one of them. But I am different. I am not like you. There is still a year and a half until election day. During that time, everything will be prepared thoroughly, each person training and readying themselves with their best. Outside in the training yard, Jungho was pounding Seonghyun, making him groan non-stop. Let's take a break. Hearing that, he shouted angrily, hey, don't be lazy. Laziness is death. On Heejun's side, things weren't better. A man must train hard in offense. Ah, geez. Meanwhile, Cha Yeon was chasing the two, running with him relentlessly. Why are you chasing me? A loud crash echoed. Gyeongsu and Jangwook were fighting seriously. At Hoaguk Temple, Hollow Mountain looked down from above. So these kids are the new Bai Gwang candidates, huh? In front of him were three people wearing masks. Hollow Mountain's expression darkened. Test their strength first. Sarah shot out from inside a room. Guk Yi-hwa threw two strange men into the room. Toss a few more in their brother. The men screamed in fear. Oh no. The one inside turned around with a mouth full of syrup. He stared at the two men with a frightening gaze. Thanks a lot. Just like that, 6 months had already passed. It was time. Nako looked up with a menacing gaze. He told Officer Lee, prepare for the press conference now. She immediately reported back, Chief. According to investigations, the rate of voters supporting new candidates has increased. This could be said to be the perfect term for you to run. But if you announce too soon, then many forces will point their attacks at you. Hearing that, he ignored it, confidently saying, it's fine anyway. As long as I capture Butta and eliminate the forces of Hoaguk Temple, then I'll already have huge support. If I delay this, it may not end well. After all, we don't really know what Hoaguk Temple has prepared for this battle. What we must do is follow the set plan properly. I've calculated everything already. Officer Lee lightly objected. However, on the battlefield, Congresswoman Hong Hweyoung has already gained quite a lot of support from many sides. She has openly opposed you. That's true. Everything I declare or do, that woman opposes and wants to reverse. But it all comes down to two benefits anyway, so if there's enough benefit, other forces will switch to support me. The truth is, as long as I succeed in this mission, I've practically already won this game. Nako smiled confidently. Let's go. At the press conference afterwards, he stood among reporters and spoke boldly. It has been 5 years since I took this position as chief. There are many things I've accomplished, but also some regrets. Unfortunately, my appointed term is almost up. During this time, I can proudly say I have eliminated many major criminal organizations. Suddenly, Nako spoke loudly. During this term, I will wipe out that criminal organization and restore peace for the people. I, Chief Kim Nako, declare I will do my utmost for that noble mission. Along with this, I will also run for president, he said with a smile as if he were already the winner. It was a declaration of war against Buddha. Jun, hearing that, only said softly, so it has begun. On Buddha's side, hearing that declaration, he only remained silent. Suddenly he raised his voice. Orchid, the one behind, answered, yes sir. He ordered with a fierce face, tell the months to prepare well. Afterwards, Nako concluded his speech. Everyone please follow my journey to eliminate evil. The mission begins. Nako announced sternly, attention everyone. He turned on the projector and said, now I will announce which month each of you will be responsible for. The screen immediately showed her picture, March Cherry Blossom Choi Hoon. He looked and already felt uninterested. She didn't seem that special at all. Then the screen switched to another, June Peony Shin Sohee. Seeing her, Sohee laughed excitedly and turned to ask him, she looks a bit crazy doesn't she? Are you interested in swapping opponents with me? Next he revealed another picture, September Chrysanthemum Jin Myungwon. He calmly judged the guy. Doesn't he understand the doctor's virtue is to save people, but he goes around harming them. Nako continued to unfold the plan clearly so everyone could follow easily. Alright, once the months are eliminated, we will focus on Buddha's other protectors. The image of Yuwa immediately appeared. After Buddha's subordinates are wiped out, I will hold a press conference to denounce his actions. The screen then showed another picture. At that time, all forces will focus on attacking Hoaguk Temple. He laughed smugly like that. Finally, no one will know about my past ties with Buddha. Suddenly a voice rang out, Chief. Choi Hoon approached him and asked curiously, will Bayan Jangwook's team also take part in this mission? He explained to Choi Hoon, yes. For Nako, the most important thing now is to start executing the plan. The rest can wait. The immediate goal is to eliminate Buddha first, so both sides should get along. Let's put the past aside and settle it later. He nodded, I understand. Suddenly, the door burst open, making everyone turn their heads. It was Officer Lee. She looked anxious and said, Chief, I have something to report to you. She quickly reported, Congresswoman Hong Hweyoung has reached out, sir. Nako wasn't very surprised and only answered flatly, oh, what is that woman planning now? But he was in no hurry to meet her. Nako told her, I am busy now, tell her to contact me later. Officer Lee hesitated a little. She tried to persuade him, it seems quite serious, sir. I think you should contact her right away. He still acted indifferent. Oh, is that so? She asked directly, is the last mission you carried out related to Hoaguk Temple? She asked about that, sir, her face already showing clear fear. Nako froze on the spot. He said nothing, only stared wide-eyed at her. Right after that, he hurriedly called her back. What? Hweyoung smiled slyly. Ah. Then she gave a fake smile and said, I am very glad to speak with you, Chief. Hweyoung spoke sweetly, thank you, even though you are so busy you still contacted me. He didn't want to waste words, urging her, alright, don't beat around the bush, get straight to the point. Immediately she turned serious again and said, what I need to say I already mentioned. Hweyoung asked him, the last mission you need to perform, is it related to Hoaguk Temple? I contacted you because I was curious about that. Nako didn't answer, he only stared at her. He looked at her and couldn't help thinking, so it seems she knows something, that's why she contacted me like this. Nako began to suspect, maybe Hong Jun said something, but it didn't seem like that. So he chose to play dumb. Alright, I don't understand what you're saying, she sneered. Oh really, so I misunderstood you then. Nako glared at her with hatred. Indeed, looking at this woman, I already wanted to get rid of her. Hong Hweyoung, she rose from being a lawyer to a respected member of parliament. She always focuses on the weaknesses of her opponents and strikes hard at them. Moreover, her specialty is eloquence and rallying people to her side. He tried to think of ways to deal with Hweyoung, so he needed to be careful not to reveal any weaknesses. He had to end this conversation quickly. Nako kept pretending to be clueless so she couldn't dig out any more information. What you're saying I don't understand, but surely what you heard about me being linked to Hoaguk Temple is not true. She laughed mockingly, is that so? Hweyoung already had secret information, so she easily grabbed his weakness. But this is information I directly got from someone related to you. How could it be wrong? He was left speechless. What do you mean? She laughed slyly. Exactly that. She immediately pointed out who had given her this information. The one I am talking about is Buddha. He told me that. He said you are aiming at him. You want to target Hoa Guk Temple. He quickly regained his composure and replied, "Ah, I see." Suddenly he burst out laughing. Then Nako smiled wickedly and said, no hesitation and even turning the question back, "Now I understand, so you are Plum Blossom, huh?" Huang softly called him Pine. She leaned closer to the screen and warned sharply, "This is Buddha's message to you. Don't act so arrogantly, do you understand?" Yet he showed no fear at all, his face still calm as he listened to Huang. "Stay quietly in your place, then no one will touch you." She glared and asked, "What will your answer be?" He no longer pretended, in an instant tearing off that foolish mask. "All right, since you said so, I will give you a proper answer." So Nako bluntly demanded, "Join my side, Plum Blossom." He chuckled and said, "Now I know your identity. The doubts I had before about you are now answered." Huang listened seriously just to let him ramble on. Her involvement with the underworld or her constant opposition to him, he decided to let slide. He insisted again, "Join me and together we can defeat Buddha." She couldn't stand him anymore and cut in, "All the people," she spoke seriously, "must follow the law." Huang read out loud the legal codes: school law, road law, health, education. Everyone who has learned and has awareness must know this. Whatever role you play in society, you must do it well. Remembering the box from Yuhua, she slowly said, "Our role is to follow what Buddha says." His deep gaze haunted her mind, making her sternly remind him, "That is what I needed to say to you, Pine." Once again Huang asked him to confirm, "This is the last chance Buddha gives you. Think carefully, turning back is still possible. Do you understand?" But he still refused to comply. "I understand what you say, but I refuse." She no longer wanted to waste words with Nako. Then who is the one breaking the law? She pulled open her collar to show him the tattoo on her body. Huang's sharp eyes glared at him. "That one will face punishment." This conversation was only probing. The two still spoke through video, so it was not too tense. Nako calmly said, "Thank you for telling me your identity. Before I always suspected the information about Plum Blossom of Month 2. Now it is clear." She flashed a sly smile and warned him, "Of course, since you betrayed Buddha you are already on the elimination list, so you better be careful." He still did not realize the seriousness of the issue. Nako arrogantly replied, "Oh, I wonder who will eliminate who here." Suddenly Huang slowly said, "You forgot." Behind her stood a group of the organization's people. Each of them looked terrifying. Huang glared, "Are we assassins?" "Nothing is as easy as he imagines." Her faction was not small and even had a trump card. "The game has not been decided yet," she firmly declared. "Right now you are not in control, we are." Hollow Mountain cut in, "Persuasion has failed." As soon as she finished speaking his expression changed. Huang continued, "Hoa Guk Temple." Before executing the plan, she mercifully gave Nako a warning. "We will attack you." Nako burst into laughter and slowly said, "Probably." His eyes rolled white, looking terrifying, his tone dripping with mockery, "You must be crazy, right?" Huang snapped back angrily, "The crazy one is you." She reminded him, "Daring to betray Buddha means only death awaits." He cut in again. Nako sneered, "If you think you can kill me and still be fine, then you are mistaken." He confidently said, "If something happens to me, of course, the police headquarters will never let it go." His tone was full of warning. "When that happens, there will be many consequences, and of course, sacrificing yourself means Buddha will eliminate you first." He sternly threatened, "That is the undeniable truth. Even knowing the end, you still insist, huh?" She stammered, "Well, that's because." Huang answered, "It is simply my role in the organization. I will be loyal to the role assigned to me." She said tiredly, "All right, that's enough for today, Pine." He looked a bit stunned. Huang said plainly, "We will clash again many times," then ended the call, leaving him alone in his room. Suddenly there was a knock outside. "Commissioner." A female officer burst in anxiously to report outside. Outside there were already many intruders. It was the assault from Buddha's subordinates. On a calm moonlit night, Kim Nako. He could not stop laughing. He even exclaimed, "This is truly delightful." Was that a laugh of joy or fear? Either way. He amusingly praised himself. Good, he was still calm in the current situation. Nako schemed in his mind, now I have a way to eliminate that bastard Buddha. His tone was extremely calm, of course before that the months must be eliminated first. He lifted his face to the sky and said confidently, this final game will decide whether I am the winner or not. It depends on how I counter and respond to Buddha's strategies. Nako sneered, mumbling to himself, all right, let's see, come at me then. Hollow Mountain was already prepared for the upcoming battle. Huang spun atop, playing with it. She asked Young Chan, so the entrances have all been cleared, right? She frowned and ordered, next send in a few more assassins. He immediately obeyed. Yes, this man was the vice leader of the Poison Flower Society, Moon Young Chan. The signal was given, go in. They nodded in reply, yes ma'am. He turned to look at Huang. Those guys don't seem very strong, will it be all right, boss? Huang replied with satisfaction, all right. She said casually, they only have one role. Huang looked at the group ahead with disdain, pray nothing more. Young Chan burst out laughing, therefore in that role let's hope they can at least fulfill their responsibility and buy us some time, but attacking the police headquarters like this really is a bit troublesome. She said calmly, of course, our roles were already decided long ago. He said worriedly, attacking the police headquarters like this means they won't let us live in peace. Whether we succeed or fail, our fate is sealed, Huang said, therefore. She raised her eyebrow at Young Chan, are you afraid? Young Chan smiled and answered, not at all, I am determined, fighting alongside the chairwoman is my honor. Before crossing into the afterlife together, let's drag Pine along, that is his fate. Huang stepped forward and ordered him, let's go. Young Chan wondered, aren't you wearing a mask? She shook her head and replied, no need. At that moment the night sky was lit up by the glow of the full moon. A blade drenched in syrup gleamed like the whisper of the dark wind, marking a crime both silent and ever-present. A blade drenched in syrup gleamed like the whisper of the dark wind, marking a crime both silent and ever-present. Chrysanthemum was thrilled, cutting down enemies always made him happy. Suddenly a dog rushed at him from behind. But he simply turned and easily kicked the dog in the head. It yelped in pain, eyes watering, whining pitifully. It ran back crying to its owner, and Peony's voice rang out, oh, don't hit this little one. She crouched down to hug her beloved pup. Chrysanthemum recognized it was Peony's and reminded her, all right, be careful and watch them. Suddenly she noticed something, then spoke up. I am managing and controlling them just fine. Behind her, her pack of guard dogs was tearing people apart. A few police officers rushed out aiming their guns at them. But they were swiftly taken down by Hollow Mountain's simple moves. Those officers ended up as snacks for the vicious dogs as well. Only one man was left, still struggling to hold out. Just a second ago he was still with his gun. The next second he vanished completely. Hollow Mountain leapt nimbly into the air, twisting mid-flight. After a skilled somersault he landed, basking in his own success. Bird gave him praise, truly impressive. The officers who had stepped up were all completely wiped out. They moved on, the first floor was done. At this time, Kim Nako's situation, he asked the hooded crane team, so how are we dealing with those intruders? Choi Hoon replied, yes, those intruders are assassins sent by Hwaguk Temple. He gave a cold order, get rid of those troublesome pests quickly. So he raised her hand to give an opinion. She eagerly asked, can we use weapons? Nako glared then nodded yes. He reminded them, put on silencers. Nako confidently said, once this is done we head to Hwaguk Temple to hunt down that Buddha. He commanded, let's go. Nako spoke with ambition, show them what real power is. All three replied, yes sir, hooded crane team moving. Gunfire thundered non-stop, countless shots echoed through the police station. The gun slowly revealed itself, the shooters inside the station were. All four cold-blooded killers fired, mowing people down until bodies lay flat. Moon month. Hollow Mountain's eyes bulged, looking ferocious. Once guns were used, every member of Hwaguk Temple became far more dangerous. Nako, in another room, observed everything. Of course, Kim Nako knew what was happening. In front of him was the screen showing the battlefield. The situation grew tense, and the gunfight between the two sides held countless unpredictable turns. Kim Nako let it play out, hoping the police would at least wipe out some Hwaguk temple members before Hooded Crane clashed with the months. More mysteries unraveled tied with looming danger, but Kim Nako never expected that this variable would be blocked by a card he had never foreseen. The air fell into a terrifying silence, that was. At this moment the police station was chaos, 2 officers crouched behind a wall to dodge the enemy's rain of bullets. Not only that, Bai Guang III was rampaging wildly. One of the 2 officers shouted, "The enemy is advancing." He clenched his teeth and muttered, "Take them down." But before he could finish, that officer took a fatal bullet. Pine II and Phoenix III teamed up, crouching on opposite sides of the wall. The 2 exchanged a look that said, "Good support." Suddenly something rushed in like the wind. In just a blink she had neatly sliced off the head of the last officer. Finished, Bai Guang III coldly declared with a remark, "Done, the months really do coordinate far too well." Nako stayed in that posture from start to finish, eyes fixed on the screen. After seeing the months fight, he was truly shocked. Watching it all unfold, his face finally showed worry. Not good, their teamwork is too strong. Then at a press conference with Sohee, Choi Hoon and Myungwon present, Nako roared, "Even though the months are all monsters." He spoke triumphantly, "Our team still has a chance of victory." To further boost his men's morale, Nako emphasized that one of the Lespedeza brothers was injured. The 3rd and 8th months were newly formed and lacked experience. He slyly revealed his thoughts, "The months don't trust each other, and if you fight to the death without trust you only end in failure." On the other side, the months were also seriously preparing, each assigned a role for this critical mission, this battle. Plum Blossom now stood before the crowd and directly assigned, "This time I will act as commander to assassinate Chief Kim Nako." She then laid out demands and training strategies. "To ensure success, I will drill everyone to fight as a team with perfect coordination." But Cherry Blossom and Chrysanthemum protested, "Fight as a team, no thanks." She explained in detail, "I've always fought alone, this won't suit me at all." Plum Blossom was surprised at that statement and repeated, "Alone." Still, she quickly showed authority, "I am commanding here, so obey me, no resistance, this mission cannot fail." He kept listening, and though he disliked it, "You must fight together, understood, consider this mission's side task, whoever takes down Pine will be rewarded." He nodded reluctantly, "Fine." Suddenly Hollow Mountain stepped forward to represent the group, "Then we need better training together to fight smoothly." But Plum Blossom. He faced her and challenged, "Do you really think you can command this operation?" Not stopping there, Hollow Mountain leaned close and whispered, "Show us your true strength, we only want the best to lead." Cornered, Plum Blossom shouted to catch the attention of all the months, "Stop the noise." She even ripped off her angry mask and barked, "Silence." Seeing her real face, the others were stunned. "That's Congresswoman Hong Hweyoung," she ordered, "Everyone listen to me." At this point Plum Blossom had to reveal the reason. "This is the duty Buddha gave me." The months stopped arguing, "The mission must succeed without fail. You think I'm not strong, that will be proven on the battlefield, but I became a congresswoman, my calculating mind is not simple." She confidently declared, "I know better than anyone here how to win." Next, Plum Blossom mentioned her tactic, "In battle I won't wear a mask to show my resolve to kill Pine." Standing beneath heaven and earth, she spoke again, "I repeat." Plum Blossom tightened her face and growled loudly, "From now on everyone will fight under my command, that is the answer." After hearing these words he stopped nitpicking, "Fine, we will follow you." Then Hollow Mountain drew a gun and aimed it forward. That aim locked directly on Nako watching from his room. At that moment the screen suddenly lost signal. Thinking of her experience he muttered, "They fight as a team, how annoying," and the months seemed to have grown more united. Next Nako turned to call Officer Lee for a few matters. "Officer Lee, you have something," she respectfully replied, "Yes sir." Officer Lee was a bit shocked at his intent. "We will use rubber bullets just to wound them. I want them punished by the law, but let Hooded Crane waste their strength with real bullets." After saying that, Nako decided to wrap it up all right. He shifted focus to seeking reinforcements. "Now contact Hong Jun." The scene cut to another room. At this time he was already on the phone. He needed backup. Hong Jun ground his teeth. They attacked Pine's place. Hearing the news, he sighed deeply, truly unpredictable. On the other line, they kept asking for his opinion. So what now? Do we wait for him to die and then counterattack or rush to rescue? Hong Jun curtly replied, we must rescue. Cards representing the months appeared. If they take down Pine, then things will only get harder. The voice replied, we are ready, just waiting for orders. Hearing that, he felt some relief. Good. Kyung-soo on the other side pressed Hong Jun, so in his view we will join forces. He confidently added, then let's unite and crush them. We are eager for it already. Sang-ho, Jung-ho and the others leaned close, listening in. They will surely be defeated. Ending the call, Kyung-soo and the group moved inside. Back at Nako's office, her voice rang, Chief. Officer Lee now reported, they have agreed to support. He nodded. Nako staggered to his feet, clutching his back, sighing, tired. Indeed, I'm old now. But very quickly his face revealed its original malice. Now I will fight too. He believed in his victory. With the flower duel in hand, this round is mine. The scene shifted to each team, starting with the months. Then the second team, Hooded Crane. And finally Kyung-soo and his allies. There was even an image of Buddha. Nako was also present, and finally Hong Jun. Wrapping it up, Nako declared bluntly, we will win, and so the war had begun. Sent to Buddha, at dawn today, we began the strategy to eliminate Kim Nako. The left path was January, November, and December. The middle path was March and August. The right path was June and September. All members of the organization, after finishing off the police, gathered in one place to continue the fight. At present, everything was going smoothly, each step closer to the target. February Plum Blossom, commit to decisively dealing with Kim Nako. To show those who dare defy Buddha what punishment awaits them. The battle orders of Kim Nako. Currently, Hwaguk Temple forces have infiltrated police headquarters. Jin So-hee handled the left path. Jin Myung-won took the middle. Choi Hoon managed the right. I will fight at the weakest front, finishing the enemy quietly and decisively, with no outside interference allowed. Immediately after the battle ends, we will strike directly at Hwaguk Temple. Battle report from Bayan Jangwook, we have safely reached police headquarters. Kyung-soo was attacking the left path. Meanwhile, Jung-ho, Sang-ho, Lee Seong-hyun and Hwang Hee-jun held the middle. Sang-ho suddenly shouted, oh my god, look. Hee-jun complained, this stinks too much, master. Cha-yeon, Kim Ah-hyung and Jo Jeong-hee were behind, providing support on the right flank. In another scene, a guard was heavily injured. Shocked, the remaining ones froze, eyes wide as danger approached. Then they dashed forward like lightning to avenge their comrade. But not long after, Kyung-soo sent two of them straight to naked chicken heaven. In an instant, the rest shared the same fate. Kim Kyung-soo himself charged forward. I cannot control the situation. So I stayed in the central area to observe and be ready to assist whichever team was weakest. Oh, don't worry about Kim Kyung-soo, he's fine. Feeling the unease too, the trio Pine II, Bai Gwang III, and Phoenix III all turned back. Before their eyes was Kyung-soo, with a knife dripping with syro in his hand. Kyung-soo spoke up, the new Bai Gwangs. All three glared at him, so there's no problem then, right? Bai Gwang III questioned, you are Kim Kyung-soo, the ghost of Bai Gwang II. She bluntly said, we must capture Kim Kyung-soo alive, that is our order. He mocked back, oh really, then we've received the same orders. Kyung-soo grinned wickedly, I was also ordered to capture the months alive. Out of curiosity, he asked them something off topic, by the way you look young, what's the relationship between the three of you, childhood pals maybe? Bai Gwang III openly replied, though we now cooperate, before becoming months we were rivals fighting for it. She glared and growled, the position of Bai Gwang. Beside that, she also had a question, ghost of Bai Gwang II, I want to ask you something. She softly asked, what was the first Bai Gwang like? Kyung-soo was a bit surprised by the question, so he did not answer right away. Instead, he asked back, why do you want to know? Pine II lost patience and cut in, blah 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 blah, facing the enemy and still talking so much. I don't get how a chatterbox like you became Bai Gwang. He no longer wanted to waste words and quickly rushed at Kyung-soo. The other two just stood still. I'll catch him myself, Phoenix III reminded, but the captain said to work together. He snapped back, no need. With a scheming look, Pine II sneered, "I will handle him myself and take the credit before Buddha. That way Buddha will have to reconsider the position of Bai Guang." Kyongsu smugly replied, "Thanks to me the Bai Guang seat got moved to the top shelf, not sure if that's a blessing or a curse." Taking advantage of his distraction, Pine II threw a deadly punch to his face. But since he was prepared, Kyongsu quickly leaned back to dodge it. Then he kicked off backward to keep distance from Pine II. Kyongsu braced his hand on the ground, smirked and teased, "Nice long legs, huh?" He stood up firmly in guard stance, but before he could finish the sentence, the other swung a kick at him. Thanks to sharp reflexes, he blocked it. Being stopped, Pine II's leg trembled a bit. He stared wide-eyed at Kyongsu. "What?" Kyongsu pulled his leg back and mocked, "Legs too skinny, even a toothpick would sigh seeing that." Humiliated, he roared angrily, pulled his leg back and lunged to attack again. Kyongsu suddenly kicked him in the waist, so thin he could not react. Then he followed up with another lightning kick to his arm, also thin. Kyongsu kept striking like that, leaving him no chance to fight back. Long but useless, thickness is what matters. Meanwhile, Phoenix III and Bai Guang III just stood aside silently watching. Kyongsu scoffed, "Surrender already, you still don't see it in a duel, you are not my match." Pine II bent over in pain and gritted, "Don't say that." Then he threw his strongest punch with a grin, but Kyongsu still dodged it easily. Pine II shamelessly bragged, "I am the one praised by Buddha." Kyongsu drew his knife those words. He glared at him, "If you don't plan to surrender." Hearing that, he flinched. "Surrender to what?" Instantly, Kyongsu raised his blade and slashed him with a deadly strike, "Then die." The cut on Pine II's neck was so deep his blood sprayed everywhere. Kyongsu stepped closer to the other two. Bai Guang III frowned and asked, "Aren't you ordered to capture us alive? What about your orders?" He gave a sly smile, then cut her off, "Not necessarily capture alive at all costs." Then Kyongsu casually tossed his knife spinning in the air and explained, "It means capture alive if possible, huh?" He sternly asked, "So what now, do you surrender or not?" His brows furrowed, face full of killing intent as he pressed them, "Move, I won't ask a second time." On the long corridor, Kyongsu stood still, silently watching the two in front of him, Phoenix III and Bai Guang III. Hearing his demand, Phoenix III raised his hand to volunteer. He stepped forward on his own, to Bai Guang III's shock, "I will." Nodding once at him, Kyongsu shifted his gaze to Bai Guang III and asked, "What about you?" Thinking of Yua's cruel face, Bai Guang III shuddered. She hesitated and asked, "If I surrender, Buddha will punish me." "And if I don't surrender, then you will punish me, right?" Kyongsu admitted honestly, "Correct." Still, he understood her concern, so to ease her he added, "Don't worry about that bastard, I'll deal with him." Bai Guang III was silent for a few seconds, then asked, "Between you and Hollow Mountain, who is stronger?" Kyongsu was about to answer when he suddenly noticed Phoenix III making a suspicious move. Without hesitation, knife already in hand, he slashed swiftly, the blade grazing across Phoenix III's neck. It struck the main artery, making blood spray everywhere like someone popped a soda can. Turned out while Kyongsu was distracted by Bai Guang III, Phoenix III had secretly drawn a hidden gun from his coat pocket, intending to ambush him. Since that was the case, Kyongsu held nothing back, gripping his knife tightly. He hacked down mercilessly, more than a dozen strikes carving deep wounds from Phoenix III's neck down to his legs. Watching Phoenix III collapse on the cold floor covered in cuts like a broken doll, Kyongsu smirked, "Figures." It seemed he had completely lost faith in any of these enemies ever turning back. "How could you possibly surrender? You will die here too." Witnessing the fate of Phoenix III with her own eyes, if Bai Guang III said she wasn't afraid, it would be a lie, but she still forced herself to appear calm as she raised her hand and said, "Wait." Then she voiced the question she had been holding in ever since meeting Kyongsu. "I have something I want to ask you, if you really are Bai Guang II." The moment those words left her lips, then the first. Kyongsu suddenly lunged forward with his knife. At the first slash, though, Bai Guang III hadn't expected it. With her sharp reflexes, she still managed to bend back and dodge. But her spirit was inevitably shaken. Seeing her successfully dodge only made Kyungsu's bloodlust boil hotter. Facing his deadly knife skills, knowing she could never fight back barehanded, Bai Guang III decided to draw the small knife hidden in her sleeve. And so the close-quarters battle with blades began. Her counterattack did nothing to diminish Kyungsu's confidence. Instead, he flaunted his knife skills, spinning the blade in the air. Then he caught the handle with his free hand and stabbed straight toward Bai Guang III's face. Luckily, she managed to block with her own knife in time, or both her eerie mask and the face behind it would have been ruined. Her speed was enough to make even Kyungsu acknowledge, better than the others before. But Bai Guang III could find no joy in that. Instead of provoking him further, she firmly pleaded, "Please listen to me." His boot scraped the floor. Kyungsu spread his legs for balance and instantly knocked the knife from her hand. In that same moment, he coldly replied, "Even if I listen, it would just be a waste of time, wouldn't it?" Bai Guang III still hadn't recovered from losing her weapon. Her eyes widened as the knife once again pointed straight at her. Just a split second before the blade could touch her mask, she cried out, "I am the daughter of Bai Guang I." Sure enough, that one sentence made Kyungsu freeze in shock. What? Taking advantage of the moment, Bai Guang III turned her back and ran as fast as she could. Seeing that, Kyungsu gnashed his teeth and chased, "Where do you think you're going?" Just as his hand reached out, Bai Guang III also turned her head back to look. As a result, he accidentally grabbed her mask and tore it off. The face behind the mask was far from what Kyungsu had imagined, leaving him momentarily stunned. No one would have thought that Bai Guang III, also known as December, was actually a young girl with a rather pretty and tender face. Clearly unprepared for being unmasked so soon, she couldn't hide the tension on her face. For a moment the atmosphere grew heavy. Only after a few minutes did Kyungsu slowly speak, "You are nothing like Bai Guang III predicted." Kyungsu was so angry that veins bulged on his face, his jaw clenched tight. "Not a single resemblance, how dare you lie?" His reaction naturally terrified Bai Guang III, sweat pouring down. She knew she was in deep trouble. Realizing he was charging after her again, she knew she would surely die. Bai Guang III could only helplessly cry out with a mix of despair, "I'm telling the truth." Meanwhile, in another corridor, So he stood before an empty passage. She felt both surprised and uneasy. Why is there no one here? Elsewhere, the duo of Hollow Mountain and the first-generation Cherry Blossom were scouting the surroundings, except the first-generation Cherry Blossom was a bit noisy, constantly whining. She fanned herself with a hand fan and pouted, "My feet hurt, carry me." Seeing Hollow Mountain still silent and not sparing her a glance, the first-generation Cherry Blossom got annoyed and snapped, "Don't look down on me." Just then Hollow Mountain's steps suddenly stopped. Then he swiftly extended his arm toward his comrade. The first-generation Cherry Blossom, startled, asked, What is it?" But Hollow Mountain just hissed softly, reminding her to stay quiet. Following Hollow Mountain's cautious gaze, there was only a pitch-dark corridor at the corner opposite them. With just a glance, Myungwon already guessed their actions. Looking at the soldiers waiting with him, he couldn't help but sigh. Sharp instincts indeed. He recalled a conversation not long ago with Jangwook. Back then, Jangwook was holding up a figure card and mentioning August, Hollow Mountain. To put it briefly about Hollow Mountain, he confirmed that this man was Buddha's secret weapon. Next, based on his understanding of Hollow Mountain, Jangwook gave some remarks. The one considered the strongest is the first-generation Hollow Mountain, a guy who loved flaunting his strength. He crushed the months and the candidates for month. Because of this reason, it led to Buddha's dissatisfaction. He directly trained that child. Thanks to the harsh training, results came quickly. That child ended up defeating the first-generation Hollow Mountain. And then succession happened swiftly, becoming the second-generation Hollow Mountain. From that, Jangwook also pointed out the special trait of Hollow Mountain and Bai Guang II. They were directly trained by Buddha himself. With a sigh, he continued, "Since then, August has become a secret weapon, rarely showing up before the other months." Myungwon hesitated to ask, "The reason you told that story?" Jangwook didn't hide and revealed straight away, because he emphasized each word, "is an extremely strong one, so beware." Ending the recollection, Myungwon sneaked a peek. Why is he on this side? Terrifying. Hollow Mountain and the first-generation cherry blossom were equally cautious. As long as there was even the slightest sign from Myungwon's side, the two would rush in together. Perhaps because the waiting dragged too long, a policeman grew impatient and spoke up anyway. His tone was full of disdain as he said, "There are only two of them, just charge in and take them down, right?" Myungwon immediately frowned and scolded quietly, "Hey, fool, it's two people. Are you so clueless that you can't understand what kind of skill the enemy might have?" Since he had no time to sit and explain in detail about Hollow Mountain and the first-generation cherry blossom, Myungwon could only hint that there are monsters who can change the entire battlefield alone. As someone experienced, he understood this clearly, and I have witnessed with my own eyes two such people, even though right now the phrase "both stand on our side." But that only referred to Choi Hoon and Jangwook. Not far away, the first-generation cherry blossom tilted her head in curiosity, feeling a bit annoyed. "What's wrong? Is there something there?" Hollow Mountain replied, "There's an enemy." She shrugged and said, "Is that so?" Hollow Mountain lowered his voice and continued, "Cherry blossom, cooperative strike." Myungwon also seemed to realize it was time, though the tension was extreme. He muttered to himself, "Terrifying indeed. Finish quickly, then move to another direction." Under the dim lights hanging from the ceiling, the first-generation cherry blossom pulled out some smoke bombs and asked Hollow Mountain, "Start now?" Hollow Mountain gave a slight nod, yes. With his approval, the first-generation cherry blossom firmly gripped 3 small smoke bombs between her fingers. Just a few short seconds later, the 3 smoke bombs cracked open and sprayed out a powerful burst of pink smoke. The explosion was not loud, but enough to alert Myungwon's group. He saw the thick pink smoke gradually spreading toward them. Myungwon calmly guessed, the pink smoke is to obscure vision. Since he did not know clearly what that strange smoke was, with his cautious nature, he reminded everyone it might be toxic, so wear gas masks, and none of the officers objected. They immediately obeyed, "Yes, sir." The pink smoke filled the hallway. The sense of smell grew sharper when vision was blocked, and they began to catch the fragrant scent of cherry blossoms. To avoid wasting more time, Myungwon ordered his subordinates, "See anything, then shoot without mercy." One subordinate nervously gulped and answered, "Yes, sir," peeking toward the corridor where Hollow Mountain's group was. He was startled when he spotted a shadowy figure flickering in the middle. Following Myungwon's instructions exactly, he didn't hesitate and immediately raised his gun to fire. Shockingly, the very first shot landed dead center on the head of the shadow. Seeing that, the subordinate smugly laughed, "It's over," but Myungwon did not take it so simply, no. He confirmed it was only a test corpse thrown out. Just as he finished speaking, "They wanted to gauge our position," but he stopped suddenly because something else was tossed from the smoke. One subordinate instinctively raised his gun to shoot. But Myungwon shouted loudly to stop him, "Hold it." He looked down at the object thrown and continued, "Not the enemy, a corpse." At that very moment, the first-generation cherry blossom suddenly darted across. In her hand she held a pistol. She aimed the barrel directly at Myungwon. A gunshot rang out. Myungwon was not slow, he used his shield to block it. Then he widened his eyes and exclaimed one word, "Gun." The gunshot was like a signal whistle for Hollow Mountain to act. He suddenly leapt out from the smoke, both hands already armed with 2 sharp knives. The blades moved as swift as lightning and pressed against the neck of a police officer. When his head fell to the ground, it was also the moment his comrades met the same fate, body parts scattering across the floor, creating a horrifying scene no less gruesome than a hardcore horror film. Meanwhile, the first-generation cherry blossom, though not as spine-chillingly cruel as Hollow Mountain, still caused plenty of trouble for the police, making them all shout out 2 words, "What the hell," and retreat backward. The first-generation cherry blossom pulled out 3 more smoke bombs, tightly crushing them until they burst and spewed smoke. Now nearly all the hallways connected to their position were engulfed in pink smoke. The helplessness was clear in the voices of the officers as they tried to find their way straight ahead. Their captain Myungwon, straining to stay calm, shouted instructions to everyone, "Fire wildly, stall for time until reinforcements arrive." Hearing his order, the subordinates did not care whether they hit anything. They all unleashed a barrage of bullets into the smoke, but unfortunately, not a single one found its target. What welcomed them instead was a perfectly unscathed hollow mountain charging forward. With every slash of his blades, crimson syrup sprayed in all directions. Even so, the will of the survivors did not falter. They kept firing and urged each other on, hold the line. The words, no matter what, hold the line, calmed their fear for a moment, but it could not last, because Hollow Mountain had already chosen his next victim. This man had barely shouted a single word before Hollow Mountain's blade carved straight across his face. Blood gushed like rain, ending yet another life. With every slash and with Myungwon's desperate words about holding until reinforcements, his men fell one by one. Yet the gunfire still did not stop. Until the surrounding air finally went silent, one policeman lowered his weapon. Nervously glancing around, he hesitantly called out, "Captain." He kept calling for the captain, but strangely, no one answered. Suddenly, he noticed a lone radio lying on the floor, right near where he was standing. That walkie-talkie suddenly lit up and crackled with a voice shouting, "Hold the line, hold the line." The sound made the officer's brows furrow tightly. As the trembling officer managed to stutter out the words, "Captain," the duo of first-generation Cherry Blossom and Hollow Mountain leapt out of the smoke at the same time. After that ambush, the walkie-talkie was drowned in crimson syrup. Because of that, on the other end, Myungwon's radio signal was lost. Realizing something bad had happened, he sped up his run, muttering, "Tough bastards, moving inside smoke like that, real monsters, I need to hurry to Captain Choi Hoon." Speaking of Choi Hoon, he was also in a fight, calmly tilting his head to dodge a sharp blade. He countered the enemy with a strong punch. Behind that guy, Choi Hoon spotted another one sneaking up with a knife. He smashed him with a punch that broke both teeth and nose. Next, he switched to using his legs, delivering a swift kick that sent a few clueless punks flying. Once he was sure those guys were all knocked out cold, Choi Hoon let out a relieved sigh finally and dusted off his clothes. He thought it was over, but suddenly a hoarse, mysterious voice rang out with an "agreed" as a sharp blade pressed toward the corner of his eye. Not only that, the enemy also threw another knife, but luckily he tilted his head just in time, getting only a light graze. Regaining focus, Choi Hoon now clearly saw not one but two people, Chrysanthemum and Peony, the man still in his throwing pose, saying, "We've taken care of dozens already, but it never ends." Beside him, the woman stood with her big dogs, sighing that her bobbies were getting tired. Choi Hoon narrowed his eyes coldly, asking, "You guys are the months?" As the 9th month, Chrysanthemum cheerfully admitted, "That's right," while Peony, the 6th month, sneered, "Can't you tell?" The reason Choi Hoon could guess was because of the masks they wore, and Chrysanthemum curiously asked, "But why are you alone here?" Choi Hoon raised a brow, then seriously answered, "Work better solo." Chrysanthemum nodded and asked again, "Huh, and you don't even use guns," sounding like a casual chat among buddies. Choi Hoon replied coolly, "I don't usually carry them." Hearing that, he faked surprise, blurting out, "What, then you can't supply us with ammo?" Choi Hoon just grunted a simple him in response. As the beast tamer, Peony muttered useless right in Choi Hoon's face, then crouched down behind her dogs, gently patting the head of the black one before giving it a command. "Bite him to death." The moment she finished speaking, the black dog lunged madly at Choi Hoon with its sharp fangs. In just an instant, a loud sound rang out. Facing Peony's wide-eyed shock, Choi Hoon spoke finally. Both his hands gripped the dog's upper and lower jaws tightly, his face colder than ice, still calm even against the months, and he added, "I'm curious how strong you really are to make the chief so cautious." Peony stammered in disbelief, not letting go. While forcing the dog's mouth open wider, he murmured casually, "Let's test it." Choi Hoon challenged Chrysanthemum and Peony, "Fight me, you won't be disappointed." His words carried even more weight when he decisively acted, tearing the black dog clean in half. Peony's pupils shrank in sheer horror at the sight before her. She trembled as she stared at the mangled corpse of her beloved dog lying beside Choi Hoon's feet. She cried out his name in grief, "Jai." The pain surged so violently that she could barely form words. Right now, Peony truly wished she could cut Choi Hoon down in one strike, but she couldn't because Chrysanthemum suddenly spoke up to stop her. Stay calm. He pointed the sharp tip of the scalpel toward her neck as if to threaten. Seeing her obediently freeze, Chrysanthemum calmly continued. Stay calm, just looking at him you can tell he's no ordinary guy. Who knows what weapons he's carrying? His words weren't wrong, but Peony could hardly accept it. Do you think I can stay calm now? Unlike Peony, who personally cared for and trained those dogs, Chrysanthemum couldn't feel that burning hatred and unbearable pain. So he asked, half amused, all this just because of one dog? Didn't you raise plenty of others too? Even your so-called teammate can't sympathize with you. Peony, aggrieved, shoved his hand away and snapped back. Do you know how long it takes to train each one? Chrysanthemum didn't care, he really didn't need to, just a damn dog. Peony flared up hearing that. She glared and warned, not a damn dog, it's a puppy, don't call it a damn dog. With a weary sigh, Chrysanthemum gave her a scornful look and scoffed, truly brainless, and just from that short exchange Peony realized it was impossible to have a normal conversation with him. Just a short distance from Peony's eyes was the gleaming barrel of Choi Hoon's gun. Without moving a step, Choi Hoon raised his weapon and took aim. Then a gunshot rang out, crimson syrup sprayed through the air. Chrysanthemum silently watched. Meanwhile, Peony suffered another shock as she lost yet another beloved dog, since that bullet struck her white dog mid-leap while it tried to protect its master. Seeing its companion die so tragically, the brown dog could no longer wait for Peony's order and lunged at Choi Hoon on its own. Choi Hoon prepared to raise his gun and feed it a bullet. But the brown dog bit down hard on the gun, leaving Choi Hoon momentarily caught off guard. With that crushing bite, the weapon was completely destroyed. Having no other choice, Choi Hoon tossed the useless thing aside and switched to hand-to-hand combat, timing it perfectly as the brown dog snarled and lunged. Choi Hoon showed no mercy, kicking it square in the belly. The brown dog held in agony, then barely managed to stand when its paws hit the ground again. That wound seemed minor enough, since Peony stayed focused on cradling the white dog and mourning it. Ignoring Chrysanthemum's smug attitude, she went on calling, gently stroking the soft white fur that was already growing cold, whispering through tears, "You died for me, I'll never forget you." Watching this, Chrysanthemum could only sigh helplessly, oh boy. Shoving both hands into his pockets, he made it clear he wanted to leave. Working with a fool obsessed with animals is exhausting. Handle yourself, I'll go join the new month. Before vanishing, he even left behind a mocking remark, I'm a doctor for humans, not a vet dealing with beasts. Even Peony's own comrade can't stand her, a fickle one who loves her tools too much. How ironic, huh? Peony coldly snorted at his cruelty. I don't like you either. Choi Hoon let out a voice tinged with regret and annoyance. Your comrade's gone, so now it's one-on-one? Peony sneered and corrected him. Comrade, I never considered that guy a comrade. To make her new grudge clear, Peony declared loudly, my only comrades are my dogs. She emphasized it, so this isn't one-on-one, it's two-on-one. Choi Hoon played along, ah, I see. Somehow, as if by magic, he even guessed how Peony named her dogs, but your nomming sense is weird, ah and jai, so the brown one must be Gang, right? Surprised by his sharpness, Peony still nodded and praised him, sharp indeed. Then she revealed more about the 3 dogs. By the way, Jai, the one you killed, was the 9th. She continued, Ah was the 12th. And finally, the brown dog Gang is the firstborn. Hearing that, Choi Hoon clicked his tongue and remarked, so it's the strongest, no wonder its bite was insane. But Peony denied it. Glaring as she rose, the strongest is me, because I'm their leader. Realizing what she planned, Choi Hoon responded coolly, is that so, bracing himself. Sure enough, right after those words, Peony and the brown dog charged together. Choi Hoon calmly slid one leg back. Then he used his strength to kick the brown dog flying away. At the same time, Peony also threw a punch. She went crazy, hammering her fists at Choi Hoon's face. But unfortunately, all of it was useless, since he had crossed his solid arms in front of him for defense. Defense doesn't always hold though. Instead of punching again, Peony suddenly switched to using her leg. She kicked upward, landing squarely on Choi Hoon's chin. Choi Hoon cried out in pain, clutching the injury. What the heck? Taking advantage of that moment, Peony quickly returned to her punches. And this time her fist actually landed on Choi Hoon's cheek, nearly knocking his face off to the side. Not stopping there, Peony launched another punch. This one aimed straight at Choi Hoon's stomach. Even so, those hits still weren't enough to knock him down. Watching him clutch his belly groaning, she mocked, "You wanted to face the month so badly, but this is all the strength you've got." Choi Hoon stayed silent. Suddenly, he let out a long yell and turned to run away. Seeing that, Peony just laughed smugly. "If you turn your back in front of a dog." Just like she said, the dog will only get fiercer. The brown dog charged after Choi Hoon, jaws wide open. Within seconds, a loud sound echoed. Now the brown dog had successfully sunk its teeth deep into Choi Hoon's shoulder. Choi Hoon didn't panic, he just shrugged off that jacket. Then hurled it backward, and indeed that trick freed him from the dog. Peony could hardly believe it. Wow, he even tossed his shirt and ran. What kind of man? But since it was so rare to get a chance like this, how could she possibly let Choi Hoon off so easily? So she commanded her brown dog, "Go, gang." And thus began a thrilling chase scene, with Choi Hoon's screams echoing through it. Feeling that upper hand only made Peony more excited. Catch him. Up ahead, Choi Hoon was still desperately running with his mouth wide open, yelling. Yet his expression looked strangely calm, as if he was only pretending and not truly afraid. The chase just kept dragging on. Until the brown dog suddenly sensed something. It quickly scraped its paws to a halt, making Peony freeze up as well. She worriedly asked, "Gang, what is it?" It only growled a few times like it was answering. Whether Peony understood or not, she really did stop and fixed her eyes on Choi Hoon's back as it grew farther and farther away. Meanwhile, Choi Hoon kept sprinting down the long hallway. At the very end, he turned right. There, in a hidden corner, he leaned against the wall, panting to regain his strength, then coldly let out a hem. Seeing the reinforcements already waiting there, who knows since when, he felt quite annoyed that his plan had failed. Caught the scent, huh? Smarter than your owner. He spread his palms so a policeman could hand him a brand new gun. Choi Hoon muttered irritably, "If I'd gone just a little deeper, I could have wiped them out clean. What a pity." With the fully loaded gun in hand, Choi Hoon began carefully observing. Even so, Peony's voice could still be heard echoing, "Gang, what is it?" He suddenly appeared, gun raised high. "This much is enough." The moment they saw Choi Hoon, both Peony and the brown dog couldn't react in time. And then a gunshot rang out, spraying scarlet syrup as a mask clattered to the ground. Bai Guang, third generation, panicked, sprinting wildly while screaming at the top of her lungs. The one chasing her was none other than Kyung-soo. He shouted angrily, "Aren't you ashamed? Stop tarnishing the Bai Guang name, accept death already." Bai Guang, third generation, stubbornly turned back to argue, "I really am the daughter of," but before she could finish, Kyung-soo cut her off. "Don't make me laugh, I told you, you don't look the part." Suddenly he spotted someone. Turns out it was Jang-wook. Kyung-soo shouted loudly, "Captain." By reflex, he immediately turned to look at Kim Kyung-soo, while Kyung-soo kept calling Captain non-stop. He continued chasing Bai Guang, third generation, mouth never stopping as he warned Jang-wook, "We can't let this girl get away." Seeing the pursuit unfold, he understood right away. Just as she leapt to switch targets, Bai Guang, third generation, raised her hand to strike Jang-wook away. But before she could act, he saw through it and grabbed her jaw with his big hand. Jang-wook, without a shred of mercy, slammed Bai Guang, third generation, hard onto the cold floor. She squirmed desperately to escape his grip but failed. Nice shot. Jang-wook stayed silent, eyes fixed on Bai Guang, third generation. She glared back at him, angry and doubtful. "Who the hell is this monster?" Jang-wook frowned and asked, "This girl is," Kyung-soo quickly explained, "just one of the enemies I'm dealing with." He even took the chance to report a bit of the situation. "The left wing has been cleared, only this girl is left." Jang-wook was shocked, truly fast. Kyung-soo shot Bai Guang, third generation, a sharp look. "Let's finish this brat quickly and move on," but suddenly a voice cried out to stop them. "Wait, wait." She pleaded desperately, "Please, don't kill me, I have so much I want to tell you." Yet he ruthlessly drew a line, "I've got nothing to do with you," while Jang-wook stood there quietly thinking. Suddenly he spoke up with an odd question, "Looks pretty young, how old are you?" Bai Guang, third generation, pretended not to know. Kyung-soo raised his foot, ready to stomp her. "Who are you daring to talk so casually to?" She quickly submitted, "I don't know, sir." Jang-wook looked up and said, "Don't kill her, keep this girl alive." Kyung-soo was annoyed and argued, "Who knows when she'll stab us in the back and you want to drag her along." Kyung-soo urgently ordered, "Kill her now." But before anything could happen, a pack of vicious dogs suddenly appeared. They charged ferociously toward their prey. He froze, staring at the dogs. What the hell? Jang-wook didn't understand where those four-legged beasts had come from either, no clue. Elsewhere, the fight was so fierce Peony's mask slipped off with splashes of fresh syrup. She took a bullet in the shoulder while dodging. One of her dogs leapt up with all its strength, shoving Peony back inside. Choi-hoon stayed calm to the point of suspicion, his gun spitting bullets at her nonstop. Peony quickly ducked behind a nearby wall. He clicked his tongue in irritation. That damn dog really is a nuisance. Only then did she finally dare to breathe a sigh of relief. From losing too much syrup, Peony began gasping for breath, sweat beading on her face. She forced down the pain, muttering bitterly, "That man only opens his mouth to lie." Peony felt furious just thinking about that gun, said he didn't use guns yet carried one anyway. Behind Choi-hoon there were plenty of people, all following to support him, said acting alone was smoother, yet dragged a whole group along. She slowly pulled something out of her coat pocket and muttered, "See, you really can't trust humans." What Peony revealed was a whistle adorned with a peony flower, the only thing she believed she could trust. With effort she blew it a few times. Outside, a truck was already parked there. Inside that truck was another iron gate. Looking deeper in, vicious dogs were going wild, then they roared in unison. Returning to headquarters, the pack continued charging straight at Kyung-soo and Jang-wook. Suddenly he realized something. The dogs weren't coming to tear him or Jang-wook apart, instead they bolted straight past. That stirred a question in Kyung-soo's mind, what's with these dogs? Suddenly a loud shout echoed out. They rampaged through the HQ, startling Jeong-hee, Ah-hyung, and Cha-yeon into screaming out loud. From afar, Chrysanthemum also faintly caught some of those sounds. As expected, the four-legged maniacs charged madly forward. He grumbled irritably, such chaos, cutting ties really was the right call. Not far from where Choi-hoon stood, the noise of the dogs signaled they were charging in. Those behind him raised their guns in defense, something was coming. He froze in surprise for a moment. They came in droves, vicious as if they wanted to devour Choi-hoon alive. As soon as the dogs arrived, panic screams rang out. They ferociously attacked the police, tearing at them without mercy. Yet Choi-hoon showed no fear, raising his gun and firing loudly at them. "Don't panic, everyone stay calm." The beasts took multiple bullets and collapsed onto the floor. The group gradually regained composure, calmly holding their guns to fight back. In no time, most of them were taken care of. Even on his own, Choi-hoon had already dealt with several. The more he fought, the more excited he grew, instantly pulling a knife from his pocket. Then he dashed forward like lightning, slashing a few cuts into their bodies. Suddenly Choi-hoon was startled by the situation before him. A gloved fist came punching toward him. She seized the moment when Choi-hoon was distracted with the dogs and suddenly lunged forward. Then a loud thud echoed. Peony's eyes widened in shock. Turned out a steel rod had blocked her punch. Nako gripped a metal rod with both hands, glaring at Peony as he spat out insults, a pack of mad dogs. She froze, stammering out "Pine." No sooner had Peony finished the word than she tasted Nako's iron rod smashing straight into her face. "Pine." She staggered back in pain. Peony clutched her belly in agony, eyes wide as she heard him curse dogs again. Suddenly Nako sneered wickedly, "Only a rod can tame them." Enraged beyond control, Peony lunged forward, her fist like a bullet tearing through the air. At the same time, Nako's weapon was already raised, ready for combat. Without mercy, he struck her waist with a crushing blow. Peony clenched her teeth in unbearable pain. Just then a vicious dog came charging at Nako. A deafening bang rang out, yet unfazed, Nako struck the beast right in the face. At that moment Peony swung her fist straight at him. With extraordinary agility, Nako swiftly dodged. The move shocked Peony so much her eyes nearly popped. Holding the rods, Nako grinned wickedly, one hand gripping her throat, the other raising the steel bar. He laughed maniacally, lifting his hand once more, bringing it down with full brutality. Peony gritted her teeth, syrup splattering wildly across the chaotic battlefield. At the same time, he raised the rod again without an ounce of pity. The long iron bar smashed directly into her pretty face. She was sent flying, Nako's eyes like bullets locked on slaughtering Peony. The sheer force left her with no support as she fell. After the heavy crash, she rolled across the floor. Peony still struggled to resist. Seeing that, Nako turned and asked, "Done yet?" They answered yes. The dogs lying in the syrup puddle made for a tragic scene, all of them dead. His sharp face twisted, so only two left then. Peony still struggled to stand beside her dog in fury. With a face full of loyalty, the dog looked angry. Without fear it charged forward at an astonishing speed, sharp teeth bared ready to strike. Peony watched her dog anxiously. Suddenly, the dog was struck in its weak spot by Nako, syrup splattering everywhere. Yet Nako threatened, only one left now, isn't it? Under the lights shining across the room, Peony stood up again, dragging her body toward Nako. Damn it, still standing there wanting to hit more. He sneered arrogantly, don't you realize you're no match for me? The fury inside her revealed her true self. Once a dog bites, even in death it won't let go. Nako mocked, you're not a dog, you're a lunatic. He pointed at the dogs that had died earlier. Dogs are them. Peony remembered the past, tears streaming, begging not to be abandoned, yet betrayal came again and again. Everyone left, abandoning poor Peony, their backs fatting away, unlike dogs that never leave. At that time, no one stayed by her side. She caught a squeaking rat and called it dog. Suddenly, Peony looked into the distance, tears flowing endlessly. She had found 3 little puppies trembling in fear, seemingly in the same plight as her. Peony was shocked and could not believe her eyes, they looked so pitiful. Then she took them in, and together they grew, walking the same path, never betraying their master. They fought countless battles, blood everywhere, yet stood as true companions. From afar, the figure of Yuwa appeared, approaching her. From now on, you will be the 6th-month Peony. He accepted Peony and gave her a new title, become a loyal dog for me. Peony's eyes looked at him with hesitation. From that moment on, she was the only one willing to give up everything. I resolved to become his dog. At that moment he decided, is that so then? Justice was twisted by power. He became a demon rushing at her. This time Peony fought fiercely, swiftly dodging his brutal strikes. Her wide eyes could barely react to the ferocity of his attack. He lifted his leg and delivered a mighty kick to her chin. The blow sent her hair flying and body off balance. Once again she was slammed hard to the floor. Peony panicked to the extreme, pupils wide. From above, Nako descended with weapon in hand, striking down mercilessly. The lights in the room flared brightly. Gripping the rod, he pinned her hand to the floor, attacking ruthlessly. A scream tore through the silence, cruelty and anguish merging as Peony cried in unbearable pain. He declared firmly, if you are a dog, then you must crawl on all fours. Even so, he was shocked and panicked at the sight. Rage suddenly surged inside her. She opened her mouth wide. A set of teeth filled with fury made him even more surprised. His words cut deep like an insult. Now you really look like a dog, suits my taste. Nako laughed at the pain of the weak. Want to crawl under my feet? There are plenty of dogs at the police station. At the same time, Peony shifted from enduring humiliation to cold defiance. Dog. The explosion of will awakened within her, a resistance that would never bite its master again. She lunged at him, pouring all her strength into a powerful punch to avenge her companions. Seeing Peony like that, he was caught off guard, unable to react in time. Her awakening, face drenched in syrup and wide teeth bared, was terrifying. Nako firmly retaliated with a decisive swing of his iron rod. Pain and inner torment tore through him after the clash, teeth grinding hard. Calm was gone. She unleashed all her power, charging at him like a moth diving into flame. Peony was now pressing the attack. Their confrontation was not just strength, but also eyes burning with rage. Nako felt like fighting her was no different than fighting a dog. When his men asked, he barked back, stay out of this. Nako's eyes now burned red. It's been a long time since my blood boiled like this. The cruelest nightmare was about to turn into another deadly battle. Screams ripped through the night, mixing with crimson syrup spraying in despair. Life was being torn from her body. Peony roared in uncontrollable fury. Almost, Nako was about to be bitten by her. In that instant, Peony had turned into a beast. At the same time, a loud sound echoed through the silent hallway, splitting the still air. On the other side, Choi Hoon stood in astonishment at the scene. His right hand swung hard, then a sharp object came down from above with Nako's might and merciless face. The aftermath left her mouth full of syrup, teeth broken, a jagged shard piercing through her lips. Despite his wounds, he counterattacked fiercely with a powerful kick that sent Peony flying. Nako gripped the black cylinder tightly in his hand as fragments scattered everywhere. In that tense moment, he pinned her to the floor and struck decisively with a stabbing blade. The battle ended with Peony's syrup splattering across his face. His cold eyes looked down at her exhausted form. Nako shoved the iron rod straight into Peony's mouth. June Peony. His face twisted into a satisfied grin. Among the women I've met. Standing up firmly, he glared at her with hatred. You look more like a dog than even my wife. Choi Hoon and the guards opposite watched as Peony was beaten by Nako. He asked Nako doubtfully, she's dead. He calmly replied with a single hum. Looking down at her, Peony had the iron rod driven through her mouth. Nako spoke slowly, this woman is like an animal. He slowly pulled the rod up to be sure. The iron bar soaked in syrup was withdrawn from her mouth. Then a series of brutal sounds erupted. Peony's syrup sprayed everywhere before the stunned eyes of Choi Hoon and the guards. Nako reached his hand out in front of him, his face smeared with syrup and his pupils menacing. He said, "Give me the gun." Choi-hoon obeyed and placed the gun in his hand, lowering his voice, "Yes, chief." Nako aimed the gun at Peony. A bloody scene unfolded. Finished, he turned to Choi-hoon and asked, "So how was it?" He answered blankly, "Yes." Nako smirked slyly. "How does it feel meeting the month you always wanted to face?" Standing before that eerie sight, Choi-hoon hesitated and said, "The feeling is." With syrup puddles staining the floor, his voice faltered since Chief finished it in an instant. "I'm not so sure." Hearing this, Nako laughed heartily. "Even without me, you'd have one." He continued, "Still, it's better not to let any surprises appear. There will be many more battles to fight." Choi-hoon steadied himself. "I understand." Looking at the man before him, he thought, indeed following this one is the real answer. To Choi-hoon, Nako now appeared dangerous and thirsty for syrup. Suddenly, the radio in his pocket buzzed. On the other end, Sohee calmly reported, "This is Shin Sohee. I've waited a long time but no enemies appeared, all were dealt with earlier." At that moment, Pine the Third and Phoenix the Second lay miserably in syrup. Sohee's voice continued, "End of report." Hearing this, Nako thought of someone and said, "So this is the work of Hong Jun's squad. Seems Bayan Jangwook made his move." Sohee asked in surprise, "You didn't encounter Hong Jun's team?" He answered, "No one." She pressed further, "Should we be cautious of Hong Jun's side?" Nako replied slowly, "First, just advance." So he responded with determination, "Understood, let's do it." Elsewhere, a voice came over the radio. "This is Jin Myungwon." Myungwon was running in haste. "I'm avoiding the 3rd and the 8th months. I'm moving to Captain Choi-hoon's location." The cards of the 3rd and 8th months appeared. This time the two were Hollow Mountain and Cherry Blossom weighing their choices. At that moment, Choi-hoon turned to Nako and asked what to do next. His voice carried a tone of thought. Then Nako grabbed his chin, his face twisted. He spoke slyly. "We." His voice was full of excitement. "Where should we go now?" A device was being fiddled with in his hand. Choi-young grew impatient staring at it. Young Chan noticed and stepped closer, asking, "What's wrong, sis?" She turned to him. "We can't see the signal for the 1st and the 8th months." Hearing this, he replied, "They're rookies with no experience. Wasn't that already expected?" Thinking about Bai Guang III, Choi-young looked puzzled. "But why is the 12th month's signal still there?" She frowned and thought, yet the signal for June Peony had disappeared. Strange indeed. Considering Nako and Jangwook, she tried to reason it out. Maybe it was Bayan Jangwook or the chief who struck. A voice filled with interest echoed, "Ah, Bayan Jangwook." Young Chan laughed with amusement, his face twisted oddly, saying, "That name rings a bell." Remembering Chrysanthemum, Choi-young muttered in suspicion and anger, "But the 9th month who went with Peony still has a signal, that brat." She propped her hand, gripping the device furiously. They should have teamed up and moved together, idiots. Choi-young and Young Chan continued walking, corpses of police scattered everywhere, yet things seemed to be progressing smoothly. The 3rd and 8th months were handling things neatly. Hearing this, she replied, "They're the strongest cards." Then she turned and added, "So no need to worry, has Hong Jun's reinforcements arrived?" Her sharp eyes caught something behind. They both turned around and spotted Jungho and Sangho standing there with 2 others. Their faces showed surprise at the sight of the pair. Young Chan's voice chimed in again, "Speak of the devil and here he comes." The group muttered uncertainly, watching Hong Choi-young carefully. At that moment, Young Chan let out a startled sound. He looked as if meeting old acquaintances, shouting loudly, "Jungho, Sangho." Sangho squinted in doubt, recognizing him. Moon Young Chan. Choi-young standing behind asked, "An acquaintance?" Young Chan glanced sideways and answered her, "Yes, very familiar." Staring at the two in front, he explained slowly, "These guys are subordinates of Bayan Jangwook, so we'd better be cautious." The young man behind Sangho and Jungho asked, "Master, who is he?" Jungho muttered with restraint. His face turned serious, brows furrowed, annoyance in his tone. "What accursed fate." Young Chan's face twisted, his voice rang out like mockery. "Long time no see, Bayan Jangwook, how have you been lately?" Over here, Jangwook held a cigarette in his hand, as if pondering something. Bai Guang III lay sprawled on the ground, her body bound tightly by tape, her face full of panic, but her mouth gagged so she could only make meaningless noises. A voice rang out, "This is fine, right?" At that moment, Kyungsu crouched down, holding the tape roll in his hand. "Should I wrap her tighter?" Hearing this, she looked even more terrified. After a while, Bai Guang III was completely mummified in tape, unable to move. She lay helplessly on the floor, making muffled sounds of distress. Kyungsu looked down at her and said, "Just leave this brat here for now." He turned to Jangwook, "Captain, which way are we heading? I've already cleared the left wing." The man took a drag from his cigarette and said slowly, still deciding between the left and the middle path. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Me." Jungho's shoulder was slashed by something sharp, immediately spilling syrup. Young Chan held the knife in his hand, his face full of smugness. He quickly noticed something. Young Chan turned and saw Sang-ho throwing a punch at him. He dodged nimbly, giving Sang-ho a mocking look. The knife in his hand swung swiftly, but before it could touch Sang-ho, he dodged the strike. Young Chan's face showed brief surprise. Suddenly, Hwayung called his name Moon Young Chan. Her face stern, she snapped, "Who told you to fight on your own?" Seeing her angry, Young Chan reluctantly said, "Sorry sis, it's just been so long since I met them, I got too excited." Hwayung lectured, "Get a grip already." He replied at once, "Yes." Young Chan looked at the two and said, "You guys have gotten stronger, huh?" Then eyeing the two unfamiliar faces behind them, he asked, "Those two at the back look new, fresh recruits." Hwayung replied calmly, "No need to care about rookies." 3 cards appeared representing the 1st, 11th, and 12th months. 2 more names followed, June and September. Unlike these fools, she spoke seriously, "We'll work together to eliminate the enemy." Standing in front, Young Chan obeyed. "Got it, sis." A disciple behind Ho asked curiously, "Master, who is he?" The figure of Jang-wook appeared. Sang-ho quickly explained, "He's the one who took our captain's eye in the past." Hearing this, the disciple grew furious, speaking with determination, "We must avenge the captain." Sang-ho disagreed sharply, "Revenge for what?" Then he grew stern and ordered, "Call the captain now, that man is very strong." The man sneered wickedly, holding his knife, his voice dripping with glee and hatred. "Bayan Jang-wook is coming? Perfect." He growled, "I'll take his other eye too." Sang-ho and Jung-ho faced the two of them. Young Chan shifted his body, itching for a fight. From behind, Hwayung calmly reached for something. Yeah. From her back, she pulled out a metallic weapon. Sang-ho, Jung-ho, and the two disciples watched their every move. That metallic weapon gleamed with a flash of light. Hwayung gripped the steel knuckle, her face serious, daring them, "Come on." Then she and Young Chan both moved to attack the 4 of them. He threw a punch at Sang-ho, but Sang-ho dodged it. Young Chan sneered challengingly, dodging again, "You really have gotten stronger, huh?" Sang-ho's face tightened in frustration at his blow. His voice rang out again, different from before. Meanwhile, Heejun and Seonghyun were terrified, running and screaming. Behind them came Hwayung, sprinting at full speed, her face full of murderous intent as she muttered coldly, "Over here." She swung the steel fist toward the two of them, saying, "All just amateurs, huh?" The two disciples screamed in fear. At that moment, their faces were filled with terror, and a voice from the past echoed, "Speak the truth." Jung-ho, arms folded, spoke seriously to Heejun and Seonghyun, "You two are even better than us." Hearing that, both of them blinked in confusion. Huh. Jung-ho continued, "You both trained in martial arts, and with Kim Kyung-soo's guidance, your skills are solid. We're the defense team, constantly training with the captain, so of course our defense got better." Suddenly he pointed out, "But you two have one huge problem." Back to the present, their screams echoed through the corridor. The two were chased in fear by Hwayung, who scoffed, "What a bunch of cowards." Suddenly Hwayung swung a blow at one of them, yelling, "Die." Syrup splattered through the air. The victim's eyes widened at the scene, cursing through gritted teeth, "Damn it." At that moment, Jung-ho was suddenly standing in front of them, blocking Hwayung's strike. Her weapon stabbed into his chest. Seeing this, both shouted together, "Master." Jung-ho roared angrily, "Wasting everyone's effort like this. Lee Seonghyun, you idiot." Veins bulging on his forehead, he turned back angrily. "Did you forget what I told you in training? The thing you two lack is..." His words now overlapped with the past, the mindset of a true policeman. His image, arms crossed, sternly lecturing, "Be ready to sacrifice your life to protect the people. That is what it means to be a policeman." His voice was full of passion. "If you've chosen to be police, you must be ready to fight to the very end." The two listened intently. In the present, Jung-ho shouted at them, "Even if it costs your life." Heejun and Seonghyun were instantly fired up by his words. Both of them shouted with determination. Seonghyun charged straight at Hwayung. She swiftly raised her weapon. Then she struck out with a few more punches toward the two of them. Her eyes flickered slightly. Looking at Seonghyun's face now, though his body was cut by her weapon and stained with syrup, he still showed no fear, only determination. Just as Seonghyun tried to grab her, Hwayung ducked down, causing him to miss. At that very moment, a fist came flying straight toward her face. Its owner was Heejun, but with her nimble body, she instantly leaned back and dodged it. Hwayung's gaze turned gloomy as she looked down. On the other side, Jung-ho forced a smile while clutching his chest. "These brats should have been like this a long time ago, but hey, I used to be the same too." Then, as if he could no longer endure, he collapsed to his knees. Ahead, the two kept launching blows at Hwayung, while behind them, Jung-ho fell flat on the floor, clutching his chest, groaning, "Hurts like hell." Meanwhile, Sang-ho swung a powerful punch forward. He drove it straight toward the figure before him. But a calm voice interrupted. Sang-ho's punch was caught by the arm of his opponent, Young Chan, who blocked it without hesitation and smirked. "You guys really are stronger now. Back then you couldn't even move, looks like Bayan Jangwook's been teaching you well. Then he spun the knife in his hand and swung it forward, adding, but he slashed decisively toward Sangho, his shoulder immediately cut by the blade, syrup spilling out. Holding the knife, Young Chan sneered mockingly, go train some more. Sangho grimaced in pain while Young Chan's mocking voice rang out again, too bad, no more lessons for you. Xianghyun with determination rushed forward. He grabbed onto Huang's clothes. Instantly, she struck with her weapon, a blow sweeping across his chest, making Xianghyun cry out in agony. Just then, the large figure of Heejun charged in, raising his leg to attack her. Petals seemed to scatter in the air at that moment. Huang struck directly at his leg, syrup spilling immediately. Her face hardened. Your movement is better now. But she then dashed toward the two of them again, saying coldly, that only buys you 5 more minutes of life. That's enough. Suddenly, a fist shot forward between Heejun and Xianghyun, heading straight for Huang. She instantly grew alert. With immense force, Huang was sent flying by Jangwook's punch, the strike arriving at terrifying speed. He quickly swung another punch toward Young Chan. Young Chan raised his hand to block it. But it was useless, he was blasted away by Jangwook. Both he and Huang staggered back from the blows. Young Chan sneered with a twisted grin, ha, as expected. Sangho suddenly called out, Captain. Jangwook still wore that same cold expression. Sangho stammered, see, Captain. Jangwook stood shielding them and asked, are you all right? He replied, I'm fine. What about Jungho, is he dead? Jungho, writhing in pain on the floor, answered, not yet, not dead just yet. Young Chan mocked, hey Bayan Jangwook, long time no see huh. Jangwook, cigarette still in his mouth, said calmly, an old acquaintance is it? From behind, Huang stepped forward, so you've shown up, Hong Jun's strongest trump card. Seeing this, he ordered those behind, you guys retreat, get treated right away, you've held on well enough. Sangho worried, Captain, those two are too hard to face alone, let us help you. Jangwook replied, what are you talking about? He added with confidence, I didn't come here alone. At the same time, another figure appeared behind them. Kyungsu's cold face spoke, hello. Sangho seemed to get it and let out an ah. He then held his injured arm and dragged Jungho off the floor. In that case, we're reassured, we'll withdraw. Jungho, being dragged, muttered helplessly, could you carry me instead? Sangho immediately refused, I don't carry men. Then Huang spoke up again, you're Kim Kyungsu, the vengeful ghost of Bai Guang. Holding a sharp knife, Kyungsu gave a cold smile, you must be Plum Blossom first time. His tone turned even colder, and the last time we'll meet. In the corridor, the two sides faced each other. Without turning back, she said to her companion, Moon Young Chan, I'll handle Kim Kyungsu, just hold out a bit. Kyungsu and Jangwook stood still, expressionless, watching them. Huang gripped her weapon tight, I'll finish this quickly then help you. Young Chan obeyed, yes, sister. Before the mission, Plum Blossom. Hwagak Temple Kim Naka. Hong Jun had arranged the playing pieces. The strongest card at the top was August Hollow Mountain. Kim Nako. September Chrysanthemum. March Cherry Blossom. Moon Young Chan Bayan Jangwook. Choi Hoon. June Peony December Bai Guang. Shin Sohee Jim Myungwen. Cha Yeon. January Pine. November Phoenix. And Kim Kyungsu. Jungho Sangho Kim Ahyung. And also Lee Xianghyun, Huang Heejun Jo Jeonghee. Naturally, Kim Kyungsu would deal with Phoenix. Black Lespedeza had been left half paralyzed. Earlier, Huang had complained, why did we have to capture those two? Plum Blossom never rated Kim Kyungsu highly. When handling Maple Leaf, she thought Kim Kyungsu had relied on Bayan Jangwook's help. Plum Blossom ranked Kim Kyungsu beneath Bayan Jangwook. Huang lowered her head into a combat stance, but then she shot forward like a gust of wind, her eyes full of murderous intent right at Kyungsu. A second later, blood sprayed everywhere. Huang swung her blade at Kyungsu but missed, instead her face got cut by his slash. The knife in Kyungsu's hand was already dripping blood after just one strike. His face stayed calm as ever, not a ripple of emotion, just one short move. Plum Blossom realized her judgment had been wrong. Huang grimaced, unwilling, teeth clenched, damn bastards. Her miscalculation not long ago still stung. Huang had arranged a meeting with Hollow Mountain. She met him in a secluded place, asking curiously, my strength, you've seen it right. Her posture was firm and confident, I'll show you, maybe not your equal, but strong enough that you'll admit it. Hollow Mountain stayed silent, just casting her a glance as dark clouds gathered above. Moments later, Hollow Mountain had won. He aimed his blade at the exhausted Hwayong sitting on the ground, truly a monster. Her scratched-up face tilted up to him. Well, I'm not like those weaklings, am I? He looked down at her and admitted, yes, you're quite strong. Hollow Mountain sheathed his blade. Fine, I'll follow your orders this time. Hwayong spoke up, but first one question. She asked, how strong is Kim Kyung-soo? Hollow Mountain studied her silently. After a few seconds, he turned to leave. He casually left behind one line, not someone you need to be wary of, his answer vague. At the gym, Hwayong went to find Hwaguk Temple's Lespedeza. She asked him, you've met Kim Kyung-soo, right? He's not much stronger than you, right? Hollow Mountain spoke. Lespedeza, still training, glanced sideways at her. Ah. He stammered, no, nothing special. This only made Hwayong more curious. What, then why didn't you deal with him? Lespedeza fumbled. From a corner she couldn't see, his eyes were filled with fear. My younger brother will deal with him. She frowned, angry, idiot, if you're sure you can handle him, but Lespedeza cut her off. He sat down, standing firmly. I'm certain my brother will succeed. That's why I spared him, his answer trembling. Back in reality, Hwayong just struck, quickly retreated to create distance. Young Chan turned in disbelief to look at his sister. While he was distracted, a fist came flying straight at his face. He reacted quickly, dodging Jangwook's strike. Jangwook asked coldly, "Want to lose your other eye too?" Young Chan didn't care, just snorted. Meanwhile, Kyung-soo thought to himself while still fighting Hwayong, I predicted the months wouldn't cooperate. He reasoned, so this isn't a mistake big enough to flip the board. His thoughts paused as he caught Hwayong's sharp glare. He lowered his head slightly, gripping his knife tighter, but just a second later, Kyung-soo lunged straight at her. His eyes looked like they wanted to devour her alive. Kyung-soo stabbed directly at Hwayong, but she narrowly dodged, fear flashing in her eyes. Only then did she realize Kyung-soo was even stronger than Pine and Phoenix. The two clashed at close quarters, unleashing moves too fast for the naked eye to follow. Now Hwayong valued him even higher, stronger than Bai Guang and Peony of this era. She fought on with difficulty, gritting her teeth. In her mind, Kyung-soo's rank shot upward. His standing rose rapidly, almost absurdly fast. Just a few minutes later, in her mind, Kyung-soo's rank had already surpassed many others. At this moment, Kyung-soo never took his eyes off the fight, carefully watching every move of Hwayong. By now, she had confirmed that Kyung-soo was the strongest person she had ever met. He leapt up, preparing to swing his blade toward Hwayong. She widened her eyes in horror, pupils shrinking. Kyung-soo landed, slashing hard at Hwayong, forcing her to retreat and raise both arms to block. Her arms, struck by the blow, were already bleeding. The scheme Plum Blossom had built. She gradually realized the true nature of Kyung-soo. Hwayong broke into cold sweat, her figure looking utterly shaken. Only now did she truly believe that Kyung-soo was Bai Guang. The man before her now seemed like the shadow of the previous Bai Guang overturned. Kyung-soo twirled the knife from one hand to the other. Hwayong tilted her body, continuously dodging his stabbing slashes, muttering to herself, calm down. She looked at Kyung-soo's cold face right in front of her, even if this was beyond prediction. The two exchanged strikes non-stop, Hwayong still confident. That did not change the fact that her side's strongest card was still superior. She bit her teeth, whispering, not yet. Hwayong shouted loudly, throwing all her strength to charge, it's not time to open the second game yet. Kyung-soo began using techniques from his previous life, his blade swung creating a curved path, with overwhelming strength. He still wore the same cold expression. Hwayong lost one of her weapons, falling into disadvantage. She clenched her teeth and snorted coldly. Hearing the clatter of metal, young Chan worriedly turned back, sister. A voice reminded sharply, hey. Jangwook threw a punch at him, focus on me. But young Chan managed to block it with both hands in time. Jangwook stepped in close, we have a lot to settle with each other, don't we? On the other side, Kyung-soo continued to unleash the second technique of Willow Leaf. He swung a flurry of strikes at Hwayong, leaving her unable to react. Kyung-soo pushed strength into his legs. He leapt up, his whole body suddenly light like a willow leaf in the wind. Kyung-soo thrust his blade once more. Seeing this, Hwang panicked, her eyes widened. She was attacked relentlessly, forced to defend non-stop. Overwhelmed, Hwang hurriedly retreated. Kyungsu gripped his blade tightly. He dashed straight toward Hwang, the blade's tip aiming right at her neck. Hwang grimaced, using all her strength in both arms to block. At last she barely managed to push Kyungsu's knife aside. Kyungsu pulled back his leg to gather momentum again. He kicked toward Hwang's ribs, but she swiftly blocked with her elbow. Though she protected her ribs, the sheer force of the kick still made her stagger. Standing upright again, Kyungsu gave a slight praise. "Your defense is clever." He frowned faintly. If it were the me of the past, this would have been much tougher. Hwang could not believe Kyungsu's true power. What on earth is this man? Where did he come from? Kyungsu, moving like the wind, suddenly appeared right before her. "You seem shaken." He slashed at her neck, but though she avoided the fatal strike, her shoulder was still cut. She nervously glanced at her bleeding shoulder. Kyungsu's face turned grim, his gaze sharp. "Perhaps you're curious who I really am." In pain, Hwang pressed her hand against her wound. She recalled how once at the temple someone had called out, "Plum Blossom." Turning back then, she saw Yuwa standing behind her, Lord Buddha. He asked as he entered, "Is the planning going smoothly?" Hwang reported, "Yes, everything is progressing well." Her voice carried hesitation, "But there are some concerns." Yuwa questioned, "What concerns?" Hwang answered, "The strength of Kim Nako and Kim Kyungsu. I cannot judge them clearly." Yuwa's eyes suddenly deepened. He repeated every word, "Kim Nako." He recalled a past battle, once a formidable foe. He continued, "His power was enough to wound me." Yuwa spoke with certainty, but in the end he just sits and laughs. By now, if anything, he has weakened, not grown stronger. He instructed Hwang, "Still, just in case, add March and August to the plan." She bowed, "Understood." Hwang looked straight at Yuwa, then, "Now, what about Kim Kyungsu?" He answered carelessly, "July's Lespedeza and August's Hollow Mountain are very strong, no need to worry too much." Hwang raised her hand, expressing her unease. "What truly troubles me is the vengeful spirit of Bai Guang you mentioned." Yuwa stayed silent. Hwang called out, "Buddha." She wondered, between Bai Guang at his peak and Hollow Mountain, who was stronger. Yuwa sneered, "At their peak, Plum Blossom, your words are amusing indeed." He said, "Those people never had a peak to begin with," which only made Hwang even more curious. Why not? Her eyes widened in shock as she stared at Yuwa, speaking, "What do you mean by peak period? Isn't it supposed to mean reaching the highest point during one's time of activity?" Hwang's voice was timid. "That's true, but," Yuwa cut her off, "Plum Blossom." He laughed eerily. Deep within his eyes burned overwhelming ambition. "The peak has always been me." Yuwa lifted his face, returning to a serious demeanor. "It will never be anyone else, especially not him, even if he truly were Bai Guang." His eyes bulged, his expression darkened. Back then, returning to the battle, Kyungsu's movements swayed like drooping willow branches. He slashed relentlessly toward Hwang. Their blades clashed, the ringing of metal echoing through the space. Kyungsu exploited her opening, thrusting his blade between Hwang's hand and her weapon. In an instant, Hwang's weapon was knocked into the air. Kyungsu seized the chance, his eyes locking on the target as he charged in. He suddenly emerged from the smoke, blade aimed straight at Hwang's neck. He swung a fierce slash, but she rolled backward with agility. Hwang landed and immediately widened the distance from Kyungsu. She scowled, her voice dripping with hatred. "Damn it, Lespedeza, Hollow Mountain, those bastards, all they fed me was nonsense." Hwang spoke again, "Kim Kyungsu no Bai Guang, the second generation." She slowly forced herself to stand again. Hwang said, "I have a question." Kyungsu, face expressionless, replied, "I've been getting a lot of questions today." She asked, "If you and Hollow Mountain fought, who would win?" Hearing this, Kyungsu closed his eyes and let out a sigh. His tone carried boredom. "You're about to die, yet you're still babbling about who's stronger. Are you a child?" Hwang answered firmly, "No, because it's important." Within her still flickered a faint hope that with it, the board could change. Kyungsu's voice cut in, "Hey, Plum Blossom." He asked, "Have you ever fought Hollow Mountain before?" Hwang naturally replied, "Of course." Suddenly, Kyungsu leapt up, "Then you." He rushed in close to Huang, his face devoid of emotion. Judge for yourself this once, and then tell me who is stronger. At the same time, elsewhere, a man carrying a weapon on his back strode forward. Hollow Mountain, as if sensing something, silently turned his head to look back. Jangwook rushed forward like a storm, his cold eyes locked on the enemy ahead. He threw a punch like a sledgehammer. Young Chan could only raise both arms to block, his whole body shoved backward. Young Chan blocked with difficulty, exhaling heavily. Jangwook reminded him, so now you finally have the mind to focus, huh? The man shouted, hey Bayan Jangwook. Young Chan's face turned serious as he asked bluntly, that brat just now, who was he? Where did such a monster appear? He barely finished his words before another punch came flying. Jangwook only answered simply, it seems. The punch smashed right into Young Chan's face, twisting his features like dough. Young Chan was hit so hard he collapsed far away. Jangwook showed no mercy, stepped closer, preparing to kick, warning, you still got time to worry about other things, huh? He lifted his foot and stomped down hard. Young Chan snapped back to his senses, quickly leaping aside to dodge the kick. He let out a sharp breath and agreed, yeah, true that. Young Chan grabbed a knife and counterattacked. That's why my nose feels like it's burning right now. He slashed quickly across Jangwook's body, but Jangwook dodged easily, the blade slicing through empty air. Young Chan didn't give up, continuing his assault, swinging the knife free from Jangwook's hand. He then slashed another strike toward Jangwook's neck. Seeing the situation, Young Chan backed off, shaking the knife mockingly, sneering, your stupid fighting style hasn't changed one bit, has it? He mocked Jangwook's scarred face, saying it looked like torn rags already. Jangwook frowned in irritation but stayed silent. Both Bayan Jangwook and Moon Young Chan stared each other down, murderous aura thick in the air. In the past, there had been history between them during a mission when Bayan Jangwook's special task force had just been formed. The Rapid Response Unit was escorting a group of prisoners. A man in a red hanbok let out a bizarre laugh, foo foo foo. He wore a traditional Korean haho mask while observing the scene. Back then, Bayan Jangwook fought to protect his comrades, and lost an eye to Moon Young Chan. He stood blocking for Sang-ho and Jung-ho, who were injured in shoulder and arm, while blood kept flowing from his right eye. Returning to the present, Young Chan taunted again, looking now, do you think losing that eye that day was worth it? Young Chan smirked and continued, to me it wasn't, sure your skills improved but still far below the standard. Jangwook disagreed, everyone has moments of weakness. He took his stance preparing to slash forward, but still, if we have to wait until your level improves, we'd all be skeletons by then. He quickly dodged the knife as it slashed right past his face. Unexpectedly, blood still splattered everywhere. A cut had appeared on Jangwook's face where the blade grazed him. Seeing this, Young Chan's face filled with glee, even more arrogant. Are you sure your body will stay intact? He recalled when Kyungsu asked him. The man frowned and said, Captain, are you some kind of pain freak? Someone who feels satisfied or even enjoys being hurt or treated badly? Jangwook was taken aback, confused. He replied, if I had to say, it's actually the opposite. Kyungsu waved his hand explaining, I wasn't really asking for real. He reminded him, because of your fighting style I asked like that. If you keep fighting this way, sooner or later your body will be destroyed. Jangwook pondered while smoking a cigarette. To justify it, compared to trying to protect my body, then having to endure the pain of losing someone important, I'd rather have my body wounded than suffer the pain of losing someone dear. Kyungsu interrupted, I once thought the same, not caring for my body and hurting myself. Jangwook was surprised by this. He thought of Phoenix and continued, but once the body is ruined, the result is you can't protect those important to you anymore. Jangwook suddenly shouted out, then asked, but your body is fine now, how did you manage that? Kyungsu casually joked, I died and came back to life. Jangwook was even more bewildered but didn't ask further, so that's how it is. Jangwook wanted to know what he should do, so what now? Should I change my way of fighting? Kyungsu crossed his arms and answered simply, don't know, you've lived like this for decades. If you change, maybe it'll get worse. Hearing that, Jangwook calmly replied, so I have to die and come back too. Kyungsu was speechless, then gave him some advice. In my view, back to reality. Young Chan kept slashing non-stop. More wounds appeared on Jangwook's face. He did not stop his strikes. Jangwook dodged the blows from Young Chan. Yet scratches multiplied across his face like random doodles. His whole body radiated killing intent after hearing Jangwook's words. Standing opposite, your knife skills are still the same, huh? Jangwook kept sighing, lucky, lucky. Both continued rushing at each other. Young Chan kept slashing. Jangwook kept dodging. He sneered, really lucky that you're still terrible as ever. Jangwook recalled Kyungsu's words, Captain, even when facing an opponent with a big difference in level, you could still control it without getting hurt, right? He admitted, yes, if something can be avoided, I will avoid it. Jang-wook continued, if the opponent isn't too strong, I'll try to dodge as much as possible to minimize damage. Hearing this, Kyung-soo offered a solution then. Captain should raise the standard for what counts as strong. Jang-wook asked curiously, how? Immediately, a knife slashed in front of him. Jang-wook quickly leapt aside to dodge. He was utterly terrified. Kyung-soo held the blood-stained knife in his hand. He reminded him the captain's new standard for strong starts now. Jang-wook's face showed surprise at Kyung-soo's words. His whole body radiated killing intent as he finished, it's me. That's why at this moment, Young Chan was very shocked. Jang-wook quickly counterattacked, rushing forward like the wind. Young Chan gripped the knife handle tighter, then unleashed a flurry of slashes. Jang-wook could dodge all those attacks with much greater ease. His whole body also radiated killing intent. Young Chan was flustered by this situation. What? Jang-wook rushed in and landed a punch on him, making Young Chan scream in pain. He spat out a mouthful of blood, coughing harshly. Jang-wook stared at him intently and began to explain. What I mean is. Young Chan lunged forward with eyes full of fury. Jang-wook still managed to dodge easily, not even tired, and continued speaking. Jang-wook unleashed a powerful punch that sent Young Chan flying. Young Chan coughed up blood again. He clenched his teeth, seething, damn you. The two of them kept charging at each other. Jang-wook clenched his fists tighter, preparing to pour out strength. Young Chan's face was the next target. Struck by Jang-wook's fist, he warned, things are no longer like before. Jang-wook's eyes showed only seriousness. Now I don't need to give you meat and get bones in return anymore. He muttered with disdain, lucky for me you're still the same as before. The battle continued, growing fiercer, no longer just a few punches or simple moves. Now with his astonishing speed, Jang-wook looked like a tireless machine, relentlessly hammering his fists into Young Chan's face. Even though his whole jaw was going numb from pain, Young Chan stubbornly endured, suddenly pressing his lips tight. Wanting to retaliate, shameless as it looked, Young Chan still thick-skinnedly spat a filthy wad of spit at Jang-wook. Without wasting a single move, Jang-wook easily dodged that disgusting slimy attack. Determined not to give Young Chan a chance to recover, Jang-wook decisively kicked him in the ribs. He instantly felt the bone-crushing pain, anger boiling up. Young Chan grimaced so hard his whole face bulged with veins. Still, Jang-wook maintained the upper hand in the duel, his expression sharper and colder. Once again, he struck with force. In just an instant, that sky-falling punch landed straight on the rotten face of that bastard Young Chan. Despite being stunned by the blow, Young Chan stubbornly raised his knife as if ready to stab Jang-wook. Quick as lightning, Jang-wook once again dodged the sharp slash of Young Chan's blade. Caught off guard by Jang-wook's sudden dodge, Young Chan stumbled awkwardly a few steps. Seizing the moment, Jang-wook decisively unleashed a flurry of punches into Young Chan's face. The critical strikes from Jang-wook left Young Chan's teeth and lips in chaos. He groaned in pain. Shockingly, he was beaten so hard some teeth fell out. Furious, Young Chan swung his knife wildly toward Jang-wook. Suddenly realizing something, Young Chan's eyes flashed with surprise. But perhaps it was too late, for at that very moment Jang-wook had already ambushed from behind. With just one sharp elbow strike to Young Chan's spine, Jang-wook sent his whole body flying. Refusing to stop, Jang-wook once again raised his powerful right arm, ready to strike. In a split second, that arm drove another elbow straight into the same spot on Young Chan. In pain so intense it seemed mind-breaking, his body trembling like a wet dog, Young Chan gnashed his teeth and growled, "You." His thirst for revenge surged higher, like a rabid dog foaming at the mouth. Gripping his knife tightly, Young Chan spun around and cursed, "Bastard." Accepting the challenge, Jang-wook silently raised his clenched fist. With his incredible reflexes, Jang-wook seized the moment and slammed a solid punch right into Young Chan's wrist joint. Unable to hide his horror at Jang-wook's beastly strength and fighting skills, Young Chan felt pain so sharp it was like dying and reviving, his pupils shrinking nonstop. His arm was snapped by Jang-wook's vicious strike. The knife instantly slipped helplessly onto the ground. Looking at the bastard Young Chan struggling to hold his injured arm, Jang-wook spoke up, "Now what will you do?" His eyes grew colder. Jang-wook's killing intent surged as he said, "Now you can't play your little sword dance anymore." Feeling the weight of his words, Young Chan coughed lightly with some restraint. Still biting the cigarette on his lips, Jang-wook warned, "Hey Moon Young Chan, if you surrender I'll spare your life." But the more stubborn he became, Young Chan laughed wildly. "I'm not that weak." He said, "When you get the chance to kill, you should do it right away. If surrender could save you, then even Choi Hoon would abandon you, and soon the whole team would fall apart." Hearing this, Jang-wook suddenly remembered his old comrade. He called out coldly, "Hey Moon Young Chan." Suddenly Moon Young Chan's eyes widened, staring ahead in shock. It turned out he saw Jang-wook rushing at him, saying, "That is not weakness." Quickly dodging Young Chan's sluggish counterattack, Jang-wook continued, "As a police officer, Of course, I must give a warning first. As soon as he finished, Jang-wook decisively delivered an uppercut. He couldn't help but feel disappointed. Jang-wook scolded, "You used to be a cop and now you act like a thug. You think this is some hired killer's job." Looking at Young Chan staggering, Jang-wook sneered, "Your sword dance is decent, but your fighting skills are only at the level of a little kid." Feeling deeply insulted, Young Chan couldn't hold back and screamed, "Shut up." But just as his fist swung out, Jang-wook bent down spectacularly. Jang-wook decisively punched Young Chan straight in the face. Blood immediately flowed from his nose. Young Chan was furious beyond reason. He wildly swung his fists into the air, one punch after another. Just like that, Young Chan miserably endured Jang-wook's storm of punches, helpless, until he was knocked completely out of control, his body sent flying. Drops of bloody syrup spilled nonstop onto the ground, quickly forming into a puddle. Seeing Young Chan standing hunched like a zombie, Jang-wook spoke up, "Looks painful, huh?" Then, he raised his veiny fist right in front of Young Chan's face and said coldly, "Goodbye." The impact twisted Young Chan's whole face as if flesh and bone shattered, bright red blood sprayed uncontrollably. The force was so strong it flung Young Chan's body away, powerless. His eyes gradually turned lifeless. Watching casually as Young Chan lay gasping on the ground, Jang-wook said flatly, "Still alive, quite some toughness there." Leaning down to check his condition, Jang-wook continued indifferently, "Even so, you're about to croak anyway. Hey Moon Young Chan, I have a question for you. Where did that fortune teller woman with the mask disappear to?" His mind gradually turning blank, Young Chan laughed dreamily, "I don't know either." As memories came back, Young Chan said, "At that time I was just a small fry in the organization. Then one day I heard the boss was obsessed with that fortune teller woman. After that I was ordered to guard her place, and so I went there but couldn't hold it for long before those damn guys wiped us out. After that I drifted through different gangs until I met her." Realizing his own mistake, Young Chan sighed in frustration. "Ah, I should have taken your other eye too. Never thought you'd be this strong, didn't care enough." Jang-wook replied, "The man who fought your boss. He's even stronger than me." Hearing that, Young Chan's fatting eyes agreed faintly, "Ah yeah, I guess that. Maybe she's dead too." Jang-wook replied, "You're calmer than I expected." Staring blankly at the ceiling lights above, Young Chan calmly said, "From the start when we rushed in here, we never thought of a way out even if she dies. It won't be so easy, you'd better retreat now." With a firm tone, Jang-wook answered, "No, on the contrary, it would only get in the way. He will know how to handle it himself." Struggling to keep breathing, Young Chan exhaled and said, I also have a question. How does it feel to take revenge on the one who took your eye?" Feeling only contempt, Jang-wook said coldly, "Hey, looks like you're misunderstanding. I didn't chase you down just for my own hatred. Simply I caught you because I am a cop and you are a criminal. You think just because you took one of my eyes that makes you special. You're just one among countless pieces of trash. Don't talk like you're something important. Garbage." With those words finished, Jang-wook stood up ready to leave. He looked at Young Chan's purplish stiff face lying on the cold floor. Quietly, he pulled the cigarette from his lips. Jang-wook calmly judged, "Dead already." On Kyung-soo's side, the fight was still fierce, his eyes flashing with killing intent as he swung his knife to attack. With terrifying speed like a raging storm, he stabbed straight in, forcing Hwaeung to barely dodge to the side. Even so, her neck couldn't escape a slash that sprayed blood. Hwaeung skillfully spun her leg. In an instant, she turned around and kicked backward at Kyung-soo. Yet he was still faster, ducking just in time. At the same moment, Kyung-soo darted forward like lightning. He rammed his elbow hard into her chin. Before Hwaeung could fall, he grabbed the hand of Plum Blossom. Instantly, Kyung-soo spun his knife skillfully upward. He viciously stabbed deep into the arm he was holding. Blood splattered wildly across Kyung-soo's emotionless face as her scream of pain rang out. Not stopping, he immediately yanked the knife out, ready to attack again. However, Hwaeung pulled her arm back just in time to avoid the next strike. Gritting her teeth in rage, she charged her fist and swung it at Kyung-soo. A terrifying shockwave spread out as her fist drove straight toward his head. But no, she thought she had him until she panicked and realized Hwaeung's punch was easily blocked by Kyung-soo. That knife blade had already slipped in with deadly intent, smooth and relentless. Hwaeung immediately sensed danger, her face showing pure panic. Kyung-soo's other hand shot up like lightning, slashing across the two desperate arms she raised to block. Blood sprayed across her body like blooming plum blossoms dyed in crimson. Meanwhile, the demon in front of her kept advancing in a frenzy of attacks. Hwaeung roared in desperation like a beast, unleashing her fists. But that so-called decisive punch missed. Kyung-soo casually tilted to the side to dodge. Taking advantage of the golden moment, Kyung-soo's powerful hand pressed his knife forward. With the momentum, he drove it brutally into Hwaeung's stomach, leaving her frozen in shock. Huang helplessly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Yet he didn't stop, killing intent burning in his eyes as Kyungsu ruthlessly yanked the knife back out. A fist followed, slamming straight into Huang's face, blood spraying like water. She was punched, flying backward, her body flung helplessly. She crashed down hard, her gaze catching only the ceiling above. Huang lay there powerless, clutching her face and stomach, trembling like a dead fish. Meanwhile, he stepped forward coldly, one step at a time. Kyungsu's sharp eyes looked down at her with contempt, as if she were nothing but trash. He sneered at her furious expression. Seems like you're reaching your limit, huh? Then Kyungsu asked lazily, so what now? Clearly hinting at Hollow Mountain, Kyungsu asked seriously, who do you think is stronger? Huang gritted her teeth in anger. Her face showed no fear as she calmly said, hey, second generation Bai Guang. A chilling pressure surged inside her as she said, I cannot know. Because for me, I always have to look upward, since both of you before my eyes are like one existence. Unbeatable. A colossal wall impossible to measure. Huang staggered, trying to stand as she said, one must reach a certain level to be able to judge. With my current ability, I cannot tell who is stronger. Kyungsu calmly remarked, you are quite good at self-awareness. Now I understand why you always sit at the closing seat. She sneered and continued, indeed it is something so shocking that even spirits would be amazed. Even after experiencing it myself, I still find it hard to believe. Suddenly she spoke coldly again, making his face stiffen, but there is one thing I am sure of. Huang picked up something small like a blue fan. It was a jamming device and said, the arrival of that person. Then without hesitation, she crushed it into pieces. Her face suddenly turned mad, her eyes ice cold as she gravely declared this game can no longer end on such a small scale. Meanwhile, in another corridor, beeping sounds kept echoing. Hollow Mountain was also holding a similar device in his hand, gazing at it in silence. Cherry Blossom asked in astonishment, for real? He just kept quiet without answering. On Kyungsu's side, they also noticed that sound. Cha Yeon asked, what is that noise? Over there another man was holding the same device and sighed regretfully. Ah. Dressed in a white suit, he strolled past the three of them and complained, now the plan to operate in the shadows is blown. Jeonhee along with Ahyung and Cha Yeon began to sense danger and became very alert. For the man before them was Chrysanthemum. He cast a tired glance and muttered, it's over, really over. In another room, a large rough hand held the jamming device that was also beeping. His lips drooped in silence. Then Yuhua turned his face toward Vo Din, revealing furious eyes on his terrifying face. At the same time, in another corridor, Sang-ho was dragging Jung-ho along with Heejun and Seong-hyun, all staring blankly at the floor. They saw third generation Bai Guang tied up tight with tape like a mummy, gagged, but did not recognize her and were puzzled. What is this? Seong-hyun guessed, seems like the captain and Kyungsu caught her, while Sang-ho just kept grumbling, hey, what is this alarm sound? Too noisy. Heejun still looked at third generation Bai Guang and asked, do we need to take this girl too? Jung-ho below, exhausted, urged quickly, first we need some treatment, I'm about to die here. Suddenly, a long echoing voice rang out behind them, making all four turn in surprise. They recognized her at once and exclaimed, Shin So-hee. She was leading an armed squad, smirking, looks like you guys got wrecked, huh? Only defending and getting smacked around. Sang-ho teased, who knew that annoying face of yours would actually make me this happy? She sneered back and scolded him, so annoying. Then he quickly lifted his comrade and shouted, hurry, come treat them. Suddenly she spoke with a cold tone, treat them. So he still wore that eerie smile and casually replied, we're not a medical team, you know. Sang-ho, irritated, snapped, cut the nonsense, hurry up. Suddenly his eyes went wide in shock. A massive gun barrel was aimed right at them, and So-hee herself was pointing it while calmly saying, we, aside from killing, can't do anything else. Under the dim glow of the ceiling lamps, Kyungsu and Huang faced each other. After a silence, Kyungsu spoke first, what did you do? Huang didn't answer directly, only hinting, you'll find out soon. More than anyone, she was curious about the conflict between Kyungsu and Yuhua, second generation Bai Guang. Why do you always oppose him? And that man, of course, was none other than Yuhua, the cruelest of all, yet ironically carried the title of Buddha, a name both blasphemous and laughable. How fitting. Kyungsu replied coldly, I have learned that. In my mind, I can still hear the words of the first generation Bai Guang who once said, one must live as a human. Hearing this, Huang smirked mockingly and repeated his words, live as a human. Sounds pretty, but it feels more like sarcasm than praise. Looking at Kyungsu's handsome but emotionless face and his killing gaze, Huang softly called out his former title, second generation Bai Guang. She continued, the role of a human is already decided from the moment of birth. To speak briefly of the life of Plum Blossom, she was born into a family with a father who was just a nameless thug. But unlike her father, she possessed extraordinary potential. Moreover, she was fully aware of her own talent, and time kept passing by. She had used her talent to achieve everything she desired, and from a very young age, she already had it all. After she and her subordinates finished off the enemies, Hwaeung turned and asked, so then? Feeling empty, Plum Blossom at that time could only let herself sink deeper into endless killing. What should she do next? No pleasure could ever fill the void in her heart. For example, she was always surrounded by handsome young men with firm muscles, pampering and indulging her. Yet that emptiness remained, but everything suddenly changed with the appearance of one figure, especially since Hwaeung witnessed her subordinates die one by one in agony, leaving her alone to face the demon before her. At that moment, Hwaeung truly had no idea what to do except glare with hateful eyes at the killer, but he only said softly, "Hey kid," then praised her with a line, "I value you highly." Under Hwaeung's doubtful gaze, Yuhua firmly declared, "You are not someone born to be a leader." On top of that, he also mocked her subordinates, those thugs in this place. As he took off his demon mask, he tried to tempt her, "Follow me, I will show you the true meaning of your life." At that moment, although fear and doubt swirled in Hwaeung's head, she could not deny that his words struck at her weakness and stirred the desire buried deep inside her fragile soul. And so she decided to erase everything she had once achieved. Erase it all to walk the path she was meant to walk. Ending the memory, Hwaeung smiled faintly and said, "You." She had to remind Kyungsu so clearly he would never forget, and we. Clutching the wound aching at her waist, she continued, "We're born to become loyal pawns of Buddha, that is our life." Hearing her speak as if she knew everything, saying he died for rejecting his destined role, Kyungsu calmly nodded, "Yes, that is right." Then he pointed to himself as if to show Hwaeung a living proof, "But now I have lived once more." This was not wrong at all. Hwaeung did not deny it, she only felt it was hard to understand, but Kyungsu used that very point to strike back at her. Look. He bluntly remarked, "You cannot predict this, yet you act like you know everything. It's like being stabbed in the heart." Hwaeung felt uneasy and frowned, arguing, "How could I predict that?" But Kyungsu cut her off, "Shut up." He said, "In this world nothing is predetermined, in this life everything is unpredictable." Hwaeung immediately shook her head and replied, "No, there is one thing already destined." Like someone brainwashed, she once again mentioned Yuhua, he. And her strong belief in Yuhua showed clearly in her words that you will become a god. Kyungsu was speechless, ignoring her attitude that treated him like a lunatic. Hwaeung lowered her voice and said, "I know my role in this plan is the pawn that must die." She still remembered her unfinished fight with Nako, and I thought I would die by Kim Nako's hand, but anyway victory will still belong to us. Looking at Kyungsu's cold expression, she smiled and said, "What a pity, I really wanted to survive at any cost." Her voice turned hoarse as she recalled the reason that helped her endure, to follow his path to the end. In the end, 4 words truly unjust, Hwaeung thought that through this conversation Kyungsu might awaken and turn back, but instead he let out a long, weary sigh. Hwaeung froze. Wasn't he supposed to change his mind and join her? She frowned and asked, "Why did you sigh?" Without beating around the bush, Kyungsu answered bluntly, "Because I'm too disappointed. I thought you were smart, but it seems Moon only picks fools." No matter how patient Hwaeung was, his words successfully enraged her. That calm face of his would soon be replaced with despair. Then she suddenly screamed, "Tremble, you foolish ones." Perhaps too tired of hearing words like "you dare" oppose him instead of following fate, Kyungsu gave this foolish woman no more chance to preach. The moment her mouth opened wide, he decisively drove the sharp blade deep inside. Not only that, he was even more ruthless by holding the motion in place. Then he pressed Hwaeung down onto the ground. And that action obviously made the blade pierce right through her throat, officially ending her stubborn life. Once confirmed, Kyungsu finally released his grip and muttered, noisy as hell. Exhaling a breath, he continued, "You really are such an unpleasant one." At the same time, in another hallway, cornered by Sohee and the police squad, Sangho began to panic. "Hey Shin Sohee, now is not the time to joke." Sohee raised an eyebrow, let out a hum, and asked, "Do I look like I'm joking?" Next, she picked up the radio and pressed the button to call someone. On the other end, the line was quickly picked up, so he politely asked, "Yes, Chief, are you busy?" Nako didn't answer that but went straight to the point. "What is it?" So he glanced at Sangho's group and smiled as she replied, "I just ran into some guys from Hong Jun's team, all of them injured, right?" Hearing that, Nako coldly asked, "Who are they?" So he listed Jungho, Sangho, and the 2 men with Kim Kyungsu. Nako was silent for a few seconds, then answered, "All right." He He gave a sinister smile, kill them all. It seemed he had already guessed this, so the order didn't surprise her much. She respectfully replied, yes, I understand. Then hung up and smugly asked Sangho's group, you heard that, right? Turns out she wasn't lying. Sangho stammered in shock, girl, what the hell? Are you kidding me? So he gestured to the police squad and grinned, I told you I wasn't joking. Then she raised her rifle high, well then, goodbye. But before she could finish speaking, a loud noise like something heavy crashing down suddenly rang out, startling Sohee. Apparently not only she heard it, both the police and Sangho's 3 conscious men all turned their eyes toward the source of the sound. As they turned their heads again, they heard the same noise once more. Sohee couldn't help feeling uneasy and annoyed. She frowned and asked, what's that sound? At the far end of the pitch-black hallway, Sangho's group wondered if they were being overly sensitive, yet they even saw movement in the darkness. In an instant, the atmosphere became more silent and tense than ever. From deep within that pitch-black darkness, a figure slowly stepped out holding a wooden gong stick in hand. At that very moment, all battles and hostility seemed to pause. Both sides, Sohee and Sangho, turned their eyes toward the source of the sound. Sohee couldn't help but ask, what's that sound? Even though she knew no one could give an answer. She noticed the darkness ahead slowly creeping toward her. Her pupils shrank in shock. Then several round objects were tossed toward them. Though the impacts against the tiled floor weren't strong, they were enough to crack the little spheres. They thought it was just some random trick to stir curiosity, but who knew they were actually smoke bombs. Suddenly they exploded, and the spread was no less powerful than any other smoke bombs. It wasn't hard to guess this was a raid. Heejun's first reaction was to cover his nose and mouth. What the heck is this? While Sangho quickly shouted for everyone to move aside and hide. At this moment, Sohee was equally flustered, but as captain, she had to force herself to stay calm and direct the police squad. Everyone had gas masks, but before they could even put them on, someone hurled throwing needles that shattered their protective goggles. Everything happened too fast, too dangerous, Sohee could only stare in shock as 2 officers collapsed at the same time. But right now, she had no time to grieve or mourn, so he quickly put on her own gas mask and shouted one word, fire. The only plan she could think of now was to keep urging the police squad to shoot. More than a dozen bullets ripped through the thick smoke, carving deep holes. The problem was none of them hit a single target. Hearing her teammates say there was no response only made Sohee's tension spike even higher. Her brows furrowed tightly, Sohee shouted loudly, shield unit move in. Better to face the enemy directly than stand still wasting bullets in guesswork. So without hesitation the police squad charged forward, Roger. Entering the hazy smoke, they could still clearly hear Sohee's reminder, advance but stay alert of your surroundings. Even with numbers on their side and the comfort of moving close together, the officers felt no less nervous. The enemy was nowhere to be seen. Still uneasy because they couldn't see the enemy, the opponents granted their wish by faintly appearing ahead. One man closest couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock at the wooden gong swinging down. Being in the middle, Sohee easily noticed something. And the sight before her turned her into stone. What is this? She screamed in terror, what on earth is coming? Suddenly, the smoke shifted to both sides, as if someone was controlling it. Then the image of the gong drenched in blood syrup, still dripping drop by drop, slowly became clear. Next came the massive, terrifying figure of Yuhua. Rewinding time to the conversation between Hwaeung and Yuhua when they began cooperating. Hearing Yuhua say you will be the discarded pawn, plum blossom, Hwaeung showed nothing but strange calmness. Yes, but pleased with her puppet-like response, Yuhua gave her the next task. Your mission is to eliminate Kim Nako, then take all the blame and commit suicide. Hwaeung respectfully bowed and accepted. Yes, I will do so. Your order to keep confronting and criticizing Kim Nako. Now I fully understand the reason. Yuhua nodded and added, Plum Blossom, because Kim Nako intended to investigate the ties between me and the gang. I will lead the violent group and remove Kim Nako. He also made it clear to her to avoid misunderstanding. Afterward, when the trail is exposed, then commit suicide. I will write the script that way. Seeing Yuhua show regret for her, such a pity, Plum Blossom, you are too valuable a pawn, Hwaeung coldly replied. You flatter me. Being used as a pawn to remove Kim Nako is my honor. By this point, she was surely fully brainwashed. Glancing at the incense burner smoking even more heavily, Yuhua let out a slight sigh and said, yes, I once thought I could trust and align with someone like that. It was my mistake. Although admitting that, he also blamed Nako, but it was also Kim Nako's mistake. That fool, if he had obediently followed me, I could have helped him achieve his dream, really didn't know his place. Hearing this, Hwayung hesitantly said, "But though that is unlikely." She pressed her lips and asked, "But if something happens that prevents Kim Nako from being eliminated, then what?" Without wasting any time, Yuwa immediately answered, "If that happens," he affirmed, "I will personally take action." As a loyal pawn, Hwayung of course could not support this. If Buddha personally stepped in, then his path ahead would face problems. Yuwa smiled and replied, "Anyway, if Kim Nako cannot be eliminated." He confidently added, "Hwaguk temple will collapse as well." Then proudly said further, "From the beginning I have spread fear throughout this country month after month." Yuwa never once felt guilty about treating people with his own falsehoods, and when I was the only one who could control that fear, I appeared as a symbol of hope for this nation. He chuckled and said, "After making Kim Nako president, I plan to raise the level of fear I can control even higher." At this moment, he honestly revealed to Hwayung his deepest desire to become the living Buddha of this country. In other words, "My goal is to become a god." Yet Hwayung still firmly believed that if Buddha personally stepped in, the outcome would go against that goal. Yuwa stayed silent for a few seconds, then called softly, "Plum Blossom." He suddenly asked, "Do you know what a god is?" A voice no different from that of a demon, it blended into the incense smoke and dissolved into nothingness. The flashback ended here, returning to the moment so he discovered the presence of the enemy as the fog thinned. The words everyone tried to shout caught in their throats, because she had clearly seen the gun barrel pointed right at her face, and the one holding it was Yuhua. Despite the police having bulletproof shields, Yuhua relentlessly fired at them. A god is an existence that people can rely on, one that can be seen as a symbol of hope. Seeing the situation grow more intense, so he felt her blood boil. Damn it. She quickly fired back, but to her shock, Yuhua had somehow already seized one of their bulletproof shields, continuing his definition of God. Also an embodiment of fear, since no one expected Yuhua would use the shield itself as a weapon to throw at them. The whole squad failed to defend in time, but luckily that shield struck another bulletproof shield near them. As a result, they only fell over without anyone actually injured. Just as Sohee was about to stand up, Yuhua made his next move. He gripped the stone-hard gong tightly in his hand, leapt high, and came crashing down towards Sohee. She let out a long, terrified scream. Normally maybe some miracle would happen, but this time there was none. The gong smashed straight down onto the top of Sohee's head. If he could not become the god of hope that people could rely on. If he could not become the god of hope that people could rely on. Witnessing the captain's tragic end, one officer holding a gun couldn't stop himself from trembling all over. And Yuhua was not kind enough to spare him. He smashed the gong against the man's visor, then drove his elbow in once more, splattering blood as the officer collapsed onto the floor. With the idea that if he could not be the god of hope, Yuhua had resolved to become the god of fear instead. Because of that, he went on a rampage using the gong, the very tool that made him a living Buddha to many. As he tore into the remaining police, few could have imagined that a gong alone was enough to kill. From close combat beatings, to clashing head-on against endless streams of gunfire. After using a bulletproof shield, Yuhua hurled it straight into the body of an officer opposite him. His eyes now were filled with hatred, his face identical to that of a demon made flesh. And for a short while after, the sounds of blows, gunfire, and blood spraying everywhere echoed together. Sang-ho only dared to press himself against the corner wall. What on earth is happening here? He stayed hidden like that until everything went quiet again, then finally dared to peek out. And then his eyes widened to their fullest. Yuhua stood towering among a field of scattered corpses. Sang-ho's body went stiff with fear. It would be no exaggeration to say Yuhua was the man feared by every citizen of this nation. Not long ago, after Hong Jun finished explaining the plan, Jung-ho and Sang-ho were left in a state of confusion. The reason was because the leader of the assassin organization turned out to be Yuhua. Hearing this news, Sang-ho was utterly shocked. Really? It felt like listening to some absurd fairy tale. Jung-ho frowned and muttered, "It must be true. Would the Director General of Security lie?" Sang-ho thought about it over and over and still couldn't believe it. "No way, are you really 100% sure? It sounds way too ridiculous." Jung-ho reluctantly looked at him. If the higher-ups said so, then it must be so, but still. Until they saw it with their own eyes, Jung-ho and Sang-ho hid behind a wall, secretly peeking outside. Yuhua alone had wiped out the police squad that charged in to attack him. His face was smeared with blood syrup and sweat, yet he wore a twisted smile. Jung-ho and Sang-ho stared wide-eyed, trembling at the sight before them. Without needing to speak, as if their minds connected, they both instantly realized the cruel truth. And they also realized their own future. Looking at Yuhua's face overflowing with murderous intent, anyone could tell their fate was to die here. Both Jungho and Sangho were injured, yet Jungho still firmly spoke Sangho. I'll buy us some time. Hearing that he froze. What? Thinking it through, Jungho softly confessed, whenever you get the chance you always talk about marriage, women and all. You must survive and go back to get married. I have nothing to hold me here. He urged Sangho with determination. Go, at all costs I'll risk my life to stall him. But Sangho stubbornly refused. No, you can't do that. The dire situation made Jungho lose patience. You idiot, now's not the time to act cool. Before he could finish, Sangho spoke heavily. I'm not acting cool, and stop cursing already. He shouted angrily in his friend's face. If a man can't protect his most important friend, then how the hell can he protect his future wife? Jungho's face stretched long like a goose at his words. Then fine, better to die. I'll sacrifice myself like a real man. Seeing the two arguing so loudly, Heejun nervously cut in. Master, we want to fight too, he roared. Seonghyun hesitated and said, me too, but was immediately rejected by Sangho. You must live. Hearing that, Heejun firmly protested. We can't do that. Seonghyun raised his hand to add his opinion, but suddenly Sangho roared angrily. Officer Hwang Heejun, Lee Seonghyun. This is an order, he frowned and commanded, while Jungho beside him also shouted sternly. As police officers, you must obey the orders of your superiors. Heejun and Seonghyun froze when they heard both men speak in unison. That order is for you to live. Right after, Sangho and Jungho stretched their joints, preparing to face battle. Sangho sighed softly. We still have to repay our captain. This is embarrassing. Jungho chuckled and said, then let's die cool like real men. Both of them shared the same thought. Jungho spoke seriously. Don't tarnish the reputation of the Special Forces Bayan Jangwa. Heejun was so moved he burst into tears, crying loudly, Master. Then suddenly Seonghyun raised his hand and cut in again. Sorry to interrupt. He blinked and said, but that man has disappeared already. All three rushed out to check, and indeed Yuwa had completely vanished. The four of them stood dumbfounded, staring blankly around. Elsewhere, two men in black clothes charged at Jangwook with knives. Jangwook struck one with a palm. He took one down in an instant. Without pause, Jangwook raised his fist again. The terrifying punch crushed the face of the next man in black. The man in black was knocked flying backward by Jangwook. Blood spurted from his nose right there on the spot. Looking at the two fools sprawled on the ground, Jangwook frowned and thought, even after killing the leader, their morale hasn't dropped. He picked up his cigarette, raised an eyebrow and wondered, are they on stimulants, or do they not know their leader is already dead? After pondering, he noticed the man standing behind him. That man was none other than Kyung-soo, who like him was lost in heavy thought. Seeing this, Jangwook curiously asked, Detective Kim Kyung-soo, what's wrong? Kyung-soo let out a long sigh. His face darkened with suspicion as he said, something feels off, not right at all. Hearing that, Jangwook looked at him for a while, then awkwardly asked, it's not because of me, right? Beside them, a middle-aged man in police uniform was holding a radio in his hand. Nako kept staring at the phone as if waiting for something. Seeing his odd behavior, Choi-hoon couldn't help but ask, what's going on? He answered in a low voice, there's been no contact from Shin So-hee at all. The radio in his hand was completely silent. Unwilling to accept it, Nako called again, Shin So-hee, has something happened? On the other end, there was only silence, because all the officers who followed So-hee had already been logged out permanently. The complete lack of response made Nako roar in worry. Shin So-hee, answer me. He had no idea that the So-hee he was looking for already had white eyes rolled back, froth at her mouth, and had stopped breathing. Shin So-hee, he desperately called again when suddenly a deep voice came from the phone, calling his full name, Kim Nako. The moment he heard that voice, Nako's face darkened instantly. In that instant, he fell completely silent, frozen without daring to make a sound. The person on the other end calmly asked, where are you right now? Nako still remained silent and unmoving. Even Choi-hoon looked at him in confusion. The voice on the other side grew impatient, growling, answer me, Kim Nako. Finally, unable to stay silent any longer, Nako calmly said, Yuhwa. The person on the other end was none other than Yuhwa, his voice now menacing as he asked, which hallway are you in right now? Nako was flustered, unsure whether he should answer or not. Yuhwa's footsteps echoed lightly. He walked leisurely while laughing. Since Peony died back in June, heading that way should be fine, right? Hearing this, Nako immediately sneered mockingly. What is this? You really dragged that heavy body all the way here. At his taunt, Yuhwa calmly replied, I just have a few things I want to hear from you. Nako sensed trouble. What do you mean? Ask, I'll answer. After making such a mess, do you really plan to try recruiting me now? Yuhwa responded mysteriously, no, that's something I'll only hear in person. Nako seemed amused, oh really, and what would that be? Yuhwa clenched the radio tightly in anger when he heard Nako mock, your dying words. Yuo was so furious his eyes turned murky. The radio suddenly cut off, leaving Nako stunned for a few seconds. He walked while grumbling angrily, still as arrogant as ever. Says his piece and hangs up right away. Still thinks I'm under his command. He recalled his own shabby figure when he first encountered Yuwa in the pouring rain, then ground his teeth and muttered, "Ah, things are nothing like they were back then." Suddenly Nako drew his weapon, muttering furiously, "All right then, come on, let's see who dares to wager everything in this fight." He roared like a wild beast, "Just wait and see." At the same time, Yuwa was also looking for him, while Nako on the other side shouted arrogantly, "Let's see whose dying words will be spoken." Hong Jun had received a report on the current situation from Jungho and Sangho. He spoke sternly into the radio. Has he arrived? Sangho looked at the pile of corpses scattered on the ground, then nodded and answered, "Yes, he came, wiped out Shin Sohee's entire team, then disappeared." Hearing this, Hong Jun immediately asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" Sangho hesitated for a moment, unsure why. Sangho then explained with deep confusion about Yuwa's actions. "He ignored us completely and just walked straight ahead." At that, Hong Jun exclaimed in shock, "He didn't know you were there." Sangho shook his head and replied, "Not that, we even made eye contact with him, it was terrifying." Then Hong Jun nodded, "I understand, I'll report back to Captain Bayan Jangwook." After that, with no clear plan, Sangho anxiously asked him, "What should we do now, sir?" Hong Jun thought for a moment, then instructed Sangho and the others, "Don't leave your current position, keep guarding the woman who's tied up." He obediently answered, "Yes, I understand." Seonghyun and Heejun stared at the woman, Bai Guang the third generation, lying bound on the ground. Afterwards, Hong Jun hung up the phone, sitting in silence in his office, muttering, "That's good, but to just leave them behind. Why?" Outside, the vast forest was about to sink into darkness. He thought quietly, could it be? Is there something else out there? Hong Jun frowned in confusion. In the forest, pigs and birds stayed eerily silent, as if on guard against something. At the central passageway right now were Jungho, Sangho, Heejun, and Seonghyun. Finally, there was Bai Guang the third generation. In the middle of the hallway stood Yuhua. Next to him were Jangwook and Kyungsu. Above them were Hollow Mountain and Hollow Mountain. Near the end was Jin Myungwon. And at the very end of the hallway stood none other than Nako and Choi Hoon. On the right passageway were Jeonghi, Chaeyeon, and Ahyung. Standing last was Chrysanthemum. In the brightly lit hallway, silence still dominated the space. Kyungsu growled angrily, "He has arrived, hasn't he?" Hong Jun's voice came through the radio, "Yes." He furrowed his brows, listening seriously, "That guy." Kyungsu couldn't hold back his rage. He clenched his teeth and roared every word, "Where is he now?" Hong Jun immediately replied, "He is moving into the central passageway." Hearing this, Kyungsu instantly knew the opportunity had come. He shouted loudly, "Right now!" But after a few steps, Hong Jun's voice cut in to stop him, "Lieutenant Kim Kyungsu." Fearing he might lose control of his emotions, Hong Jun gently advised, "I understand how you feel, but calm down. I know you really want revenge on him." He went on to emphasize, "But the most important thing for us right now is Kim Nako." Hong Jun suddenly recalled his past conversation with Nako, then his tone hardened. "We joined this operation under the condition of receiving all the information on the crimes of Hwaguk Temple's Kim Nako." That day Nako had once laughed and told Hong Jun, "Of course." Nako added in a sinister, threatening tone, "Except for anything related to me." Hong Jun of course did not forget that the greatest enemy was Yuwa, but he still suppressed his anger to calm Kyungsu. No matter how this operation turned out, the mere fact that he had appeared here already made the situation irreversible. He slowly voiced his deduction. He has chosen the path of mutual destruction with Kim Nako. This situation is a huge opportunity for us. If Kim Nako can destroy both Hwaguk Temple and us yet survive, then there will be no one left to stop him. Hong Jun once again emphasized, "That is why our top priority is to capture Kim Nako." Kyungsu ground his teeth, trying to remain calm as he listened. If everything goes according to his plan, then he's even more dangerous than Buddha. Suddenly Jangwook spoke up from behind, "Lieutenant Kim Kyungsu, I still don't understand the relationship between you and that monk Yuhua." He stared straight into his eyes and gravely reminded him, "But there is something more important than personal revenge, and that is the success of the mission that your comrades have fought alongside you for." Kyungsu's face darkened, and though furious, he could not refute him. Jangwook understood Kyungsu's character from the day's training with Jungho, Sangho, Heejun, and Seonghyun. "You've been watching everything for a long time, haven't you? Those comrades who fought beside you," he continued, asking him about the scenes he had seen from Ahyung, Chaeyeon, and Jeonghi. Then to keep him from losing control, Jangwook roared firmly, Those who have sacrificed so much for this mission, they are all risking their lives fighting right now. Finally, he closed with one decisive line, personal revenge can wait until later, it's not too late. His gaze toward him was full of hope. You are a police officer, aren't you? Kyung-soo stood motionless, staring back at him, but inside his mind, thousands of thoughts tangled. He remembered the training sessions, exhausting yet filled with laughter with Jang-wook and everyone. At last, Kyung-soo clenched his teeth and yielded. Those beautiful memories pulled him back from the brink of corruption. Kyung-soo turned away and said, I understand, let's go, let's catch Kim Nako. Meanwhile, at Choi-hoon and Nako's location, the two were walking down the hallway when a voice suddenly drew their attention, making them both turn their heads. Chief. Myung-won, carrying a rifle on his back, said sternly to Nako, I will join you. As expected, Nako smirked, good, you still survived and made it back. Myung-won stepped closer and gravely informed Nako, he has arrived. Hearing this, Nako grew furious, gnashing his teeth. He wants to choose mutual destruction, but things will not go his way. At that, Choi-hoon asked curiously, so first we'll join forces with Hong-jun to eliminate him, right? He immediately denied it, no. His lips curved into a smug grin. The reason Hong-jun cooperated with us this time was because I held evidence of Hwaguk Temple's crimes, but once Buddha set foot here, all of that became meaningless. Hong-jun now has no reason to keep working with us. A group of police officers followed behind, guarding Nako, while he spoke calmly. That's why they'll prioritize capturing me first. Choi-hoon still wondered, then what do we do? Nako answered right away. He spoke with venom in his voice, fight poison with poison. He couldn't help but think of the confrontation between Yu-woo and Hong-jun. We must avoid direct battle. Let Hong-jun's side and Hwaguk Temple's side tear each other apart. He smirked with glee, we'll strike when both sides are weakened and wipe them all out. Then he fell silent, plotting. Considering Shin-so he used the left passage to reach the main gate, that path is likely clear now. Turning around, Nako said while walking, we'll also move quickly through that passage to block the exit. He ordered his men with a sinister grin, don't let even an ant escape from here. The police behind him responded in unison, yes, chief. But before they could finish, Cherry Blossom and Hollow Mountain suddenly charged in, their eyes full of murderous intent. Hollow Mountain swung his weapon down with a roar. One startled officer cried out, what the? Hollow Mountain instantly cut him clean in half. Cherry Blossom pulled out a smoke grenade. She hurled it at the officers and a thick pink smoke burst out. The dense fog completely blocked Nako's vision. Myung-won shouted in panic, those monsters. Nako, unfazed, ordered him coldly, give me your gun. He obeyed immediately, why yes, sir. In an instant, Nako's eyes gleamed with razor-sharp killing intent. The smoke slowly dispersed, revealing a faint figure flickering in and out of sight. Nako coldly raised the gun in his hand, aiming straight into the smoke. Suddenly he froze in shock. A blade had abruptly struck across his gun, stopping it in place. In the blink of an eye, the gun in his hand was knocked away right before Nako's astonished eyes. He immediately stepped back, letting Myung-won and Choi-hoon move forward to fire. A barrage of deafening gunfire erupted. Myung-won and Choi-hoon kept shooting into the smoke. After a while of wild shooting, the guns suddenly ran out of bullets halfway. All three of them cautiously stared at the scene in front of them. From within the dispersing smoke appeared the figures of Cherry Blossom and Hollow Mountain. Nako drew out his staff, his eyes locked firmly on the two of them. Suddenly his pupils contracted and expanded repeatedly. Hollow Mountain and Cherry Blossom simultaneously raised their shields and charged forward. Hollow Mountain roared instantly, target confirmed, eliminate. In that moment, Nako burst out laughing in amusement. Well, this is quite the mess, seems we can't monopolize it after all. Cherry Blossom and Hollow Mountain dashed toward Nako at lightning speed. Hollow Mountain immediately raised his sword, ready to strike down. Nako channeled power into his arm, trying to block the blow. With endless confidence, he even sneered mockingly. Cherry Blossom instantly struck at him from behind. Choi-hoon swiftly kicked her away several meters. A terrifying force suddenly slammed straight into Hollow Mountain. His eyes widened in shock. In an instant, Nako landed a fierce kick to Hollow Mountain's face. Both Hollow Mountain and Cherry Blossom were sent skidding down the hallway. Myung-won silently observed Cherry Blossom and Hollow Mountain, secretly thinking their coordination was truly impressive. He frowned as he assessed them. Their attacks flowed together as if they were one. Myung-won couldn't help but glance at Choi-hoon and Nako, realizing after just watching this brief clash, the chief and Captain Choi-hoon aren't simple either. His eyes darkened. Myung-won wondered, then what about my role? He sighed helplessly, it's basically nothing, so I'll just stand still. On the other side, Hollow Mountain cautiously reminded Cherry Blossom, keep getting ready. She nodded. Meanwhile, Nako turned to Choi Hoon and instructed, Choi Hoon, don't push yourself too hard and get hurt. He lowered his voice to remind, Hong Jun's team will arrive soon, don't let us become their warm-up exercise. As he spoke, he was already thinking about Yuhua, since the ones he had to fight with his life weren't them. Choi Hoon quietly followed his orders, defend, we just need to defend. Nako said slowly, of course. Then suddenly he swung his body forward, leaping to attack Cherry Blossom and Hollow Mountain. Hollow Mountain raised his sword to block his strike. Cherry Blossom shouted angrily, where do you think you're going? She suddenly raised her sharp claws, aiming straight for his face. In a flash, Choi Hoon darted in, striking a palm at her face. In that instant, he froze in surprise. It turned out Cherry Blossom had been quicker, blocking his punch in a split second. She smirked, did you think I'd fall for the same move again? Choi Hoon's face stayed expressionless as he gave a compliment, impressive strength. Meanwhile, Nako launched a blow at Hollow Mountain, growling, best defense huh. His punch smashed straight into Hollow Mountain's stomach. Hollow Mountain had to use every bit of strength to keep himself from sliding across the floor. Unfortunately, when he looked up, he was shocked to see Nako's staff right in front of his face. He gritted his teeth through the pain and dodged to the side in a flash. Hollow Mountain glared furiously at Nako. Nako went berserk, jabbing the tip of his staff at his face. He looked like a demon wielding two staffs, charging at his prey with fiery energy. Nako grinned eerily, muttering under his breath, attack. Then he suddenly shot a glance at Choi Hoon, asking, can you handle her? Cherry Blossom overheard, and Choi Hoon calmly answered, of course, chief. In just a moment, his fist slipped free from Cherry Blossom's grip. Choi Hoon's face remained expressionless as he calmly said, leave it to me. Cherry Blossom swallowed hard, thinking, this guy is seriously dangerous, maybe even my type. No sooner had she said that than she suddenly leapt toward Choi Hoon. She struck at his face while roaring, but I'm not the kind of woman a man can control. Unfortunately for her, Choi Hoon slipped away from her deadly strike, though her claws still left a long scratch across his face. Cherry Blossom glared at him triumphantly, screaming like a crazed fangirl. The only man who could go one-on-one with me was Hollow Mountain. Not in the mood for her rambling, Choi Hoon drove his fist straight into her stomach. Unable to withstand his blow, Cherry Blossom crashed to the ground. Her mask cracked in two and slid off her face. From above, Choi Hoon looked down arrogantly at Cherry Blossom and said coldly, then today, there's one more. Even while being beaten senseless, Cherry Blossom still grinned madly. Holding her face, she looked at Choi Hoon with twisted delight. Not bad at all. Among the men I've met, you'd probably rank pretty high. Hearing this, Choi Hoon raised an eyebrow and said, that kind of makes me want to compete. On the other side, Nako swung his staff like lightning. Hollow Mountain's sword slashed upward. The two of them clashed fiercely in a storm of blows. Nako gleefully unleashed his vicious strikes on him. One slash of Nako's staff cut the air, grazing across Hollow Mountain's face. Nako didn't stop, hammering his staff down again and again toward his head. Hollow Mountain, drained, staggered back a few steps. That made Nako laugh with scorn. Come on, show me everything you've got. I heard you're supposed to be his replica. Hollow Mountain dropped to one knee, carefully listening as Nako spoke to him. I understand him better than anyone. Nako recalled Yuhua on that rainy day. That day I fought him. He was unarmed and lost. Raising his twin staffs before Hollow Mountain, Nako added, but the butter I knew, when armed, used dual swords. That's why I've trained with twin staffs until now, just to defeat him. As he spoke, he stared straight at Hollow Mountain. I should show you a little too, shouldn't I? A moment later, slowly standing up, he mocked, you mean fighting dual swords with me? Fine, he said that and drew the weapons from his side. Hollow Mountain's action immediately left Nako dumbfounded. His eyes bulged wide in fear. Hollow Mountain held two swords in his hands, radiating terrifying power just like Yuhua on that rainy day, then roared in fury, I will show you. Nako was so horrified he burst into laughter. That chilling sensation made him tremble uncontrollably. PTSD was crashing back. He gulped hard, trying to calm himself. All right. On the other side, Hollow Mountain readied his battle stance. Nako suddenly leapt right in front of him, shouting excitedly, PTSD has to be overcome slowly. Before the Bodhisattva chose the second-generation candidate of Hollow Mountain, he personally performed martial arts in front of the children, and from them he picked one, deciding to raise him one-on-one. A child with distinctive red hair stood before Yuhua and asked, Master Buddha, why did you choose me? The boy was extremely puzzled. Weren't there others stronger and with better achievements? Yuhua smiled at him and slowly answered, that day when I performed. Looking at the children, he realized something. The others all trembled in fear under Yuhua's frightening gaze. He rasped, only your eyes were filled with admiration. That explanation shocked the boy, who was none other than Hollow Mountain. Then Yuwa suddenly made a proposal. "Kid, do you want to become like me?" Hollow Mountain did not hesitate and immediately replied, "Yes, I do." The sky that day was gloomy. Yuwa smiled with satisfaction at Hollow Mountain. "Very good." Under the innocent gaze of young Hollow Mountain, Yuwa said with malice, "From now on, I am your role model." Returning to reality, Nako immediately lunged at Hollow Mountain, roaring madly, "Very good, very good." Hollow Mountain fought back while listening to him ask in a low voice, "So you are Hollow Mountain?" Nako kept striking at him, rambling nonstop, "Your movements now are exactly the same as the ones I imagined that day." He instantly swung his staff, his voice dripping with hatred. Ever since that defeat, Hollow Mountain easily blocked one of his strikes, making Nako furious. "I've never once given up on avenging that loss." While trading blows with Hollow Mountain, he muttered, because back then, the tip of his staff suddenly stabbed into Hollow Mountain's side. Nako thrust harder into him, growling bitterly, "It was the first defeat of my life, one I can never forget." Hollow Mountain clenched his teeth and glared at him without a word. Suddenly Hollow Mountain struck at him, but Nako dodged instantly and sneered, "Perhaps you've never lost before, have you?" Hollow Mountain snapped back, "I've lost plenty, I lost to Buddha." The sinister eyes of Yuwa from that day remained deeply carved in Hollow Mountain's mind. Hearing this, Nako let out a mocking laugh. "Seriously, you call that a defeat?" He lectured harshly, "This is what real defeat is." As he spoke, he recalled that night, "Either you die in spirit, or you die in flesh." Nako seethed, remembering the terror when Yuwa aimed a gun at his head. Then he spoke grimly, "Something in you has to die for it to count as defeat." His eyes locked on Hollow Mountain, his hoarse voice echoing, "A copycat of Buddha like you can't call that defeat." With that, Nako shot forward to strike Hollow Mountain, roaring, "This time I'll make you feel true defeat." His staff once again drove into Hollow Mountain's stomach. Nako smirked proudly, both in spirit and in flesh. Too busy talking, he failed to notice Hollow Mountain's sword slicing toward his side. Hollow Mountain struck him hard, forcing Nako to stumble backward immediately. Being caught off guard, Nako fumed, This. He threatened Hollow Mountain angrily, "If I had been using real swords, you'd already be dead 3 or 4 times. But Hollow Mountain replied coldly, "Did it never occur to you that you got hit because they weren't real swords?" Nako snorted and burst out laughing, mocking. "Bragging is fine, but you should also admit it, because I admitted my defeat that day. That's why I became as strong as I am now." Hollow Mountain shot him a cold glance without replying. Suddenly, Nako felt the hand holding his staff trembling uncontrollably. Hollow Mountain couldn't help but notice his hand. He mocked, "Every time that moment is mentioned, your hand shakes again. Looks like you're still scared stiff of Buddha." Nako, though furious, couldn't refute him. Embarrassed, Nako shouted to defend himself, "This isn't fear trembling, it's trembling from excitement." The image of being beaten bloody under Yuwa's hand once more flashed through Nako's mind. He rambled in self-justification, "Just thinking about finally being able to pay back that humiliation makes me so excited I could go crazy." Hollow Mountain stayed silent, listening to his nonsense, then sneered, "Look at me overwhelming you this badly." Nako's face was full of smug satisfaction. "Even if it's that guy, I'll handle him myself just fine." Meanwhile, Cherry Blossom took a straight punch to the stomach from Choi Hoon. She lost her balance and flew several meters away. Suddenly, Choi Hoon's eyes widened in shock. Cherry Blossom had flown right back in front of him again, and what's more, she even flashed him a radiant smile. Next, he struck her again with his elbow. This move aimed straight at Cherry Blossom's beautiful face. She was instantly sent flying high into the air. Choi Hoon, expressionless, smirked faintly and muttered, "This girl's craziness is enough to give anyone goosebumps." Cherry Blossom sprang back up, her face flushed with excitement. Good, I'm getting fired up now." This woman was known as March Cherry Blossom. At first, the 3 candidates for the 3rd generation Cherry Blossom were all equal in strength. But she had one trait that set her apart from the rest. She experienced fear as if it were pleasure. Buddha saw that promising potential in her and quickly chose her as Cherry Blossom. After that, he often brought her along with Hollow Mountain on dangerous missions, helping her gradually grow stronger. Even while being beaten bloody with syrup spraying everywhere, Cherry Blossom was still ridiculously cheerful, saying to Choi Hoon, "If you know how to enjoy it, you can't be defeated. Fun, so much fun." Choi Hoon looked at her in exasperation. "What kind of broken brain is this? The more she's hit, the stronger she gets." As he said that, he suddenly remembered Jangwook, making him think of someone else. Suddenly, Choi Hoon tilted his head and asked Cherry Blossom, "So what rank are you now?" She casually replied, "Up to now, probably 5th or 6th. Choi Hoon looked at her in surprise, then asked, "That's already climbed up quite a lot, huh? Who's number 1? Cherry Blossom beamed like the sun and bluntly said, "Number one of course is." Meanwhile, on Nako's face was a huge question mark. Their weapons were scattered all over the ground. Hollow Mountain clenched his fists and took a fighting stance. That made Nako raise an eyebrow in surprise. "What's this, throwing away all your weapons?" He hadn't finished asking if he was surrendering when Hollow Mountain suddenly shot forward, aiming to smash him apart. Hollow Mountain's punch grazed right past Nako's right cheek. Terrified, Nako instantly swung his staff down at Hollow Mountain, but it only sliced through empty air. Immediately, Nako snapped his head up. From above, Hollow Mountain kicked straight down at his head, this strike aiming right for his face. Nako couldn't dodge and his face took a painful direct hit. Hollow Mountain glanced at him smugly. On the other side, Cherry Blossom grinned with excitement and honestly answered Choi Hoon's question, none other than No Mountain. Nako, struck by Hollow Mountain, fell flat on his back and slumped to the ground. Nako kept charging in again, continuing to exchange blows with Hollow Mountain. Every strike of his was neutralized by Hollow Mountain in the blink of an eye. Finally, he couldn't hold back his anger anymore and roared, "You brat, you look like you're enjoying this, huh?" Hollow Mountain smirked with interest. It's been a while, a battle without weapons. In Hollow Mountain's past, Master Yuwa had once looked at him with an eye full of venom. After crushing all his opponents, Yuwa said with satisfaction, "Looks like there's no need to teach you weapon techniques anymore. Too outstanding." Hollow Mountain respectfully replied, "Thank you, sir." After that, Yuwa suggested to him, "All right, now pick up a weapon and charge at me, I'll fight barehanded." Hollow Mountain couldn't believe his ears. He stammered, "Master Buddha, how could I possibly do that?" Yuwa shook his head to reassure him, "Don't worry." Yuwa only casually comforted Hollow Mountain, then without hesitation revealed his terrifying face. He growled, "I won't kill you." Hollow Mountain stared at him in shock, unable to say a word. That day's battle unfolded under a pitch-black sky. After the fight, Hollow Mountain clutched his stomach, writhing in pain and unable to speak. From above, Yuwa looked down at No Mountain kneeling on the ground and sternly instructed, "Kid, listen carefully." He revealed a deck of cards in his palm. "Weapons are like playing cards." Yuwa slowly lectured his disciple. "Even if you hold the strongest card, if its wielder is incompetent, you still can't win the game." His words burned into Hollow Mountain's mind. Conversely, even with the weakest card, if the player is skilled enough, he can still win. Yuwa's blood-red eyes glowed with menace, his hoarse voice booming. "Cards are just tools, victory depends on the strength of the player." Yuwa glanced at the sword. "Weapons are the same, just tools." As he turned to leave, he reminded Hollow Mountain, "Never confuse master and servant." Hollow Mountain stood dumbfounded as Yuwa sternly instructed, "Remember, the most important thing is your own body." From then on, Hollow Mountain began carrying out missions without weapons. The first time Cherry Blossom met Hollow Mountain, she sneered and mocked, "What's this, empty-handed?" After countless missions like that, the result of fighting without weapons became clear. One day, Yuwa furiously scolded Cherry Blossom, "Why don't you carry weapons anymore these days? Are you insane?" At that time, he foolishly replied, "Buddha, you told me not to rely too much on weapons." Hearing this, Yuwa burst out laughing. "I said don't depend, not don't use them. If you're not a true master, then use the damn weapon." Yuwa sternly rebuked Hollow Mountain, "If you've got convenient tools but don't use them, what's the point?" Hollow Mountain nodded, "I understand." Not stopping there, No Mountain respectfully raised a concern. "Master Buddha, I do have a question." Yuwa paused. "What is it?" He earnestly explained, "Because of so many missions, weapons often get damaged." Yuwa was too annoyed to bother, "Then just bring more." From then on, Hollow Mountain started carrying a whole arsenal. Returning to the present, Hollow Mountain suddenly struck Nako with a powerful palm. The force of the blow was so strong that he had to raise his hands to shield his head. Nako couldn't help but cough once. Next, Hollow Mountain immediately threw a second punch at him. Luckily, Nako tilted his body just in time to dodge. Suddenly, he froze for 2 seconds. He stared in horror at Hollow Mountain, a terrifying aura wrapped tightly around his body. Hollow Mountain suddenly stepped forward. Before Nako's astonished eyes, Hollow Mountain unleashed a flurry of punches straight into him. Nako had to use every ounce of strength he had to endure the storm-like blows. In the end, Nako clenched his teeth, looking like he could hardly hold on anymore. The staff in his hand suddenly slipped away and flew off into the distance. Nako was stunned but could only stare helplessly, unable to act. Hollow Mountain instantly leaned in, preparing to kick him. Terrified, he quickly raised his hands to shield his head again. Whoosh, he was sent flying backward by Hollow Mountain. Nako lost his balance, his whole body sliding hard along the ground. Luckily, the staff that had flown off earlier happened to be lying right next to his hand. Nako gleefully grabbed it and slowly stood back up, forcing himself to calm down. Looking at Hollow Mountain, he carefully thought of a countermeasure. I have to save my strength to finish him off. I'm old now, my stamina isn't what it used to be. Hollow Mountain said nothing, only glared coldly at him. After some thought, Nako gritted his teeth and muttered, but if this keeps up, I'll lose. Finally, he decided to fight Hollow Mountain head-on. He roared, from now on I'll give it my all, whatever happens afterward, so be it. Hollow Mountain sneered mockingly, afterward. He then dashed forward instantly and smashed a punch into Nako's face. Hollow Mountain roared, there is no afterward. Suddenly, a crushing aura sliced through the air toward them. From behind, Kyungsu kicked straight into Hollow Mountain's back, saving Nako's life. He glanced at him and said in a deep voice, yes, there is. Hollow Mountain, shocked, gave him a disbelieving look. Nako immediately burst into joyful laughter, shouting, right on time. He backed away, leaving Kyungsu to fight Hollow Mountain. Hollow Mountain didn't hold back, instantly counterattacking. He threw a punch at Kyungsu's face, but Kyungsu easily dodged it. That only made Hollow Mountain furious. Kim Kyungsu. Kyungsu, calm as ever, raised his brows and casually asked, hey Hollow Mountain, been doing well these days? Nako butted in with a mocking tone, so you two know each other, met during the maple leaf sweeping, right? His sarcastic remark made both of them glance at him at the same time. Nako knowingly shrugged, well then. Chat as much as you like. With that, he waved and walked away as if nothing happened. Kyungsu gave Hollow Mountain a look, silently asking, you okay with letting him go? Hollow Mountain shook his head, it's fine. Hollow Mountain's eyes then burned into Nako. Either way, that man won't leave this place alive. Hearing that, Kyungsu smirked coldly, that might only apply to you. From behind, Jangwook walked up slowly, observing the situation. Lieutenant Kim Kyungsu, you alright, need my help? Kyungsu refused. No, Captain, go capture Kim Nako for me. As Jangwook walked past Hollow Mountain, he said flatly, I understand. Seeing Hollow Mountain show no intention of fighting him, Jangwook couldn't help but feel puzzled. Just letting me pass like that, it was you, wasn't it? Hollow Mountain remained silent, only tilting his head slightly to glance at him. Jangwook quietly guessed who had injured Kim Kyungsu that time. Their eyes met for a moment. Jangwook cursed in his mind, what an annoying bastard. Back to the fight, Kyungsu smirked and said to Hollow Mountain, so you finally think it's time for the two of us to fight, huh? Hollow Mountain lifted his chin, taunting, you'll only know once we try. Suddenly, he asked curiously, you killed Plum Blossom, didn't you? Kyungsu answered lowly, yes, before she died she asked me one thing. Kyungsu raised his brows and repeated Plum Blossom's question, between us two, who is stronger? With that, Kyungsu immediately dropped into a fighting stance. Hollow Mountain did the same, clenching his fists tightly. Fine then, let's settle it, Shadow Ghost by Gwang. Let's see who really is the strongest card, Hollow Mountain's card or Kyungsu, who will come out on top. Choi Hoon found it hard to believe, though he kept a cold face. Number one is Hollow Mountain, really. Bai Gwang III stood before him and answered firmly, yes, no matter what anyone says, number one is still Hollow Mountain. She repeated, number one is Hollow Mountain, huh? Choi Hoon probed further, I heard from the chief that there's someone named Bai Gwang also called the strongest. Bai Gwang III only laughed, that Bai Gwang is, but before she could finish, Choi Hoon cut her off, that's enough. His face darkened even more, showing a frightening look. Forget this nonsense. If I kill you, then I'll be number one forever, right? She smiled with defiance, try it then. Suddenly, a noise made the two of them turn around. Nako came running, excitedly shouting, hey Choi Hoon. Choi Hoon froze in shock. Beside him, Bai Gwang III also recognized who it was. She exclaimed, Pine. He asked quickly, did you capture Hollow Mountain? Nako rushed up, no. He cheerfully announced to Choi Hoon, Kim Kyungsu has already clashed with Hollow Mountain. The two of them seemed to have a lot to say, so I left them space. Hearing this, Choi Hoon was a bit surprised. Nako continued, now let's move. But out of nowhere, the figure of Bai Gwang III dashed toward him, snarling, where do you think you're going? Instantly, Nako raised his staff and swatted her away with ease. Blood syrup poured from Bai Gwang III's nose like water, her face darkened in disbelief. Who? She crashed heavily onto the ground, gasping out, second place. Nako frowned in confusion, second place, what the hell is she talking about? Choi Hoon, who had no intention of caring, just muttered, she's just a lunatic. Looking at her state, Choi Hoon coldly remarked, better to capture her and move on, but taking her along will be a hassle. At that moment, Bai Gwang III slowly sat up, touching her face, while Nako's voice rang out, don't worry. He glanced toward the tall figure behind him, that one will hold her back anyway. That person stood tall in front of them, the massive figure making her flinch slightly. Choi Hoon quickly recognized Deputy Commander Bayan Jangwook. Jangwook also greeted Choi Hoon in return. Nako, a bit impatient, pushed him along, urging, "Save the greetings for later. If we make it back alive, then talk all you want." Choi Hoon was surprised but quickly agreed, "Understood." At that moment, Bai Guang III slowly rose from the ground. Jangwook recognized her and asked, "So it's you, the girl?" His face remained as cold as ever, the companion of Hollow Mountain. She realized who he was and replied with a bright smile, "You're Bayan Jangwook, aren't you? Lots of handsome guys making the rankings today, huh?" Meanwhile, Kyungsu and Hollow Mountain were clashing fiercely. Hollow Mountain swung his fist toward his face, but Kyungsu dodged, though the punch still grazed his cheek, instantly drawing syrup-like blood. Kyungsu retaliated with a slash of his blade toward him. The blade cut across the mask, leaving a deep scratch. Kyungsu's expression hardened as he prepared to strike again. He slashed repeatedly toward Hollow Mountain, but the latter swiftly leapt up to avoid the blows. Kyungsu halted and calmly asked, "So different from last time, isn't it? Do you feel like it's finally time for us to have a proper fight?" Hollow Mountain also paused and didn't deny it. "Yeah, that's right, your movements have become more natural." He added, "Back then I felt you still weren't used to that body." Suddenly, Kyungsu spoke up, "Let me ask you something." He gave him a sharp, questioning look. "Why didn't you fight me back then? If you wanted to eliminate me, that would have been the easiest time, right?" Hollow Mountain finally answered, "Because at that time, from you." His voice grew more solemn. "I sensed something that felt just like myself." Then he turned to ask Kyungsu, "Did you feel it too?" He calmly replied, "Yes." Kyungsu coldly continued, "And that's exactly why it pissed me off." "But what does that have to do with what happened back then?" Hollow Mountain hesitated. "Well," he recalled his master. "After training under Master Buddha, there was no one left who could rival me." Hollow Mountain then remembered the card, "But I heard that someone named Bai Guang had also trained under Master Buddha, just like I did. He wanted to know who was the best disciple, so I sought him out to settle the score once and for all. But his body was already so broken back then, so I abandoned that idea." At this, Kyungsu realized, "So it was you, that unsettling gaze I sometimes felt." He continued, "And I also watched you fight Black Lespedeza." He stared at him intently. "I felt the same discomfort from you as well." Hollow Mountain's voice sank low again, "But if I had killed you when you weren't at your best, then maybe I would have been stuck with that restless regret forever." Kyungsu calmly said, "You're really obsessed with power, aren't you?" Hollow Mountain didn't deny it. "And what's wrong with that?" He firmly declared, "Power is truth. The strong can have everything and become anything." Kyungsu wasn't much different. "I never said it was wrong." Then he shifted into stance, ready to continue the fight. "I also pursue power like you, though our goals are different." The eyes behind Hollow Mountain's mask narrowed, just as expected. Hollow Mountain continued, "Then I have something I want to ask." He voiced his doubt. "Kim Kyungsu, are you really the second generation Bai Guang?" Kyungsu didn't deny it and immediately replied, "Yes." He wanted to know more. "And what do you think?" Hollow Mountain answered, "I also believe you are Bai Guang II." He gave him a cold glance. "If not, then your existence wouldn't make sense." Kyungsu sneered back, "Others only believe me after getting beaten up, but you're different." Hollow Mountain suddenly lunged at him. "And what about now?" Kyungsu quickly raised his arm to block the strike, but the sheer force made him stumble back several steps. And Hollow Mountain didn't stop, unleashing even stronger strikes at him. His face full of killing intent, Hollow Mountain asked, "Are you at your best state now?" He kept attacking while curiously adding, "Between Bai Guang and Hollow Mountain, who's truly the stronger card?" Hollow Mountain charged in, his eyes glowing behind the mask. He landed a heavy punch straight into Kyungsu's stomach. Kyungsu couldn't dodge and instantly gasped in pain. The blow made Kyungsu stagger back. Hollow Mountain looked smug. "Looks like we'll finally get a clear answer today." Kyungsu muttered, "You really?" As he recalled Yuwa, he sighed again. "Or just like that monk." He added, "If I had fought you back when I was Bai Guang, maybe I would have lost." Hollow Mountain was caught off guard. "What?" He sneered, "You're saying stuff like that after just a few punches? Don't you have any pride?" Kyungsu replied seriously, "Truth is still truth. Even if I win, I'd still be badly injured." Suddenly, Hollow Mountain's eyes widened in shock, and at the same time Kyungsu's voice rang out, "But..." He instantly drove his knee straight into Hollow Mountain's face. That was back then. The mask immediately cracked under the terrifying impact. Kyungsu followed up, "And now this is the present." Hollow Mountain was pushed back by his strike. He quickly covered the part of his face behind the broken mask, veins bulging across his face, looking utterly ferocious as his steady voice rang out, "You'll regret not killing me when you had the chance." Kyungsu's face was full of killing intent as he said seriously, "Because now I'm even stronger than when I was Bai Guang. At last, that teaching has finally shone through." A genius, one born with talent far beyond others, or someone with a special gift. A genius can achieve anything they desire. In Hwaguk Temple there were two such geniuses, and images of Hollow Mountain and Kyongsu as children appeared. The difference in talent between them was nearly non-existent. The kind of talent they possessed was also similar. These two geniuses had to face the same massive wall standing before them. Yuhua. The cold metallic gleam flashed again and again from the graceful yet deadly strikes created by Kyongsu, his murderous intent pressing straight toward Hollow Mountain. The blade was instantly blocked by him. Hollow Mountain bent down, trying to minimize injury by dodging the blow. Then he threw a punch toward Kyongsu. Kyongsu immediately raised his arm to guard, frowning slightly at the move. He quickly ducked and nimbly evaded the next strike. Once again, Kyongsu swung the knife in his hand upward. In an instant, the tip of the blade appeared right before Hollow Mountain's eyes, startling him a little. He spun around and luckily dodged the strike from Kyongsu. Then Hollow Mountain threw another savage punch at him. He caught sight of the man's foot stopping right next to his face. Hollow Mountain kicked across his face so fast it created a gust of wind. Instantly, Kyongsu stepped back several paces to put some distance between them. He sighed. Saying was easy, but doing it was another story. Uncanny, just like that man. Hollow Mountain refuted him. Wrong, not just like, but identical. He glanced at him. From where I stand, the one who resembles Buddha the most is you, but like I said, only resembles. Kyongsu's face showed a bit of irritation. Not identical to me. Suddenly he asked, hey, do you know why the moon of the second Bai Guang shines? He looked puzzled but still replied, because it reflects the light of the sun, so what? Hollow Mountain spoke seriously. I am the moon. And he recalled the figure of Yuhua. He is the sun. Kyongsu showed no courtesy. That's right, your head really shines like the sun. He looked at him calmly and asked, hey, ghost of Bai Guang, didn't you say you were stronger than when you were Bai Guang? When are you planning to show me that? Just talk. Hollow Mountain stared straight at him and solemnly said, listen, the path to climb to the peak has already been set. You know that path is Buddha. He listened without showing any expression. But unlike me, you refuse to step onto that path. Their eyes locked with killing intent. That difference was the reason for your failure. As Hollow Mountain said, the two of them differed in only one point. The feelings when facing the wall. One admired that wall deeply, and because of that admiration, he vowed that he too would become such a great wall. And as a genius, he achieved what he desired. But the other was too afraid of that wall, so he did not want to become like it. That one was Kyongsu. The first Bai Guang saw Kyongsu so fearful and asked, kid, still scared again? He asked sternly, as time goes on, are you more afraid because you're becoming like him? Kyongsu did not deny it, his worried face trembling as he answered, yes, I really fear and hate Buddha. He turned his back to the first Bai Guang, hugging himself tightly and continued, in front of that enormous wall, I feel everything about me is blocked, but if I become like him. The first Bai Guang looked at Kyongsu without blinking. Then what do you want to do? He trembled slightly. He looked back at that wall and softly replied, I want to escape from that wall. His face stayed cold. Want to escape from that wall? Then first, the first Bai Guang grew even more serious. You need to become like that person. Hearing this, Kyongsu back then was utterly confused. Returning to the present, Kyongsu let out a faint laugh. Truly, what that person said wasn't wrong at all, he added with utmost seriousness. Hollow Mountain, you're right, you really are exactly like that man, perfectly identical. Kyongsu stared intently, not a single difference. He calmly replied, that's right, only now do you realize. He continued, anyway, I didn't expect it would be this perfectly alike. At that moment, Hollow Mountain spoke up, because of me. He said with seriousness, I had talent. Back in the past, Kyongsu suddenly turned back to speak to the first Bai Guang. You want me to become like Buddha? He looked unwilling, gritting his voice. I already said I don't want to, didn't you hear me? His voice rang out, kid. The first Bai Guang lectured seriously. Do you know the first thing you must do when you want to destroy a building? He spoke heavily, it's the blueprint of that building. The first Bai Guang explained further, to demolish a structure safely and effectively, you have to understand the blueprint, how it was built. He stared at him intently. If you want to shatter something, you must know its blueprint. Do you understand why I said this? Kyongsu at that moment seemed to carve every word into his mind. First learn under that person's tutelage, then become like him to fully understand him. The first Bai Guang became even more serious, and then, back to the present, Hollow Mountain widened his eyes at Kyongsu's sudden strike. He swung a heavy punch at him, leaving Hollow Mountain astonished. The voice of the first Bai Guang echoed, shatter him with your own hands. Kyongsu's face was ice cold as he said, lucky for me you're identical to him. Hit by a blow full of destructive force, Hollow Mountain coughed up syrup in pain. There had once been two prodigies. One who deeply admired that wall and swore he would become a great wall like it, and he achieved what he desired. but the one who always feared that wall swore one day he would smash it with his own hands. At this very moment, Kyungsoo pulled out a dagger drenched in syrup. From Hollow Mountain's open wound, syrup began to ooze out. He too was step by step achieving what he desired. The card symbolizing him was now punctured with a hole right in the center. Hollow Mountain panicked as he looked at the syrup dripping from the wound in his stomach. Kyungsoo seized the chance and rushed toward him. He swung his blade. Hollow Mountain stepped back to evade. He grimaced and put all his strength into his punch. Hollow Mountain's eyes were fixed on Kyungsoo, but suddenly an image of willow leaves appeared. He was stunned as Kyungsoo in front of him suddenly vanished. Suddenly, Kyungsoo sprang up from below, catching Hollow Mountain off guard. Unable to block in time, he took a knife to the shoulder. As soon as Kyungsoo stabbed, he pulled the blade out, blood following the motion. He looked at the pained Hollow Mountain before him and mocked, surprised. "Of course you are, you couldn't see my movements." Kyungsoo stated with confidence, "Because I know all your moves by heart." His eyes widened as if he wanted to see Hollow Mountain even more clearly. So alike. In Kyungsoo's eyes, he was like the image of Yuhwa, identical to him. He remembered his own childhood. "I was the same. Every day I tried to become more like him." Kyungsoo continued, his voice laced with resentment. "And then crush him." He glared at Hollow Mountain and judged, "But you live only to be his perfect copy." Kyungsoo's gaze suddenly deepened, ignoring everything beyond that. "That's your limit." Hollow Mountain, after a moment of silence, finally spoke. "You." On Kyungsoo's face seemed to flicker a trace of hope as he exclaimed, "Wonderful." It was as if Hollow Mountain now looked at Kim Kyungsoo with admiration. Hollow Mountain confessed a little, "In truth, the more I became like him, the more I had one doubt." He voiced what he had always wondered, "Is this the end?" Hollow Mountain recalled, "When I reached my goal, I gradually lost interest in fighting and slowly lost the will to live." He admitted to Kyungsoo's words, "You were right, ghost of Bai Gwang. I too never thought of what came after, only obsessed with becoming like him." Hollow Mountain always carried Yuhwa's shadow on him, because in his world, that man was everything. He looked at Kyungsoo standing opposite, "But truly, there are still higher realms beyond." Hollow Mountain shouted, his face filled with terrifying excitement, "Ghost of Bai Gwang, right now I'm so damn happy." Kyungsoo frowned as he looked at Hollow Mountain, declaring, "I have found a new purpose in life." He said this while pulling out a dagger at his side. "Ghost of Bai Gwang." Hollow Mountain curled his lips, eyes burning with desire. "From now on I want to become someone like you." Kyungsoo tilted his head slightly, his expression darkening. Hollow Mountain's voice rang loud, "Be my new sun and I shall be your moon." Kyungsoo felt speechless at him, seriously now. His face stayed cold but carried a hint of amusement. Ridiculous, really. Hollow Mountain suddenly lunged, slashing non-stop at Kyungsoo, his movements eerily similar to Kyungsoo's own. Though he dodged, his clothes were torn. Hollow Mountain's appearance was terrifying, mixed with an intense hunger. "How is it? Do I look alike?" He didn't stop as he kept charging at Kyungsoo, declaring, "Alike, of course alike, since from the very start you and I were always alike." His mouth opened wide, his face brimming with anticipation. "Ghost of Bai Gwang, show me. Surely you still have something hidden, don't you?" Kyungsoo stepped back, keeping distance from Hollow Mountain, mocking him. "So you refuse to walk your own path, just obsessed with copying others?" Hollow Mountain immediately retorted, "And what's wrong with that?" He folded his arms before his chest, stance ready for battle. "Copying the good, what's bad about that? Living by the script of others, what's so wrong with that?" Kyungsoo lowered his head slightly and told Hollow Mountain, "I was taught to live as a human being." He asked curiously, "Live as a human being?" Kyungsoo explained, "Live as a human being," meaning. His eyes filled with determination, to write your own story and be the main character of your own life. Kyungsoo spoke with firm conviction, "Don't just aim to be the second version of that old monk or Bai Gwang, be the first one who bears your own name." He declared decisively, "The moment you choose to live as someone's copy, you'll forever be second best, and that will always be the root of the emptiness inside you." Hollow Mountain heard him and sneered, "Main character, huh, sounds nice." He denied what Kyungsoo had said, "But my life was never mine to begin with." Hollow Mountain spread his arms wide as if possessed by something, "Because we, the people of the moon, were born as his pawns already. That is our destiny." Kyungsoo reminded him, "Hey Hollow Mountain, looks like you forgot something." His face darkened, "I too was once a moon just like you." Hollow Mountain went silent, his eyes widening in disbelief. Kyungsoo recalled, "I too once lived as his pawn, once thought he was my entire world." His voice slowed, but Kyungsoo remembered the silhouette of another man. "Only difference was that beside me, there was someone who showed me another world." His tone grew firm, "Listen well, Hollow Mountain." Kyungsoo slowly pronounced each word under Hollow Mountain's astonished gaze. "My life is mine, and your life is yours." He affirmed with strength, our lives do not belong to him. Hollow Mountain finally spoke, don't just treat that as someone else's business. Kyungsu's voice stayed firm, I'll say it again. He locked eyes with Hollow Mountain, stressing each word, this is not someone else's business. Kyungsu now seemed like the phantom light from his past life. Hollow Mountain stood dazed, too shocked to utter a word. He guessed you felt it too, didn't you? That's why that day you spared my life, right? His gaze pierced through, someone who obeyed him more than anyone else, that was you, wasn't it? Hollow Mountain seemed to realize something, so that's it, ghost of Bai Guang. His voice turned sincere, not Kim Kyungsu, I was right to spare your life that day. Thank you for teaching me that lesson. Kyungsu looked at him coldly, you pick things up fast. Hollow Mountain sheathed his dagger, you're right, this isn't someone else's business. Kyungsu explained, I bear no grudge against you, on the contrary, because you're like me, I only felt pity for your life. Hollow Mountain, as if decided, replied, then there's no need for pity anymore. He clenched both fists before his chest, ready to fight. I have found my own goal now. I will defeat you in my own way. Kyungsu raised his dagger too, sighing inwardly. Really, I don't even know if I should say all that stuff. It doesn't benefit me at all, just me meddling in someone else's business. His tone softened, but I think I was right to say it. Now when I look at you, I don't feel irritated anymore. He speculated, perhaps the reason we felt annoyed with each other was because. Kyungsu thought of the first Bai Guang. I realized if I hadn't met that man back then, I might have lived a life exactly like yours, so I felt irritated. He continued, and you felt irritated because I was living a life different from yours. Hollow Mountain seemed to shed a burden, but now I too no longer feel irritated when I look at you. Not irritation exactly. Kyungsu fixed his gaze on him, listening carefully to what Hollow Mountain was saying. Now his voice carried not annoyance but a tinge of regret. Hollow Mountain raised his voice, come Kim Kyungsu, let's settle who is stronger, I beg you. The two men faced each other beneath the blazing corridor lights. Hollow Mountain smiled with grim resolve. When I die, let me die without regrets. Kyungsu accepted his wish. All right, I will show you everything I have, just as you asked. Now they were like Bai Guang and Hollow Mountain as children, confronting each other, returning to their true selves. The weak will die. Hollow Mountain had known that since he was a child, and so he wanted to grow strong enough to survive. As time passed, he became so strong he was called the mightiest moon and no longer feared death in the organization. He had survived, and he began to question the reason why he existed. Someone once told him, the reason you live. Yuwa had declared, it is to be my pawn, you were born with that destiny. Life repeated. Missions repeated, only Yuwa's orders kept his life moving. Because he was born that way. But then for the first time in his life, he met someone like him. Yet that person was different. He was walking a completely opposite path. He became curious, wanting to ask countless questions. And so, for the first time in his life, when they clashed, when he saw the uniquely colored eyes of Kyungsu, he had disobeyed Yuwa for the first time in his life, acting on his own thoughts. Back in the present, Hollow Mountain was throwing punches with overwhelming force. His face filled with pure satisfaction. He swung at Kyungsu, but Kyungsu ducked under the strike. Kyungsu turned his head, channeling power into the dagger in his hand. He slashed forward, but Hollow Mountain dropped flat onto the floor. Hollow Mountain kicked toward Kyungsu, and this time Kyungsu didn't dodge, instead raising both arms to shield his face. Yet the sheer force of the kick still made him stagger. Hollow Mountain grinned, looking exhilarated. So fun, so thrilling. Kyungsu grimaced, teeth clenched. This guy is seriously terrifying. Knocked backward, he dug his heels in, forcing himself to stay upright. He remarked on his opponent, the moment you adapt to my movements, you immediately copy them. Hollow Mountain replied, shouting with glee as he lunged at Kyungsu, you're the same, Kim Kyungsu. Before Hollow Mountain could strike, Kyungsu exploited the opening and slashed 2 deep cuts across his chest. Exactly. Kyungsu glanced sharply at Hollow Mountain behind him, because I'm just like you. If you hadn't been injured. Seeing you spit blood now, if we had fought like this from the start, I might have been in real trouble. Kyungsu offered Hollow Mountain surrender now. He asked earnestly, are you clear-headed again? You don't need to die here. Hollow Mountain turned his head, his voice unwavering. Kim Kyungsu, right now I'm acting on my own will. He confessed, my original mission was to kill Kim Nako, but I didn't do that, instead I'm fighting you. With absolute determination on his face, he declared, I will die here fighting you. Kyungsu only stared at him silently. Hollow Mountain said, and because you helped me realize something, I'll give you a piece of information. He revealed Kim Kyungsu, Bai Guang III is actually the daughter of Bai Guang I. Kyungsu's tone carried a hint of doubt. She doesn't look anything like him. Hollow Mountain guessed, maybe she takes after her mother. Kyungsu nodded, makes sense, just like Hong Jun's daughter. Hollow Mountain gave Kyungsu more information, and Buddha also said that after this battle he'll leave the country. Kyungsu wasn't surprised. After causing this much chaos, of course he would. Hollow Mountain's eyes looked a bit dazed, but he still wanted to fight. Must be because I've lost too much syrup. I'm starting to feel dizzy. Enough talking, let's finish this. Kyungsu asked him, his voice carrying a trace of reluctance. Do we really have to go this far? Hollow Mountain frowned, his expression resolute. Yes, this is the final destination on my path. The two once again charged at each other. He added, I'll decide this for myself. Hollow Mountain reflected, thinking back, even when I followed his orders and carried out missions, I didn't feel anything. He remembered his old reasoning. I just thought they were orders, so I had to obey. I thought that was the natural path I had to take, but now I understand. Their eyes locked tightly on each other, both unleashing strikes in rapid succession. Hollow Mountain realized mid-fight that it wasn't the natural path after all. His fist nearly landed on Kyungsu's face as he realized life actually had many different paths. Kyungsu reacted in time, swiftly knocking Hollow Mountain's hand away. Hollow Mountain thought, and this path shouldn't be chosen by others. Kyungsu focused strength into his legs and leapt upward, while Hollow Mountain thought, it must be chosen by myself. Kyungsu slashed past Hollow Mountain, leaving cuts across his body. The willow leaf technique now stained with syrup red. Hollow Mountain gritted his teeth, his body bleeding heavily. Even if this is my final path, being able to choose it myself is a blessing. Blood gushed out, pooling across the floor. Hollow Mountain lay in that pool, his eye sockets sunken, panting heavily. Kyungsu stepped closer. Looks like you've reached your limit. Hollow Mountain still had questions. Why though? If you wanted to kill me, you could have done it quickly long ago, yet you kept avoiding fatal blows. Kyungsu lowered his head to look at him. Because I promised to show you everything I have. Hollow Mountain sighed in admiration. You're really kind. Kyungsu recalled when Hollow Mountain punched him. You also had opportunities to wound me. He lowered his gaze at Hollow Mountain lying on the ground. But you didn't do it either. Hollow Mountain explained. Because you said you'd be the one to catch him. He lifted his gaze to Kyungsu, still wearing that faint smile. If I got injured, that chance would drop, right? Kyungsu replied, that's right. He then asked Hollow Mountain's opinion. What do you think? Can I catch him? Hollow Mountain answered vaguely, I'm not sure. Hollow Mountain thought of Yuhua, that man losing, I can't even picture it. His voice paused briefly. But looking at you now, I also can't imagine you losing either. He sincerely reminded, Kim Kyungsu, be careful, you think you know him well. Hollow Mountain's tired eyes flickered with depth, but there are things he has never shown us, secrets he's keeping. Kyungsu quietly listened and replied, yeah, I'll remember that. Hollow Mountain revealed what he always thought. I believed that when I died, it would be like the other moons, falling to the blade of the next Hollow Mountain candidate. He continued, his words laced with gratitude. Maybe I was born just for this meeting. Hollow Mountain slowly closed his eyes, a faint smile on his lips, utterly at peace. Now kill me, let me go, thank you so much, Kim Kyungsu. Kyungsu complied with Hollow Mountain's wish, alright. Kyungsu leaned down and drove the blade into Hollow Mountain's chest, fulfilling his last desire. Kyungsu whispered his farewell, goodbye, Hollow Mountain. One life of Hollow Mountain ended beneath Kyungsu's blade. Bayan Jangwook, the strongest trump card that Hong Jun possessed. Cherry Blossom, one of Buddha's most powerful pieces. Both had already heard from Hong Jun about the danger level of the other, so they knew neither would be easy prey. That's why both decided to fight each other with their full strength. But Jangwook looked at the person in front of him and pondered. The woman, his opponent, was also carefully observing this man. Jangwook clenched the cigarette in his mouth, puzzled. Why won't she make a move? Both of them were the type that only grew stronger the more they got hit first. After a while, he spread his legs shoulder-width apart and spoke. You go first. Cherry Blossom immediately replied politely, I'll let you have the first strike. But Jangwook still wouldn't change his stance, ladies first. Hearing that, she muttered her thoughts, I'm a believer in gender equality, you know. While Hollow Mountain and Kim Kyungsu were fighting, these two were just stuck in a standoff. Suddenly, someone unexpectedly called out, Captain. As soon as he saw the newcomer, Jangwook answered, Lieutenant Kim Kyungsu. He was a bit surprised. You won. Kyungsu quickly replied, yes. His face showed no emotion as he announced, Hollow Mountain is dead. These words made Cherry Blossom widen her eyes in shock. What? Standing across from the two men, she asked again, Hollow Mountain is dead. Cherry Blossom seemed unwilling to believe it and snapped, don't lie, there's no way he's dead. But Kyungsu patiently repeated, I'll say it again. He narrowed his eyes, his brows slightly furrowed. Hollow Mountain is dead. At that moment, she could only stay silent. A moment later, Cherry Blossom suddenly dashed forward, shouting loudly, stop spouting nonsense. But unfortunately, she was immediately struck by Kyungsu. That punch landed directly on her stomach. Cherry Blossom's hair instantly fell loose and messy. Her body collapsed straight down onto the floor. Soon after, she crawled back up, trembling and groaning as she looked at the man with the knife scar in front of her. Cherry Blossom guessed this feeling. She had been beaten like this before. A jawline that looked painfully familiar flashed in her mind. Cherry Blossom furrowed her brows tightly, face full of fear. Who are you? But at that moment, Kyungsu raised his fist again. Guess. He aimed straight at her face, thinking, if she keeps getting hit, sooner or later she'll remember. He followed with another punch from his other hand. I remember you like being hit, right? Just keep getting pounded, it'll jog your memory eventually. While enduring countless blows, Cherry Blossom's thoughts surged. This feeling, I've felt it somewhere before. She was the kind of woman who once treated pain as pleasure. One day, she suddenly wondered how good it would feel to be beaten by Bai Guang. So she started pestering Phoenix, someone very close to Bai Guang, before long. Back when he was still Phi Kwang, Kyungsu shoved both hands in his pockets and spoke, Hey Cherry Blossom, why do you keep messing with Phoenix? But Cherry Blossom, wearing her mask, lightly raised both arms. Ah well, I've got my reasons. After hearing her excuse, he calmly replied, stop it. She fired back with a provoking question, and if I do? Hearing that, Kyungsu's voice turned icy cold, then I'll make you stop. Meanwhile, Cherry Blossom slowly removed her mask and answered, I've been waiting for you to say that. And that day, Cherry Blossom lay motionless on the floor, whispering, it hurts. Tears streamed like rivers beneath her mask. That man was terrifying. It was the first time I ever truly felt pain. Back in the present, Cherry Blossom was still enduring a rain of blows. She covered her head with her hands and screamed, it hurts, it hurts. Her body bruised all over, Cherry Blossom shrieked, stop it, stop it, stop it already. At that moment she covered her mouth, terrified, blurting out, Brother Bai Guang. Kyungsu immediately turned serious, that's right. But Cherry Blossom asked again, are you really Brother Bai Guang? But Brother Bai Guang is already dead. Yet Kyungsu seemed to enjoy violence. Do you need to be beaten more before you believe it? As soon as he said that, she stammered, no, I believe you. Her voice stuttering, mouth full of syrup, then Hollow Mountain, really. Hearing that, Kyungsu furrowed his brows, eyes void of emotion. Yes, he's dead. Under the bright lights, she hurriedly cried out, no. She leaned forward and shouted loudly, don't lie, there's no way Hollow Mountain is dead. Hearing this, Kyungsu sighed helplessly, if you don't believe me, go see for yourself. His eyes stayed cold, Hollow Mountain is already dead. On the other side, Cherry Blossom's tears wouldn't stop flowing as she frantically ran off screaming, Hollow Mountain. Her mouth gaped open calling out, Hollow Mountain. Seeing this, Jangwook turned his head curiously, what's this? That girl doesn't need to be handled anymore. Hearing that, Kyungsu slightly bowed his head, yes, she'll be fine. He slowly began walking and said, now let's go catch Kim Nako. As soon as he finished, the man agreed without hesitation, all right. Meanwhile, Nako's face was blank, brutal, truly brutal. He looked at the person lying on the ground and called out, Shin Sohee. Nako turned around, and you, where have you been hiding until now? He received Myungwon's half-hearted reply, I thought I couldn't be of help so I withdrew for a while. Hearing that, Nako simply ordered, fine then, wait outside. As soon as he finished, Choi Hoon coldly answered, yes, chief. Night had fallen, the full moon brightly illuminating the darkness. Nako stood in the middle and spoke, if we wait here, eventually someone will come out alive. I wonder who that will be. He slightly parted his lips with a smirk, let's just sit here. Suddenly a voice rang out unexpectedly, use people to deal with people, surrounded on all sides is the real way. It turned out Orchid had just shown up. That idiom doesn't really fit the situation right now though. Hearing that, the other person immediately called out, Orchid. Nako turned and asked, and you, where were you hiding until now? As soon as he finished, the man casually replied, I was just cleaning up. One person's head was slumped on the table, another was lying face down on the floor. Orchid coldly admitted, all the higher-ups involved are tied to you. Hearing this, Nako revealed a twisted grin. Really, you don't worry about the aftermath at all. Even if you win, how will you deal with the mess that follows? After listening, Orchid replied, the moment the battle between Hwaguk Temple and you began, it already created a situation where no one could win. Nako immediately denied it. No. He opened his long palm, as long as I survive, then I am the victor. But the man instantly threatened, you won't be leaving here alive. Nako showed no fear as he answered, all right then, try killing me. This is the first time I've seen you fight, Orchid. But his opponent suddenly said no. Twirling a small object in his hand, he continued, the one who kills you won't be me. As soon as those words ended, the scene around Nako suddenly shifted. A pitch-black corridor immediately appeared. Orchid still didn't move an inch. From within that dark corridor, something came rushing forward. Yuwa emerged, towering, as Orchid's voice rang again, Buddha will kill you, Kim Nako. All three turned their heads toward the brightly lit room. From the motionless scenery, Nako's eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, a powerful external force erupted. Yuwa dashed out from inside. His voice was icy, Kim Nako. His identity was clear now. Nako held the twin maces proudly against Yuwa. Then Yuwa lifted the wooden gong mallet in his hand and slammed it down. But Nako raised both maces to block it. Then he flung his opponent far back. Seeing this, Choi-hoon hurriedly called out, "Chief," but Nako immediately cut him off. "Silence, your opponent is." Suddenly, a voice unexpectedly called out, "Kim Nako." Yuwa leaned in close, pressing his face toward the man. "I have believed." While striking, he listed out his combat abilities and ambitions. His right hand lifted the wooden gong mallet once again. Yuwa slammed it down with overwhelming force. Only then did he answer the lingering question. "It's hard to find a man like you anywhere. That's why I chose you." The two weapons slid against each other, and now with just one more step, just a single step further. Yuwa's face wrinkled as he said, "We could already touch the dream I've been aiming for." The wooden gong mallet pressed hard against the metal mace. Yet Nako did not weaken. His brows furrowed, eyes blazing, "And because of regrets from the past, you ruined everything. What utter stupidity. The real fool here is you, Yuhua." At that moment, though at a disadvantage, Nako spoke as you said. He stared into the wrinkled eyes of the man before him. "A man like me." Nako swept his hand across, knocking the mallet from his grip. He curled his lips into a wicked grin. "How could I ever forget that day of failure?" Nako thrust the head of the mace forward. "And it was you people from Hwaguk Temple who ruined everything." However, Yuwa swiftly dodged back with ease. Seeing that, Nako refused to give up. "I'm not finished yet." He turned his head back. "I will wipe you all out right here." Kim Nako revealed a sly grin. "As long as I survive, that's enough." His father had also once been a policeman. That man had arrested countless criminals. The confession rate in the cases he handled was 100%. With such a brilliant and vast career, his father was respected by everyone. Kim Nako admired such a father and also wished to become a policeman. His father had even taught him his own investigative methods. But when Kim Nako became a policeman, everything had changed drastically. His father was accused of abusing his authority in investigations, and more than half of the cases he handled were retried, with criminals declared innocent. Kim Nako's father ended his own life. After that, police investigations became passive, and the world itself changed. A society where criminals were the ones in power. Meanwhile, the police had become the weak ones. Kim Nako could not comprehend this situation, and so he began following the investigative path of his father. Kim Nako became a policeman who made criminals tremble just like his father. But his actions also brought upon him countless disciplinary measures and criticism. Cornered, Kim Nako alone pursued a criminal organization. That organization was the Mask. Kim Nako risked his life to hunt down the Mask, to prove that his investigative methods were correct. His wife frowned in discontent. "Honey, please stop this." After hearing her question, "I heard this time you used violence during interrogation again," Nako calmly replied. He was clearly guilty but refused to admit it. "I was just thinking what other way there could be." Hearing this, she could not hold back and raised her voice. "Who still investigates like that these days? What if he was truly innocent?" But Nako coldly replied, "Then it's just unfortunate." He turned his head and continued, "If I can catch 100 criminals, even if one is wrongfully accused, it doesn't matter." Sweat poured down his wife's forehead. The two began shouting at each other. "What do you mean it doesn't matter? You're just like your father." "Don't drag my father into this," and even his own family no longer stood by him. The only person who ever understood him was Yuwa, who stood before the man sitting on the ground in the pouring rain, gently speaking. "So that's why you caused chaos everywhere. The first person to approach our mask organization to this extent, perhaps only you." After hearing this, Kim Nako, "I have a proposal for you." Nako immediately grew curious. "A proposal?" Hearing this, the man quickly got to the point. "But you know this country is deeply divided by politics, gender, region, age, and so on." The image of two men using violence appeared. Yuwa, wearing a mask, added, "That's why I want to unify this nation into one under the name of fear." Standing solemnly in the heavy rain, he continued, "So it can be said that you and I share the same nature. You also wish to use fear in the name of authority to bind people together." Hearing this, Nako suddenly rejected it. "I am not fear." His thin brows furrowed tightly, lips curling upward. "I am justice." Meanwhile, the other man observed him intently. After a while, Yuwa tried to persuade, "Even if the path you and I walk is different." His tone did not change, but the final destination is the same. While removing his mask, Yuwa concluded, "Work with me." After that, he founded Hwaguk Temple and spread fear throughout the nation. Meanwhile, Kim Nako used this fear to strengthen his own position in the organization. Gradually, he restructured it. Everything progressed according to Yuwa's plan. But the man named Kim Nako could never erase the feelings of that day's failure. Yuwa asked without emotion, "How does it feel?" His brows never once relaxed, the feeling of ruining everything just because of that cheap pride. But Nako, full of confidence, replied, "Ruined everything? I already told you the only loser here is you." He slightly lowered his head, gaze dropping, "And from that day on, I threw away my pride. I cooperated with a criminal like you and followed every order you gave." Remembering the painful past, Nako continued, "But I have never forgotten." Next came the moment Yuwa sought him out, the atmosphere of that day. As he spoke, Nako's eyes rolled white, raising his metal mace before him, looking terrifying. "Today I will wipe you out along with all of Hwaguk Temple to wash away the past failure and stand at the peak of this nation." Then he growled out the names, Choihun Jin Myunghwan. "After hearing his orders, you two take charge of Orchid's area." Orchid, posing as prey but without a shred of fear, spoke up, "Oh dear, are I the one outnumbered here?" Meanwhile, Yuwa still wore a solemn expression. "If you had lived burying your pride until the end, perhaps you would have already achieved your dream." Nako slowly stepped forward. "I've thought about this a lot. I've thought about it my whole life. You're right, that path would have been easier." He looked at the man opposite him, hesitating. But Nako bared his teeth in a wicked grin. "I was born a man, so I cannot live like that." He observed the shocked face of his opponent. "You understand that too, don't you, Yuwa?" After a long silence, Yuwa suddenly smirked and cursed, "You madman." But Nako wasn't any less, replying, "Man enough." A voice rang out as a reminder. "Without pride, you're nothing more than a corpse." Since childhood, Kim Nako had been taught everything by his father, from martial arts and subduing techniques to striking fatal weak points. In the martial arts world, he had no equal. But that time, Yuwa was the first to completely overwhelm him. His miraculous movements, overwhelming physical prowess, everything was several levels above Kim Nako. After hearing that Yuwa mainly used dual blades, he began training with twin swords to prepare for a showdown. But through the battle with Hollow Mountain, he finally realized Yuwa's main fighting style was martial arts. Although his guess had been wrong, Kim Nako strangely felt relieved, because physical strength would surely decline with age. The two men continued clashing fiercely. Nako charged in with his metal mace, but Yuwa still easily blocked the strike. They closed the distance. He thought that someone who trained in weapons like himself would surely win. Nako revealed a sly grin. Yuwa swung the small object in his hand. "Just keep an eye on that wooden gong he's holding. That should be enough," he thought. The thought had barely crossed his mind when, suddenly, Nako took a direct blow to the head. His eyes flickered with panic. Meanwhile, Yuwa kept rushing forward. Nako, unwilling to yield, gripped his metal mace and shouted, "Has this old man gone senile?" Yuwa's eyes flashed with a crimson murderous gleam. He lowered his body. The sight left Nako utterly shocked. Before he could even regain his senses, he was rammed hard in the stomach. Instantly, syrup sprayed out from his mouth. Once again, Kim Nako had made a fatal misjudgment. The scene shifted to a moment in the past, an oxygen mask being placed over someone's face. Thanks to the medical care of Chrysanthemum, Yuwa had delayed the aging of his body to the maximum. His combat endurance was astonishing. His eyes were full of ferocity, brows furrowed, but still, Kim Nako was the same. At that moment, Nako slammed his weapon hard onto Yuwa's head. He too had climbed to high ranks and received every kind of modern medical technology. He had also delayed his own aging as much as possible. Yet Yuwa was still far stronger than he had been in the past. Even when struck by the heavy metal mace, Yuwa remained completely unscathed. A wicked grin suddenly spread across his face. The sight made his opponent's eyes widen in horror. He lowered his head once more and rammed Nako in the stomach. The police cap flew off instantly, along with a fountain of syrup spraying everywhere. His body was flung backward. After a moment, Nako scrambled to his feet. This bastard. His muscles were even stronger than when he was young. Nako bent over, struggling to rise. "What have you done? How can you be stronger than back then?" Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind. "What, you ask?" Several dark silhouettes appeared above. Each one was absurdly muscular. One of the masked men spoke. "He's been lifting weights with us." Hearing this, Nako immediately turned his head, sweat dripping down. "The Lespedeza brothers." Another voice chimed in. "Sorry about this." Orchid called out from below. "Actually, when I said numbers didn't matter, it's because my side is the one with more people." At that moment, Nako suddenly laughed mockingly, his voice full of sarcasm. "So this really is four-sided siege, huh?" But Yuwa wasn't about to let that slip. He twisted the knife further. "Your spirit, broken already, ready to give up, aren't you?" Nako only replied coldly, "Give up. I've already abandoned plenty while fighting alongside you." His tone was lofty, "All to change this country." Then came the image of Nako's wife, his family, and his comrades, along with a man who shared his fate. Nako raised his mace in front of him, mouth full of syrup yet still wearing a fearsome expression. But all those sacrifices were for one thing only. Yuwa looked at him arrogantly and added, "And that is to defeat you." With that said, Nako immediately charged forward, swinging that stiff weapon. I've never once given up on beating you. But Yuwa punched him square in the face with a brutal strike. Is that so? Another blow landed on the other cheek. Then I'll just make you give up by force. And so syrup kept spraying from his eyes and mouth. I've met plenty like you before. Meanwhile, Yuwa's brows never relaxed. Those who refused to be my pawns, who dared to resist me. Finally, he landed a powerful kick on Nako. Still gazing at him with deep thought, do you know what their fate was? Every last one of them died. With that, another fierce strike slammed into Nako's body. Fresh syrup gushed from his mouth as Yuwa's voice rang out mercilessly. You're just one of them too. He advanced, striking again and again, but at least you're the only one who ever pushed me this far. Yuwa's hand clenched so tight it trembled. That deserves some praise. Even though you ruined my plan, the outcome will still be the same. Then Yuwa smashed his fist into Nako's chest. Because I will become the god of fear, remembered forever by this nation. His brows drew tight, lips curling. After leaving you behind, I'll leave this country and prepare for the original plan. I intended to work with you, to be a symbol of hope and unite everyone, but now that's impossible. Looking down at Nako sprawled on the ground, he added, watch from the underworld, you'll see countless die. Under the night sky, the moon shone bright. He stood tall, solemn, still they'll understand eventually. Yuwa's lips twisted into a wicked smile. To do great things, sacrifice is necessary, isn't it? Isn't that right, Kim Nako? His opponent only muttered, sacrifice, huh? The image of Nako's wedding with his wife appeared. He turned his head and said, I'm going now. His wife gently reminded him, be careful, my love. Suddenly, as she sat on the chair, she called out, honey. Placing her hand on her large belly, she added, you haven't greeted the baby yet. So Nako did as told. Daddy, going to work now, sweetheart, I have to work today too. In another scene, he held a hammer, standing before a man in white. Nako's expression now was nothing like his earlier tenderness. Hurry up, he demanded. You're the culprit, aren't you? Very diligent. The pliers and hammer, sticky with syrup, lay scattered across the floor. Nako looked down at his palm and exhaled a long breath. He kept staring at the man tied to the chair, commenting, this guy is really stubborn. Suddenly, knocking echoed from outside. Then the door slowly creaked open. Sergeant Kang Hoon-seok stepped in silently. Done yet? After hearing the reply, not yet, it's been a long time since I met one this stubborn. The young man asked again, you said he's the one who makes the masks, right? Hearing this, Nako answered seriously, that's right. He glanced at the man and added, in my opinion, this is the one, the guy who made the masks for the organization we're chasing. Nako studied the man's syrup-dripping nose, comparing the lion mask they seized in the last battle with this man's craftsmanship. It was identical. A voice from the air insisted, he only worked on commission for clients. But Nako concluded firmly, he's definitely connected to them somehow. Meanwhile, Hoon-seok could only stand and listen quietly. As evidence, he had asked the man to describe the client so they could sketch a portrait, but the man claimed he couldn't remember the face. The man tied to the chair stayed in position, saying he only remembered the aura that person carried. At that moment, Nako lowered his head and gazed, so the man simply drew the masks for him instead. 4 types, the Haho mask, the Gaxi mask, the clown mask, and the lion mask. Hoon-seok still frowned. After a while, he suddenly said, but what if? Hoon-seok turned to the man beside him. What if this person is completely innocent? After asking, he went silent again, and Nako didn't say a word either. Then he gently called out, Hoon-seok. Tilting his head slightly, have you ever seen me wrong before? The words made Hoon-seok sigh, never, I guess. Hearing that, Nako arrogantly turned, raised a hand in farewell, and left. I'll be back tomorrow. Until then, make sure he doesn't die. Hoon-seok quickly agreed, got it. Nako shot him a polite glance, thanks, Hoon-seok. The young man turned again, yes, see you tomorrow. Back at Nako's familiar home. While taking off his shoes, he grew a bit curious. What is it? After hearing him ask, you're not asleep yet, his wife instantly showed a sulky look. Why are you home so late? Nako slowly walked into the house and explained, I was busy with some work, that's why I'm late. His wife, clearly worried, asked, is something wrong? He quickly replied, I'm a cop, what private matters would I have, just out catching bad guys. His wife stammered, you. Her brows furrowed, you didn't torture someone again, did you? Nako looked displeased, what torture, that didn't happen. As soon as he said it, his wife hesitated, but she seriously pressed him, then why do you smell like syrup? Hearing this, Nako's eyes flickered slightly. He immediately cut her off, someone had a traffic accident, I helped bring them to the hospital, that's why. Don't ask for too many details. Standing in front of her, he reminded, with your condition now, this isn't the time to be asking about things like this. But his wife continued pressing, it's really not right. By then, he was clearly irritated. It's not. When she was about to bring up someone, even his father, he interrupted her. Enough, enough. Nako frowned and sneered. Typical reporter background, can't stop asking. I already told you it's not. Kim Nako's wife had once been a police reporter in the social affairs department. At first, she had investigated and trailed Kim Nako. The two were even adversaries. Strangely enough, they ended up drawn to each other and got married. When she accepted his proposal, she set just one condition: that he would never solve cases through violence. At first, Kim Nako listened to her, but after his father's death, he broke that promise. In the end, his wife could only stay silent, watching Nako walk away. The room light was still on. Hoon Seok shoved one hand into his pocket. I've been watching all night. He looked at the man in white, trembling. This guy in bad shape. Don't go too far today. Hearing that, Nako replied slowly, all right, thanks. Then Hoon Seok turned, patting his shoulder. See you tonight. Nako didn't hesitate. Yeah. A moment later, seeing the man in the chair sneer, Nako looked puzzled. Why are you laughing? The man asked. That guy plays the good cop, so you're the bad cop? Nako's face hardened immediately. There's no role like that, we're both cops. But the man didn't seem convinced, really. He added, but to me, you two are completely different. Nako grew very curious. What do you mean? The man's swollen, bruised face tilted as he spoke. Like I said, I can't remember faces. I only recall people by their atmosphere and actions, and you and that guy have completely different vibes. With his hands tied behind the chair, he muttered, you're just like the one I made a Haho mask for. Hearing those key words, Nako repeated, Haho mask. The man answered, yes, specifically the Yongbin type of Haho mask. He seriously remarked, his build overwhelming, pressure dripping from his voice. The atmosphere was like no one could stand above him. It suits the Yongbin mask perfectly. Hearing this, Nako was a bit stunned, so I also fit the Yongbin mask, but the other man denied it. No, similar, but still different. He looked at Nako frowning. You are the Baekjeong mask, the butcher's mask. His mouth spun sharp logic. You people stop at nothing for achievements, just like a butcher wielding his knife to spread violence and climb status. He began drawing a comparison. The Yongbin mask and the Baekjeong mask look very similar. His tone was dead serious and straight to the point. Both masks paradoxically embody an obsession with status. They are almost the same. As soon as he finished, Nako spoke up. So then, he pressed his face close to the other man. For someone who understands this well, saying you can't remember faces doesn't sound reasonable, does it? But the man in white still couldn't answer. I really don't remember. He started to lose his mind and offered a vague detail. Bald. I only remember he was bald. The man stammered, please believe me, I really do have a defect. At that moment, the pliers in someone's hand twitched, though from the outside it looked like nothing. Nako's eyes turned cruel, so you'll have to make it easier for me to see. And Kim Nako kept pressing the mask maker for a long time. Meanwhile, his wife always suspected him. Every night he came home reeking of syrup. Her eyes went wide, her face turned pale. She stood frozen in place, staring at the scene in front of her. Then, terrified, the wife called out, honey. Hearing her voice, Nako slowly turned his head. But he only showed disdain. Your journalist skills haven't rusted, huh? Didn't think with that body you could follow me this far. She looked panicked. Didn't you promise me? No matter what, Nako, he tried to soothe her. Calm down, honey, I'll explain everything. Her head trembled violently. She glanced at the man strapped to the chair, beaten and broken. Nako frowned in irritation. There's a reason for all of this. Suddenly, her pregnant body faltered. Her frame couldn't hold up and collapsed. Finally, she lay motionless on the ground, even shocking Nako himself. He panicked, horrified, his face dark. Honey, my love. After that incident, Kim Nako had to make the first sacrifice of his life. Nako dropped to his knees, clutching his wife and screaming, my love. Even in such a tense situation, a man like Kim Nak was still drowning in indecision. He should have called an ambulance and rushed to the hospital immediately. But if he did, everything he had done would be exposed. Kim Nako struggled greatly between his family and his own goals. In the end, Kim Nak did not call an ambulance but carried his wife on his back straight to the hospital. And because of that decision, Nako's brows furrowed tightly, sweat clinging to his cheeks. The ceiling lights in the room were on. The doctor called out seriously, family of the patient. Nako immediately straightened up. How is my wife? He then received an unpleasant answer. Her condition is very bad. She is in her final month of pregnancy and has suffered severe shock. On top of that, the baby wants to come out. The doctor slightly lowered his head and continued, if only you had come a little earlier, it would have been better. Right now, the patient's condition is very poor. Meanwhile, Nako clenched his jaw as he listened. If she gives birth in this state, it will be very dangerous. At this point, the chubby doctor went straight to the issue. So we need the family to choose between saving the mother or the child. His brows furrowed tightly. The mother requested to save the child instead of herself before losing consciousness. What is your decision? Hearing this, Nako rolled his eyes upward in silence. He recalled the image of his wife's confused face, her two hands holding a film camera, then returned to reality. Nako whispered softly, "Save the child." Then the wedding scene suddenly flooded back, the moment he touched his wife's big belly. Her happy face, two hands, one male and one female, tightly clasped. Nako said nothing, sitting on the padded chair, his lips slightly curved. Finally, he made his decision, "Please save my wife." In another room, a bowl of water was suddenly splashed onto Nako's clothes. His wife trembled and screamed, "Why?" But Nako calmly bent down to pick up the bowl. "You need to eat more so you can recover faster." Seeing this, she could no longer hold back. Tears streamed endlessly from her eyes. "I told you to save our child. Why? When her words ended, Nako slowly explained, "I saved you by sacrificing the child." His face was cold. "Children can be born again, but you cannot." After saying that, Nako's body trembled slightly. His wife sat in silence for a long time. But she still would not accept it. That kind of sacrifice is not something you can force on others. It is something the person themselves must choose. Sitting on the hospital bed, she continued questioning. "Until now, you've always used the excuse that everything you do is a sacrifice for something greater." Meanwhile, Nako listened in silence, but that was not sacrifice. It was a tragedy caused by his own selfishness. Hearing this, a selfish question rose in his mind. From then on, Kim Nako's wife tried to change him, but since he refused to change, in the end she left him. As for his comrades, Hoon Seok always tried to persuade him, "Brother Nako, stop this." These words made him turn his head in surprise. "What?" The young man tried his best to advise him. "The more you do these things, the more I see you changing." Nako grew annoyed. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Then Hoon Seok furrowed his brows. "Report to the higher-ups what we have done and accept punishment. Even if you refuse, I will report alone." But Nako rolled his eyes. "What are you saying?" Just then Hoon Seok spoke softly, "I'm sorry, brother Nako." He quickly turned away, leaving Nako bewildered. "It's time for you to stop." As Nako looked at the young man's back, his face revealed cruelty. His eyes rolled white as he gazed at him without emotion. Suddenly, a sharp object pierced into Hoon Seok's back. The young man trembled, glanced behind, teeth clenched. "Brother Nako, why did you have to go this far?" But the man only spoke sternly, "Hoon Seok." His voice carried a threat. "Having come this far, I cannot turn back." His eyes rolled white, his tone eerie like the underworld. "But you will understand me, won't you?" Meanwhile, Hoon Seok only trembled then. He collapsed to the floor, lying motionless before him. Behind Nako stood the man in white, his eyes slightly opening, his mouth murmuring, "The Baekjeong mask." And so Kim Nako sacrificed his family and his comrades for his own goal. In the end, the only one left beside him was Yuhwa, wearing an evil smile. "Kim Nako, why don't you answer?" He stood upright. "Didn't I already ask you? For great deeds, sacrifice is necessary, right?" But Nako glanced at him, repeating two words, "sacrifice." The image of his wife with tears streaming down her face appeared once again. That was not sacrifice, it was misery born of your selfishness. His mouth smeared with fresh syrup, he seemed lost in thought. Nako lowered his head and mumbled, "I want to change the world." Sitting opposite Yuhwa, he continued, "Even a catfish can muddy an entire river. I want to create a world where even if 10 must be sacrificed." The two other men widened their eyes listening. Not a single criminal would slip through the net. For that goal, I sacrificed trust, comrades, family, and countless victims. Orchid stayed silent, saying nothing. Nako added, "But really, with syrup dripping from both sides of my mouth, am I the one who dirtied the river more than anyone else?" The night was dark, the moon round and bright. Fresh syrup splattered all over the ground. Nako lay motionless in a pool of bright red syrup. A few drops of syrup also clung to Yuhwa's chin. Nako's clothes were disheveled, syrup soaking the floor. Under the night sky, it seemed someone had appeared. Yuhwa turned his head to look, keeping silent. Someone's lips tightened slightly. That person was Kyungsu. He parted his lips, his voice cold as ice. But Kyungsu and Jangwook had just stepped out the door when they ran into Yuhwa. Kyungsu did not hesitate to glare at him. Under his fierce stare, Yuhwa curled his lips into an amused smile. On the other side, Jangwook silently sized him up. Monk Yuhwa, so Chief Hongjun's words were true. Meanwhile, members of Hwaguk Temple gasped when they saw Kyungsu. Kim Kyungsu, but leave that guy to us. Black Hwaguk Temple was equally shocked, but Orchid raised his hand to stop them. "Calm down, Lespedeza brothers. Orchid's cautious voice echoed, first deal with the enemy before us. Choi Hoon's eyes were sharp like blades. On the ground lay Nako, his head covered in syrup, looking utterly pitiful. Myungwon lost his composure, wanting to rush over to check his condition. How dare you? He barely shouted one word, chief, when suddenly Choi Hoon lunged from behind and smacked him on the head. Instantly, Myungwon fell, his chin slamming into the floor, fainting from the pain. Orchid and the Hwaguk temple members looked baffled at Choi Hoon's action. What's going on? Choi Hoon tilted his face toward them with a cold stare. I want to follow the strong, please take me with you. He recalled his past. At first I followed Captain Bayan Jangwook because I thought he was the strongest in my world. I learned under him and grew up that way. Choi Hoon's voice carried some disappointment, but after many missions together, I realized his weakness. He realized it when the man lay injured in the hospital. The greatest weakness of Bayan Jangwook was his humanity, meaning he was too sentimental. And it was then that Choi Hoon met Nako. Nako, cunning and cruel, offered him an intriguing proposal. Throw that away and follow me, Choi Hoon. Then you'll know who's truly the strongest. Thinking back, Choi Hoon glanced once more at Nako's body sprawled on the ground, then murmured, Sir. His voice tinged with sorrow, you really kept that promise, didn't you? Then he lifted his eyes in admiration at the strongest man now, Yuhua, for showing me who truly is the strongest. Orchid quietly observed Choi Hoon's expression. Yet even though he did not hesitate to kill a comrade like that, it was precisely that image that. Suddenly Yuhua spoke up, praising Choi Hoon. I am very pleased. He immediately gave Choi Hoon an opportunity. Follow me. Orchid narrowed his eyes, carefully observing the situation. Exactly the kind of person Buddha favored. At that moment, Jangwook suddenly called out loudly, Choi Hoon. He slowly turned his head back after hearing, but still said nothing. On the other side, Yuhua looked very intrigued by Kyungsu. So, you are Kim Kyungsu, aren't you? Have we met before? He faintly remembered the time when Kyungsu wore a mask, the time the masked Bai Gwang came to see him. Kyungsu suppressed his anger and reminded him, not just met once. His eyes sank, his tone dripping with hatred. It's a karmic bond that runs deep. Yuhua raised his brows with interest. A karmic bond that runs deep? What are you talking about? Under his mocking gaze, Kyungsu's voice lowered. Because I'm the second generation Bai Gwang. Yuhua burst out laughing. Is that so? Being looked down on by him, Kyungsu couldn't help but snap. If you don't believe me, I'll make you believe. Yet Yuhua shook his head. No need. He gave a scornful smile. I'll believe you, whether you are Bai Gwang or not, because now it all means nothing. Bai Gwang couldn't believe his ears. What? 3 cards symbolized 3 different images of Phi Kwang. The second generation Bai Gwang was one of the most successful cards I created. But, Yuhua said with disappointment, no matter how well created, in the end it's just a card. Many different cards were created. To me, it's nothing more than that. Yuhua patiently explained, if you really are the second generation Bai Gwang, then in the past you would have been someone I needed to eliminate to move forward. But now Kim Nako is dead, and I too cannot continue to exist. Kyungsu furrowed his brows, glaring at Yuhua, but he calmly continued, as a symbol of hope, there's no need anymore. I have no interest in you. Jangwook and Kyungsu fell silent, hearing how easily he accepted. In the end, your side, Hong Jun's side, has won this game already. After a quiet moment, Kyungsu suddenly spoke, puzzled. I just want to ask one thing. He raised his eyes and asked him directly, you sacrificed countless children just to create those cards and you don't feel anything. Yuhua arched a brow, treating it as normal, and asked back, have you ever had emotions for a tool? Unable to believe his cruelty, Kyungsu's blood boiled and he wanted to rush at him. As expected, Jangwook immediately held him back. Calm down, Kim Kyungsu. He puffed on his cigarette and reminded him, I don't know what kind of grudge you have with that man. Yuhua glanced at Jangwook, trying to calm him, but since his organization has done this much, they can no longer make big moves and the director's side has already failed. Nako lay pitifully on the ground. Jangwook's eyes darkened, like he said, the final outcome of this matter clearly leans to our side. In this situation, it should end here. He looked at the demon in human skin, Yuhua, and his ugly followers, then continued to Kyungsu. No matter how strong you are, if you rush in for personal emotions and fight those strong opponents, the risk is too great. If it were one-on-one, it might be acceptable. As an experienced man, Jangwook carefully advised Kyungsu, this game ends here. Prepare thoroughly next time, then we'll catch them all for sure. Right now it's far too dangerous. For a moment Kyungsu didn't know what to say, he just silently looked at him. Kim Kyungsu was torn, standing before the target he had wanted to kill his entire life, clenching his fists in hatred. In his heart, he only wanted to rush forward and cut off his head immediately, but Yuhua's mocking eyes tested his patience. Suddenly Kyungsu remembered Hong Jun's words of advice. Before carrying out the mission, I want to ask everyone one thing, all of you. Kyungsu, Jangwook, and everyone present in the room turned their eyes to Hong Jun. He spoke with determination and urgency, please do not die. Hong Jun's face was wrinkled like a worried father speaking to his children. Even if you have the chance to destroy the target right before you, if you feel your life is at risk, save it for another time. Kyungsu frowned as he listened to his desperate plea. This was a request from his superior to everyone, and it reminded him of the methods he had learned years ago as a policeman, and the methods he had studied when he was still an assassin. Kyungsu dropped to one knee. The one facing him then was Yuwa with his cruel face, as if reminding him of the lesson that even if you die, you must kill the target. Back to reality, Jangwook gently placed a hand on his shoulder and softly called, Kim Kyungsu. Kyungsu didn't answer, grinding his teeth in anger. Indeed, he muttered to himself as if speaking to Jangwook, the head might stop me, but the body refuses to obey. I'm sorry, Captain. Jangwook was startled by his decision, Kim Kyungsu. Before he could call his name again, Jangwook's eyes went wide in shock. The moonlight shone faintly in the night sky without a single dark cloud. Yuwa raised his head and saw a figure flashing swiftly before his eyes. Kyungsu gathered all his strength and leapt high into the air, shouting loudly, even if I have to die here. A crooked, sinister smile curled on Yuwa's lips. With his weapon in hand, Kyungsu charged, determined to split him apart in one strike. I will kill this man no matter what. Kyungsu swung the weapon in his hand and aimed a downward strike at UHWA. With a single move, he easily dodged. UHWA realized that what Kim Kyungsu said was true. But luckily, he also sliced a tear in one side of his robe. Suddenly, UHWA curled his lip in a sardonic smile, growing interested in him. This swordsmanship is real, this bastard really is. UHWA chuckled as if he discovered something amusing. Even so. The moon in the sky grew brighter by the moment. He punched him in the gut once. What meaning does that have now? Kyungsu immediately retaliated, stabbing a strike into his hand. That mattered. Instantly, UHWA's hand spurted blood on the spot. Kyungsu's expression darkened with anger and he roared, because you will die by the hand of the one you yourself abandoned. May Orchid and July Lespedeza couldn't believe he could be injured. Orchid gasped in horror, Bodhisattva. He looked at his hand slashed and bleeding. UHWA smiled at him with satisfaction. Got sharper, haven't you? He coldly ordered Orchid, May Orchid, prepare to leave this place, and he quickly complied. Yes, Bodhisattva. Hearing that, Kyungsu blocked UHWA and demanded clarification. Leave, where do you intend to go? The only place you'll end up is the underworld. He sneered and replied, what's going on here? The card I discarded has appeared before me again. It's the kind of thing that would startle gods and ghosts. What did you go through? At that question, Kyungsu felt annoyed. I have no obligation to tell you. UHWA shrugged and said, even if I told you, it wouldn't change anything. I don't even fully understand it, but one thing I've realized. He laughed as if he had the upper hand. The reason you appeared before me like this is to become my card once more. Kyungsu was instantly provoked. What nonsense are you talking about? UHWA patiently repeated. Nonsense, have you already forgotten? He laughed as if you were a pawn under my control. Your fate is to be born to serve as my card. Kyungsu's anger turned ridiculous. UHWA began to coax him. Come back to me, Bai Guang. He reached out to him, his tones softened in offering. I'll treat you as the strongest card I've ever had, better than unpainted wood or cherry blossoms. Whatever you want, I'll give you. What do you desire? Kyungsu, disgusted by his words, immediately growled in response. What I want is your life. Not stopping there, UHWA continued with tempting offers. When you were alive, you adored Polonia, right? Then I'll give you girls who resemble Polonia. Kyungsu blurted in surprise. What? He laughed like a castrated old man. Don't worry, at Guk HWA Temple we have plenty of large-chested girls. I'll dye their hair blonde and operate on their faces. Kyungsu ground his teeth and glared at him. UHWA squinted and smiled slyly. Of course. I'll even include cigarettes so they'll be just like the Polonia you once loved. Kyungsu was so furious his eyes bulged with rage. Unable to contain himself, he lunged up to slash him to death. Shut up. Before he could reach UHWA, July Lespedeza kicked him in the stomach. Jeongsu clenched his teeth and endured the pain. A sudden surge of power slammed into July Lespedeza. Choi-hoon abruptly lunged forward to block one of his slashes. Choi-hoon's gaze was cold and emotionless. In an instant, the tip of his sword whipped toward him. Immediately, Jang-wook rushed in like the wind and kicked him in the face. Choi-hoon couldn't block it and crumpled to the ground. Jang-wook said coldly to remind Jeongsu, "Kim Jeongsu, if you've violated orders to do this, there must be a reason. I'll hold these guys off to buy time. You focus on that monk." Saying that, he glanced around cautiously at the chaotic scene before him. Jeongsu silently took a deep breath. Then he spun and tore off toward UHWA. He immediately clenched his fist, obviously A punch landed square on his cheek. "I've told you, stay calm when fighting." Jeongsu suddenly lowered his head to dodge the slap. His eyes widened as if he couldn't believe it. He then proceeded to slap UHWA repeatedly, forcing him to stagger back a few steps, yelling in fear, "Can't you hear me?" Jeongsu continued charging and struck him with a flurry of blows. The blade sliced down at UHWA like a swift chop, but he easily parried it. Not only that, he loudly lectured him, "In any case, you've improved physically and skill-wise." Jeongsu ground his teeth in furious anger. They clashed violently, the air taut with tension, pain cutting down to the bone. Jeongsu, mad with rage, wanted to kill him. This battle felt as if his insides were being twisted. He shot at UHWA like a streak of lightning, yet Kim Jeong-soo felt nothing at all. He was so fast that even his eyes couldn't track his next move. Seizing the chance, Jeong-soo swung with all his might at UHWA. The only thing Kim Jeong-soo could feel now was. But he seemed to receive each of his blows with complete calm. Mad fury and murderous rage marked Jeong-soo's eyes, only the anger to kill UHWA welled up inside him. UHWA was so amused, he let out a harsh chuckle. He not only immediately countered but mocked, "You're really something, you're closing the gap on me, aren't you?" UHWA struck straight at Jeong-soo's face and roared, but he instantly tilted his body to dodge. UHWA, tightening his fist, punched upward toward the sky. His face smug as he said, "At this rate, it seems you're reaching your limit, huh?" Jeong-soo's determined voice rang out, "Even if I die, as long as I kill you." He frankly admitted, "I'm willing to die for that." UHWA immediately broke into a frenzied, excited smile. "Ah, how long has it been since I felt the tension of death in a fight like this?" He lunged at him like a blade. "Wonderful, Bai Guang, you are my masterpiece." Jeong-soo didn't hesitate and leapt up directly, and as Bai Guang's blade drew closer to UHWA's throat, UHWA quickly dodged. The two of them charged straight at each other, face to face. As Jeong-soo got hit squarely in the face by him, Bai Guang inched ever closer to death. He clenched his teeth, trying to hold on. Jeong-soo immediately swung his sword in return. A tempestuous storm erupted around the two of them. Meanwhile, not far away and watching the scene was another man who was also nearing death. The ground where Nak-ho had lain before was now only blood. Nak-ho propped himself up and struggled to stand like a demon rising from hell. UHWA threw a punch at Jeong-soo, but he ducked and avoided it. Nak-ho squinted at them. Jeong-soo stabbed with his blade. UHWA tilted his head away to dodge. Nak-ho's eyes opened wide in surprise. "Oh, that was a close one a moment ago." He turned his head to the side, so Choi-hoon chose that route after all, very like him. Nak-ho seemed to realize something and scanned around with his eyes. Nak-ho's gaze landed on Black Lespedeza sitting motionless with arms crossed in a corner. "What on earth is that guy doing sitting there?" Black Lespedeza. Nak-ho watched as he attacked frantically. "That bastard is stronger than before, but having been out of real fighting so long, his punch seems a bit rusty." He watched the two locked in battle while Nak-ho slowly crawled away carefully. After all wounds were fatal. Without treatment, he'd die immediately. Once they turned their heads, he'd slip away quietly. He focused on the powerful strikes of the two. It's a clash of titans after all. Now I see why Hong Jun said he's the strongest card. Nak-ho watched UHWA's weight fly toward Jeong-soo, however. Luckily, he still barely managed to dodge the powerful blow. Nak-ho frowned, assessing Yu Hwa's side. They still seemed slightly ahead. He observed Yu Hwa's composed, playful face. Yu Hwa remained very calm. Meanwhile, Jeong-soo's face was full of hatred, his gaze like it wanted to tear Yu Hwa apart, and Kim Jeong-soo, overtaken by emotion, could no longer keep his composure. Nak-ho silently watched the two of them. He remembered the conversation with Hong Jun. Kim Jeong-soo is a lot like him. Nak-ho had silently listened while Hong Jun spoke. He also harbors a grudge against that bastard, like him driven by revenge he would stop at nothing. Nak-ho had silently listened while Hong Jun spoke. He also harbors a grudge against that bastard, like him driven by revenge he would stop at nothing. His voice carried worry. That's precisely why I'm concerned. Hong Jun frowned, his expression serious, fearing that the boy would become like him. Nak-ho gave a wry smile, not particularly bothered. He does have a lot of hair after all. At that time, Now was still focused on watching Yu Hwa and Jeong-soo fight, but he intended to sacrifice his life to kill Yu Hwa. He secretly admitted, as Hong Jun said, someone suddenly appeared before Nak-ho as if reading his thoughts to rebut them, but that boy is not like him. His late wife suddenly stood before Nak-ho. He was ready to give up everything else just to save his own life. A hint of disappointment crossed her face, and it's still there now. Nak-ho was astonished, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. What is this? Have I lost so much blood that I'm starting to hallucinate? Ki-young glanced at Jeong-soo's determined eyes. That boy wasn't like him. He was willing to sacrifice himself to reach his goal. Nak-ho closed his eyes, telling himself he was hallucinating and needed to flee and get treated immediately. Then a man's voice called out, "Mr. Nak-ho." He looked up and saw a familiar face. Nak-ho scowled in annoyance. "Hoon Seok, did you come to lecture me like my wife does?" Hoon Seok lowered his eyes to him. "Lecture? What are you talking about?" he began to tell. "How when they were kids, he protected me when I was bullied." Hoon Seok recalled Nak-ho reaching out to him back then, saying he wanted them both to become police to protect the weak. He remembered his own childhood weakness. "When I once thought of ending my life, you gave me a reason to keep living." Hoon Seok smiled gently. "You've always been my hero." Nak-ho was silent for a moment, then spoke. "You blame me, don't you?" A look of disappointment like Ki-young's crossed his smile. "Not exactly blame, just sadness and regret that my hero turned out like this." Nak-ho looked down, his eyes full of contemplation. Suddenly Ki-young sat down beside Nak-ho. "What, are you going to leave that boy like that forever?" he asked in puzzlement. "What do you want me to do?" Ki-young's voice carried a note of hope. "You can help, you know." Hearing that suggestion, Nak-ho grew angry. "You want me to die, to force me to sacrifice myself?" He suddenly paused, staring pensively at his wife. Ki-young's face fell. "So why did you become a police officer?" In her mind appeared the image of her father and Yu Hwa. Was it to prove something to her father? Or was it for revenge? Ki-young stood up, hands clasped behind her back. "And what was it about you that I fell for?" They both recalled when young Nak-ho stood in the middle of the street and boldly confessed, "Ki-young, I loved you at first sight, please go out with me." She looked at the boy before her in disbelief. "I've heard you like macho men. Ki-young, do you know what a police officer's duty is?" Nak-ho stood supremely confident and upright, every word decisive. "A police officer's mission is to protect the lives, bodies, and property of the people and to ensure public safety, order, and peace." His voice echoed through the street then. "Police are to protect the vulnerable." Passers-by were drawn by Nak-ho's words, putting aside their own safety and stepping in to confront violence more than anyone else. He stood solemnly, tone rock solid. Police sacrifice themselves to protect others, and he will become that kind of officer. Thus Kim Nak-ho could confidently say he was a truer man than anyone else. Nak-ho promised Ki-young, "Even if I must give my life, I will protect you. Please go out with me." She was moved by that and fell for him. Back in the present, Ki-young quietly watched the man on the ground. She marveled at how manly he had been then. Nak-ho replied that he was young then, naive, with nothing to lose, just bluster. Ki-young's eyes grew sad as she looked at him. Nak-ho felt dejected and couldn't face his wife. "Now I'm too old," he said. "There's too much to lose. I can't do that anymore." Nak-ho looked up at the cold moon shining overhead. He complained, "I'm probably about to catch a cold." On the other side, UHWA was wearing a smug grin as he lunged toward Jeong-soo. And he wasn't holding back either, swinging his knife hard at him. Both moved at dizzying speed. Suddenly, they both seemed to notice something and froze in astonishment. When had Nak-ho appeared between them, he blocked attacks from both sides. UHWA asked in confusion, "Kim Nak-ho?" Jeong-soo also stared at him in surprise. Nak-ho bent down and picked up his police cap. "Ah, the hat fell here. Going anywhere without it would give you a cold head." Nak-ho laughed as he put the cap back on. "Catching a cold is terrible, right? You know that well, don't you, UHWA?" UHWA grimaced at him, fell silent for a moment, then spat, "You lunatic." While halting both sides' blows, Kim Nak-ho taunted UHWA gently. "You may train your body, but you seem rusty in actual combat. Should have finished it cleanly, not like you at all." At that remark, UHWA's face immediately darkened. "Right." He swung a straight punch at Nak-ho's face. "I'll finish this now." At that moment, Nak-ho seized the chance and tightened his grip on the two batons in his hands. He used all his strength to swing a baton into UHWA's stomach, but UHWA raised a hand in time to block the blow. But in that instant, he realized something was wrong. In a flash, Nak-ho unleashed his full force and sent UHWA flying. Hearing the commotion, Choi Hoon and July Lespedeza immediately engaged Jang Wook. July Lespedeza bluntly shouted, "Bodhisattva." Nak-ho parted his lips slightly and let out a sigh. Exhausted, he adjusted his cap while muttering that he felt like he was about to faint. Suddenly, someone shouted. When Kim Nak-ho turned to look, it felt as if a flurry of maple leaves flew toward him. By the time he steadied himself, Nak-ho had instinctively blocked Jeong-soo's attack. Jeong-soo frowned and demanded of him, "Why are you interfering?" Nak-ho trembled as he struggled, offering a faint smile. "Interfering, I'm helping." Nak-ho retorted irritably, "I don't need any help. I'll be the one to kill that guy." He accepted the truth calmly. "Fine, unlike me you could kill that monster, but you'd lose your life too." Jeong-soo set his face sternly, determined. "If I can kill him, I'm willing to die." Nak-ho suddenly cut in. "The life of police officer Kim Jeong-soo is something a man like me who has nothing left to lose cannot throw away." As he said this, resolve showed clearly in his eyes. Still, Jeong-soo held to his stance. "I have nothing left to lose either." Nak-ho interrupted him once more. "Police officer Kim Jeong-soo." He earnestly advised him to calm down and think of the people around him. "Do you really have nothing left to lose?" Hearing this, Jeong-soo briefly faltered. Ancient memories surged back. He remembered himself in a past life. Back then, the aura separated him completely from others in the organization. But upon closer observation, he suddenly noticed something. Jeong-soo saw someone waving to welcome him. His comrades, the people from the police station, were still there to greet him. Jeong-soo was stunned back to consciousness. Seeing him silent, Nak-ho immediately snapped, "Why aren't you answering?" He smugly lifted the corner of his mouth. "Looks like you've remembered something, huh? Let this old man near his grave handle it this time. You still have a future ahead of you, right?" Peering past Nak-ho's shoulder, Jeong-soo suddenly saw UHWA rushing in angrily. He swung the sledgehammer straight at him. At that moment, Nak-ho managed to twist and parry the blow with his hand. While Jeong-soo was still dazed, Nak-ho calmly reminded him to engrave the last image of me into his mind. Against that power, he trembled as he braced the baton. Nak-ho sincerely turned back to give Jeong-soo a final piece of advice so that next time he fights, he'll have nothing to lose and can capture this guy. Seeing the two evenly matched, July Lespedeza hurried over wanting to help. "Bodhisattva." UHWA immediately shouted to stop him. "Shut up." He glared at his opponent and grated, "I'll personally sever this messy relationship." The two were the root of all this. They stared at each other, eyes filled with the desire to end the other. The others had stopped what they were doing. Even Jeong-soo stood still, waiting and watching the duel between them. Nak-ho roared fiercely, "UHWA. He was no joke either. UHWA swung the sledgehammer while howling, Kim Nak-ho. The two charged at each other, exchanging blows at a speed hard to follow with the naked eye. When Nak-ho decisively swung his baton, UHWA leaned back in time to dodge. Then he immediately swung the sledgehammer to counterattack. This time Nak-ho took the hit, but UHWA suddenly realized something was wrong. His opponent, however, bared his teeth in a triumphant grin. Nak-ho now had the iron baton gripped tightly in his hand. He struck forcefully at UHWA's arm, a bruise slowly forming where he was hit. Not letting his opponent gain the advantage, UHWA quickly punched hard into Nak-ho's stomach. He clutched his stomach in pain and stumbled back. Seeing this, UHWA suddenly spoke, "You." He was curious how someone about to die could be stronger than before. Nak-ho replied calmly, at first a bit frightened. "But then I thought back to why I came here, the police badge I always take pride in." Looking at the enemy before him, Nak-ho went on to list comrades, family, belief. Having abandoned these precious things is why I'm here. UHWA showed no emotion at these words. Nak-ho then called out, "Hey, you foolish monk." He raised his hands into a fighting stance, ready for the match. "So if I die here, what do you think will happen?" UHWA tore through the air as he lunged and retorted, "What, me? Then I die, of course." Faced with this, Nak-ho didn't even flinch, however. Seeing that, UHWA's gaze deepened somewhat. Despite his broken mouth bleeding profusely, Nak-ho forced himself to add, "I will not die in vain." Saying that, he leaned in and gathered his strength to smash hard into UHWA's face. He was no slouch either. After steadying himself, he threw a counterpunch. The two continuously exchanged moves, testing strength, neither yielding to the other. At that moment, UHWA suddenly charged forward, trying to ram Nak-ho away. Nak-ho seized the opportunity and lifted his knee in reply, at the same time swinging his iron baton up. This time, Nak-ho succeeded in striking straight into UHWA's back, and UHWA's expression instantly stiffened. Seeing that, Nak-ho gleefully asked, "See that? I told you I wouldn't die for nothing." He was thoroughly pleased to see UHWA so furious, veins bulging on his temple. Nak-ho added smugly, "Hey, your blood's as red as mine, isn't it? Good, now I know one more thing. I wonder what color your bones are." UHWA scowled in rage and lunged forward, barreling toward Nak-ho, who was straining to cross his two iron batons in defense. UHWA poured all his strength into swinging the sledgehammer in his hands at them. When their weapons clashed, Nak-ho realized the terrifying force involved. Seeing the man before him could so easily switch to the offensive, Nak-ho was a bit stunned. Such a huge body, yet movements that were unbelievable. When UHWA leapt and attacked with his leg, he couldn't help but think of surprising suppleness and agility. And when the man unleashed successive punches, Nak-ho came to understand what relentless really meant. The techniques UHWA used were very varied. At this moment, he was easily throwing Nak-ho forward. As Nak-ho's body hit the ground, UHWA had pinned him down with one hand while raising the sledgehammer to swing. Nak-ho was utterly exhausted and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Watching the finishing blow draw nearer, Nak-ho inwardly marveled. It was as if the god of battle had possessed that man. July Lespedeza and Choi-hoon calmly waited for the traitor's fate. UHWA's eyes were full of murderous intent, but then Nak-ho suddenly thought, even so, "It's not time yet." Seeing the sledgehammer right in his face, he silently screamed inside, "I can't die yet." Nak-ho's body moved instantly. He flailed his arm to deflect the blow. He mentally hypnotized himself a little more. Wait until the fellow has seen a bit more. Then he rolled over and struck UHWA's leg with his baton, forcing him to tilt and evade. Mr. Kang grit his teeth resolutely, as if answering Kim Jeong-soo's effort. Kim Jeong-soo also memorized each movement of UHWA, frowning as he silently analyzed that his opponent's form was even better than before. Watching the two exchange blows with no clear victor, Jeong-soo told himself inwardly, yet this was already within his expectations. He glared fixedly ahead. What worried him most was, Jeong-soo recalled the final words of Gong San, Surely that person still hid something from everyone. Watching UHWA fighting like a madman, he told himself he wanted to know what the man was hiding, but relying on others wasn't his way. With that thought, Jong-soo slightly moved the arm that held his knife. That action did not escape Nak-ho's notice. He suddenly shouted, "Kim Jong-soo, you're still watching closely, aren't you?" Seeing him silent and not answering, he softened his voice and said quietly, "Good then, I'm at my limit." Those words left Jeong-soo momentarily stunned. Nak-ho smiled and turned to rely on him. "I hope my life won't be wasted. Doing this for others is my first time." Jeong-soo fell into silence. He said nothing. At that moment, UHWA suddenly complained aloud, so persistent. He pressed his lips and continued, "Kim Nak-ho, you make me extremely uneasy. Your stubbornness is really exhausting." Seeing Nak-ho still acting nonchalant, he muttered helplessly, "Fine, now I'll truly finish this." Hearing that, Nak-ho looked up. He caught sight of UHWA, who had discarded his weapon. This made Jong-soo's eyes widen in surprise. UHWA, his murderous aura towering, slowly lowered his center of gravity. Nak-ho was a bit stunned. Was his stance a straight punch? He stared at the man before him and wondered aloud. The one who uses flashy moves chooses such a basic stance. Thinking that, Nak-ho immediately raised his guard. There must be some trick. It absolutely wasn't an ordinary straight punch he had to defend. Suddenly, something skittered across the ground. This time, Nak-ho misjudged it. Seeing the opponent's fist right before him, he blurted, what the really just a straight stab." By the time he used his iron baton to block, it was too late. The pain from his face being distorted by the punch shot up, and he uttered a muffled groan. Nak-ho was completely overwhelmed by that blow. He only had time to think that such terrible power had knocked him back. Nak-ho's weapon was knocked away. Jong-soo tightened his brow, thinking back. He had never taught me basic martial arts when he was Bai Gwang. Back then, UHWA said basics were for trash who weren't chosen to train. Those with talent are born already with basics and don't need to practice. At the time, he had naively believed that to be true. Now he suddenly realized, however, that the strike was not something you could pull off after just a few practices. Meanwhile, Nak-ho panted, looking at his steel-blackened hand. He trembled as he demanded, "What is this, UHWA? Why didn't you use this technique from the start?" Nak-ho raised an eyebrow tauntingly. "Or do you have a reason you couldn't use it?" UHWA curtly brushed it off. "Shut up." Hearing that, Nak-ho realized. He murmured, "Shut up, you won't even let me speak in the remaining times. Think about that a bit." Jong-soo on the side was also concentrating to judge. Indeed, that strike just now. He recalled UHWA's stance when delivering the blow and wondered how many years of hard training it must have taken to perform it. Nak-ho stared at his opponent. "You always say people have predetermined fate." Memories surged back. Back then, UHWA had repeatedly brainwashed Nak-ho. Lately, Kim Nak-ho, you seem to think differently. But no matter how you try, a crane is still a crane. Don't dream of becoming a phoenix. Nak-ho lifted his teacup and replied, all right, don't worry." Back in the present, Nak-ho looked at UHWA's towering figure in astonishment and asked, "But you were the one who said that." Jong-soo also thought that at Hwaguksa, the Bodhisattva trusted talent absolutely and despised effort. If no talent was seen, they would eliminate you without mercy. The survival of Black Lespideza and July Lespideza. UHWA had justified it by saying they possessed the talent to survive, not by effort. Everyone's life follows fate. So now Jong-soo and Nak-ho couldn't help but wonder why he hid the most basic technique, even the strongest one. At that moment, UHWA's attack once again closed in on Nak-ho. He struck out without hesitation. Seeing Nak-ho show no reaction, UHWA anxiously murmured, "Really, this guy is making me furious." When suddenly Nak-ho spoke up, making him frown. "If you're so fired up." He wore a face smeared with blood yet kept taunting. "If you want to vent, go on and hit me more." Nak-ho leaned his face close to UHWA's and challenged him. "You can hit me more and I can show him even more." Seeing UHWA's sullen face, he continued, "Don't make that bored look anymore. I'm really close to my limit, help me out a bit." The scene of the two meeting for the first time appeared. Nak-ho gritted his teeth and rushed in. "Weren't we like this from the start of our relationship?" Nak-ho's punch met UHWA's guard immediately. He put power into the punch while muttering to himself, "Strange, really strange." Facing an opponent of equal strength, he questioned the man's viewpoint. "People are born with fate, and those who said the talentless are trash. Yet you were threatened by the most basic thing." Saying this, Nak-ho couldn't help feeling a bit gleeful. He looked at UHWA and asked, You once boasted you were born to become a god. But in truth, you only have ordinary talent like everyone else, right?" Saying that, Nak-ho focused and threw punch after punch. UHWA blocked them and casually replied, "Think whatever you want." He prepared to unleash a killing move, his voice laced with mockery. "After all, it's your final thought before you die." With that, UHWA decisively punched Nak-ho straight in the gut. He opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of blood. "I don't know how much I've bled." The pain gradually went numb, and Nak-ho's body urged him to keep fighting. Time felt like it slowed. He seemed to sense each of his opponent's moves. Taking the next hit, Nak-ho wondered, is it time to die? At that moment, UHWA, thick with killing intent, asked, "Kim Nak-ho, do you have any last words of denial?" Nak-ho lay weakly on the ground, coughing up blood. He endured a barrage of blows like thunder from UHWA. Meanwhile, Nak-ho vaguely thought to himself, denial, words of denial. Recalling the past, he realized, I once wanted to live to do the right things, to be useful to the world. For me, the right thing was my father's work. So I wanted to become like my father, but a changing world rejected me. He realized that at his father's funeral. Nak-ho fell silent and asked himself, where do I go now? At his father's funeral, the victim his father had once tortured had come forward. Before countless reporters, he had said, "I forgive you." This left the reporters there stunned. Nak-ho was the same. He was astonished when the man whispered, "If only we had met in a better world, not in an interrogation room full of knives and blood." The man sadly continued that they'd be at a bar, pouring soju and beer and clinking glasses together. He looked regretfully at the half-burned incense sticks, not as victim or perpetrator. The man looked at Nak-ho's father's photo one last time. Finally, he turned his back and walked away, adding without forgetting, "But we are both victims of this world." Nak-ho suddenly stepped forward and asked, if so, did he truly want to know where we should go back then? Nak-ho went on to pose a series of questions. What must we do to do what is right, to be useful to the world? Those questions the other man could not answer. Nak-ho realized that right and wrong would be decided by the society of the time. Even if I believe what I do is right, when society changes, it can still become wrong. Facing that gloomy world, he told himself, if so, I will not bend to society anymore. I will make society follow my actions. I will change this country. The memories gradually faded, leaving only Nak-ho battered and lying on the ground. Where his heart had caved in there was a deep hollow. It was the mark left by UHWA's fist. The moon high above cast a few weak rays down upon the world. Nak-ho lay there powerless. He barely opened his eyes, trying to make out things. Memories surged back. He seemed to hear that victim's answer again. What truly benefits the world, no one can know. Still, that man was certain that no matter how eras change, some things never change. He turned to advise Nak-ho, people cannot live alone. Value your family, cherish your friends, respect your neighborhood, treasure the people around you, and you'll know where to go. That is. To this point, Nak-ho seemed to have found the image he wanted to see. He looked at the young man before him, Sergeant Kim Jeong-soo. Nak-ho quietly instructed him, avenge me and don't just stare straight ahead, because by only looking forward I failed to look around. Nak-ho gave a crooked smile, perhaps having lost the precious things around him. He looked at Jeong-soo and continued, you may avenge me, but don't become someone like me. With that, Nak-ho's body trembled and his eyes slowly closed. His words made July Lespedeza and Choi Hoon take notice. Before he left me, my wife used to say, someone who cannot care for a family cannot care for the whole world. Treasure the things around you. Sergeant Kim Jeong-soo and Jang Wook paused for a moment to take in those words. Nak-ho's voice gradually harmonized with the one from the past. That is what life is, he smiled in contentment. Hearing this, Jeong-soo was shaken and speechless. Looking up at the bright moon, Nak-ho murmured, so my end was predetermined from the start. His vision dimmed. Nak-ho asked himself, is a life full of mistakes now meaningless? Suddenly someone bluntly cut him off, not entirely meaningless. Nak-ho's wife gently said, people grow by making mistakes and then correcting them. She continued, advising that if someone looks at you and feels something, that's enough. Hearing that, Nak-ho gave a rueful smile. Really? He hesitated and asked, but is my wife still alive? At that, the other softly replied, I'm not a ghost, just a vision you made. Nak-ho whispered weakly, oh, that's good. He told her with relief, now I can fall into hell with peace of mind. But then Nak-ho suddenly changed his tone, drawing the other's attention. Even so, he joked nonchalantly, men don't do well in hot places. Still, I'm a bit worried. This left his wife speechless and exasperated. Typical Yuha. The moon high above grew ever brighter. UHWA remained standing there in silence. July Lespedeza and Choi Hoon also watched solemnly. Jang Wook's face showed clear tension. At that moment, Jeong-soo pressed his lips together. He silently thought to himself, Kim Nak-ho. UHWA watched the man's body grow cold. Finally, UHWA concluded that he was dead. Hwado game over. Facing the fallen Nakho, UHWA was silent for a long moment, but his expression remained indifferent. Just then, something in UHWA's pocket vibrated softly. He took out the device and mumbled, "Looks like he's ready to leave already, huh?" UHWA then signaled to July Lespedeza and Choi Hoon, "Let's go." Suddenly someone called to him in a cold voice, "Hey, you damn emperor." UHWA glanced at Jeong-soo and asked, "What?" He warned cautiously, planning to continue. Jeong-soo immediately denied it. "No, I just realized something." He said seriously that trusting your life to someone like you was utterly foolish. Therefore, Jeong-soo looked up at the sky. Then he vowed, "Next time we meet, I won't bet my life anymore, I'll take yours, be prepared." Hearing this challenge, UHWA grew slightly pensive. He slowly turned and began to leave, when suddenly a voice called out, "Hey Jeong-soo." As he turned, he saw July Lespedeza toss something to him. "Catch." Jeong-soo reached out and caught it. He opened his hand and found it was a playing card. Jeong-soo watched silently as UHWA's group departed. He narrowed his eyes in puzzlement, unsure what the man was planning. Nakho's body on the ground had already begun to stiffen. A while later at the police headquarters, Hong Jun showed visible joy. He kept repeating, "So lucky, truly lucky." Glancing at the familiar faces in the room, Hong Jun murmured, "Everyone made it back alive, you all worked hard." After a while, he seriously summarized. February, the Plum Blossom died at the hands of Kim Jeong-soo. The Dokwa Gang's deputy leader, Moon Young-chan, was killed by Bayan Jang-wook. June, the Peony died at the hands of Kim Nak-ho. August, the Hollow Mountain was killed by Kim Jeong-soo. March, the Cherry Blossom survived. Pine, Kim Nak-ho died at the hands of UHWA. Shin So-hee was killed by UHWA, and Jin Myung-won was killed by the traitor Choi Hoon. At this point, Hong Jun-mu suddenly remembered an issue. What about September, the chrysanthemum? Has it been dealt with? Yeon-cha stepped forward flustered and replied, "Not caught yet." Jeong-soo glanced at her in agreement. "That figures." He frankly admitted that his short knife skill even surpassed mine. But Jeong-soo still had one question. Without a weapon, he wouldn't be much of a match for so many people. Didn't anyone make him drop his weapon? Yeon-cha pressed her lips and answered, "From the start, we couldn't sustain a long fight with him." She recounted that during the fight, he received a message from somewhere, and then hurriedly withdrew from the scene. Jeong-soo suddenly understood, "I see." He slowly enumerated, "So in the chrysanthemum affair, only March, April, May, July, and September remain, right?" Jang-wook suddenly turned to Hong Jun and spoke. "Anyway, is the officer all right? With the current situation, you probably have no time." Hong Jun admitted with a troubled face, "Because of this incident, dozens of officers fell. Restoring order in this chaotic state won't be easy, but don't worry. Leave those complicated matters to me. I'll do my best so you can wholeheartedly wipe out the remnants of Hwaguksa. Be cautious until operations resume. You've all suffered enough. We'll end it here." He paused, looked toward Jeong-soo and called, Kim Jeong-soo, stay a moment." A little later in that same room, when everyone had left, he lowered his voice suspiciously. "What? You're busy and yet you call me?" Hong Jun answered seriously, "There's something I need an answer to from you." He fixed his face and asked, "Are you Kim Jeong-soo or Bai Gwang?" Jeong-soo froze for a few seconds, then asked back, "What? Why the sudden weird question?" Hong Jun barely moved his lips, then let me rephrase to make it clearer. He stared at Jeong-soo and slowly asked again, "Are you a policeman or an assassin? In your own mind, what do you think you are?" Faced with that question, Jeong-soo was stunned for a long while. Outside in the open air, a campfire had been lit, and someone sat there roasting meat. Two people whispered to each other, "Will it really come?" "It will." The other asked doubtfully, "What if it thinks this is a trap and doesn't come?" The first replied confidently, "No, it will definitely come." At that moment, a figure approached from afar, and upon seeing Jeong-soo, someone triumphantly called out, "See." July Lespedeza said to Black Lespedeza beside him, "I told you it would come." Then he raised a skewer of meat and asked, "Want a bite? I hear it's high in protein." Surprisingly, Jeong-soo agreed. He told them, "All right, let me sit with you." The fire crackled with soft little pops. Jeong-soo sat across from the two, slowly nibbling the skewer. As he ate, he asked, "Quail meat?" Black Lespedeza confirmed, "Yes." Jeong-soo asked again, "Your brother didn't cook this, did he?" He looked at the skewer and muttered, "If he cooked it, who knows, maybe he poisoned it." Black Lespedeza scolded, "You bastard," and seeing this, July Lespedeza had to step in. "Calm down, big brother." He took off his mask and continued. As for that, Jeong-soo found the action a bit puzzling. July Lespedeza added in a low voice, "That's a matter for later." He waved the skewer through the air a few times. Look, Kim Jong-soo, don't worry, just eat. We're not the kind of people to stoop to dirty tricks like that. We just want to share a meal with you. Jong-soo frowned and replied, but I don't think we have the kind of relationship where we can sit across from each other and eat in peace. Hearing that, July Lespedeza interjected, at first I only intended to fight. But after witnessing the battle just now, I felt like talking to you a bit. He asked suspiciously, talk. Suddenly, July Lespedeza asked an odd question. Kim Jong-soo, you're the second generation by Gwang, right? Jong-soo answered frankly, yes. He asked seriously, so what do you think of the Bodhisattva? Though puzzled, he still replied, why ask the obvious? He's trash, not worth mentioning. At that, July Lespedeza cut in. I'm asking about this battle, he said, looking straight at Jong-soo. We've always followed the Bodhisattva's teaching that people's fates are predetermined. But after seeing this fight, I'm starting to think maybe that's not true. The Bodhisattva's final strike was the culmination of a lifetime of effort and time. What do you think? Jong-soo put the skewer down and replied, you ask that. Probably to say that with enough effort, especially Black Lespedeza, someone could defeat me, right? Seeing him so sharp, the other fell silent. Jong-soo barely moved his lips. Even so, he confidently asserted that there are people who, no matter how hard they try, still can't do it. July Lespedeza, chewing, commented, what a disappointing answer. Fine, I get what you think, keep eating. Jong-soo glanced at the two Lespedeza masks placed side by side. He asked them puzzled, but aren't you going with that monk? Black Lespedeza replied calmly, after I'm done with you, I'll meet up with him. He suddenly asked, hey Kim Jong-soo, is it true you killed Hollow Mountain? Jong-soo ate while wiping his mouth and answered, I don't think I'm obliged to answer that question. He took the excuse and added, but I'm treating you to this meal, so saying one word shouldn't hurt. Faced with that reasonable excuse, Jong-soo admitted, yes, I killed Hollow Mountain. Black Lespedeza, who had been silent, suddenly asked excitedly, did you really kill Hollow Mountain? July Lespedeza turned to him and advised, kid, just eat, don't worry about that. He pressed on, what about Cherry Blossom? She never returned and disappeared. Did you kill Cherry Blossom too? Jong-soo frowned and replied, no, I didn't kill her. Oh, so Cherry Blossom didn't come back. July Lespedeza seemed unconcerned and moved on to someone else. What about the third-generation heir of Bai Guang? Jong-soo answered, I tied him up and imprisoned him in an unexpected place, and somehow that place turned out to be Hong Jun's house. Hong Jun himself was stunned when he saw the person bound in his home. July Lespedeza said sternly, Kim Jong-soo, you'd better not be the second-generation Bai Guang. He continued very seriously, about Polonia I'm sorry. This statement greatly surprised Jong-soo. Even Black Lespedeza blinked in bewilderment and asked, why are you suddenly saying that? July Lespedeza paid no mind to his brother's attitude. He said plainly, like an older brother who cherishes his sibling, I know you care for Polonia like your own flesh and blood. Honestly, I've long wanted to have a proper conversation with you. Thinking of the organization, he understood how incredibly difficult and painful it is to protect someone dear in a place like that. If we'd met somewhere other than Hwaguksa, maybe we could have shared our hearts and become friends. Jong-soo couldn't help but be stunned by that thought. Staring into the flickering flames, the man slowly added, but I know that's impossible. My brother and I have gone too far to turn back, our sins can't be erased. Hearing that, Black Lespedeza couldn't hold back and shouted irritably, bro, why are we saying stuff like this? Did you eat something strange? This didn't stop July Lespedeza. Thinking of you, HWA, he said softly, I used to live without thinking. I believed all my actions were fate, as the Bodhisattva taught. Those battles of that day shook my faith. Maybe fate isn't something preordained, but something you can change with your own will, right? Jong-soo fell silent and didn't answer. Pausing for a moment, July Lespedeza asked him solemnly, Kim Jong-soo, I'll ask again, is destiny really predetermined? If that's true, then my brother will never, ever be able to beat you, will he? The question was so abrupt that his brother gaped and glanced over. Jong-soo suddenly opened his mouth as if to say something. In the end, he just told him to prove it for himself. I'll give you the answer to that question after this fight, he said. July Lespedeza nodded in satisfaction. All right. Jong-soo glanced at the used wooden skewers lying on the ground. He remarked to Black Lespedeza, you eat too little for that big frame of yours. The man bowed his head and replied, it's fine. Then he glared and confidently declared, I'll tear you to pieces and chew you up to fill this hunger. Receiving that answer, Jong-soo pressed his lips together and said, is that so? He rolled his arm to warm up and said, anyway, thanks for the meal. Just then someone suddenly spoke up to stop Jeong-soo. Hold on. July Lespedeza offered a rather flimsy excuse. Vigorous exercise right after eating is bad. We should change location and take a stroll to help digestion. Let's go slow. Jeong-soo didn't know what to say to that suggestion. A while later, at a plot of land with some gym equipment. Perhaps this was where the Lespedeza brothers trained. Jeong-soo straightened up, stretched his limbs, and said, "All right." He looked at Black Lespedeza opposite him and asked, "Ready?" The man replied immediately, "Ready." Seeing the two standing side by side, Jeong-soo asked, "You two aren't planning to rush me both at once, are you?" July Lespedeza denied it at once. "My brother will defeat you alone." Jeong-soo replied sternly, "I have no intention of raising a hand just because you invited me to eat. Also," he looked at the barbell in Black Lespedeza's hands and asked, "Didn't you say weapons are for weaklings who don't trust their bodies?" Yet the man answered bluntly, "Yes." Black Lespedeza swung the barbell and admitted, "I'm a weakling." He recounted that before fighting you, he had been very satisfied with his body. And that was his fatal mistake. The moment satisfaction appeared, progress stopped and ambition vanished. Jeong-soo remained silent to listen to him. Black Lespedeza added, "But now it's different. I've recognized the weakness in myself and that makes me hungrier than ever to become strong, like how I once threw everything into training my body." He bent down ready to charge. "This time I'll do anything to beat you." Jeong-soo drew his sword as well, preparing for the next move. "I'll say it again, I won't go easy just because you invited me to eat." The other replied casually, "All right then, let's see who wins this time." Jeong-soo stared at Black Lespedeza's stance across from him and silently analyzed. He's putting weight on his uninjured leg. The injured leg is held back. Jeong-soo wondered what kind of attack he planned to launch. It was completely unpredictable. So he decided first to see how the enemy would attack. With that thought, Jeong-soo decisively lunged forward. Seeing this, Black Lespedeza quickly swung the barbell up. He brought it down hard onto the ground, and Jeong-soo immediately dodged to the side. He watched that action, a vague suspicion rising in his mind. Black Lespedeza swung the barbell again, looking a bit dazed. Really surprised? Jeong-soo wondered to himself, what the heck is this? Watching the barbell inch ever closer, he thought puzzledly, could I be sensing this wrong? When the barbell hit the ground, Jeong-soo had deftly stepped back to evade the strike for a moment. Ahead of Black Lespedeza's attack, only one thought flashed through Kim Jeong-soo's mind. What the hell is this? What kind of trash attack is this? He stared at Black Lespedeza and silently asked, how can this attack be so terrible? Isn't he just wildly swinging with no technique at all? Seeing his opponent's confident manner, Jeong-soo was a bit unsettled. He said he'd defeat me alone. Surely he has another trick up his sleeve, right? With thoughts like that, Kim Jeong-soo glared at July Lespedeza, while July Lespedeza avoided that gaze. Actually, Jeong-soo seemed to gradually figure something out. Though silent, July Lespedeza also knew clearly. While watching his brother train, he stepped closer and whispered, "Little brother." July Lespedeza once gave the advice that your lower body was already weak and now it's injured. Maybe it's time you focused on training your lower body more. Black Lespedeza replied softly, "Brother." He stubbornly said that he'd spent his life training that way and didn't know any other method. Just get strong and keep training. July Lespedeza cut him off yet. He was completely silenced by 4 words, "Believe in me." July Lespedeza stared at his brother in silence, seeing Black Lespedeza look at him with hopeful eyes. July Lespedeza helplessly replied, "You're right, little brother. If I don't believe in you, who will? I believe in you." So July Lespedeza had always watched over Black Lespedeza's grueling training. And when he saw Black Lespedeza push himself to near death, he began to feel a little hope. But then one day, Hollow Mountain came and tore that dream apart. He defeated Black Lespedeza and then asked in bewilderment, "What is this?" "Black Lespedeza, what on earth have you been doing all this time?" During the sparring with Hollow Mountain before the mission, Black Lespedeza had been utterly smashed. Under the overcast sky, he kept complaining. Why did this happen? Black Lespedeza still couldn't accept reality. He had trained to the brink of death, yet still couldn't reach it. He even grew weaker. As he doubted himself, July Lespedeza suddenly called, "Little brother." He stepped forward to comfort him. "It's because Hollow Mountain is too strong, not because you've weakened. If you try a bit more, you could beat him." Black Lespedeza looked at him skeptically. July Lespedeza once again asserted firmly, "You really have gotten stronger. Strong enough to defeat Kim Jeong-soo." But now, Black Lespedeza was gradually faltering under Jeong-soo's relentless attacks. His face and arms were covered with cuts from the blade. Jeong-soo didn't stop. He closed the distance more and more. After a while, Black Lespedeza fell back completely, a low groan escaping his mouth from the pain. Jeong-soo looked to the other side and called softly, "July Lespedeza." He replied nonchalantly to the earlier question, I agree with what you said. Fate isn't preordained, it's made by ourselves. I've learned that, and I tell people from other worlds the same. But looking at Black Lespedeza, I thought, there are things that, no matter how hard you try, simply can't be achieved. What do you think? In fact, July Lespedeza shared the same thoughts as Kim Jeong-soo. Because of that, July Lespedeza began to feel like giving up. He thought they'd both done everything they could to change their destiny, and maybe it was time to rest. Looking at Jeong-soo, July Lespedeza quietly told himself that accepting fate wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Watching the fight between Jeong-soo and his brother, he thought inwardly, don't worry little brother, if you go first I'll follow right after. Whatever path it is, I'll go with you. Because we're brothers. Suddenly, July Lespedeza's eyes widened as he saw Jeong-soo's blade inching toward his brother's neck. He recalled the weak child who once called him brother. July Lespedeza suddenly felt a surge of panic. In an instant, he left his position. Suddenly, someone kicked Jeong-soo away. He frowned and looked up. The one responsible for that was July Lespedeza. After regaining his balance, Jeong-soo exclaimed in confusion, "What the heck was that?" He looked at July Lespedeza suspiciously. Wasn't this supposed to be a one-on-one duel? The man shamelessly replied with a straight face. On second thought, having the older brother strike first might suit our country's traditions better. After all, people often say no younger sibling can surpass the elder. Jeong-soo replied coldly, fine, it's no problem for me, since either way you two will both die the same. The only one who objected was Black Lespedeza. He puzzlingly asked his brother, bro, what the heck are you talking about? The fight isn't over yet. July Lespedeza interjected solemnly. Kid, if you keep fighting you'll croak. Black Lespedeza stubbornly retorted that he still had techniques he hadn't shown his brother yet. Once again he was cut off by his brother. Kid, you can't. Those words petrified Black Lespedeza for a moment. He looked at Jeong-soo and suggested, then let's team up to take down that bastard. But once more his brother objected. No. July Lespedeza ordered firmly, on the contrary, you should get out of the way. No. Black Lespedeza was stunned by July Lespedeza's refusal. He recalled that even when begging for chicken skin and protein from his brother, he was always indulged. Compared to now, he couldn't help feeling aggrieved. Yet now, for the first time in his life, July Lespedeza had shown such a definite refusal, leaving Black Lespedeza with no choice but to obey. July Lespedeza lowered his stance and called, little brother. July Lespedeza seriously admonished his brother, we must survive this together, okay? Black Lespedeza fell silent, unsure how to reply. No sooner had he finished speaking than July Lespedeza dashed toward Jeong-soo. He swung a kick at Jeong-soo's head, but Jeong-soo managed to dodge. But when Jeong-soo counterattacked, he nimbly avoided the blow. Then July Lespedeza straightened and launched a kick at Jeong-soo. He immediately blocked and swung his blade to counterattack. Black Lespedeza watched the duel between the two. He fell into confusion. Black Lespedeza hesitantly called to his brother. The very techniques and combat moves of his brother. Things he'd never once seen before, whether on missions or in training. He stared, astonished to realize his brother could be so strong. As the one fighting both of them, Jeong-soo was equally surprised. Strange, is the gap between brother and brother really this wide? But he remained unshaken and continued to close in on his opponent. Jeong-soo bluntly observed that the cursed talent of the younger brother had dragged down the elder's talent. May always slows his pace to match his brother's rhythm, right? It seemed that question struck at July Lespedeza's sore spot, distracting him so a blade sliced across his chest. Jeong-soo spun his blade again, advanced, and slashed repeatedly, leaving the flower sigil behind him covered in wounds. Jeong-soo remarked lightly that the bowl was big but held too little liquid. Suddenly someone lunged forward, startling him, instead of water. July Lespedeza boldly launched a kick at Jeong-soo. He confidently declared that filling it with the blood spilled today would be enough. Taken by this unexpected strike, Jeong-soo let out a soft cry. He raised his hand just as July Lespedeza leapt down. Without hesitation, Jeong-soo slashed across his body, but July Lespedeza managed to dodge. Then he spun and intended to kick back and counter. A gust of wind suddenly slammed into July Lespedeza's face. His vision darkened, and in the blackened space, it seemed like countless willow leaves were rushing in. July Lespedeza's eyes widened. He was slashed across the neck by Jeong-soo. Dark red blood slowly poured out. Jeong-soo commented calmly on their survival instincts. At least in this respect, the two were like real brothers. July Lespedeza clutched his neck and replied, right. He then lunged forward in a frenzy and kicked at Jeong-soo. The force was so strong that when Jeong-soo raised his arm to block, a tear appeared on his shirt. The two once again unleashed a wild exchange of moves. After a while, July Lespedeza, weakened, temporarily fell back. But he stubbornly muttered, I'll survive together with my little brother. Jeong-soo replied coldly, if that's the case, you shouldn't have started this with me in the first place. Black Lespedeza at the side watched the two throw themselves into the fight. Over and over again, he stared in bewilderment. Black Lespedeza realized his brother was gradually being pushed back. Watching Jeongsu surge forward again, he worriedly thought to himself, if this keeps up then. After a while of fighting, Jeongsu frowned in annoyance. This bastard's ability to escape danger is shockingly ridiculous. He always dodged every lethal blow by a hair's breadth. Seeing Jeongsu suddenly stop, July Lespedeza spoke smugly. What's the matter? He loudly taunted, not dying as easily as you'd hoped, making you impatient. Try me 100 times, see what happens. Saying that, he closed in on Jeongsu. When it comes to surviving, I'm more confident than anyone. He quickly raised his hand to block one of his strikes. Jeongsu grumbled irritably, what a nuisance. Suddenly he let out a slight groan. Jeongsu looked puzzled at Black Lespedeza, who was charging over aggressively. Even July Lespedeza blinked and softly called out. Jeongsu's little brother interjected coldly, contrary to your wish. He mocked in a lowered voice, your brother's charging over to beg to die, look at him. Saying that, he dashed toward Black Lespedeza. In an instant, dark red blood spurted everywhere. Jeongsu froze and stepped back. Yet July Lespedeza rushed forward to take the blow in place of his brother. He silently glanced at Jeongsu. Black Lespedeza, sheltered behind him, still didn't understand what was happening. He let out a baffled huh. July Lespedeza gritted her teeth and poured every ounce of strength into the fight. Sweat and tension were etched into every line of her face, as if she'd accidentally signed up for a wrestling match with a thunderstorm. Immediately after, a thunderous kick from July Lespedeza, so powerful it threw Jeongsu off balance. He dodged while his younger brother, Black Lespedeza, could only stare in disbelief. In an instant, Jeongsu slipped around behind him, surprising July Lespedeza. Kim Jeongsu kept a calm expression and attacked toward Black Lespedeza, leaving the two brothers stunned. Black Lespedeza's face showed sheer horror. He couldn't believe what was happening. A desperate hand reached out, trying to cling to a sliver of hope. July Lespedeza used both arms to block Jeongsu's knife strike, catching him off guard. Without hesitation, Kim Jeongsu unleashed a devastating punch aimed straight at Black Lespedeza's face. Black Lespedeza took the full punch. The impact was so severe his eyes rolled back and he lost consciousness immediately. A close-up of Black Lespedeza's eyes after the blow. They had entirely lost life, leaving only a milky white. After knocking out Black Lespedeza, Kim Jeongsu continued the fight with July Lespedeza, giving him no moment's rest. Cornered, July Lespedeza screamed wildly, "You bastard!" and charged at Kim Jeongsu in a hopeless attack. But all his efforts were futile. Lespedeza's knife-wielding arm was grabbed by Kim Jeongsu, causing him to only groan, in pain. Kim Jeongsu easily disarmed Lespedeza, taking full control of the situation. Then, without mercy, Kim Jeongsu used July Lespedeza's own knife to stab him repeatedly. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. July Lespedeza's eyes widened, filled with horror and unbearable pain as he felt death drawing near. Kim Jeongsu stood there over the enemy's pool of blood, the bloody knife in his hand. He looked down at the dying July Lespedeza with a cold, indifferent gaze. With an expressionless face, Kim Jeongsu called out, "Hey, July Lespedeza." He looked at July Lespedeza clutching his fallen brother and said mockingly, "Acting like this only makes you look like the villain." Kim Jeongsu continued to taunt him, ordering, "Get up and attack me." July Lespedeza could only stay silent, sweat pouring off him like he'd just taken a bath. He had completely lost the will to fight, well, that and any dignity. In July Lespedeza's arms, Black Lespedeza murmured to his brother, "My little buddy, it seems this is the end for us." July Lespedeza, in despair, continued an inner monologue. "Still, we've survived pretty well, and we've come this far by devouring those weaker than us." He looked at his dying brother and accepted the harsh truth. "It's natural that we die here, because we were swallowed by someone stronger." His words rang out as the frame focused on Kim Jeongsu, the predator who determined their fate. Black Lespedeza's inner voice echoed, reflecting a brutal philosophy. "The weak will die. The weak are prey to the strong. That's the law of the world." With a blood-smeared face and eyes shut, Black Lespedeza's philosophy ended in acceptance. That's how it should be. Watching July Lespedeza suffer while holding his brother, Kim Jeongsu agreed with that philosophy, but another thought rose in him. That is certainly how it should be, but Kim Jeongsu coldly observed, noticing July Lespedeza was reaching the limits of both body and mind. He seems to be hitting his limit. As July Lespedeza staggered to his feet, Kim Jeongsu predicted, perhaps his next attack will be his last. he readied himself for a desperate strike. However, instead of attacking, July Lespedeza tilted his head back toward the sky and let out a pitiful scream, a cry full of helplessness and despair, with a tiny, tragic comedic flair. Still, Kim Jong-soo remained vigilant. He tightened his grip on the knife, took a defensive stance, and told himself, "Even so, I can't let my guard down." But July Lespedeza's next move left Kim Jong-soo stunned. His eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. To Kim Jong-soo's amazement, Lespedeza cast aside his pride and slammed his forehead to the ground in a posture of complete submission. Kim Jong-soo was completely taken aback by the action and could only blurt out in disbelief, "What?" From beneath the ground came July Lespedeza's desperate plea, calling out Kim Jong-soo's name directly. "Kim Jong-soo, please spare my brother's life." Kim Jong-soo coldly refused, but July Lespedeza hurriedly offered a proposal. "If you let my brother live, I'll tell you where UHWA escaped to." UHWA appeared in July Lespedeza's words like a final trump card. Kim Jong-soo fell silent, seeming to weigh this unexpected bargaining offer. After a moment of silence, Kim Jong-soo spoke skeptically. "Even if you tell me, how do I know you're telling the truth?" To prove his claim, July Lespedeza made a strange, humiliating oath. "I'll wager my manhood and swear I'll tell the truth." July Lespedeza's oath left Kim Jong-soo feeling irritated and awkward. He could only close his eyes and sigh, "Ah, my God." Kim Jong-soo offered a cold argument. "Suppose I spare Black Lespedeza now, but if you tell me where the monk fled, sooner or later Black Lespedeza will still die." He continued, "The only difference is whether he dies now or in the future." But to July Lespedeza, that difference was everything. He replied, "The later the better." Lespedeza explained his belief, "Because my brother will defeat you in the future." His words carried fragile hope. Hearing that, Kim Jong-soo spoke up, breaking the silence. "Hey, July Lespedeza, then I'll give you a choice." He looked at Black Lespedeza lying motionless on the ground and presented a cruel option. "Do you want your brother to die and you to live, or?" Without hesitation, July Lespedeza cut him off and begged desperately, "Please kill me and let my brother live." Kim Jong-soo continued his psychological torment. "Do you really think your brother can beat me? Wouldn't the chance for revenge be greater if you survive and grow stronger?" Kim Jong-soo coldly dismissed July Lespedeza's belief. "What cannot be done remains impossible." He stood there, imposing his verdict on the fate of the brothers. Faced with Kim Jong-soo's coldness, July Lespedeza unexpectedly retorted, "Nothing in this world is impossible. Didn't you die and come back to life yourself?" July Lespedeza's words hit Kim Jong-soo like a blow, leaving him speechless. His greatest secret had been exposed. July Lespedeza went on, recalling a past only the two of them knew. "Kim Jong-soo, as you know, Hwaguksa is absolutely not a place where the weak survive." A flash of memory passed, images of Kim Jong-soo and Polonia. July Lespedeza said, "But even in a place like that, you did everything you could to protect your Polonia." He tried to elicit sympathy by comparing his feelings. "My brother to me is that kind of existence as well." July Lespedeza humbled himself and begged once more, "Please show mercy just this once." For a moment, July Lespedeza's words seemed to work. Kim Jong-soo looked at him and began to reflect. Seeing July Lespedeza's desperation, Kim Jong-soo suddenly saw a reflection of his past self, someone who once risked everything to protect Polonia. However, that brief empathy was quickly extinguished by a horrifying truth. The truth that July Lespedeza himself was the one who killed Polonia. The cruel irony ignited Kim Jong-soo's fury. He has the nerve to act like this after killing Polonia. The rage turned into a killing intent. Kim Jong-soo's hand clenched the knife's hilt, veins bulging. His eyes flashed with a deadly look, signaling an inevitable end. Immediately, July Lespedeza slammed his head down on the ground begging. The impact cracked the earth and stones. July Lespedeza realized his pleas had backfired. He stammered in horror, "This is our fault, so please." His begging grew more hopeless and desperate than ever. "Please have mercy." He tilted his face to the sky, blood foaming at his mouth as he screamed his final plea. "Please." But facing him was only the silence and the hollow gaze of Kim Jong-soo, wholly consumed by anger. In the last moments of his life, Lespedeza kept begging, "I am begging you." But it was all too late. The decision had been made. The blade of vengeance was about to fall. A sharp sound rang out and blood splattered under the moonlight, painting a brutally vengeful scene. July Lespedeza's final plea faded, "Please, have mercy," before everything fell silent. Kim Jong-soo stood motionless, cold under the moon, having personally ended the life of the enemy who took someone important from him, justice, with a dash of darkly comic finality. The weak cannot survive. That is the philosophy of Hwaguksa, a brutal and ruthless doctrine. And that's why July Lespedeza, the older brother, grew stronger by hunting those weaker than himself. He stood there, atop a heap of corpses, with not a shred of feeling. That was July Lespedeza's way of life, a life built on destruction and belief in absolute strength. He felt no guilt. Like a river running with animal carcasses, he believed the elimination of the weak was a natural law. But then, when his younger brother, Black Lespedeza, returned in the state of a cripple, caked in blood and covered in wounds, July Lespedeza was furious, an emotion at odds with the very philosophy he had always revered. Why isn't the removal of the weak obvious? He asked himself in an empty hospital room. Looking at his brother gasping on the sickbed, he wondered if it wasn't because he was weaker that he ended up like this. So why did he feel such anger? Then a thought flashed through July Lespedeza's mind. He suddenly realized that the weak people he had hunted to elevate himself, perhaps they were also important to someone, just as his brother was important to him. Back in reality, under the glaring full moon, night descended. Black Lespedeza groaned. His battered body began to stir on the cold ground. A weak voice called, "You're awake." Black Lespedeza froze when he recognized the familiar voice. The one who spoke was July Lespedeza, his brother, also lying collapsed on the ground, smeared with blood. Black Lespedeza sprang up, horrified, shouting "Brother," when he saw his brother's condition. Rage surged. He bellowed the name Kim Jong-soo. But July Lespedeza cut him off, saying it wasn't him. July Lespedeza weakly admitted, "I did it to myself." To his brother's astonishment, July Lespedeza began to explain. He had traded his life and Hwa's location so that Kim Jong-soo would spare him. After Kim Jong-soo learned Hwa's hideout, he kept his word and did not strike. He simply left, abandoning the two brothers gasping for breath. But as a man of his word, July Lespedeza could not break his promise. He inflicted a mortal wound on himself to end his life. Black Lespedeza screamed in despair. July Lespedeza looked at his brother and whispered, "Little brother." In his final breaths, he asked his brother a question about fate. "What do you think of your destiny?" He continued, his voice weakening. "Do you think your fate is to live as Hwa's pawn and then be discarded, as Hwa said? Or do you think your fate is to be defeated and killed by Kim Jong-soo no matter how hard you try, as he said?" July Lespedeza forced himself up, looked directly into his brother's eyes and asked once more, "What do you think?" Black Lespedeza rasped back, I'm really not sure anymore. I don't know what my fate is, but whenever I face the Reaper, what I feel is I just want to live." It was a simple but powerful answer, the purest desire to exist. Hearing that, a gentle smile flickered across July Lespedeza's bloodied face. He murmured, "I understand." July Lespedeza continued, "I also learned that my fate was to live as Hwa's pawn and then be discarded." He looked up at the moon, then his gaze hardened more than ever. "But I will decide my own fate. I will die here for my brother." It was his final declaration, a choice all his own. Black Lespedeza couldn't believe his ears. He stammered, "Bro, big bro." July Lespedeza yelled, trying to rally his brother, "Little brother, don't cry." He even made a cruel joke on the brink of death. "Crying will make you lose muscle." Black Lespedeza could only fall silent, tears welling, pain beyond words. July Lespedeza continued, his voice growing weak, "Little brother, it seems I'm about to die, so listen carefully to what I'm about to say." He began his last will. "First, from now on, do upper body exercises in moderation. You must focus on rehabilitative exercises." He revealed, "I've already talked to Chrysanthemum about this. He'll help you during the rehab therapy." The second instruction, after finishing the rehab program, focus on lower body training. He explained, "You were born with a weaker upper body, so if you train your lower body, you might end up with legs stronger than mine." July Lespedeza passed on a new life philosophy. Humans evolve from failure, so cast away your stubbornness right now. He affirmed, "Your effort isn't wrong, but the method is. You must work smarter." Then he looked up at the sky, preparing for his final, most shocking last words. July Lespedeza grabbed his brother's shirt, eyes wide, and bellowed, "Eat my flesh." Black Lespedeza screamed in horror, "Brother, what are you saying? You can still live." But July knew better than anyone. "Little brother, I know my body better than anyone. I'm dying." He explained, recalling the brutal philosophy that shaped him. "Just as I once ate the weak alive, I thought I too would be devoured by someone stronger and meet my end." He admitted defeat, and the truth is I ended up like this because someone stronger than me, The image of Kim Jeong-soo rose as proof of that failure. He continued, however, in these final moments I want to face my death by sacrificing myself for the weak. He looked straight into his brother's eyes, both firm and pleading, and repeated the final command, "My brother, eat my flesh." Then he bestowed his last blessing on his brother, a promise and encouragement, and remember this. If you strive, you will win. That was the absolute faith he placed in his brother. Under the moon, his voice echoed, "My beloved little brother, even if everyone laughs at you and says you can't do it, even if this world isn't on your side, don't feel alone." July Lespedeza smiled peacefully as if a great weight had been lifted. "Because I'm always by your side. No matter where I am in this world. No, even if I'm no longer in this world." Black Lespedeza could only sob in despair. His brother's promise was both comfort and heartbreaking pain. "I will always support you." July Lespedeza's face was bathed in light as he spoke his final words with absolute conviction. "You surely can get through this. Because you are my only little brother." The light went out, Lespedeza was gone, leaving silence over the blood-soaked field. On the ground, only strands of black hair remained and a bird approaching, its beak carrying a drop of blood. The bird stood there amid the scene of death, its sharp eyes peering down. A soft peck-peck sounded. The bird was pecking at an abandoned Hanafuda card, a little emblem showing that Black Lespedeza had accepted his brother's will and was starting the path to decide his own fate with a small, almost comical, nod from fate itself. After defeating the Lespedeza brothers, Kim Jeong-soo met with Hong Jun and shared information about Yu Hwa's whereabouts. In the office, after reviewing the documents, Hong Jun learned that Yu Hwa, that mad master, had escaped to an island. Kim Jeong-soo reported that he had assumed Yu Hwa fled abroad, but he heard they decided to gather on one of the islands given by coordinates. However, the exact location of that island is still unknown. Hong Jun sounded skeptical, asking whether this information was reliable since it came from Lespedeza. Kim Jeong-soo immediately affirmed that it was trustworthy. Kim Jeong-soo added that this was the information he obtained in exchange for saving Lespedeza's brother's life. Hearing that, Hong Jun asked if Lespedeza was dead. Kim Jeong-soo replied that he did not kill him. However, Kim Jeong-soo also remarked that given Lespedeza's nature, he probably wouldn't end well. Back to the main issue, Hong Jun ordered Kim Jeong-soo to quickly arrange a plan to eliminate that master. He also said they would have to search all 5 islands. Hong Jun curled his lip in a smirk, saying he was about to see the end of this battle. Kim Jeong-soo just closed his eyes and agreed with Hong Jun. He didn't seem as optimistic as Hong Jun. Kim Jeong-soo asked Hong Jun if he had time to plan the campaign since he looked very busy. Hong Jun admitted he was extremely busy. The story shifted to explain why Hong Jun was so busy. Kim Nako had prepared everything to face Hwaguks's assassination. He investigated and stored all records of corruption and crimes related to them. After Kim Nako's death and all the documents were exposed, anyone even slightly connected to Hwaguksa was dismissed. And because Yu Hwa's true identity and Hwaguksa were revealed, society, politics, and religion all plunged into chaos. To end all this turmoil, the urgent action needed right now was revealed. Hong Jun declared that they needed to capture Yu Hwa to restore order. So Hong Jun reassured Kim Jeong-soo not to worry, because the operation would definitely be carried out. Kim Jeong-soo remained worried. He thought that before planning the operation, the chaos at the National Police Agency had to be resolved since the most powerful commissioner in history was no longer there. Kim Jeong-soo added another concern. After the collaboration between Kim Nako and Yu Hwa was exposed, the police force had lost public trust and a major reorganization might be imminent. Hearing this gave Kim Jeong-soo a headache. Hong Jun said he would handle that complicated part, so Kim Jeong-soo need not worry. He then asked if there was anything he could do to help. Hong Jun replied that Kim Jeong-soo didn't need to do anything. He only needed to do one thing. Hong Jun asked Kim Jeong-soo to rest well. This seemed like a difficult task for him. Kim Jeong-soo looked surprised. He asked, "Rest?" Hong Jun confirmed, saying he would be running around until the day of the operation. Hong Jun emphasized that now the operation was done, so Kim Jeong-soo should rest. The word rest repeated in Kim Jeong-soo's mind, a concept utterly unfamiliar to him. Seeing Jeong-soo's puzzled expression, Hong Jun asked how he used to rest when he was an assassin. Jeonsu replied that he had no such concept because whenever one mission ended, another was immediately waiting. Hong Jun reminded him that Bai Guang I had taught Kim Jeonsu how to live a human life, and Kim Jeonsu confirmed it. So Hong Jun reiterated, asking Kim Jeonsu to rest, because resting is also part of the human experience. Kim Jeonsu fell silent, not knowing how to answer. He truly didn't know how to rest. Finally, Kim Jeonsu asked, "How am I supposed to rest?" Hong Jun thought for a moment. Hong Jun suggested that Kim Jeonsu go to sleep, since that's an effective way to rest. Or he could try eating yangging, red bean jelly, and drinking tea, a refined pleasure. Another suggestion from Hong Jun was getting cupping therapy, a popular relaxation method. Kim Jeonsu remarked that those were all old people hobbies. Hong Jun frankly admitted that's because he's old. Hong Jun advised Kim Jeonsu to ask younger colleagues since they'd know better. Kim Jeonsu seemed to consider the advice. Suddenly, Hong Jun remembered something else and called Kim Jeonsu back. Hong Jun asked about the girl staying at his house by Guang III. He said he couldn't wait any longer. Kim Jeonsu only answered that he would think about it slowly. The scene shifted to the sunset sky with the word rest appearing. Kim Jeonsu was facing a big problem. Even when he slept, he never slept well. For him, sleep was not a form of rest. Kim Jeonsu didn't drink and had no hobbies. He had no idea what he should do to rest. Finally, Kim Jeonsu decided he would ask his colleagues how to rest. On the way, he thought about Bai Guang III. He planned to let her recover and then talk about Bai Guang I. Kim Jeonsu arrived somewhere with a determined, somewhat irritated expression. Someone was being fed a piece of strawberry chocolate cake that looked delicious. It turned out to be Bai Guang III. Kim Jeonsu entered and witnessed Ah-hyung caring for her. Ah-hyung was cheerfully feeding Bai Guang III, paying no attention to Kim Jeonsu's presence. Kim Jeonsu was furious, finding the scene ridiculous. He thought he should have killed her. Ah-hyung hurriedly intervened. Bai Guang III panicked, asking why he wanted to kill her. She was only eating what she was given. Kim Jeonsu coldly replied that he was simply angry. Kim Jeonsu questioned Bai Guang III, saying he didn't understand why she looked rosy and lively, so different from the pathetic state she was in when he last saw her. Suspecting something, he turned to prod Ah-hyung about what she'd done with the prisoner. The girl looked worried and hastily explained she only washed her hair, wiped her with a wet towel, and gave her a little to eat. Kim Jeonsu said sternly, reminding her that he'd warned the girl was dangerous and to be careful. But Ah-hyung said she felt pity for Bai Guang III. She added that they'd talked a lot and Bai Guang III didn't seem like a bad person. Kim Jeonsu was surprised to learn the two had spoken. Ah-hyung explained that Bai Guang III was actually a pitiful girl, like them when they were in the training camp. Kim Jeonsu thought to himself, surprised that this girl could approach and make a criminal open up so quickly. He wondered if it was an innate talent for a police officer. Kim Jeonsu was curious about what the two had talked about, but Bai Guang III firmly refused. Bai Guang III shouted that when she tried to talk, he tried to kill her, so there was nothing to say now. She challenged Kim Jeonsu that even if he killed her, she wouldn't spill a word. Angered, Kim Jeonsu raised his fist and said, "Fine, then die." Ah-hyung quickly stopped him, calling Jeonsu Oppa and telling him to calm down. She suggested there was a misunderstanding between them. She offered to talk to Willow herself and try to sort things out. Kim Jeonsu asked in surprise, "Who it?" Willow. Ah-hyung explained that because Bai Guang III had no name, she nicknamed her that since she liked willow trees. Kim Jeonsu sneered, "Is that a dog's name?" Ah-hyung and Bai Guang III both shot him displeased looks. Kim Jeonsu sighed and finally gave in, agreeing. However, he warned not to loosen her bindings because she was very dangerous. Ah-hyung cheerfully agreed and promised to feed her, let her use the bathroom, and even take her for walks. Tired, Kim Jeonsu said there was no need for walks. Kim Jeonsu could only sigh in exasperation at this absurd situation. Ah-hyung draped an arm around Bai Guang III affectionately, while the girl still wore a sullen expression. The scene cut to a movie theater. Kim Jeonsu was watching Titanic and wondering, what the hell is this? I really don't get it. Apparently this was the kind of rest Ah-hyung had suggested. The iconic scene unfolded on the screen, but Kim Jeonsu's mind was still foggy with the question, what is this situation? His hand and Yong-hee's rested side by side on the armrest, only separated by a very small gap. He and she sat next to each other in the nearly empty theater, and he concluded inwardly, so this is it. Meanwhile, Yong-hee wasn't looking at the screen. She had turned to look at him with a gentle, curious gaze. The story is told as a flashback to an earlier time. Captain Lee Yi-won, rugged and muscular, asked Kim Jeonsu if he wanted him to teach him how to rest. Kim Jeonsu, with his usual impassive expression, answered seriously that that was indeed what he wanted. Captain Yiwon, a bit surprised, asked why Jeongsu had come to him. He honestly admitted that he didn't really know how to rest. Hearing this, the captain asked if Jeongsu had any hobbies. Completely at odds with his scarred warrior appearance, Captain Yiwon revealed that his hobby was growing flowers indoors. Jeongsu was utterly stunned. His face showed clear surprise and embarrassment at the captain's unexpected hobby. Seeing that look, Captain Yiwon suggested Jeongsu try planting flowers with him and offered to give him a pot to start. After a pause, the scene shifted to a cafe where Jeongsu's colleagues Kwon Hyuk-jun and Park Sunwoo were sitting. Sunwoo also asked a similar question, whether he wanted him to teach him how to rest. At that moment, Jeongsu sat with them, clutching the sunflower pot Captain Yiwon had given him, and nodded in agreement. Park Sunwoo boasted that his pastime was dating girls every day. Kwon Hyuk-jun exposed that it was just a phone game. Jeongsu replied that they were the same thing to him. Jeongsu blankly asked what a mobile game was, shocking his two colleagues, who wondered whether he was joking. Park Sunwoo pulled out his phone to show Jeongsu. It was a dating game featuring female characters in anime style. Jeongsu still didn't understand what it was. Sunwoo explained that it was a game where he raised these girls. Jeongsu grew even more confused by the concept of raising people in a game. Jeongsu began to reflect. It seemed everyone around him had something they nurtured. For example, Captain Yiwon nurtured flowers, and Park Sunwoo nurtured virtual girls in a video game. He also thought of Kim Ah-hyung, who was nurturing something of her own. In the end, Jeongsu wondered whether he should start nurturing something too. Back in the present, Sunwoo curiously asked why Jeongsu was holding that pot. He nonchalantly answered that it was a gift from the captain, which surprised both Sunwoo and Hyuk-jun. They couldn't believe the captain would do such a thing and thought he was acting strange today. Not particularly concerned, Jeongsu turned to ask Kwon Hyuk-jun about his hobby. Kwon Hyuk-jun calmly replied that his hobby was writing poetry. A silence fell again. Jeongsu and Sunwoo looked at Hyuk-jun in disbelief, wondering if it was the end of the world that everyone had become so strange. The scene shifted again to the doorway of an apartment. Kim Ah-hyung, another colleague, peeked out and called Jeongsu's name, wondering why he was there. Ah-hyung was surprised to see Jeongsu holding the pot and asked what it was for. Jeongsu bluntly replied that it was his flower, startling Ah-hyung with the abruptness. Without any embarrassment, Jeongsu called Kim Ah-hyung by name and asked what she usually did in her free time. Ah-hyung was a little flustered by the sudden question. She invited Jeongsu in, but he refused, insisting he only needed an answer. Kim Ah-hyung's face fell as she repeated Jeongsu's question while sinking into her own thoughts. In my free time. After a moment's thought, Kim Ah-hyung answered that in her free time she prayed. Jeongsu, surprised, repeated, "You pray." Ah-hyung explained that she prayed and remembered the teammates who had died because of her past mistake. She felt it was all her fault. With a rare show of empathy, Jeongsu comforted her, saying that self-repentance was a good attitude and that she didn't need to worry. With determined eyes, he added that it would all end soon, as a promise to deal with the root of the pain she suffered. Jeongsu's consolation seemed to reach Ah-hyung. A tear rolled down her cheek as she whispered, "Yes." The scene shifted elsewhere. Yeon-cha was sitting in a chair, repeating the question Jeongsu had asked the others, "What do I do in my free time?" Jeongsu, still faithful to his sunflower pot, stood there and confirmed that he was asking about his hobby. Yeon-cha revealed a rather odd hobby, watching special effects makeup artists online. Jeongsu looked puzzled. Yeon-cha explained that he had gotten help covering a knife scar on his face after a mission. Jeongsu acknowledged that was an impressive skill and that he must have practiced a lot. Yeon-cha went on to complain that at his age it was time to get married, but who would want to marry someone with a scarred face? Jeongsu told him not to worry. With his blunt, awkward honesty, Jeongsu said Captain Yiwon also had many scars on his face, and that the two of them could be a perfect match. Jeongsu's suggestion left Yeon-cha speechless, not knowing how to react. He pointed out the irony that it was Jeongsu who had caused those scars on the captain. Jeongsu remained indifferent as if nothing had happened. The blonde-haired guy changed the subject, criticizing that the flower pot Jeongsu held didn't suit him at all. Jeongsu immediately asked, "You want it?" He hurriedly refused, saying he hated flowers. Seeing that, Jeongsu revealed that it was a gift from the captain. Upon hearing it was from the captain, his attitude flipped 180 degrees. He gleefully declared that flowers were actually his favorite thing in the world, prompting a skeptical look from Jeongsu. Jeongsu's quest for hobbies continued at a gym. Two men, tired from training, asked him if he was asking what they did in their free time. Jeongsu stood with his arms crossed and coldly confirmed, yeah. Seong-hyun began listing fairly common pastimes like playing games and watching movies. Hee-jun wasn't any better. He said he usually read webtoons and watched anime. Jeongsu bluntly criticized that their hobbies were too predictable and uninteresting, which offended the two of them. Jeongsu fell silent, realizing everyone's hobbies didn't suit him. He considered praying like Ah-hyung but dismissed it since he's an atheist. Seeing this, one of the gym guys spoke up with a suggestion. They suggested Jeongsu go see Yoonhee. Unlike them, Yoonhee went out often and seemed to know a lot of interesting stuff. Jeongsu was initially reluctant, not wanting to go to that kid, Yoonhee. However, after some thought, he had to admit she was probably the most knowledgeable about these things. So Jeongsu went to Jo Yoonhee. Contrary to his expectations, Kyoonhee was extremely excited. Her eyes lit up as she happily asked, "What? You want me to teach you how to rest?" Jeongsu confirmed, "Yes, so what do you do on your days off?" Yoonhee laughed gleefully and smugly. She bragged that finally Jeongsu had something to learn from her and that this big sister would personally teach him, an attitude that made him uncomfortable. Jo Kyung-hee was ecstatic. Her face shone with extreme joy, impossible to hide. She couldn't believe that Kim Jeongsu, who was always harsh and critical of her incompetence, was the one coming to her asking to be taught something. Yoonhee saw this as a golden opportunity to turn the tables. She was determined to show Jeongsu a new side of herself and make him recognize her importance. Yoonhee draped an arm over Jeongsu's shoulder and invited him to lunch at a restaurant tomorrow. She promised to play with him until she got bored. Jeongsu innocently asked if he should wear his police uniform, making Kyunghee shout, "What nonsense are you talking about?" The next day, Yoonhee arrived at the meeting place early. She was proud to be dressed up glamorously after a long time. She looked completely different. Styled hair and a feminine outfit with a skirt and coat, Yoonhee resembled a different person compared to her usual uniform or sportswear image. She was brimming with confidence, thinking to herself that with this looks she'd make it impossible for Jeongsu to focus on relaxing. Just then Jeongsu called to her. Yoonhee turned around, ready to impress. But Jeongsu had also transformed. He wore a stylish leather jacket and jeans and looked extremely handsome. Now it was Yoonhee's turn to be stunned. She couldn't believe Jeongsu could look like this since he'd always been in uniform or workout clothes before. Yoonhee's confidence evaporated. She flushed awkwardly, wondering why he looked so different. Jeongsu, blunt as ever, remarked that her makeup was so heavy she looked like she'd used special effects filters. That comment made Yoonhee angry. She shouted, "Shut up," though she had to admit his personality hadn't changed a bit. Jeongsu asked what they would do today. Yoonhee quickly recovered her composure and confidently said she'd planned everything. His job was just to follow along. Jeongsu agreed. After taking a few steps, Yoonhee suddenly froze as if she'd realized something. At the same time, Jeongsu was thinking, come to think of it. He bluntly concluded in his head, "Isn't this a date?" For Jeongsu, it was an obvious fact. The scene cut to a flashback. In fact, Jo Yoonhee had been very busy studying to become a police officer since high school. And since becoming a police officer, her life had been an endless loop of work and home. She had absolutely no time for fun. Because she only learned how to have fun from the internet, Yoonhee had become a theorist, great in theory but with no real-world experience. The plan she prepared for today was a typical date itinerary widely shared online. Lunch, coffee, arcade games, sticker photo booth, cinema, bar. Jeongsu's thought hit a nerve. Yoonhee immediately became flustered and hastily denied that they were just friends hanging out, not dating. She panicked inwardly, telling herself, "The moment I realize that, it's all over." While Yoonhee was having an inner crisis, Jeongsu silently watched her, waiting to see what would happen next. At that moment, a spark flashed in Yoonhee's eyes as if she'd figured something out. Seeing Yoonhee standing dazed, Jeongsu lost patience. He called to her, took her hand, and pulled her along. Jeongsu dragged Yoonhee inside, saying, "Let's go in, I'm hungry." His decisive action was a reminder for Yoonhee to stop overthinking. Being pulled along unexpectedly, Yoonhee was completely flustered but couldn't hide her delight. She stammered, yes," ready for her first date. A few hours earlier, Jo Yoonhee still felt quite awkward walking with Kim Jeongsu. The two of them were strolling down the street. Kyunghee thought to herself, "I wonder whether the food went into my mouth or my nose today. Maybe I'll get an upset stomach." Jeongsu seemed unaware of Kyunghee's embarrassment. She kept thinking he showed nothing unusual. Kyunghee glanced at Jeongsu and thought anyone looking would assume they were dating. Jeongsu kept a calm expression with a bandage on his cheek. She wondered silently whether Jeongsu was enjoying himself since his face looked so serious. After a moment's thought, Kyung-hee mustered her courage and started a conversation with Jeongsu. Jeongsu turned to ask Kyung-hee, "We've eaten and had coffee. What shall we do next?" Kyung-hee didn't answer immediately. She thought, "Next? I really can't guess what he's thinking." And the place Jeongsu led Kyung-hee to was an arcade with a claw machine full of stuffed toys. Kyung-hee seemed delighted with the game. She maneuvered the claw, aiming at a little yellow plush chick. Alas, the claw slipped and Kyung-hee was thoroughly disappointed, while Jeongsu stood behind watching. Seeing that, Jeongsu stepped in. He looked very focused on the game. True to form, Jeongsu easily grabbed the plush chick. Kyung-hee was ecstatic and overjoyed. Not just one, Jeongsu won Kyung-hee an entire adorable collection of plush toys. Kyung-hee happily hugged the stuffed animals Jeongsu had won for her, a radiant smile on her face. They continued walking, Kyung-hee cheerfully cradling her trophies, hearts practically fluttering around her. Jeongsu asked Kyung-hee again, "So where to next?" This time Kyung-hee wasn't shy. She said excitedly, "Next." It turned out Kyung-hee wanted to take a sticker photo. The mischievous girl teased Jeongsu, from draping her arm over him to pinching his cheek, while he looked rather awkward. After taking photos, they went to a movie theater. Only a few people were in the auditorium, making it feel fairly private. In the dim atmosphere of the theater, their hands drew close together. They watched a romantic movie together, probably a different take on Titanic, with a wink of humor. After the movie, they had dinner at an upscale restaurant with dishes that looked delicious. Kyung-hee happily enjoyed the meal, remarking that time had flown and today had been a very fun day. Seeing Jeongsu silently eating, she turned to ask if he was having a good time. He replied with a curt When Kyung-hee asked, Jeongsu answered between slurps of noodles, "Not bad." Jeongsu's demeanor made Kyung-hee think to herself that she truly couldn't tell what he was thinking. Kyung-hee decided to ask Jeongsu something she'd been curious about for a long time. She asked why he became a police officer. Then she answered her own question first, saying she had no grand reason for being a cop. Kyung-hee grinned and said she only wanted to be a cop because the uniform looked cool. Then she felt her reason was embarrassingly shallow. Seeing Jeongsu silent, she added, "Well, any objections? After all, I still have a sense of duty as a police officer." Jeongsu just hummed in response. Jeongsu thought to himself that compared to wanting revenge on someone, Kyung-hee's reason wasn't so bad. While Jeongsu was lost in his own thoughts, Kyung-hee, thinking he was critiquing her reason, looked a bit sulky. Kyung-hee suddenly remembered and asked if Jeongsu had said he became a police officer to overcome discrimination from his parents. Jeongsu also suddenly recalled and replied, "Ah, that's right." At that moment, Jeongsu also recalled information about the previous owner of this body. He had been abandoned by criminal parents and raised in an orphanage. All he knew was that the guy grew up in unfortunate circumstances. Jeongsu wondered what he looked like before the amnesia. Kyung-hee replied that he wasn't much different. Surprised, Jeongsu asked, "Not much different?" Kyung-hee explained that back then he couldn't stand injustice either. So he stood up to fight against absurdities, even though he was often beaten down by those backed by powerful forces. Jeongsu listened in silence to the story about his own past. Kyung-hee continued, saying that before the amnesia, he had also tried his best to become a good police officer. Kyung-hee suddenly became flustered. She said that then Jeongsu gradually resented her as a superior. She even asked if he had backers like those others and why he hid it. Jeongsu dodged the question, saying he didn't know. After hearing Kyung-hee's story, Jeongsu thought to himself that the previous owner of this body was stronger and more idealistic than he'd expected. He thought that because he was upright and steadfast, he had clashed with an unchangeable reality and then vanished from this world. A noose flashed in his mind. Those thoughts about the past plunged Jeongsu into silence. Hong Jun's words echoed in Jeongsu's head. "Are you a cop or an assassin?" That question kept digging into his mind. "Am I a police officer?" Jeongsu asked himself. Hearing Jeongsu mutter, Kyung-hee asked in surprise, "Did you say something wrong? If not a cop, then what?" Jeongsu only replied, "Really?" He stared into the distance, wondering, what is a police officer? A cop is. What exactly? Kyung-hee explained clearly, to maintain security, protect the people, and make wrongdoers face the punishment of the law. Upon hearing the words, "the law," Jeongsu asked, "What's the law?" Kyung-hee was stunned. "What, you even passed the civil service exam and joined, didn't you?" Jeongsu answered, not really sure. He'd forgotten everything because of the amnesia. Kyung-hee finally realized that this was why he often acted impulsively. She took on a big sister tone, telling Jeongsu to study law again if he wanted to get promoted. "You have to pass exams." Jeongsu nonchalantly replied, isn't beating up criminals enough. Kyung-hee retorted that if everything could be solved that way, people could just take matters into their own hands. What would we need the police for? Jeongsu muttered the two words again, the law. He recalled Kyung-hee's words, before the amnesia I also tried to become a good police officer, right? He thought to himself that if he wanted to repay the favor of living in this body, he should aim to become an outstanding cop, shouldn't he? Kyung-hee didn't hear clearly what Jeongsu said, so she asked again, what did you say? He only replied, just muttering to myself. Kyung-hee said that after the amnesia, Jeongsu really seemed like a completely different person. But she smiled brightly and said she felt closer now, and that made her very happy. Hearing that, Jeongsu fell silent, but his gaze had softened considerably. They had finished their meal and were walking down the street. Jeongsu just hummed, and the scene shifted to a quiet street under the night lights. Kyung-hee asked, so what do we do next? It's over already. Kyung-hee thought to herself that it really was over, yet she felt oddly regretful. Jeongsu shared the same feeling. Why did he feel so wistful? Suddenly Jeongsu called Kyung-hee's name, which took her by surprise. He smiled and said, today was really quite fun, definitely not bad at all. Then he added, let's rest together again next time. Kyung-hee was completely taken aback by Jeongsu's proposal. She was a little flustered, thinking to herself if it really is fun then. Summoning all her courage, Kyung-hee blurted out, would you like to come over to my place? But immediately after, she regretted her abruptness, sweating profusely. Jeongsu was utterly stunned by Kyung-hee's invitation. In a small room, probably Jo Kyung-hee's house, cozy, and perhaps a little too familiar for its owner. After inviting Jeongsu home, Jo Kyung-hee began to feel regret and embarrassment. She wondered if she'd gone mad to act so thoughtlessly. Meanwhile, Jeongsu sat on her bed. Kyung-hee silently blamed herself for daring to bring him here. She couldn't understand what she had been thinking. Contrasting with Kyung-hee's awkwardness, Jeongsu appeared quite nonchalant. He looked around and complimented how tidy she lived, which made Kyung-hee even more embarrassed and prompted her to retort. Although she said that aloud, Jo Kyung-hee couldn't hide her worry and restlessness. Jeongsu looked straight into her eyes and bluntly asked, why did you invite me over? Do you want to show me something? Jeongsu's question left Kyung-hee speechless. She mentally cursed him as a bastard because he clearly knew everything yet pretended to be innocent. However, Jeongsu had also vaguely sensed the tense atmosphere and the awkward situation between them. Both of them couldn't help feeling the tension and the indescribable emotions of the day, as well as the current predicament. Yet one thing bothered Jeongsu. His original purpose for coming was to learn how to rest and seek peace. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged and suggestive. Jeongsu suddenly realized that if things continued down this path, his original intent to rest would turn into reproduction. He was aware of the danger and temptation in the situation. The scene abruptly shifted to a desolate, gloomy island in the open sea, signaling an important event was about to occur. On the island, May Orchid appeared with an irritated expression. He was speaking with Chrysanthemum. Their conversation suggested their organization had seemingly fallen apart and someone named Hyuk Sari had returned. Chrysanthemum believed that Hyuk Sari's acceptance back was due to the organization's shortage of manpower. The scar-faced man then asked about the whereabouts of the Bodhisattva, who seemed to be their leader, as if reporting for a very sacred roll call. Chrysanthemum replied that the Bodhisattva had said he had somewhere to go. The scar-faced man expressed doubt, wondering where one could go on this isolated island. However, Chrysanthemum did not know either. He only knew that the Bodhisattva had taken a Haho mask and quietly left. It turned out the place the Bodhisattva went to was a dark, mysterious cave. Inside the cave, the Bodhisattva, wearing the Haho mask, appeared deeply moved. In front of him were many people tied up, seemingly the remaining members of some organization. Bodhisattva hadn't expected he could gather all these familiar faces together. One of the prisoners, a woman wearing a bridal mask, recognized Bodhisattva by the distinctive mask and greeted him with a mocking, "Long time no see, Haho mask." The woman in the bridal mask chimed in, sarcastically remarking that Bodhisattva seemed to be doing quite well. A remark that he looked even more robust than before, implying a contrast with their plight. The atmosphere inside the cave grew heavier. Another man wearing a brown mask spoke angrily, saying that while they had to live like beggars, hardly alive, some bastard outside was living fat and happy. Hatred was evident in his words. At that moment, the Bodhisattva spoke, his eyes sharp as he looked at the prisoners and asked, "So tell me, what do you think I came here for?" A man with a fierce lion mask growled, exuding murderous intent as he challenged the Bodhisattva. The Bodhisattva maintained a mysterious smile behind the mask and calmly replied that he had come to talk. The lion-masked man lost his composure and shouted that the Bodhisattva shouldn't play games, reminding him why they were trapped on this island. The Bodhisattva feigned innocence, provoking them. "Oh, I seem to remember unclearly. Why don't you tell me?" The lion-masked man angrily warned the Bodhisattva not to toy with them. The Bodhisattva chuckled gleefully at the man's anger, as if everything were going according to his plan. The woman wearing the bridal mask covered her mouth with a smile and teased that she never thought she'd hear a Heiho mask ask to have a talk. The Bodhisattva began to reveal important information. He spoke of the Hwaguksa organization nearly collapsing due to the betrayal of Kim Nak-ho, a high-ranking official, who now seemed to have been driven to the brink. They showed surprise and confusion at the news of Hwaguksa's downfall. The Bodhisattva spoke condescendingly, telling these old men to open their eyes to the world and that he didn't care about their pasts. Despite his tough talk, the lion-masked man admitted that since being imprisoned, even though he'd renounced the world, he still longed for the past. In his head, the pleasures and past entertainments of his glorious days still echoed. Sensing that, the Bodhisattva made an enticing offer. "I will take you back to those days." He couldn't believe his ears. He grabbed the Bodhisattva and asked if he could really return him to those times. The Bodhisattva affirmed it firmly. Hope flared, and the clown-masked man hurriedly asked what he had to do, but another spoke up to remind them. A similar lion-masked man, eyes blazing red, growled, "Have you forgotten who put us stranded on this damned island?" The reminder hit the brown-masked man like a bucket of cold water. He suddenly remembered the truth. The harsh truth made the prisoner's anger explode. He spun around, pointed at the Bodhisattva and roared, blaming him for everything. "Heiho mask, it's all because of you." He vented years of pent-up rage, screaming about a peaceful past when he was his own leader, and how the Bodhisattva had come and destroyed it all, ruining his life. Faced with the prisoner's fury, the others looked on indifferently. The woman with the bridal mask even mocked. "Oh dear, our old Heiho mask man is starting up again." The Bodhisattva lightly raised his hand in a gesture, a small motion enough to quell the prisoner's rage. Everyone fell silent before his authority. The Bodhisattva slowly removed the mask, revealing his true face. He ordered them all to be silent and listen to him. They immediately went quiet, not daring to utter another word. The Bodhisattva began to dredge up the past, asking if they remembered what they'd done before being exiled to this island, as a flashback of their crimes appeared. He reminded them that they hadn't hidden their identities when they acted, indulging in debauchery and making enemies everywhere. They had been arrogant, conniving, and caused chaos everywhere, committing bloody massacres. The Bodhisattva pointed at the lion-masked man, saying it was his foolishness that had made Kim Nak-ho target his family. The Bodhisattva explained that because they acted like thugs, he had to expel them. He said he spared their lives out of old ties and locked them here, and they should be grateful for that. But then the Bodhisattva said they needn't worry about that anymore. He declared resolutely that he would spare no effort to tear this country apart, revealing his mad ambition. The reason he had gathered them was to recruit troops. He allowed them to cause chaos as they pleased from now on. He would not interfere. They were attracted by the offer. The Bodhisattva continued, but there was one condition. The condition was that they could only act after he gave the signal, otherwise it was up to them. It was a tempting offer of freedom. The Bodhisattva stared at them, urging them to give their answer. The woman wearing the bridal mask was the first to agree. She said she'd rather indulge in pleasures when she's too old than be imprisoned and die here. The smiling masked man quickly chimed in, saying that if he could return to that golden age, he'd do whatever it takes. Only the lion-masked man remained silent, seemingly plotting something else. He spoke up, challenging the Bodhisattva, "And what if we refuse?" He was the only one daring to defy the Bodhisattva's authority. He argued they didn't have to obey the Bodhisattva, since Hwaguksa had now collapsed and no one could hold them back anymore. The Bodhisattva smirked, saying the lion-masked man had misjudged the situation. He replied with a question, "Don't you see I'm still very much alive?" which left the prisoners unsettled. In the final moment, the Bodhisattva proclaimed brazenly, eyes crazed, "I am Hwaguksa." Then he issued an ultimatum, "Anyone who dares refuse, I will kill." A murderous aura filled the cave, signaling a bloody purge was imminent. The headquarters of the National Police Agency, where every shift in power begins. Inside the meeting room, the atmosphere felt rather solemn and empty. Hong Jun sat there with a pensive expression. He still couldn't get used to the agency's current state. Looking around the conference room, he wondered he'd never seen so many empty chairs. The recent upheaval had swept away so many people. He glanced around subtly, and a voice asked whether everyone had arrived. On her shoulders were glittering insignia, proof of her current status as acting Commissioner General with formidable authority. Choi Seon officially declared the meeting open as the new head of the National Police Agency. The presidential phoenix emblem appeared, reminding everyone that this position was appointed by the country's leader himself. The incumbent government had always been in direct confrontation with Kim Nako's faction. As soon as they took power, they used every trick to bring him down in order to reduce his influence within the police. But Kim Nako was no ordinary man. He was a political fox within the police world. In the end, the government had to compromise, appointing him Commissioner General on condition that he would not meddle in politics during this term. To keep that beast in check, they promoted Choi Seon to Deputy Commissioner General. Completely opposite to Kim Nako, she preferred decentralizing power rather than concentrating it at the center. Her vision aimed at dispersing authority so it wouldn't be concentrated in a small group. Choi Seon believed in restorative justice and radical decentralization within the institution. The idea was to push control down to subordinate units instead of piling everything onto the commissioner's desk. However, her efforts to restrain him were useless because Kim Nako had already built an empire too solid to shake. During that time, Choi Seon was almost sidelined, not allowed to touch any important matters. But now the tide had turned, as Kim Nako's faction had completely collapsed. She officially stepped into the role of acting Commissioner General, holding the fate of the entire national police in her hands. She was now directing the next steps to clean up the mess left by her predecessor. Hong Jun skimmed the report and noticed she hadn't mentioned the Mad Monk UHWA even once. He narrowed his eyes in thought, somewhat guessing the reason behind her silence. The gaze of this silver-haired woman always concealed cold calculations. Once Kim Nako's true nature was exposed, the ruling party was all but certain to win the upcoming election. The government originally wanted to get rid of that monk as quickly as possible to close the case. But they hit a major obstacle when they realized too many high-ranking officials were also implicated with Kim Nako. To ensure the election's safety, they decided to temporarily set everything aside. The campaign to eliminate UHWA and his associates was postponed indefinitely, awaiting the inauguration of the new government. That's why Hong Jun had to act secretly, even at the risk of ruining his career. Choi Seon announced the meeting's end. Hong Jun told himself that if she caught him causing trouble, he'd be finished. He stood up to leave, thinking to himself how pointless these formal meetings were, like ceremonial nap time. Suddenly, Choi Seon's voice called for Senior Superintendent General Hong Jun to stay behind. She said she wanted to speak with him privately for a moment. It was an invitation he couldn't refuse. Hong Jun froze, curiosity stirring about her true intentions. They moved into the acting commissioner's private office. Hong Jun stood at attention and got straight to the point, asking why she wanted to see him now. She observed that he'd seemed very busy lately, then demanded a clear explanation for his ambiguous ties to Kim Nako. Choi Seon said she'd investigated personally and concluded he appeared more like Kim Nako's overseer than his partner, wondering why he hadn't exposed the old man sooner. She admitted the man's power had once been so great that his silence was understandable. She herself had been squeezed out by him. Finally, she declared that she would entrust him with a special responsibility that no one else could handle. What responsibility? What are you getting at? Hong Jun asked, suspicion written across his face. I give you 1 month. Choi Seon's offer stunned him. He too was busy plotting his own moves. Choi Seon looked him in the eye and ordered in a steely voice, I want you to wipe out Hwaguksa completely. What? Wow, what did you say? Hong Jun was dumbfounded by such a bold objective from the usually reserved superior. Choi Seon promised to provide all necessary support. Hong Jun silently wondered what had gotten into her. He broke out in a sweat, judging that she wasn't the type to launch such an aggressive attack on her own. Choi Seon's gaze turned unusually cold. What on earth was she really plotting? Hong Jun pushed back, I really don't get you. Didn't our superiors order us not to take rash action before the election? Choi Seon smirked, you planning to just stand still? I know you're preparing your own sweep, right? So I'll help you. Hong Jun was stunned. It was truly odd for someone famed for composure to suddenly be this relentless. She asked bluntly with an edge, Hong Jun, aren't your principles completely different from Kim Nako's? You're more cautious and the current government picked you because your character is the exact opposite of his. Suddenly, ground her teeth and let out an angry curse that slipped past her usual composed mask. She snapped, they all labeled me as the restorative justice, decentralization type, and kept babbling that nonsense to hold me back. Huh, what are you talking about? Hong Jun was completely thrown by his superior's 180-degree change in attitude. She explained that reducing centralized power under Kim Nako had been appropriate, but that was past PR done to win public favor. But now, a commissioner general was brutally murdered in the dead of night. And the one who dared to spill his blood is the monk revered across the nation, UHWA. The image of fallen police badges symbolized the collapse of the force's honor in the face of rampant crime. News programs kept running the story, society was shaken and in a state of extreme panic. The national flag fluttered in a bleak atmosphere. The country was falling into chaos over a criminal in monk's robes. And they told me to sit still for a month. Am I not allowed to act because I'm the acting commissioner? Choi Seon fumed. She shouted angrily, it's all meaningless rhetoric meant to protect their seats. She argued that whether punishment or restoration is appropriate depends on society's circumstances. No theory is absolutely right. The one thing that never changes is the police's duty to catch criminals by any means necessary. And the right answer for the current situation is a thorough purge. Now is the time for the harshest punishment. Political chaos, my foot, ignore it all. She brushed aside every concern from the government. She vowed to stand firmly behind him, offering full support and acting as Hong Jun's shield. Go and sweep them all away. I will take on all political responsibility, she declared. Meanwhile, our protagonist had just woken on his bed, eyes fixed on the ceiling, lost in thought. He lay beside Jo Young-hee, who slept soundly and sighed softly, wondering how he could be responsible for the ridiculous mess he'd caused. Hong Jun questioned what support they'd get, since a mission like this can't do without backup. He wanted to know specifically what the higher-ups would provide for the upcoming sweep. Choi Seon immediately affirmed that they couldn't mobilize the entire police force. She explained that if they made too much noise, the superiors would catch wind and block everything. Listened with a solemn face, he understood the political climate was very sensitive right now. Therefore, the personnel involved in this mission would be limited to ensure secrecy. The core team would only include a small special task unit coordinating with squad. In return, Choi Seon promised to provide maximum support in weapons and specialized equipment for them. She emphasized supplying ample ammunition, but the top priority remained capturing him alive. Only by capturing UHWA alive would the police have a chance to roll up the entire network behind him. Seon also didn't forget to mention that members of his team, including Bai Guang and Young-hee, were under surveillance. She even received orders to keep an eye on them, which surprised Hong Jun at how harsh the superiors were. But she told him not to worry, she'd handle the reports so it would look like they were resting and recuperating. Hong Jun still felt uneasy about this sudden change. He couldn't understand why someone who had kept silent and stayed out of things all this time could change attitude so quickly and act so decisively. Just after sitting in as acting National Police Commissioner, she wanted to punish the criminals immediately. Choi Seon stared silently at her subordinate, her gaze unwavering. Hong Jun bluntly asked whether she was plotting some other personal agenda. Seon just smiled lightly, saying she'd grown tired of hearing suspicions like that from old Kim Nako. She paused for a moment, then nodded and admitted the truth about herself. Suddenly, Choi Seon asked Hong Jun the real reason he decided to become a police officer. Hong Jun replied that back then, he admired the efforts of police to protect the world. The image of young Hong Jun returned with eyes full of hope and respect. At that time, seeing a dedicated officer helping the poor, he saw them as real heroes. That ideal was the greatest motivation that drove him to pursue this path until now. Seon smiled bitterly, confessing she once had the same naive thoughts as him. But the higher she climbed, the more she got sucked into dirty political infighting just to hold onto her seat. As a result, when Kim Nako squeezed her, she lost all real power and became nothing but a puppet. At that time, she chose to let go and stay silent in exchange for a false peace. But the price of that silence was the bodies of her colleagues strewn across blood-soaked floors. The one behind those horrific crimes was none other than the man UHWA. Her close colleagues had to die in painful and unjust ways. Choi Seon now deeply regretted not having stood up to restrain Kim Nako earlier. She wondered if, had she then been brave enough to form her own team and act decisively like him, could she have prevented the collapse of the organization she so dearly loved? And that's precisely why this time she swore she would never stay silent again. Hong Jun was stunned by the sheer resolve of the woman before him. Even if she had to be kicked out of the force, she would do everything to salvage the last shred of the police's honor. The gray sky began to rage with a storm, as if heralding an all-or-nothing battle to come. On a sheer cliff, UHWA stood towering, watching his grotesquely masked henchmen. He looked down at the group in white below and felt their numbers were thinner than he had expected. One wearing a Haho mask spoke up, calling it a fat score for the group. Gathering so many people on a small island was a major win. UHWA listened silently with an impassive face. It was unclear what he was plotting in his head. The one in the red mask continued, blaming UHWA for ruining everything for them, claiming he had no conscience for putting their comrades in this state. He recalled the heyday when he was surrounded by women, a stark contrast to their pathetic situation now on the desolate island. Remained indifferent, as if those complaints barely touched him. He asserted that with just these three working together, they were strong enough to handle any trouble without issue. The red-masked man pressed about what his next concrete plan was. They wanted to know what they had to do to get out of their current predicaments. Began to reveal the crazy plan he'd been nursing for a long time. The masked henchman leaned in, hanging on every word of their leader. His goal was to sow an indelible terror across this entire country. The henchman froze, not understanding how he intended to accomplish that. UHWA said that immediately after founding Hwaguksa, he had prepared for this move. He had ordered an entity called Orchid to develop an extremely deadly virus. The Haho masked man wondered about the name Orchid, asking if it might be some long-hidden anonymous figure. That virus had an incubation period of 1 week, leaving victims completely unaware they'd been struck. Once symptoms appeared, the victim's body would develop grotesque flower-shaped rashes and lead to death within days. UHWA declared he would release the virus at polling stations on the upcoming election day. The henchmen could hardly believe their ears at such a large-scale bioterror plot. They quietly thought their leader had clearly gone completely mad. UHWA smiled malignantly and asked in return whether they dared follow him to the end. The Haho masked man found the idea thrilling. It reminded him of the wild days before. He admitted he'd also gone mad like UHWA and would accept following the boss. The red-masked man was swept up in the atmosphere too, feeling for the first time in a long while that he truly lived. He excitedly imagined a scene where utter terror blanketed the entire country. A horrific biological disaster was gradually taking shape under the hands of fanatics. Meanwhile, in a completely different setting, our protagonist was calmly eating. He asked in surprise when he heard the other mention a plan. He wondered if she was talking about some upcoming secret mission. However, Yohei complimented how delicious the food he cooked was. Suddenly, dropped a bold line, "We're dating, aren't we?" She even asked when they should make it public to everyone around them. Bai Guang froze for a few seconds, a mouthful of rice still hanging on his spoon. This romantic shock seemed even more terrifying than facing criminals. The interior scene of the senior police officer's office at headquarters. Kim Jeong-soo sat upright in his chair and asked whether the vice commissioner of police would really support this operation. Hong Jun sat opposite him and nodded firmly that he would. Jeong-soo still hesitated somewhat and asked if the man was trustworthy. Hong Jun said not necessarily, but it was a good sign to start with. Uncle Hong Jun began to explain the dossier on the table. This was information about the Mask, an organization that Kim Nako had personally investigated and kept secret. Hong Jun pushed the file over. Jeong-soo reached out to take it with a serious expression. The story flashed back to the past when North Korea frequently provoked and a mysterious spy organization called Mask was formed. Most of the agents from those days were eliminated in clashes, but one survived. He secretly raised orphaned children, training them into manufactured weapons to carry out a long-term plan to sow chaos in the south. Among them, 4 of the best children were sent down the mountain to infiltrate deep into various layers of society. The first time they saw the bright city lights with their own eyes, the children's feelings changed dramatically. They were instantly enchanted by a world they had only heard about through dry stories on the mountain. 4 distinctive masks, the lion, the clown, the bride, and Haho, represented the 4 spheres they targeted. Instead of completing their mission, they returned to the mountain and wiped out the very organization that had created them. Afterward, each chose their own path to dominate society in their own way. Lion Mask rocked the underground fighting scene, trampling countless opponents to climb to the top. Clown Mask blended into the entertainment world, always appearing at lavish, tempting parties. Bride Mask chose a spiritual path, becoming a powerful shaman with a cold, sharp blade in hand. Haho Mask hid within the Buddhist community, outwardly gentle but harboring dangerous schemes. At first they cooperated for mutual benefit, but as their organizations grew powerful, conflicts of interest began to erupt. In the end, thanks to the secret handshake between Kim Nako and the monk UHWA at Hwaguksa Temple, the situation turned. All of the mask's organizations collapsed one after another like shattered fragments. Back in the present, Hong Jun reminded him that Captain Bayan had also taken part in the campaign to sweep away the remnants of Bride Mask back then. Jeongsu confirmed upon hearing this that when he used to be an assassin, his main job was also to clean up the remnants of that mask organization. Hong Jun began to explain the real reason he was showing these documents to Jeongsu now. There were speculations that the hideout of the remaining masks matched the place where the deranged monk UHWA had escaped to. Sipping water, Jeongsu listened as they analyzed the possibility that the masked groups were joining forces against the police. Hong Jun assessed that when driven into a corner, criminals often try to link up again to find a way to survive. Jeongsu put the cup down and asserted that regardless of circumstances, in the end they would all have to be caught. Hong Jun looked at the dossier, seeing this as a good opportunity to uproot the thorn that's been in his side for so long. The uncle told Jeongsu to take it and read carefully. This was all the information on each of the masked individuals. Jeongsu picked up the dossier, his gaze sharp, ready for the next moves. After finishing the business at hand, Hong Jun changed tone to ask if Jeongsu was resting well, and the young man said he had something to ask. Because of course he did, who doesn't? With an extremely serious expression, Jeongsu asked, "So what do people usually do when they go on a date?" Uncle Hong Jun froze for a few seconds, having misheard dating as scamming because the Korean pronunciations are quite similar. Jeongsu immediately corrected him that he meant romantic dating, not fraud, which nearly made the uncle fall off his chair from shock. Hong Jun still hadn't processed the information, so he asked again to be sure what the kid was rambling about during working hours. Jeongsu looked his boss straight in the eye and announced boldly, "I think I'm about to date Jo Kyung-hee." Hong Jun's face drained of color, his mouth hanging open in disbelief at what he had just heard. The uncle jumped up and shouted, asking if Jeongsu had just confessed to that person, but the young man fell silent, not knowing how to explain. Jeongsu admitted he knew nothing about the concept of dating and had meant to ask Jo Kyung-hee directly, but it didn't seem right. He recalled the scene of the two of them eating together. The atmosphere had been so awkward, it was suffocating for both. With a naive face, Kim Jeongsu asked his boss bluntly, "So what do people usually do when they go on a date, sir?" Immediately, the image of Kyung-hee appeared with blazing, threatening eyes, making the once feared assassin break into a cold sweat. Jeongsu admitted that it was the first time in a long while that he had felt so vividly threatened with death by a woman. After hearing the story, Uncle Hong Jun was left speechless, sweat pouring down his forehead at the thought that his subordinate had met an opponent of this caliber. Jeongsu remained bewildered, not understanding why his boss reacted so strongly to his question. Hong Jun sighed deeply and muttered that he never imagined he'd have to sit here giving love advice to a former cold-blooded killer. Beginning his lecture, he explained that dating is essentially sharing a part of your personal life with another person. And when you decide to move toward marriage, that's when the two people commit to sharing their entire lives with each other. The uncle probed with a pointed question to test him. "So do you really feel happy when you're with that girl Jo Kyung-hee?" Jeongsu fell silent for a moment, his eyes distant as if rummaging through the memories from their first date. It was the scene of the two of them out together, Jo Kyung-hee smiling brightly with a bunch of stuffed animals while Jeongsu kept a stiff, mission-like face. After thinking it over, Jeongsu opened up and admitted that the outing had actually made him feel quite happy. Hearing this, Hong Jun advised him to boldly try dating. If it fits, continue the relationship. If not, then break up. Jeongsu thought it sounded simple and was about to take it lightly, but Hong Jun immediately warned him not to toy with someone else's feelings. The uncle asked whether the two of them would meet again, and Jeongsu nonchalantly replied that they would see each other tomorrow. Hong Jun smiled with satisfaction to see his protege finally beginning to open up and reintegrate into normal life. However, he suddenly changed tone and sternly reminded Jeongsu that he was no longer an assassin, but a bona fide police officer. Jeongsu looked his boss straight in the eye, his face hardened and his gaze resolute as if receiving an important admonition. Looking up at the sky filled with white clouds, he quietly replied that he would always remember and engrave that in his mind. Cut to a remote forest. Orchid stood under the trees and asked UHWA whether the conversation with the masks had ended well. The monk UHWA stood with his back turned and coldly delivered a short confirmation. Yes. Orchid was quite surprised. He hadn't expected those lunatics to obey, but UHWA knew they were just adrenaline junkies with no other options. Curious about the boss's next move, Orchid asked what UHWA had actually ordered them to do. UHWA turned back with a sinister smile and said he simply told them to go down the mountain and do whatever they pleased. Looking up at the overcast sky, Orchid wondered where those masked ones were now. UHWA revealed they had left the island a few hours earlier. Orchid was surprised because the original plan had been for everyone to stay and defend the island until the presidential election. Orchid worried that once the police set foot on the island, all the plans they'd built up would collapse completely. He thought the higher-ups were busy weighing gains and losses and hadn't dared attack yet, but they would certainly try to wipe them out before Election Day. UHWA walked slowly with his hands clasped behind his back, affirming that the most important thing now was to buy time by any means. With a crafty grin, the mad monk suggested that letting people who'd been cut off from society for 30 years return to the world would create uncontrollable chaos. The sight of a modern city with towering buildings appeared overwhelmingly before those who had just descended from the mountain after decades. Lion Mask and Clown Mask stood tall on the mountain ridge, gazing down at the bustling city with faces that were equal parts astonished and thrilled. Clown Mask couldn't help but marvel at the world's rapid development, telling his companions not to be like country bumpkins and get too surprised. At that moment, Bride Mask appeared in a blazing red gown, teasing that once they set foot in the city, there would be even more interesting things waiting. The image of the city from afar under a gray sky signaled a storm about to break. The three masked figures began to stride down with a chilling invitation. Come on, let's enjoy this mortal world a little, shall we? UHWA stood on the cliff and asked his two henchmen if everyone was present. Orchid and Chrysanthemum confirmed. Orchid muttered that in the end it was just the two of them left. The two underlings stood quietly, waiting for the next order. UHWA began his sermon, which was really an emergency meeting about the fate of the organization. He bluntly said that they probably all already knew how bad the situation had become. UHWA declared flatly, HWAGUXA is coming to an end and is about to collapse. The two henchmen listened in silence as he explained that even though they had gotten rid of Kim Nako, once he betrayed them, everything had spiraled out of control. The Hanafuda cards were torn to pieces, symbolizing that the organization had lost too much time and manpower. With a police emblem appearing, UHWA warned that if they were discovered and raided, all of them would be wiped out completely. After analyzing the situation, he began to talk about his final plan. It was to release the virus Orchid had developed on the day of the presidential election. He had deployed the masks everywhere to buy time until that fateful day. Chrysanthemum was stunned, unable to believe his ears. UHWA ordered him to go inform Black Lespedeza about this. He anxiously asked what would happen afterwards, once everything was over. UHWA coldly replied that there would be no after at all. His real plan was that they would all die together on the same day. Chrysanthemum broke out in a sweat, speechless at this mass suicide idea. UHWA asked if anyone had any more questions. Orchid just stood there watching. Orchid tersely answered that there was nothing left to ask. The meeting ended. UHWA turned his back and allowed them to withdraw. A dark cave entrance appeared. Chrysanthemum sat dazed in the cave, still unable to digest his master's crazy strategy. He wondered whether the world really was on the brink of destruction. He looked at someone badly injured and wondered if treating them still made any sense. Outside, Orchid wondered why he hadn't told Choi Hoon about this plan. UHWA affirmed that he would keep this matter secret. UHWA recalled his meeting with Choi Hoon and realized that the man only worshipped strength. If Choi Hoon knew the plan had nothing to do with his ambitions, he would certainly betray them immediately. Orchid listened to the boss's explanation. UHWA intended to train and satisfy that man's desires first to make him easier to control. He saw him as a disposable pawn for the upcoming battle, but only until the campaign began. Cut to the police headquarters. Hong Jun reported that the raid operation was ready. The shooting time would be in 3 days. Everything was counting down. Hong Jun said the scale was huge this time. with 100 special operations officers participating. Jeongsu was surprised to see Supreme Leader Choi Seon really putting effort into helping them. Hong Jun added that reinforcements might arrive because they suspected some masks were still on the island. Jeongsu fell silent, pondering the terrifying scale of this deployment. Back at Hwaguksa, Orchid worried whether those masked people could be trusted. UHWA snorted, saying they'd been stuck on the island too long and had never truly been on his side. He called them pleasure-crazed maniacs with no ideals or loyalties. They were willing to do anything, even murder, just to chase that sick satisfaction. He explained that he had once been the control system, keeping them from running wild. But now that he had decided to let go, that system no longer existed. With cold eyes, he likened them to fish who would soon revel at being let loose in water. Orchid showed clear concern, seemingly beginning to grasp the danger of the monsters they'd unleashed. UHWA turned to Orchid and asked what he thought was a person's greatest pleasure. The scene cut to a blood-soaked crime scene where Bride Mask stood among the corpses. A woman lay motionless in a pool of blood next to scattered ceremonial bells. Bride Mask casually sat on the dais, the sword in his hand still stained with blood, looking down at the wreckage with satisfaction. In a lavish banquet hall, the chandelier's splendor contrasted sharply with the deadly scene below. Guests in suits lay scattered on the floor, blood beginning to spread across the glossy tiles. Clown Mask strolled among the bodies, murmuring nostalgically about the place. The setting changed again to an unfinished construction site where the carnage continued. Blood ran down the steps in cold concrete floor. No one survived. Lion Mask in a red suit was choking a victim, sneering that this generation had degenerated and grown weak. Bride Mask licked his lips behind the white mask, his red-rimmed eyes revealing wild excitement. Clown Mask, with his frozen grin, was also savoring the fear of those around him. Lion Mask couldn't hide his ferocity behind the bright red lion mask. Yuhwa's eyes flared as he gave the final answer: the greatest pleasure is violence. At police headquarters, Hong Jun took a call and went pale when he heard the information on the other end. Jeongsu anxiously asked what had just happened to make their superior turn so ashen. Hong Jun sprang to his feet, his face hardening as he announced that the masks had officially surfaced in the city. On a bare rocky island in the middle of the sea, the mask group held a private discussion after hearing Yuhwa's plan. Lion Mask spoke up, saying Haho Mask had allowed them free rein to act as they pleased. Bride Mask remained a bit skeptical, asking to be sure whether they were truly allowed to leave the island without receiving any further orders. Lion Mask confirmed there would be no more supervision, and they could just go and make trouble. Clown Mask, who had been standing nearby, finally turned and called to the two of them. He proposed a crazy idea. Should the three of them team up to take out Haho Mask right away? Lion Mask brushed it off, saying the results of the previous bet were clear. Haho Mask was the winner and the three of them were the losers. He continued that the winner had generously given the losers a second chance. There was no reason to throw that away. Bride Mask crossed her arms and listened. She nodded in agreement, insisting rules are rules and one shouldn't break rules they've set themselves. Clown Mask was silent, his eyes behind the mask staring with hidden meaning. After leaving the island, Bride Mask asked what then. Clown Mask said that decision was something the three of them had to make together. Lion Mask blinked, asking what they needed to decide. The lion-masked man bluntly said they now had to rank who was second, third, and fourth in the group. Bride Mask raised a finger in objection, claiming she was second because Lion Mask lost to Haho Mask first, and then it was Clown Mask's turn. Lion Mask scoffed, asking her if she didn't think she'd be dealt with last simply because she was the weakest. Bride Mask froze, unable to believe what she was hearing. A murderous aura spread as Lion Mask suggested that if anyone had objections, they should settle it right here and now. She wasn't to be outdone, straightening up and daring him to see whether she knew the meaning of fear. Seeing the two about to clash, Clown Mask waved them off, saying, "Fine, fight, he'll slip off this island first." Lion Mask turned and called him a coward. Clown Mask turned back and teased the two old geezers, saying that since they were all masks, he had to join the game too. He proposed changing the rules to make ranking more interesting. The three stood in the open ground to hear him out. He suggested whoever dies last would be ranked second. Bride Mask dismissed the idea as boring since everyone could just hide away and be done with it. Clown Mask grinned wickedly and said then play it the other way around. Lion Mask cut in, his eyes starting to flash red. He growled that if the game was who dies first, the jester could just kill himself at the start and win. Lion Mask looked at Clown Mask with contempt, The jester fell silent. Clown Mask waved them to calm down, saying he'd set the rules for this bet himself, and asked the two to wait a moment. Lion and Bride stood motionless among the large rocks, not understanding what the man intended to pull. The sky above the island gathered black clouds, signaling that something ill was approaching. A while later, Clown Mask strolled back, smiling and asking if they'd been waiting long. Bride Mask asked where he'd gone. Clown answered that he had just met with Haho Mask. Both of them were surprised to hear that name. The jester raised both hands and proclaimed in a booming voice, 10 points. The rules were simple. This was a 10-point bet. Whoever reached that number first won. Bride Mask wondered whether he planned to play cards or some other trick to keep score that way. Lion Mask just listened, hands in his pockets. Clown Mask revealed he had obtained the list of all key police officers who had fought Kim Nako from Haho Mask. Portrait cards of the officers appeared like pieces in a deadly game. Each of the cops' heads would be converted into corresponding points. Just collect a total of 10 points and it's done. The three of them began to focus on this brutal plan. The clown grinned ear to ear, saying he'd read the target list to the other two. First was the 1-point group, including young faces like Jo Kyung-hee, Lee Sung-hyun, and Hwang Hee-jun. The 3-point group included names like Jung-ho, Sang-ho, and Kim Ah-hyung. The points rose with their combat capability. The 5-point target was a single person, Cha Yeon, a pretty high number for one individual. The 7-point group were heavy hitters like Byun Jang-wook and Hong Joon. Getting their heads would practically guarantee victory. And finally, the special prize worth exactly 10 points, Kim Jeong-soo, just one kill and the game ends. Clown Mask smugly asked if these rules were fair. Bride Mask nodded approvingly, while Lion Mask recognized a familiar name he'd once missed. The clown turned to ask Lion Mask's opinion. The lion told him to shut up and listen carefully. With eyes blazing red and murderous intent, Lion Mask declared he'd aim straight for the 10-point target to finish everything immediately. The hunt officially began. Let's lock this rule in, seems like everyone's happy with it, the clown decided. And so the mask group's strategy was put into motion across the city. They started with small disturbances, just enough to probe the situation without drawing too much attention. Bride Mask struck very cleanly, but she knew that if she overdid it, she'd soon get the police's attention and become a top target to be eliminated. But if they stayed silent forever, they'd score no points, so the crew had to constantly find a balance. So they hovered like goldfish, acting while looking over their shoulders to keep everything within permitted limits. News of these disturbances finally reached Hong Joon, who had been quietly tracking Yu Hwa's movements. He called an emergency meeting, ordering his subordinates to spread the word to all units immediately. In the conference room, Kim Jeong-soo and Byun Jang-wook sat with extremely serious expressions. Sitting beside high-ranking officials, the pressure was considerable. Hong Joon confirmed the enemy this time was an organization called The Mask, a collection of remnants from the past gone mad and causing chaos. First was Bride Mask, a dangerous woman skilled in the use of all kinds of weapons. She had once worked as a fixer and had an extremely wide network in politics and business before being toppled by Kim Nako. Next was Clown Mask, an expert in self-defense techniques and close-quarters combat. This guy had run a string of illegal underground clubs and even commanded a protective force, but it all fell apart under UHWA. Finally, and the strongest of them, Lion Mask, a true martial arts master with terrifying strength. With his fists alone, he once swept and dominated the entire underworld. The pile of bodies at his feet said it all. Lion Mask was the one UHWA feared most, to the point that he had to team up with Kim Nako to exile him to the island. Now, with Hwaguksa collapsed, these monsters had officially left the island to reclaim their bloody glory. In another scene, Bride Mask held photos of Byun Jang-wook and Choi Seon to tally up points. She grinned wickedly when she realized that if she offed the old man and the woman with him, she'd pocket 12 points, exceeding the target. Clown Mask seemed more pragmatic, considering hunting only women to collect 9 points, though that still wouldn't be enough to win. He felt extremely annoyed at the thought of hunting men who were worth only single 1-point drops. Lion Mask cared about only one person. He stared at Kim Jeong-soo's photo and growled, "Come here, boy." He declared that if the opponent didn't come crawling to give up his life, he'd personally go find the kid and snap his neck. The message, "Go on, make as much trouble as you like," rang out beside test tubes of bluish virus. things were getting more complicated by the minute. UHWA stood before the photos of the 3 police targets, egging his cronies on to enjoy whatever they wanted before they grew old and died. Back in the meeting room, Hong Jun affirmed that the team would sweep these guys up quickly to finish off Hwagaksa once and for all. He emphasized one thing: the ending is always the most important part of any battle. End this cleanly and cut off this damned relationship, he ordered. Kim Jeong-soo looked straight ahead, his gaze showing the resolve of a killer cop. The final battle was about to begin. The 3 of them stepped out of the room, ready for a journey full of blood and tears, and maybe a grim punchline or two. Jeong-soo pondered the journey from being a notorious assassin to being reborn as a police officer. Until now, every time he closed his eyes, he had never known what dreaming was. But on the day he went for a walk with Jo Kyung-hee, everything changed. His colleague's expression at that moment looked somehow very different. For the first time in his life, he actually dreamed of something. In the hazy dream, a familiar figure appeared and called him Kid. That person asked whether he was truly living an ordinary life. The face of that man gradually came into focus from the darkness. It was the assassin Bai Guang from years past, the one who forced him to choose between becoming a cop or returning to being a killer. Facing his past self, Jeong-soo stood frozen with eyes blazing red. Back in reality, the appearance of the masked group put the entire police force on high alert. Bayan Jangwook's team was ordered to act immediately. Their objective was to stop the destruction caused by the bride mask. Meanwhile, Jeong-soo's team was also ready to join the fight. They would have to face 2 dangerous men, Clown Mask and Lion Mask. Elsewhere, Monk UHWA was trying to hold the masked group back and wait for the right moment. Although they had promised not to cause trouble for a few weeks, these guys were unpredictable by nature. Chrysanthemum was worried because he didn't believe those killers would sit still. Old man UHWA himself admitted he didn't have much hope for their patience. And sure enough, just one day after going out, trouble began to arise. At that moment, Clown Mask was sitting with his legs crossed in irritation at a bar. He was going insane from boredom, his wild eyes looking like they wanted to devour someone whole. For a man as mad as him, the only thing that gave life meaning was extreme pleasure. The stimuli in his brain made him unable to stop thinking about sick games. Hard liquor and cigarettes littered the table, but none eased his itch. The girls around were simply tools for him to relieve his craving for thrills. Clown Mask's sickest pleasure was targeting women who hated him. He enjoyed watching them collapse and gradually be stained by the terrible pleasure he brought. A girl trembled in fear while he moaned with the emotions surging inside him. Seeing the 2 henchmen in front of him, Clown Mask declared he couldn't wait a few more weeks. He pulled out 2 photos and decided he would find his own targets for his game. The 2 faces in his sights were Jo Kyung-hee and the little girl Hong Yeon. To him, this was an opportunity to earn his first score in this hunt. Holding a sharp knife, Clown Mask threatened his lackeys and ordered them to bring the 2 back. One of the henchmen went all the way to Jeong-soo's apartment. Just as he was about to knock, Jeong-soo appeared half-naked from the waist up. The assassin froze, about to step back when he realized the person living here was completely different from what he'd heard. Jeong-soo stared at him and then snappily asked if he was sure he was a delivery guy. He closed in on the intruder and exposed the sashimi knife he was hiding under his clothes. Not giving the man time to react, he grabbed his hand and twisted it back, causing the assassin pain. The man immediately lunged the knife toward him, but he managed to dodge to the side. At that moment, his gaze turned chillingly cold, as if the assassin inside him had fully awakened. The black-masked killer couldn't hide his panic when he saw Jeong-soo's dominance. Jeong-soo delivered a bone-shattering punch to his ribs, sending the big man crashing down instantly. He spat a mouthful of blood, writhing in pain on the floor. Jeong-soo stood over him coldly and asked who was behind this. The man still tried to act stubborn, saying that if he talked, the organization wouldn't leave him alone. Jeong-soo looked at him with hollow eyes and curled his lip, asking again. His eyes flared red as he declared he'd make him experience something worse than death if he stayed silent. Meanwhile, on another street corner, Jo Kyung-hee and little Hong Yeon had also captured another tail. Back at the club, a girl's body lay motionless on the floor, a victim of Clown Mask. Clown Mask crouched, irritated that his henchmen had been out so long with no news. He angrily asked his subordinates if these were the strongest people they had. The henchmen could only tremble and obey as their boss's madness began to flare. Without warning, Clown Mask swung his knife and killed his useless lackeys on the spot. Blood splattered across the luxurious room as the unlucky men fell without understanding what hit them. Realizing he couldn't rely on this trash, he decided to personally retrieve the reward points. His eyes flamed with a maniacal thirst for killing behind the mask. Just then, a voice rang out telling him he didn't need to bother searching far. A henchman was hurled across Clown Mask by some force. The henchman who took the blow immediately collapsed. Clown Mask moaned with stunned delight when he saw the face of the one who had dared to barge in. It was Kim Jeong-soo, who stepped forward with an unflinching, cold expression. Clown Mask laughed with glee, surprised that the 10-point prey had walked straight into the tiger's den. He even hinted he wanted to play with him a bit before ending the lawman's life. Jeong-soo paid no attention to those absurd taunts. He calmly announced that he had not come here in the capacity of a police officer. Jeong-soo shed the protective guise of the law, his eyes glowing red with murderous resolve. He lunged like an arrow, accompanied by a steely declaration, "I am an assassin." Clown Mask is known as a master of defense. His nature is to be extremely afraid of pain and to hate suffering. He hates being hit by others, and ironically, he also hates having to hit others. Because if he fights with his fists, his own hands will hurt. Using a weapon makes his hands go numb, so basically he detests all violent actions. In short, he absolutely hates fighting, but because he lives in an environment where not fighting means death, he is forced to adapt. Kim Jeong-soo lunged from above, launching a direct slash. But Clown Mask only needed to brush it aside with his bare hand, easily diverting the blade's tip. He skillfully borrowed the attacker's own force to fling him away. Jeong-soo slammed down onto the floor with a heavy impact created by his own momentum. The self-satisfied killer asked, seeming very proud of this technique of borrowing force. Jeong-soo struggled to his feet, silently judging this as an extremely annoying move. With a powerful stomp, Jeong-soo charged forward to attack again. The blade aimed straight at the opponent's neck, but Clown Mask remained motionless. As before, he turned lightly and tossed Jeong-soo spinning through the air. He stood there mocking, saying that no matter how many more tries, it would only be a waste of effort. Clown Mask confidently asserted that he only needed a bit of force to wear him out. Jeong-soo silently retreated, beginning to calculate his opponent more carefully. The killer chuckled, seeming to thoroughly enjoy this hunt. Jeong-soo showed clear annoyance. He was considering whether to turn this into a war of attrition. But he immediately dismissed that idea, knowing the opponent would exploit any opening for a deadly counterstrike. He hesitated between calling for backup or finishing this freak himself. Seeing Jeong-soo's hesitation, Clown Mask grew even more eager to taunt him. He said he loved watching the hateful yet helpless look of those robbed of someone important. Jeong-soo looked toward the girl dead on the floor, his gaze gradually turning cold. He decided not to hold back anymore. Only killing him with these hands would ease his mind. Clown Mask laughed loudly and challengingly, spreading his arms as if inviting him to charge. Jeong-soo analyzed silently. He had used Jeong-soo's own force and returned it to knock him down. He tightened his grip on the knife handle, preparing for an all-or-nothing strike. Jeong-soo dashed forward again at a terrifying speed, surprising even Clown Mask. A direct stab aimed straight at the masked killer. He reached out to perform the old move again, trying to catch Jeong-soo's arm. Jeong-soo was once more lifted and thrown like before, but this time his eyes showed no confusion and were extremely focused. While being flipped upside down, Jeong-soo suddenly unleashed a lightning-fast counterattack. The Clown Mask shattered, taking with it a chunk of flesh from the killer's face. Clown Mask clutched his bloodied face, screaming miserably from the terrible pain. Jeong-soo looked down coldly, saying that if he could borrow force, he could do that too, with a bit of humor. Payback's a two-way street. The killer trembled, unable to believe he'd just been hit by his own signature technique. He had borrowed the very force the killer meant to use for a counter and returned it to his face. A perfect counter that left the killer utterly stunned. He stared wide-eyed through his fingers, still unable to tell if this was real or just luck. The thought flickered, and an experienced man like Clown Mask immediately recognized a terrifying truth. That Kim Jeong-soo's counter just now was not the result of luck at all. Faced with the rising killing intent in him, the clown began to scheme other cowardly plans. He threw his hands up and immediately declared surrender to save his life before it was too late. From the start, Clown Mask hadn't left that suffocating island to die a glorious death. To him, eating 3 meals a day in prison sounded far more pleasant than returning to that earthly hell. Seeing the killer suddenly ask to surrender, Jeong-soo paused and asked with a skeptical look. But he quickly waved him off, telling him to keep that intention because he would not accept this surrender. Clown Mask froze, stammering that as a cop he should be arrested according to the law. Jeong-soo coldly stared at his opponent, saying perhaps he'd misunderstood something until now. Looking at the clown's mangled face, he affirmed he was no model police officer. "I'm an assassin and you're definitely going to die right here." Jeong-soo officially shed his police facade to finish off his enemy.